Chapter 1951. A Single Brilliant Feat. 1. Empyrean trial had existed since ancient times in this strange space. Only when an Empyrean exalt cultivator's divine sense flew straight into the sky could they enter this place. Very few people could see through the principle of the structure of this place. They only knew that the celestial ancestor had created this place imitating the immemorial god realm. This was to allow the celestial descendants to get used to the immemorial god realm in advance, so there was a higher chance of Grand Empyreans appearing. Over the countless years, the many Empyrean exalts would come here many times to attempt the palaces to prove their strength and become famous across the celestial clan. The Empyrean trial was a place the 5 Grand Empyreans put a lot of focus on. Almost 90% of the Empyrean exalts they took under them had passed a certain palace. Before the gazes of the hundreds of Empyrean exalts outside the first palace, Wang arrived in a ray of light. When he got close to the first palace, the light disappeared and he landed on the ground. When he stepped onto the area outside the first palace, the gazes of all the surrounding cultivators landed on him. Wang's expression was calm as he looked around. He had met some of these Empyrean exalts, but he had never seen most of them before. After all, over the years, people came and went. Some left, and others came back to try again. Those that knew him smiled and clasped their hands at Wang. Wang would respond with a smile as well. Unless there was a feud between 2 Empyrean exalts, they would often make friends, unless one had an arrogant personality. Although Wang had disappeared for a few decades, he had caused a small sensation when he passed several palaces in a row, so some Empyrean exalts were willing to make friends with him. However, passing through 4 palaces was not enough in the eyes of some Empyrean exalts. Some of them had slightly cold gazes. A few years ago, I heard that this white-haired Empyrean exalt entered the first palace and failed but then passed 4 in a row. He is not ordinary. 4 palaces? So what if it was only 4 palaces? Who among us can't pass through 4 palaces? It's just a gimmick he pulled by failing the first palace and then passing the first 4 in a row. That's true. I estimate this white-haired Empyrean exalt will at most pass the 5th palace. The surrounding Empyrean exalts all looked at Wang. Those that were friendly talked with their minds. Among them, some recognized Wang, while others felt contempt. Each had their own thoughts. However, at the Empyrean exalt stage, they wouldn't show any of it on their faces. In the distance, Empyrean exalt Zhu was sitting there, looking at Wang. A moment later, he closed his eyes and no longer looked. He would not look down upon any Empyrean exalt cultivator, but he didn't think Wang could pass the 7th palace. Although he paid attention to those below the 7th palace, it was limited. Wang didn't immediately attempt the Empyrean trail, but stood outside the first palace and looked up. Each palace was higher than the other, and the 9th palace was blurry. Over the years, Wang already understood that the Empyrean trial had a total of 19 palaces. Less than 60 Empyrean exalts could break through the 9th palace. Those people were at the peak of the Empyrean exalt stage. With one more step, once they passed the 10th palace, they would become Ascendant Empyreans. Every one of them who entered the Empyrean trial could set off a huge wave. After all, witnessing the appearance of an Ascendant Empyrean was extremely rare. This could even attract the attention of Grand Empyreans to personally come and watch. However, the Celestial Clan only had 48 Ascendant Empyreans, and over the countless years, there hadn't been a 49th. This showed how difficult the 10th palace was. Only Ascendant Empyrean cultivators could attempt to break through the 11th palace after the 10th palace. If you could pass the 19th palace, rumor had it that you would have a great chance of becoming a Grand Empyrean. An Ascendant Empyrean that could break through the 19th palace had battle power not even a Grand Empyrean would dare to casually mess with. However, no Ascendant Empyreans had broken through the 19th palace. The most powerful Ascendant Empyrean, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, had stopped at the 16th palace and couldn't pass. For tens of thousands of years, no one could surpass Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Right now, he was the most likely person to become the next Grand Empyrean, and some called him the Celestial Clan's 6th son. Although his name was not as great as that of the Grand Empyreans, he was the most famous below the Grand Empyreans. The 8 Extreme Grand Empyrean had spent a great price to attract Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to work under him. He didn't treat Ming Dao like any other Empyrean exalt or Ascendant Empyrean, but with even more courtesy. I might meet the famous Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao on my trip to the Imperial City. This person is the #1 Ascendant Empyrean and must be extraordinary. Wang's eyes couldn't help but light up. This time, I must shock everyone with one move. This time, I want to see how far I can go without the soul armor. Wang was calm as he closed his eyes. A moment later, his eyes opened and shined brightly. He flew past the first palace and quickly flew upwards. When he flew into the air, some of the Empyrean exalts looked up, but most of them kept their eyes closed and didn't care too much. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin also cultivated with his eyes closed and didn't look. Once you passed through a palace, you could directly pass it and not be suppressed by the pressure from the previous palaces. Wang Lin's body quickly flew into the sky and passed the first 4 levels. He stopped before the 5th palace and stepped inside without hesitation. The moment he entered the 5th level of the Empyrean trial, his vision became blurry. It was the same feeling he had when he last came here. A moment later, his vision became clear and he was in a star system. The 4th palace had 36 planets and a golden planet. That golden planet had power no weaker than all the other planets combined. I wonder how many golden planets this level will have. Wang Lin looked at the star system before him and his eyes lit up. Before him, 45 planets changed their trajectories and flew toward him from all directions. A thunderous howl echoed. As they closed in, 5 planets suddenly turned golden in the blink of an eye. These 5 golden planets released a powerful pressure as they flew at Wang Lin. 5. Wang Lin stood in the void and his expression was calm. As the planets flew toward him, he suddenly raised his right hand and his void turbulent cultivation erupted. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13. Wang Lin clenched his fist and popping sounds echoed as 13 spells appeared around his hand. At this moment, his cultivation aura was still at early stage void turbulent, but it was still rising. I haven't gone all out after reaching the mid-stage of void turbulent. Let's see how many spells I can fuse into my punch now. Wang Lin's white hair and clothes danced as a powerful gust of wind swept by. His full cultivation erupted, and his aura went from early-stage void turbulent to mid-stage void turbulent. The 14th spell. Another spell appeared in Wang Lin's fist. Following that, the 15th, 16th, and 17th spells appeared without pause as his aura reached mid-stage void turbulent. In the blink of an eye, there were 21 spells. According to my expectations, each level of void turbulent can increase the number of spells fused by 9. The limit at the early stage of void turbulent is 9, and after reaching the mid-stage, it should be 18. However, due to the metal and wood essences, my cultivation level increased a little, and I can forcibly condense for more to reach. 22 spells. Wang Lin's eyes shined as the 45 planets closed in on him. The 22nd spell. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as a rumble came from his fist, and the 22nd spell formed. A shocking power came from this fist. It was as if this punch could destroy anything. Should be able to do more. The 23rd. Wang Lin roared, but didn't immediately attack the incoming planets. He leaped upward, and his right arm bulged. A powerful force seemed to replace the rapidly flowing blood in his body and gathered in his fist, creating a thunderous rumble. As the rumble echoed, Wang Lin's hair seemed to dance. His eyes shined as the 23rd spell formed in his hand. 23 spells is the limit of my current cultivation level. This extra spell was due to my time spent inside the Donglin pool that strengthened all my other essences slightly. Wang Lin lowered his head. Below him, the 45 planets flew toward him, and the 5 golden planets gave off a powerful pressure. They were now only a few thousand feet from Wang Lin. Only one essence true body is enough for this 5th palace. A shadow seemed to overlap with Wang Lin's body as his 5-element true body appeared. Wang Lin punched at the incoming planets. The punch containing 23 spells combined with the avatar was equal to 46 spells, and this punch flew toward the 45 planets. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the void collapsed, and endless golden light pierced through the void. The golden light penetrated the 5th palace and covered the sky. It was seen by the hundreds of Empyrean exalts below. Chapter 1952, a single brilliant feat. 2. The golden light shrouded the Empyrean trial and colored the ground golden. The Empyrean exalts were all calm, as if they weren't surprised at all. Many people didn't even look up and were focused on their cultivation. They didn't even open their eyes as if the golden light from passing the 5th floor couldn't attract their attention at all. In the distance, Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin also didn't open his eyes. He was immersed in his own world, pondering how to pass the 8th palace. With his cultivation level, he should have the power to pass the 8th palace, but he was stopped there. It took this white-haired Empyrean exalt some time from entering the 5th palace to the golden light appearing. It was far slower than the rumored speed in which he passed the first 4 palaces. It seems like he spent some effort to pass the 5th palace. Although the time was still very fast, it is very similar to ordinary Empyrean exalts attempting the 5th palace. There is really nothing worth noting. I wonder if he will choose to leave like before and try the 6th palace now. but he shouldn't be able to pass the sixth palace. Those Empyrean exalts that looked up and secretly pondered. Some of them were a little disappointed. After all, the reason they cared was because they had heard of or seen the speed at which Wang Lin passed the first 4 palaces. If that wasn't the case, then merely passing the 5th palace, although shocking, wouldn't attract too much attention. Wang Lin's figure flew out from the golden light of the 5th palace. He was calm, and he didn't look down, but instead turned toward the 6th palace. His eyes shined, and he charged at the 6th palace without hesitation. This was seen by the Empyrean exalts below, and they all focused on him. He is really trying to pass the 6th palace. I was stopped at the 6th palace. He spent so much time on the 5th palace, even longer than me. If I can't pass the 6th palace, he will definitely fail. The white-haired Empyrean exalt didn't leave? The 6th palace, this is somewhat interesting. If he can pass it, it will be worth befriending him. Almost none of the Empyrean exalts below believed Wang Lin could pass the 6th palace. After all, the amount of time he had spent on the 5th palace was simply too ordinary. There was nothing shocking about it. Some of the Empyrean exalts that didn't open their eyes when the golden light shined from the 5th palace opened their eyes and looked at the 6th palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin in the distance opened his eyes and was about to close them when suddenly, a dazzling golden light came from his eyes. The moment the golden light appeared, Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin's expression became serious. He wasn't the only one whose eyes lit up. Outside the 1st palace, every Empyrean exalt here had golden light appear in their eyes. This golden light was not from their bodies, but the reflection of the light from the 6th palace. The 6th palace released shocking, golden light less than 7 breaths after Wang Lin entered. The light connected with the golden light from the 5th palace, reproducing the glory from the past. Some of the Empyrean exalts below suddenly stood up and shock filled their eyes. He passed through the 6th palace. It only took 7 breaths of time. Dozens of years ago, he passed the first 4 palaces back to back, and now he has passed through the 5th and 6th palace. His cultivation is definitely not ordinary. To be able to pass the 6th palace means he can at least fuse 50 spells into his body. In the entire Celestial clan, there are less than 400 Empyrean exalts who can do this. The Empyrean exalts below all had serious expressions and were looking at the sky. Even those who previously had their eyes closed and thought that this wasn't worthy of their attention opened their eyes. They looked up at the figure that was rushing from the golden light of the 6th palace. Those that could pass the 6th palace were considered powerful among Empyrean exalts. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin stared at Wang Lin's figure, and his expression was serious. The current Wang Lin couldn't help but remind him of the figure that he didn't care about at first, but then attracted his attention by passing through 4 palaces in a row. The 7th palace. He is going to attempt the 7th palace. He is going to try the 7th palace. There are less than 200 people who can pass the 7th palace. Although he passed the 6th palace easily, the 7th palace will not be so easy. Perhaps he can really break through. The Empyrean exalts below looked at Wang Lin, who hadn't come down but was flying directly toward the 7th palace. His figure was being watched by almost all the gazes below. Some of them were filled with expectation, suspicion, and even disdain. It was clear that although Wang Lin had the strength to pass the 6th palace, many thought it would be extremely difficult for Wang Lin to pass the 7th palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin no longer cultivated but watched Wang Lin's figure disappear into the 7th palace. Now his expression was extremely serious. If Wang Lin could pass through the 7th palace, it meant Wang Lin was on the same level as him. He was personally witnessing such a cultivator attempt the Empyrean trial twice. How could he not care? When Wang Lin entered the 7th palace, the surrounding cultivators were all silent, and they all looked up. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths, 5 breaths. After the 5th breath passed, many of the Empyrean exalts exclaimed in disbelief. The 7th palace in the sky shined brightly after the 5th breath. This light connected with the light from the 6th and 5th palaces. It was like a sun that completely lit up the Empyrean trial. The white hair of the figure that walked out from the 7th floor seemed to turn golden. The aura this figure released even caused some of the Empyrean exalts below to stop breathing. He passed the 7th palace. 5 breaths of time, even faster than the 6th palace. What kind of combat power does he have to pass the 7th palace? His name will shake the entire Celestial clan in a short period of time. 5 breaths of time to pass the 7th palace. I have never heard of this speed before. The hearts of the hundreds of cultivators below trembled, and there was no longer any disdain. Instead, there was respect in their eyes. Some of those that were stopped at the 4th or 5th palaces looked at Wang Lin with complicated gazes. The gap between the strong and weak Empyrean exalts was extremely wide. Those that could pass the 7th palace needed to be respected even by Empyrean exalts. For example, Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin. Although he was arrogant, whenever he attempted the Empyrean trail, everyone would watch. The 7th palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin silently pondered. He didn't think Wang Lin had such strength. Will he try the 8th palace? The 8th palace is difficult. In the sky, Wang Lin was standing inside the golden light from the 7th palace and was very calm. In this palace, he had used the thunder and 5-element true bodies. Only with 2 true bodies was he able to pass the 7th palace with an overwhelming advantage. The higher I go, the more difficult it becomes. I wonder how the 8th palace will be. Wang Lin looked up at the 8th palace and flew toward it. He was bent on going through the trial and didn't care about the actions of others. He didn't know what kind of storm he had set off below. The 8th palace. He went to try the 8th palace. What an arrogant person. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin failed at the 8th palace. This person. I can't guess accurately. In the Celestial clan, there are less than 150 people who can pass the 8th palace, and this is due to the accumulation of time. This palace is very difficult, and once someone passes it, all the Grand Empyreans will know. At this moment, almost all the cultivators present stood up. Going through the 5th, 6th, and 7th palaces was enough to cause a clamor. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin stood up and no longer sat there as he stared at the 8th palace. He had tried the 8th palace many times, but failed each time. Now that someone else was attempting the 8th palace, he flew into the air to watch. The 8th palace, can he pass it? These people thought the passage of time would be slow, but after just 3 breaths, golden light erupted from the 8th palace. The sudden burst of light startled everyone. The golden light from the 8th palace hadn't shined in many years. However, right now, the golden light from the 8th palace fused with the light below and covered everyone inside the endless golden light. He passed the 8th palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. He had tried the 8th palace many times, but always failed. However, now he had personally seen someone calmly pass it in just 3 breaths of time. The hundreds of Empyrean exalts shrouded by the golden light all forgot to think as they silently looked at Wang Lin in the sky. A loud voice came from Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin that awakened the hundreds of Empyrean exalts. Your Excellency, what is your name? Some knew Wang Lin's name, but most of them only knew him as white-haired Empyrean exalt. Wang Lin looked down below in the light of the 8th palace and calmly said, Wang Lin. After he spoke, his gaze suddenly looked up at the 9th palace that was somewhat blurry due to the clouds. Passing through the 9th palace meant the peak of Empyrean exalts. Passing through the 9th palace meant he could become famous across the entire Celestial clan. Passing through the 9th palace meant he was infinitely close to becoming an Ascendant Empyrean. Wang Lin's time at the immortal astral continent was not short. It had taken him hundreds of years to arrive at this point. He was no longer excited and was as calm as an ancient well. Under the gazes of all the Empyrean exalts below, Wang Lin flew toward the 9th palace that hadn't lit up for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1953, A Single Brilliant Feat. 3. Southern Continent, Daoyi Sect. This sect was the #1 sect in the Southern Continent. It was even famous across the entire Celestial clan. This was because a Grand Empyrean named Dao Yi was from this sect. In the back mountain, there was a waterfall where the sound of water falling could be heard. There was a pond next to the waterfall, and a young man in a Taoist robe was quietly sitting there. He held a willow branch in his hand and was hanging it over the pool as if he was fishing. The moment Wang Lin passed through the 8th palace, the young man in the Taoist robe opened his eyes. He raised his head to look at the blue sky and white clouds. He was calm. Past the 8th palace, the young man in the Taoist robe smiled. He moved the willow in his hand, and a ripple was set off in the pond. The scene of the Empyrean trial appeared. Most of the northern continent was covered in ice and snow year-round. The wind that caused the snow to dance howled like the cries of ghosts. This caused the hearts of most cultivators who came to the southern continent for the first time to tremble. There was a mountain range in the northernmost part of the northern continent. The mountain was a huge glacier that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years. It was irregular and looked like swords piercing into the sky. The ice shined brightly under the sun and gave off a cold intent. This place was the northern continent's Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's cave. Under one of the glaciers sat a bald, middle-aged man who was extremely tall. The sun refracted off the glacier, and there was an illusion in the refraction. It showed the scenes inside the Empyrean trial. The tall, bald cultivator was calm and looked at the figure rushing toward the 9th palace. His eyes gradually lit up. Once a cultivator passed through the 8th palace, the Grand Empyreans would know. At this moment, far away, on Mount Emperor on the central continent, a beautiful woman was standing among the falling autumn leaves. One of the leaves was not moving and revealed the scenes of the Empyrean trial. Beside the beautiful woman sat an old man. The old man looked lazy, as if he had no energy. Even though he looked over, he had no spirit. It was as if what was happening inside the Empyrean trial couldn't attract his interest. The beautiful woman looked at the autumn leaf before her and softly said, "Teacher, if he passes the 9th palace, will you recruit him?" The old man beside her opened his eyes, and his gaze swept the autumn leaf. If teacher recruited everyone that passes through the 9th palace, wouldn't Mount Emperor become very noisy? The 9th palace is enough to attract the attention of Dao Yi and Wu Feng because they became Grand Empyreans later on and are eager to expand their power. Aside from cultivating the 6th Grand Empyrean, they also need to find someone to guard their reincarnation. But to teacher, passing the 9th palace is like the ants on the ground. So what if one ant is slightly larger than the others? Only if he could pass the 15th palace like Ming Dao would teacher consider recruiting him, the old man slowly said. The beautiful woman silently pondered and bit her lower lip. She looked at the autumn leaf and didn't speak. Also in the central continent, in the Imperial city, there was a rather luxurious palace. There was no one inside the palace, but there was a water curtain clearly revealing the scene of Wang Lin inside the Empyrean trial. Eastern continent, the #1 sect among the 9 sects and 13 factions. The Purple Yang sect. In the forbidden land of the Purple Yang sect, in a stone room, a middle-aged man was looking intently at a huge mirror that showed the scene inside the Empyrean trial. However, the golden light filled the mirror and the figure was a blur. Beside the middle-aged man were 2 little girls, one wearing red and one wearing purple. Both were around 7 or 8-year-old girls. Both looked like little jade dolls, and their eyes shined brightly. They both looked lovely. At this moment, the little girl wearing red held her chin in her hand while playing with her hair and looked at the mirror. But in truth, she was thinking about going out to play. She looked at the girl in purple, and the two winked at each other. There was a cultivator beside the girl in purple. This cultivator had a bitter face and was crouched there with a chain around his neck. It looked like tears were about to flow out from his eyes. This came from years of depression, and he was in a sorry state. Little wolf, what kind of expression is that? Little wolf, be good, don't be disobedient. The girl in purple looked at the bitter-looking cultivator and raised her hand to pat his head. Every pat caused the cultivator to lower his head even more, and more tears built up in his eyes. 2 little ancestors, don't always think of playing. Alas, look at this person. I have investigated this person. He also came from the Eastern continent. Whether or not he can pass the 9th palace, he needs to be recruited. The middle-aged man was filled with bitterness as he spoke softly to the 2 little girls beside him. You deal with it as yourself. Han, you have to teach this disobedient little wolf. We should throw him into the Nineteen pool like the last time he was disobedient. After a few days, he became honest and even found a fun bell for us to play with. The little girl in red smiled at the middle-aged man, but walked next to the bitter-looking cultivator. She mercilessly patted the cultivator's head with the girl in purple. The middle-aged man watched this dumbfoundedly and smiled bitterly. He got up and bowed at the 2 little girls that were playing around, his expression very serious. Grand Empyrean Gemini. The 2 little girls were still patting the head of the cultivator named Little Wolf. The cultivator's tears finally began to flow. Why is he crying? He's faking it. This little wolf is being disobedient. He must be faking it. The middle-aged man felt like he was going to become crazy and roared at the 2 little girls. Grand Empyrean Gemini. His voice was like thunder, and the world trembled. The 2 little girls finally turned and looked at him. Little Guya, are you also being disobedient? The little girl named Wawa frowned and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man ignored her as he took a deep breath and said with a serious tone, Grand Empyrean Gemini, this person needs to be recruited. Then go recruit him. You can go, bring him back, and let us see him. The little girl named Han waved her hand and grabbed the cultivator named Little Wolf. Then she disappeared into the stone chamber with the other little girl. The middle-aged man was left there. He mercilessly grabbed his own hair and smiled bitterly. As the golden light from the 8th palace shined in the Empyrean trial, Wang Lin flew toward the 9th palace under the gazes of all the cultivators below. After a moment, he stepped inside without hesitation. The moment he entered, all the cultivators held their breaths and stared at the 9th palace. The 7th palace has 63 planets, but the 8th palace has 81 planets. The 9th palace is considered the peak of Empyrean Exalt, and therefore likely contains 99 planets. Wang Lin stepped into the ninth palace and stared at the star system before him. In the star system, 99 planets suddenly changed trajectories and flew toward Wang Lin. 9 of them released a bright, golden glow. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he didn't hesitate to use not only his 5-element true body and thunder essence true body, but also his 3 ethereal essences. He could fuse up to 23 spells into his body. So, with the help of his true bodies and essences, the total now was 92 spells. This was Wang Lin's limit before wearing the soul armor. Just one punch or finger contained 92 spells. This made him infinitely close to an Ascendant Empyrean. He raised his right hand, and his eyes shined brightly. A sharp pain came from his right arm as it turned into the Yin blade, and he chopped down on the 99 planets in the simplest way possible. This chop created 92 blade shadows, and they fused into one before sweeping across the star system. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and 92 of the 99 planets suddenly exploded. Before they completely collapsed, 2 shadows overlapped with Wang Lin's body, and then his 5-element true body and thunder essence true body walked out. They flew toward the remaining 7 golden planets. The 5-element true body flickered and turned into the water essence true body, fire essence true body, and the earth essence true body. Each of them charged toward a planet. Not far away, Wang Lin's thunder essence true body released a powerful roar that shrouded the remaining 4 planets. Destructive thunder descended on the 4 planets, and then they collapsed. Although there was a gap between the destruction of the 99 planets, Wang Lin had done his best to reduce that gap greatly. From afar, it looked like the 99 planets had exploded at the same time. The moment they exploded, a golden light spread out like a golden wave. Before the gazes of many people, the 9th palace that had not shined for many years erupted with golden light to the shock and disbelief of the cultivators below. He has passed the 9th palace. After today, Wang Lin's name will definitely shock the 5 major continents. The 9th palace. The 9th palace. Passing the 9th palace means the peak of Empyrean Exalt, and only one step away from Ascendant Empyrean. Could it be that today I will see the birth of the 49th Ascendant Empyrean? I fear that all the Grand Empyreans are watching this place. The cultivators below all gasped. Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin bitterly lowered his head. Fellow cultivator Wang Lin, congratulations on passing the 9th palace. It was unknown who started it, but all the cultivators below clasped their hands at the sky. Chapter 1954, A Single Brilliant Feat. 4. I knew that this child was extraordinary. In less than 100 years, he even passed through the 9th palace. He is worthy of being recruited. Forget it. Although he refused once, this time I'll go with one of my avatars, and he will know how much importance I attach to this. Sitting under the waterfall, the smile on Dao Yi's face became even wider. In the glacier in the northern continent, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng looked at the glacier and closed his eyes. This child passed the test in the Mountain Sea and broke through the 9th palace. His battle power is similar to an Ascendant Empyrean. Dao Yi saw him, but Dao Yi is arrogant and prideful. Although he won't go with his divine sense, at most he will send an avatar. This time, I'll personally go with my original body. This child should be able to tell who attaches more importance to him. On Mount Emperor, the beautiful woman revealed a happy smile. It was as if she was even happier than Wang Lin when he broke through the 9th palace. However, the old man beside her glanced at the autumn leaf and still didn't care. The old man shook his head and said, "It is only the 9th palace, peak of Empyrean Exalt. After breaking through the 10th palace, he will be an Ascendant Empyrean. But the 10th palace is only the bottom of Ascendant Empyrean. He is far from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao." The beautiful woman turned around and said, "Teacher." The old man stopped and bitterly said, "If he can pass the 10th palace, I'll go ask if he is willing to join me." The first 9 palaces in the Empyrean trial are for Empyrean Exalts. The 10th palace is the boundary between Empyrean Exalt and Ascendant Empyrean. From the 11th palace onward, aside from cultivation level and combat power, one needs understanding and enlightenment of Tao. In the Empyrean trial, the word trial is the key for the last 9 palaces. Every palace will give you a fortune, and this Wang Lin. The old man looked at his disciple and stopped speaking. Empyrean Exalt High Z was filled with excitement. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes as her divine sense shot into the sky. In the imperial city of the central continent, there was an empty, luxurious palace. As the scene of Wang Lin passing the 9th palace appeared, a cold laughter echoed through the palace. "Is this the person Dao Fei can't forget? I have underestimated him." Eastern continent, Purple Yang sect. The middle-aged man was looking at the mirror before him alone. He completely ignored the miserable screams coming from outside, and his eyes were bright. I must recruit him. Last time Grand Empyrean reincarnated, she separated. After many years, due to the lack of prestige, many of the Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans left. Right now, the Grand Empyrean is about to reincarnate again. If this person can be recruited, he can be a powerful guardian. At the same time, in the Empyrean trial, after Wang Lin passed through the ninth palace, everyone below bowed at him. Nearly 100 Empyrean exalts quickly left and returned to their bodies. They quickly used their connections and informed the Empyrean exalts they knew about what had happened. After all, someone passing through the ninth palace was extremely important within the Celestial clan. It could be considered a holy event. Shortly after, even more Empyrean exalts rushed to the Empyrean trial from all over the Celestial clan. Wang Lin walked out as the ninth palace shined. He sat in the air and didn't continue to the 10th palace, but he also didn't give up. The entire Empyrean trial was filled with golden light. All the Empyrean exalts that had heard the news arrived in the transfer array and immediately saw the golden light. They looked up to see the ninth palace releasing endless golden light and the figures sitting inside the light. Their expressions were all serious, containing a hint of expectation. At this moment, none of the Empyrean exalts here had any mocking intent, and any thoughts of disdain were crushed. They respected the strong, and anyone who could pass the ninth palace was at the peak of Empyrean exalts. Time slowly passed, and even more Empyrean exalts arrived here. Rays of light arrived at the transfer array, and it seemed like it would never stop. Soon, there were nearly 700 Empyrean exalts present, almost 70% of all Empyrean exalts in the Celestial clan. There were still Empyrean exalts rushing here after receiving the news. This matter has caused a great stir. Even more people are coming to the Empyrean trial. Once he passes the 10th palace, he will become an Ascendant Empyrean. But this 10th palace is more difficult than the previous 9 combined. Otherwise, the 49th Ascendant Empyrean wouldn't have taken tens of thousands of years to appear. I think there will be some difficulties. Although very few people have passed the 9th palace, there were still some. Which one of them is not famous, or at least caused a stir? Many people had high expectations, but they failed at the 10th palace in the end. This time, it will likely be the same. More than 700 Empyrean exalts were scattered across the Empyrean trial. They were all talking to each other, some inquiring about Wang Lin's name and what happened before. Among the more than 700 Empyrean exalts, there was a group that was very calm and very different from the others. Even when they were just standing there, the other Empyrean exalts were extremely polite to them. There were less than a few dozen people in this group. They were all people who had passed the 9th palace, but were stopped at the 10th palace. They had all come to see if Wang Lin could take the step they all dreamed of. Brother Zhao, do you think this person can pass the 10th palace? Difficult. Both of us have tried the 10th floor. If he had the confidence to attempt the 10th floor, he wouldn't be cultivating there. Another half an incense stick of time passed, and now nearly 800 Empyrean exalts were here. More than half of the Empyrean exalts had dropped everything they were doing and rushed here with their divine senses to witness this important event. Among the crowd, there was a very beautiful woman. She was Empyrean Exalt High Z. She didn't want to watch through the autumn leaf on Mount Emperor, so had come here personally. She looked up at the golden light in the sky and smiled. This fellow, after leaving the mountain sea, he disappeared for more than 10 years. I didn't expect him to be so amazing after reappearing. Just as almost 800 Empyrean exalts waited for Wang Lin to attempt the 10th palace, the transfer array flashed constantly. A middle-aged man in white walked out. He looked cold and didn't even look at the crowd. He leaped into the air and looked at Wang Lin. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain. Even Ascendant Empyreans came here. Not only Ascendant Snow Rain. Look, that's Ascendant Empyrean Dao Wheel. The appearance of Ascendant Empyreans attracted the attention of all the Empyrean exalts here. This person was an old man. He was frowning as he flew into the air. He looked at the middle-aged man, and they nodded to each other. Then both looked up at Wang Lin in the sky. Ascendant Empyrean Meng Xuan. That is Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child. He has the appearance of a child year-round, so that must be him. Rumors say that he passed the 12th palace. Divine sense messages were being silently passed between the 800 or so Empyrean exalts here. A total of 4 Ascendant Empyreans had appeared in the ancient transfer array. They did not talk to each other. They just immediately looked up at the sky. Just at this moment, the surroundings suddenly became quiet because Wang Lin, who was sitting in the golden light of the 9th palace, suddenly stood up. His actions attracted everyone's attention. Wang Lin looked at the large amount of people and frowned, but he soon relaxed. His goal was to become famous, so the more people, the better the effect. There were 4 people that caught Wang Lin's attention below, the 4 Ascendant Emperors. When Wang Lin looked at them, they also looked back. They were very calm and showed no emotions. Wang Lin withdrew this gaze and looked up at the 10th place. He took a step and quickly flew toward the 10th palace and disappeared. He's attempting the 10th palace. The 10th palace can be described as the Dragon's Gate. Once he passes through, he will be the 49th Ascendant Empyrean in my celestial clan. All the cultivators below stared intently and were afraid of missing anything. At this moment, on the immortal astral continent, Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and the powerful existence inside the Imperial city looked at their own displays of the Empyrean trial as Wang Lin walked toward the 10th palace. In the Purple Yang sect, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and didn't even blink once. Can he pass? This was the thought that appeared in almost everyone's minds. Time passed. It had been 8 breaths since Wang Lin entered the 10th palace. 9th breath, 10th breath. All the gazes gathered on the fuzzy 10th palace. This palace had not released golden light in tens of thousands of years. However, every time it released golden light in the past, it meant there was one more Ascendant Empyrean in the Celestial Clan. The Celestial Clan only had 48 Ascendant Empyreans. Once another appeared, it would be a joyous event for the entire Celestial Clan. Even the ancient clan would know of their name. This kind of cultivator was enough to cause a commotion across the entire immortal astral continent. The 11th breath, 12th breath, 13th breath, until the 20th breath must have failed. Some of the Empyrean exalts below immediately signed. But just at this moment, cries of shock echoed in the silent Empyrean trial, until it became a monstrous wave. Golden light. That's golden light. The 10th palace's golden light. It has been tens of thousands of years, and now golden light has come from the 10th palace once more. He passed. After 20 breaths, the fuzzy 10th palace covered by the clouds released a startling, golden light before everyone's gazes. The expressions of the 4 Ascendant Empyreans immediately became serious. Chapter 1955, A Single Brilliant Feat. 5. In the blurry sky of the Empyrean trial, the 10th palace that hadn't shined for tens of thousands of years erupted with bright, golden light. The golden light spread out and filled the eyes of all the cultivators below. As the golden light spread out, a giant figure seemed to appear. This figure wasn't Wang Lin, but a shadow filled with endless majesty. This shadow was very large, like a giant standing in the world. It appeared from the golden light from the 10th palace, and soon became more solid. In a flash, this shadow became clear. He was very handsome, and aside from an ancient aura, he exuded a force that made all celestials worship him. He wore a golden robe, and there was even an emperor crown on his head. It looks like he was looking down upon the world. The moment this figure appeared, the hearts of the 800 Empyrean exalts and 4 Ascendant Empyreans all trembled. It is the shadow the celestial ancestor left here at the Empyrean trial. It is said this shadow separated from the celestial ancestor. Even if the celestial ancestor dies, it will still exist after being fused with the Empyrean trial. The 10th palace is the line between Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans. Rumor has it that each Ascendant Empyrean is personally titled by the celestial ancestor. I didn't expect it to be true. He has passed through the 10th palace, and the celestial ancestor's shadow has appeared. This Wang Lin had passed the Dragon's Gate, and from now on is no longer the same rank as us Empyrean exalts. I got to personally see someone become an Ascendant Empyrean and the celestial ancestor personally title them. This trip to the Empyrean trial was not a waste of time. When the giant, golden figure appeared, all the cultivators below became very respectfully, and all of them bowed. No one forced any of them to bow, but it was something all the cultivators did out of respect. We descendants of the celestial ancestor greet ancestor. The voice of all the cultivators echoed in the Empyrean trial. Just as all the cultivators below bowed, a figure flew out from the shining, golden 10th palace. This figure was Wang Lin. This scene seemed to become eternal in the eyes of all the cultivators below. In the sky, a large and a small, golden figure less than 1,000 feet away from one another were looking at each other. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale. When he appeared, he immediately saw the giant, golden figure before him. When he saw the figure, his heart trembled. This was the celestial ancestor he had seen twice before. His pair of golden eyes were filled with endless majesty, and his gaze landed on Wang Lin. This gaze was filled with an indescribable power and seemed like it was going to completely see through Wang Lin's every secret. Wang Lin's heart trembled. He felt naked under this gaze. He also felt like all his secrets were revealed before this gaze. Wang Lin didn't expect this at all. Not even his teacher, Xin Luo, had expected Wang Lin to arrive at this point in the Celestial Clan. As a result, Wang Lin had made no preparations, so all his secrets were going to be revealed. A giant hand appeared in Wang Lin's mind and quickly flipped through his memories. There was no way to hide anything. It began searching his memories from his birth. The entire Celestial Clan only had 48 Ascendant Empyreans. For the Celestial Clan, Ascendant Empyreans were very important, second only to the Grand Empyreans. Even the Celestial Ancestor would have paid attention to these cultivators. Back then, he had already considered that members of the ancient clan or foreign cultivators would change their aura to come here and even obtain the title of Ascendant Empyrean. How could the Celestial Ancestor allow this? Being an Empyrean Exalt was fine, but Ascendant Empyreans had to be immortal astral continent cultivators. They had to have been born and raised on the immortal astral without any problem. This was also the reason behind the saying that one must pass the 10th palace in the Empyrean trial to become an Ascendant Empyrean. Every Empyrean Exalt that had turned into an Ascendant Empyrean had experienced this. All 48 of the current Ascendant Empyrean had gone through this. This was a test, and if the Shadow judged Wang Lin as a foreign or ancient cultivator, the news would immediately spread across the Celestial Clan. Forget Wang Lin. Not even a Grand Empyrean could escape. The Celestial Ancestor's shadow wouldn't attack, but once his secrets were found out, the Ascendant Empyreans or even Grand Empyreans would attack. Under the gaze of the Celestial Ancestor's shadow, Wang Lin's memories from his childhood were being observed. The heaven-defying bead that had fused with this soul appeared once more and slowly rotated. A gentle light was released and surrounded Wang Lin, and the bead created false memories for the Celestial Ancestor's shadow to watch. No one knew what the Celestial Ancestor's shadow had seen, but soon, the gaze on Wang Lin became gentle. After a long time, as all the cultivators below watched, the shadow of the Celestial Ancestor waved his left hand. A scroll appeared out of nowhere and opened like a holy edict. There were 48 names on that scroll. Each name shined brightly, and there was pressure coming from the names. Ascendant Empyrean List. This is the legendary Ascendant Empyrean List. Rumor has it that every single Ascendant Empyrean is personally appointed by the Celestial Ancestor and has their name added to the list. This list only appears when someone successfully passes the 10th palace. It's the Ascendant Empyrean List. Everyone on the list receives the Celestial Ancestor's protection. They are the glory of the Celestial Clan. Aside from those 4 Ascendant Empyreans, everyone else gasped, and their eyes were filled with desire. They all wanted their names on the list, but even though they were Empyrean Exalts, this wasn't possible. This list was only for Ascendant Empyreans. The Celestial Ancestor's shadow raised his left hand, and a brush seemed to appear. The brush moved and wrote down a line of celestial characters. Number 49, Wang Lin. After finishing the last stroke, the Celestial Ancestor's shadow dissipated into a golden light that lit up the entire Empyrean trial. Even after the Celestial Ancestor's shadow completely disappeared, everyone was still silent. A moment later, they all bowed. Greetings, Ascendant Empyrean. This included Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin and all those that doubted Wang Lin could pass the 9th and 10th palaces. Within the crowd, there was an extremely beautiful woman. She suddenly felt like the distance between them was too large now. One was in the sky, and one was on the earth, very far, very far. This sudden change made her feel an unspeakable sense of melancholy. Wang Lin silently pondered in the sky with his eyes closed. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes again. He had just experienced life and death at that moment. He didn't expect the Empyrean trial to have such an implication. The heaven-defying bead appeared once more by itself and saved me. This thing has its own spirit, but what is it? Where did it come from? It was able to fool the Celestial Ancestor's shadow. The 10th palace had 99 golden planets. No wonder so few people have passed it. Even I had to use the Heavenly Bull Soul Armor for an instant to pass. While Wang Lin was pondering, 3 people flew into the sky and stopped beside him. It was the 3 Ascendant Empyreans, Snow Rain, Dao Wheel, and Meng Dao. As for Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child, he calmly remained below. He looked at Wang Lin but didn't say a word. Congratulations, fellow cultivator Wang. Haha, now my Celestial Clan has one more Ascendant Empyrean. It won't take long for every Ascendant Empyrean in the Celestial Clan to know. Fellow cultivator Wang has become famous in an instant. If there is a chance to meet in the northern continent, we have to debate Dao. Fellow cultivator Wang, after entering the Ascendant Empyrean stage, I fear you will face the recruitment of the Grand Empyreans. My name is Rain Snow, and I'm under Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. I wonder, has fellow cultivator have decided on where to go? The three of them smiled and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled back and clasped his hand back in response. As for the choice of which Grand Empyrean to go with, I haven't made up my mind yet, and I haven't decided to leave yet. After Wang Lin spoke, he looked up at the 11th palace that was completely covered by the clouds. Him looking up immediately caused the expressions of those three to become serious. Could fellow cultivator Wang want to try the 11th palace? I do. Wang Lin nodded and smiled. All the three had different expressions, and after looking at Wang Lin, Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain hesitated before speaking. The three of us haven't passed the 11th palace. Since fellow cultivator Wang wants to try, I have some experience that might help you. The difficulty of the palaces past the 10th is far higher than the first 9 for Empyrean exalts. And once you fail, it is not without danger. You will be injured. Although it's not serious, you still have to be careful. In addition, above the 10th palace, it is difficult to pass with a short period of cultivation. This is why Ascendant Empyreans rarely come here. Unless we are 80% confident, we won't casually try. As far as I know, among the 49 Ascendant Empyreans, including fellow cultivator Wang, 27 people stopped at the 11th palace. Aside from those 27 people, 13 people stopped at the 13th palace. Fellow cultivator Tiny Child below is rumored to have passed the 12th palace, but in truth was stopped at the 12th palace. Chapter 1956, A Single Brilliant Feat. 6. There are 7 people that stopped at the 13th palace. Aside from these 47 Ascendant Empyreans, there are 2 more who are considered the strongest Ascendant Empyreans. The first is Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei, who stopped at the 14th palace. The other is Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who stopped at the 16th palace. From the 11th palace onward, every palace is very difficult. It is no longer simple like breaking the planets in the first 10 palaces, but doing battle against the 72 foreign beasts the celestial ancestor faced. Among the 72 foreign beasts, there are strong and weak ones. Although their presence in the Empyrean trial is only an illusion and they are greatly weakened, they are, after all, beasts that battled the celestial ancestor. If you can beat the 72 foreign beasts and walk the path the celestial ancestor walked, then by the time you pass the 19th palace, you will naturally have the strength that not even a Grand Empyrean would act casually against. And from the 11th palace onward, there are great fortunes, but not everyone can obtain them. There are those that have passed the 11th palace but obtained nothing. As for the specifics, I don't know, but I know that someone has obtained a spell from the celestial ancestor in the 11th palace. But only one Ascendant Empyrean has passed the 19th palace and then became a Grand Empyrean. Aside from him, no one has passed the 19th palace. Even the current Grand Empyreans can't. Even the current Grand Empyrean Dao E and Grand Empyrean 8 Extreme were only Empyrean exalts back then. Only with a stroke of luck did someone become a Grand Empyrean through the immemorial God realm, and the other, though inheriting the celestial ancestor's bloodline. Grand Empyrean Gemini and Grand Empyrean God are rumored to be from the same generation, and they were under the celestial ancestor. As for whether this is true or not, I don't know. Grand Empyrean Feng was also an Ascendant Empyrean, but he only passed the 14th palace and couldn't compare to the current Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. I chose to follow him precisely because of this. After all, us Ascendant Empyreans have our own pride. Even if one becomes a Grand Empyrean through luck, if we aren't willing, we won't follow them. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain slowly said to Wang Lin, which Grand Empyrean was the only one to reach the 19th palace as an Ascendant Empyrean? Wang Lin had never heard of any of this, and his expression became serious. The Donglin sect's Grand Empyrean Donglin. Before he fell, he was the number 1 Grand Empyrean in my celestial clan. Even Grand Empyrean God dreaded him. He was the only one who completely relied on his own strength to become a Grand Empyrean. But it was obvious Grand Empyrean Donglin was someone who Snow Rain respected a lot. When he talked about Grand Empyrean Donglin, his expression was a bit crestfallen. Wang Lin silently pondered, and he recalled the lonely old man in the Donglin sect who was relying on a dream to accompany him. Grand Empyrean Donglin's descendant. Wang Lin took a deep breath and clasped his hands at Snow Rain and company. Many thanks. He moved very fast as he pierced through the clouds and arrived at the 11th palace. He looked up at the 11th palace and then charged up without hesitation. Under the gaze of Snow Rain's group of 3, under the gazes of all the cultivators below, and as the eyes of the cold-looking Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child lit up, Wang Lin pierced into the clouds toward the 11th palace. The 11th palace was the goal and desire of all the Empyrean exalts here. Whether they passed or not, it was a symbol of strength and power. The 11th palace was different from the 10 below. It was larger, and even the pressure it gave off was stronger. It was completely black and gave off a cold aura. Including those 9, only 22 people have passed the 11th palace. One move will make me famous. Passing the 10th palace is not enough. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he entered the 11th palace without hesitation. When he entered the 11th palace, all the Empyrean exalts below gasped, and their faces filled with fear and excitement. These kinds of expressions should normally not appear on them. After all, any one of them could cause the world outside to tremble. However, at this moment, they were filled with fear and excitement due to Wang Lin's crazy action. I thought he would stop after the 10th palace, but he is going to continue. How many palaces is he going to pass? How many can he pass? He's gone mad. Unless this Wang Lin has enough confidence, or he is blinded by the glory of becoming an Ascendant Empyrean. Passing multiple palaces at once like this is extremely rare. Snow Rain's group of 3 also looked over. They were not optimistic about Wang Lin's chances. They thought Wang Lin had a 90% chance of failing. After all, they had tried the 11th palace but failed. More than half the Ascendant Empyreans were stuck here. They didn't believe Wang Lin, who had just become an Ascendant Empyrean, had the strength. He has some momentum, but the 11th palace is not so easy. Back when I passed the 10th palace, I attempted the 11th palace as well, but failed. It wasn't until many years later that I successfully passed the 11th palace. Among the more than 40 Ascendant Empyreans, only Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei and Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao continued. Kai Wei stopped at the 12th, and Ming Dao stopped at the 13th. The reason the two of them have the fame they do now and are considered the strongest Ascendant Empyreans is largely because of this. It is impossible for this person. The childlike Ascendant Empyrean looked calm, but he sneered in his heart. At this moment, the cultivators here were not the only ones observing this place. Aside from the Grand Empyreans, even more Ascendant Empyreans were using different methods to observe the Empyrean trial. They had found out that there was a 49th Ascendant Empyrean, and he hadn't left, but was instead going to try the 11th palace. In the Dao sect, Grand Empyrean Dao, he seemed to have forgotten everything and was focused on the pool before him. He looked calm, but a strange light shined from his fists. This child, I must recruit him to work under me. There was also Grand Empyrean Wu Feng inside the glacier in the northern continent. He stared at the glacier, his eyes filled with determination. As for the middle-aged man inside the Purple Yang sect who could occasionally hear miserable screams from outside, he was very excited. He stared at the mirror and muttered to himself. If he can be recruited under Grand Empyrean Gemini, he will definitely be a great help to the Grand Empyrean. Central Continent, Mount Emperor. Grand Empyrean Jiu was lazily sitting under the sun like an old man unwilling to move. When Wang Lin passed the 10th palace, he opened his eyes. He passed? Even though he passed the 10th palace, he is just a bigger ant. Can't be compared to Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei and definitely can't compare to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. What did the Celestial Emperor promise him to recruit Ming Dao? The old man sighed, and still felt pity that he couldn't recruit Ming Dao back then. In the empty palace in the Imperial Palace, a voice muttered, "Ming Dao, what do you think?" As the voice echoed, ripples spread out inside the palace, and a person walked out. This person was a young man in black, who had a cold expression. He looked at the illusion in the empty palace. I only need one breath to kill him. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped into the 11th palace. His vision became blurry and he appeared in a star system again. However, this star system had no planets but was covered in fog. The fog was very dense. It seemed impossible to split apart and surrounded the area. What is Dao? A majestic voice rang out in the star system and set off countless echoes. The voice echoed in Wang Lin's heart and ears. What is Dao? What is Dao? That voice was even more intense now. It seemed to be muttering and also roaring. It caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he even felt his soul was going to collapse. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale, but his eyes shined brightly. His understanding of Dao had formed 3 ethereal essences. His enlightenment in Dao was far superior to that of most people on the immortal astral continent. Even some Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans couldn't compare to Wang Lin. This enlightenment of Dao was something othersiders couldn't see at all. It was an evolution of one's own thought process. Wang Lin slowly said, "Life and death are the restraints. This is Dao." The moment he opened his mouth, his comprehension of his life and death Dao appeared around him. At this moment, the sound disappeared and chains appeared around him. The chains began to spread, pushing away the fog, revealing the bright star system. There was a figure wearing a golden robe and a crown before him. There was a giant scorpion before the shadow. This scorpion was hundreds of thousands of feet large, and it gave off a chilly aura as it roared. Wang Lin's vision became a blur. When he regained his vision, he seemed to replace the golden figure and was battling the scorpion. Green Devil Scorpion. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to put on the soul armor. Time slowly passed. This was different from passing one palace in several breaths. It had been half an incense stick of time since Wang Lin entered. The place was completely silent as they waited, watching the palace in the sky. Attempting the 11th palace is good. Once he fails, he will understand that the Empyrean trial is not something he can attempt in a craze. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain still sighed in his heart. Even now, he didn't believe Wang Lin could pass. Does he think he is Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei or Ming Dao? I struggled a lot to barely pass through the 11th palace. Battling against the foreign souls is very difficult. He definitely can't pass. Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child had just sneered in his heart when his body suddenly trembled and his eyes overflowed with disbelief. A burst of golden light erupted from the 11th palace that was surrounded by clouds. Impossible. Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child's eyes widened. Chapter 1957. A single brilliant feat. 7. In the Empyrean trial, as the golden light spread out from the 11th palace, Wang Lin stepped out. His face was pale, and he immediately sat down inside the golden light. Everything that happened inside the 11th palace replayed in his mind. The Green Devil Scorpion was the first spirit to appear, and after that, 8 more foreign souls appeared with no break in between. If not for the fact that Wang Lin had put on the soul armor right away, it would have been difficult to pass the 11th palace. In particular, the last soul, a giant elephant the size of a planet, had great strength. Wang Lin could feel that the 9 foreign souls were all illusions that couldn't match their original bodies, but were still extremely powerful. Every one of them was at peak Empyrean Exalt level, and the last 4 were strong enough to battle ordinary Ascendant Empyreans. Wang Lin didn't have time to waste. After he put on the soul armor, he had a time limit, so he took off the soul armor immediately after he finished the 11th floor to extend its usage. When he walked out from the 11th palace, a majestic voice appeared in Wang Lin's mind as the golden light spread out from the palace. This voice was inaudible to outsiders. Only he can hear it. I'm Lian Yunjue, and my divine sense was left here in the Empyrean trial. I also left my spell, the 8 Extreme Dao here. If the future generation is fated, they can obtain it here. You have passed my test, and therefore can obtain my Extreme Fire Dao. This is not a spell, essence, or Dao spell. It was not created by me. It inherited from the immemorial God realm. As the voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind, an image appeared in his mind. There was a palm, but it contained no trace of fire. The hand rose and green smoke appeared around its finger. The smoke circled the finger 9 times and formed 9 smoke rings. The smoke rings grew and gave off a terrifying aura. Wang Lin sat inside the golden light with his eyes closed as the image and voice appeared in his mind. He had seen this before and had even borrowed his avatar in the void to use it. But right now, he didn't borrow the power from his avatar at all. He raised his right hand subconsciously and green smoke circled his finger. This scene shocked all the cultivators below. He really passed the 11th palace. Not many Ascendant Empyreans can pass the 11th palace. He went from the 5th palace and in such a short period of time passed through the 11th palace. I can no longer guess his limit. After Wang Lin passed through the 11th palace, he had completely separated himself from Empyrean Exalts. The Empyrean Exalts below couldn't even see the green smoke on the tip of Wang Lin's finger due to the dense clouds. But Snow Rain and company saw it clearly. The 3 of them had complicated expressions as they looked at Wang Lin, feeling startled. To pass through the 11th palace in the first attempt. That green smoke, I have seen it on Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei. It is clearly the extreme fire from the 8 Extreme Dao. We thought he was the same as us, but I didn't expect him to have the power to pass the 11th palace. Among Ascendant Empyreans, the gap between every palace is extremely large. The 3 of them pondered and silently sighed. Unlike the 3 of them, in the distance, Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child's expression constantly changed. He looked at Wang Lin with hatred in his eyes. 11th palace. Damn it, it took me a long time to pass through it back then. He also obtained the Celestial Ancestor spell, and I didn't obtain it after passing. The 11th palace must be his limit. It is impossible for him to pass through the 12th palace. Over the countless years, even Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei was stopped at the 12th palace. Only Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has passed it. This person definitely can't pass. As Ascendant Empyrean Tiny Child stared at Wang Lin, a rare trace of jealousy appeared in his heart. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the circles of green smoke on his finger. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and then the green smoke dissipated. He looked up and never once looked down, but all the cultivators felt their hearts tremble. He looked up at the 12th palace high above him. Snow Rain, Ascendant Empyrean, said that from the 11th palace onward, each palace has its own fortune. Sure enough, this 8 extreme Tao is different from what I thought. I thought the celestial ancestor had created it, but he inherited it from the immemorial god realm. What exactly is this immemorial god realm? It seems like all signs point to the heaven-defying bead being from there, and the method of becoming a Grand Empyrean also comes from there. Even the celestial ancestor's spell was inherited from the immemorial god realm. What kind of existence is that place? As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes shined brightly. In this Empyrean trial, reputation isn't the only thing that can be obtained here. One can also obtain fortunes left by the celestial ancestor. Lian Yunjue. That really is the celestial ancestor's name. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his body trembled. At the same time, bursts of exclamations came from below as he rushed toward the 12th palace. He vaguely heard the excitement and deep expectations from the cries below. However, he didn't care about any of this. He was focused on his original goal in coming here. He was going to become famous with one brilliant move. He felt that just passing the 11th palace was not brilliant enough. He felt that even matching the second strongest Ascendant Empyrean, Kai Wei, and stopping at the 12th palace was not brilliant enough. He felt that perhaps surpassing the strongest Ascendant Empyrean, Ming Dao, could just barely count as brilliant. What's more, from the 11th palace and above, there were fortunes to obtain. Wang Lin was very interested in the 8 extreme Tao that the celestial ancestor had obtained from the immemorial god realm. Mad. He is indeed going to attempt the 12th palace. 12th palace. I don't know how many Ascendant Empyrean passed it, but these people are extremely rare. He will definitely pass. I don't think he will fail this time. Wang Lin's action caused Snow Rain and company to stare dumbfoundedly at his figure disappearing into the clouds. After a long time, their gazes were filled with an even more complicated feelings, along with admiration. Someone once said that there are those that know not of the limit of ambition. Today I understand. His pursuit is something we can only watch from afar. Snow Rain, do you think he can pass the 12th palace? Yes. Although this is the first time we've met, this person would obviously not do something he has no grasp in. Since he dares to step into the 12th palace, he must be confident. It's unlikely. Only Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was able to pass through the 12th palace when he became an Ascendant Empyrean. If he passes it, doesn't that mean he will set off the same storm as Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao? Back when Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao became an Ascendant Empyrean, he passed through the 12th palace and caused the Grand Empyreans to come to watch personally. Even most of the Ascendant Empyreans came. All the Grand Empyreans gave very attractive conditions, and he chose the Celestial Emperor in the end. As Snow Rain's group of 3 were talking, intense light came from the ancient transfer array, and figures began to appear. These figures made all the Empyrean exalts below become extremely respectful, but they were not shocked that these people that were extremely difficult to meet had all appeared now. Ascendant Empyrean Heavenly Flame. Ascendant Empyrean Shen Fan. Ascendant Empyrean Shattered Dream. That is Ascendant Empyrean Han Dan. In a moment of silence, almost 30 Ascendant Empyreans came here with their divine senses. When they appeared, they all looked up with serious expressions. It was extremely rare for this many Ascendant Empyreans and Empyrean exalts to appear. Over the countless years, the only other time this happened was when Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao became an Ascendant Empyrean. Even Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei didn't set off such a storm. After several breaths, the ancient transfer array shined brightly. The light became even more dense, and, a moment later, a tall figure walked out. This shadow was bald, and after he appeared, the entire Empyrean trial became silent. Whether it was the Empyrean exalts or Ascendant Empyreans, they all bowed at the bald figure. Greetings, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. This tall figure was Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. After he appeared, he was calm as he stepped forward and floated into the sky. He ignored all the people below and looked at Wang Lin, who was pondering. Wang Lin, it doesn't matter if you pass through the 12th palace or not. If you follow me, I'll agree to any condition you request. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's voice was not loud, but it echoed through the Empyrean trail and entered Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin stopped for a moment outside the 12th palace. He bowed and looked down. Thank you, Grand Empyrean, but I still need to pour my full attention on attempting the Empyrean trial. How about we talk about this later? Good. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng didn't mind at all. The more he looked at Wang Lin, the more he intended to recruit him. This was seen by all the surrounding cultivators, and their expressions changed. There was a strange feeling in their hearts. Such a scene, this many Ascendant Empyreans. This was almost comparable to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao back then. Little friend Wang Lin, do you still remember our agreement? Just at this moment, a voice that made Grand Empyrean Wu Feng frown came from the transfer array. The transfer array lit up and Grand Empyrean Dao Yi walked out. Chapter 1958, A Single Brilliant Feat. 8. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi was wearing a simple Taoist robe, and he smiled as he walked out. He looked at Wang Lin, who was outside the 12th palace. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he also looked at Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. He also pondered a bit before he clasped his hands. I remember. If I pass the 9th palace, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi will come to recruit me again. This matter is not urgent. Little friend Wang Lin can first attempt the 12th palace. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi smiled, and looked at Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, who was not far away. Their gazes collided and seemed to solidify. This was seen by all the cultivators present. The Empyrean exalts all had strange gazes in their eyes. Aside from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, this was the second time they had seen Grand Empyreans fight over someone. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng revealed a flash of coldness and slowly said, Dao Yi, I have my sights on his child. Don't fight with me. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi smiled and sent out a divine sense message. Wu Feng, even we can't force Ascendant Empyreans. It all depends on his own choice. You eyeing him doesn't mean he will follow you. Moreover, he is about to attempt the 12th palace. Once he passes the 12th palace, he will be comparable to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Forget you and me, even that old fellow God might be moved to come. And there is also that Celestial Emperor. I don't know what he promised Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to recruit him. As the two chatted with their divine senses, in the sky, Wang Lin took a deep breath and stepped into the 12th palace. The moment he entered the palace, Dao Yi and Wu Feng stopped talking and looked up. All the cultivators here, whether it was Empyrean exalts or Ascendant Empyreans, looked up. Only the few people watching from outside of the Empyrean trial had different thoughts. The middle-aged man in the purple Yang sect looked at the mirror bitterly and sighed deeply. How did he pass through the 11th palace? The 11th palace is fine, but he can't pass the 12th palace. Once he breaks through, what can I use to recruit him? I fear he will immediately be pulled to the Celestial Emperor and Grand Empyrean God. Even Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Wu Feng would find it difficult to match those two. Unfortunate. If my purple Yang sect's Grand Empyrean Gemini hadn't encountered an accident during the last reincarnation, we could compare to the Celestial Emperor and God. This middle-aged man let out a bitter sigh and was about to give up on the idea of recruiting this person. However, at this moment, the door was kicked open and a little girl in red ran in. Little Guya, why are you still looking at the broken mirror? Come out and help me and Han Han teach this little wolf a lesson. Today, this little wolf is being very bad. I'm going to teach him a lesson today. Little ancestor. The middle-aged man looked like he was about to cry. The person inside the broken mirror seems familiar. The little girl in red looked at the mirror and frowned as if she was thinking. Little ancestor. Of course you are familiar with them. They are Grand Empyrean Wu Feng and Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. The middle-aged man sighed and planned on giving up recruiting. Let's go, little ancestor. I'll help you deal with that. That little wolf, the middle-aged man sighed. He pitied the poor cultivator named Greed. Not that dead Baldy and that fake mask guy. It's this person. The little girl raised her right hand and pointed at Wang Lin, who had stepped into the 12th palace. He entered this hall. Very familiar. Let me think. The little girl pondered for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. His name is Wang Lin. I remember that when I found Little Wolf, I also saw him. I remember that Han Han and I helped him once. And I seem to have seen him before. The person you said you want to recruit was him. Good. Me and Han Han will go with you. The little girl blinked and clapped her hands as she laughed. The middle-aged man swallowed and stared at the little girl dumbfoundedly. After a long time, his expression became excited. Little ancestor, are you certain you guys know him from before and even saved him? The little girl frowned and pointed at the excited middle-aged man as she said in an old-fashioned tone. Little Guya, are you going to be disobedient? It is indeed worthy of Grand Empyrean Gemini to have the foresight to have rescued him before. With this, perhaps we can really recruit him. The middle-aged man laughed in excitement, and his face seemed a bit more rosy. He even coaxed the little ancestor before him like a child. As soon as the little girl heard this, she immediately smiled and looked very proud. This is what little Guya gets for being disobedient. Now you know how powerful me and Han Han are, and how far-sighted we are. I already told you to forget about those that left, but you won't listen. I, Grand Empyrean Gemini, never force anyone to say. If they want to leave, they can leave. Who controls the flow of fate? How can you, or them, understand this? The more the little girl spoke, the more proud she felt. Yes, yes, yes. Grand Empyrean Gemini controls the flow of fate. Guyu admires. The middle-aged cultivator quickly smiled and looked at the little girl before him with a loving gaze. Although his cultivation was lacking, when Grand Empyrean Gemini went through an accident during her reincarnation, he chose to stay to take care of the two little girls when everyone else left. Everything he had done until now was for that grace she had given him during her peak. Back then, he was just an unknown Empyrean exalt under Grand Empyrean Gemini, but now he was the only one. While laughter echoed in the Purple Yang sect, on Mount Emperor in the central continent, the originally lazy Grand Empyrean God was now staring intently at the autumn leaf before him, attempting to the 12th palace after passing the 11th palace. This one barely counts as a person. I could begrudgingly give him an offer, but with High Z there, if I go, it will seem to not quite match what I said before. Although the old man muttered this, he didn't even blink as he stared at the autumn leaf. Forget it, it is only the 11th palace. This child is far below Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The old man turned his head and closed his eyes, but a moment later, he opened them again and looked at the autumn leaf. Can he pass or not? Also in the central continent, in the Imperial city, in the luxurious palace, the black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao stared at the illusion and frowned. Can you kill him in one breath? A calm breath echoed in the hall. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao silently pondered, and a moment later said, "One breath is enough." A laugh seemed to echo, and the voice came again. He can't pass through the 12th palace. His Heavenly Bull soul armor will meet the Heavenly Bull on the 12th palace. Let the others fight over this person. This emperor has no interest. Just as his words echoed, he suddenly stopped talking before he finished. Ripples echoed on the dragon throne, and a middle-aged man, who looked extremely similar to the celestial ancestor, appeared. There was a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at the illusion in the palace. The 12th palace in the illusion suddenly erupted with blinding, golden light. This golden light was clearly coming from the Empyrean trial, but it seemed to penetrate the void through the illusion, lighting this palace up. He passed the 12th palace. The middle-aged man in the golden robe was rather surprised. The young man in black beside him suddenly released a shocking killing intent. He stared at the illusion and his eyes revealed a monstrous chill. He understood that Wang Lin had passed through the 12th palace and would be like him in the past. Wang Lin would have the attention of everyone, and all the Grand Empyreans would strive to recruit him. He could obtain better conditions to get even stronger. Wang Lin passing through the 12th palace meant that whenever someone talked about him, Wang Lin's name would be brought up. This naturally made him, who was always considered the #1 Ascendant Empyrean, very unhappy. The black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao pondered a bit and said, "A mere 12th palace. There are a few people in the celestial clan who can do it. Killing him still would only take one breath." But the golden-robed middle-aged man was staring at the illusion. It was unknown what he was thinking. At the same time, on Mount Emperor, the old man stood up and his eyes shined with a strange light. However, after hesitating a bit, he slowly sat down. I have seen him once before, and this child has the Heavenly Bull soul armor. Passing the 12th palace with the power of the soul armor means he still can't compare to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Unless he can pass the 13th palace with the soul armor, he is just a normal Ascendant Empyrean. The old man pondered as he sat down and closed his eyes. Tired. Really tiresome. Should I recruit him or not? He should not be able to break through the 13th palace and should give up. The old man immediately opened his eyes. He saw Wang Lin outside the 12th palace, surrounded by an invisible layer of water vapor. The pressure the ripples created could even be felt through the autumn leaf. Extreme water Dao. Just as the old man was observing the invisible water ripples around Wang Lin's body in the autumn leaf, he saw Wang Lin move. Wang Lin hadn't given up and was rushing toward the 13th palace. In a flash, his figure disappeared into the cloud as he rushed toward the 13th palace. This scene caused the black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao to let out a cold snort, and there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Celestial Emperor, I'm going to the Empyrean trial to attempt the 16th palace. Chapter 1959, A Single Brilliant Feat. 9. Almost all the Empyrean exalts, Ascendant Empyreans, and Grand Empyreans of the Celestial clan were attracted by Wang Lin's seemingly mad action. This kind of thing was very rare in the Celestial clan. Only Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had received this kind of attention in the past. However, this focus would no longer only belong to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. A part of it would split and descend upon Wang Lin. From now on, in the history of the Celestial Clan, Wang Lin's name would shine brightly and be known by all those that were qualified. Even in the near future, it was likely even the ancient clan would hear about this. The Celestial Clan's 49th Ascendant Empyrean. After becoming an Ascendant Empyrean, he passed the 11th and 12th palaces and was attempting the 13th palace. Grand Empyrean Yunjue on Mount Emperor was no longer lazing around, but staring intently at the autumn leaf before him. His expression was serious. He understood that passing through the 13th palace, even with the soul armor, meant that this person was too not worthless. As for the Celestial Emperor, who had revealed himself in the Imperial Palace, his eyes contained a strange light. He looked at the illusion ahead as he watched Wang Lin rush into the 13th palace. Beside him, the black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had already sat down. His divine sense had gathered on his forehead, and he was about to head to the Empyrean trial. At this moment, in the Empyrean trial, Grand Empyrean Dao frowned and sighed. He knew that the current Wang Lin had already set off a storm. If a Grand Empyrean wanted to attract such a cultivator, it would require a certain price. But no matter how great the price, it would be worth it. Once this person became a Grand Empyrean, the benefits would be well worth it. To have another Grand Empyrean as a friend, and also having a previous relationship would help any Grand Empyrean status increase greatly. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng also let out a sigh. He foresaw Wang Lin reproducing the scene of the 4 Grand Empyreans beside Gemini, all fighting for the same person. Unless some unknown accident happened. The Empyrean trial was completely silent, and the Empyrean exalts were silently looking up at the sky. Throughout the day, they felt the gap between them and Wang Lin, who had gone from the 5th palace to the current 12th palace. They recalled the thoughts they had when Wang Lin had just passed the 5th palace, and how that seemed like a joke now. With their cultivation level, they were qualified to comment on an Ascendant Empyrean, much less one that had just passed the 12th palace. Now they could only look up at the figure in the sky. Even Snow Rain and company silently pondered, but their complicated feelings decreased greatly. After all, the gap was too big enough to erase all other thoughts. Back then, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao stopped at the 13th palace. I wonder if this person can surpass him. If he passes the 13th palace, he will completely suppress Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao in the past, becoming the strongest person who just became an Ascendant Empyrean. Although he can't compare to the current Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who can pass the 15th palace, he's not far away. As for the Ascendant Empyrean tiny child, his face was pale after everything he had witnessed. At this moment, he should change his mindset, but he couldn't help but reveal a complicated expression. The 13th palace. He definitely can't pass it. There were more than 20 Ascendant Empyreans who had come here with Snow Rain and company. They were scattered across the Empyrean trial as they looked up, witnessing this event. I wonder if he can pass the 13th palace. My Celestial Clan has a total of 9 people who stopped at the 13th palace, including Kai Wei and Ming Dao. Even if Wang Lin can't pass the 13th palace, he will be in the top 10 among Ascendant Empyreans. The 13th palace, he should not be able to pass. In the end, he still has his limits. There were some Ascendant Empyreans that were friends who talked to each other through divine sense. They looked up at the outline of the 13th palace that was hidden in the clouds. Inside the 13th palace, Wang Lin's face was pale. When he entered, the foggy star system appeared before him again. The fog here seemed more intense than the previous 2 palaces. Wang Lin silently pondered inside this fog. The heavenly bull appeared among the 9 spirits in the 12th palace. I could feel that passing the 12th palace was the limit of the soul armor. The soul armor is not omnipotent. It can raise my cultivation level and increase my combat power, but as my cultivation increases, its effect gradually reduces. After all it can do is make me infinitely close to the heavenly bull. However, in truth, there is still a gap. Fortunately, I learned the extreme fire Dao in the 11th palace and obtained the extreme water Dao in the 12th palace. Out of 8 extreme Daos the celestial ancestor inherited from the immemorial god realm, I now control 2. This 13th palace, should I pass or not? Wang Lin stared at the palace and pondered. What is Dao? As he pondered, the same voice he had heard inside the previous 2 palaces echoed. This voice echoed through the void and was filled with endless pressure. As the voice echoed, Wang Lin's eyes gradually became calm. He had already answered this question twice, and his response was different each time. He answered, life and death are Dao the first time, and karma is Dao the second time. The third time, Wang Lin understood that the answer was true and false are Tao. This test of enlightenment of Tao might be difficult for others, but Wang Lin had already begun pondering these matters back in the cave world. One move to become famous. I should have barely counted as having done that. After the 13th palace, I should stop. Even if the Grand Empyreans know that I have the soul armor, this should be enough. Wang Lin pondered and made up his mind. As the voice echoed, Wang Lin's mind was clear. He thought about his dream on planet Suzaku and slowly said, life and death are chains, this is Tao. The chains connect together to form a circle that is karma, this is Tao. People have a dream barrier. They can't tell if they are awake or in a dream. This dream barrier hinders all life from seeing the world. They are immersed in the true and false and are unable to pull themselves out. The power to break the dream barrier and open your eyes is true and false. This is Tao. As his words echoed, the fog that covered the area dissipated, revealing the complete star system. Time passed. The people at the Empyrean trial had waited for an incense stick of time, and now their gazes toward the 13th palace were gradually becoming filled with regret and hesitation. This is taking much longer than the 12th palace. This shows how difficult the 13th palace is. It looks like he will stop at the 13th palace. After all, he must have a limit. That's right. Becoming one of the top 10 most powerful Ascendant Empyreans the moment he became an Ascendant Empyrean is enough for his fame to sweep the Celestial clan. If he could pass the 13th palace, he would become the third most powerful Ascendant Empyrean, just after Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei. In the end, he still hasn't surpassed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The Ascendant Empyreans sent out divine sense messages to each other. Some felt regret, and some felt relief. Is this the limit? Grand Empyrean Dao, he looked at the sky and relaxed a bit. Not being able to pass the 13th palace would make it easier for him to recruit Wang Lin. Just as everyone was speculating if Wang Lin would stop at the 13th palace, the ancient transfer array in the distance lit up. A figure began to condense, and after the light dissipated, a young man in black appeared before everyone. His appearance stirred the crowd no less than Dao Yi and Wu Feng. It was as if his appearance would set off a new storm in the Empyrean trial. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. He is Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Even he came. If Wang Lin passes through the 13th palace, what kind of expression will Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao make? Many of the Empyrean exalts here hadn't seen Ascendant Empyrean Ming do before, but as they talked to each other, they learned who he was. They all looked at him with respect, but even more so with a sense of expectation. They were waiting for what would happen once Wang Lin appeared, and their gazes met. The strongest Ascendant Empyrean, number 1 under the Grand Empyreans. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao decided to come here now. This is interesting. This Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao clearly can't calm down. After all, Wang Lin is about to surpass him. If he didn't come, then it would be contrary to his personality. This Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had always been arrogant, but no one could challenge him. Even Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei can only be suppressed by Ming Dao. Only the Ascendant Empyreans had some understanding of Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. They looked at each other and their expression remained the same, but their expectations also built up in their hearts. Ming Dao greets Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Wu Feng. The cold-looking youth in black didn't look at the Empyrean exalts or Ascendant Empyreans, but clasped his hands at the two Grand Empyreans. Wu Feng looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and sighed in his heart. He had offered excellent conditions, but Ming Dao still chose the Celestial Emperor. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up. Not only him, but everyone's hearts trembled, and they stopped paying attention to Ming Dao. They all looked up in the sky. The 13th palace covered by clouds suddenly erupted with golden light. This golden light soaked into the clouds, causing the entire sky to become golden. He has passed the 13th palace. In the past, when Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao became an Ascendant Empyrean, he was stopped at the 13th palace. Now this Wang Lin has passed the 13th palace and surpassed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's eyes shrank as he stared at the sky, and his expression became a bit gloomy. Chapter 1960, Are you not going to keep going? At this moment, the entire Empyrean trial seemed to boil. All the Empyrean exalts here were shocked by Wang Lin passing the 13th palace. They thought they had overestimated Wang Lin, but they were wrong. 13th palace. How much battle power does this Wang Lin have? Could it be that he wants to break through all the way to the 19th palace? This person has already shaken the whole world in just a day. The Ascendant Empyreans all looked up at the sky with eyes filled with shock. They had good reason to be shocked by Wang Lin. The moment the golden light came from the 13th palace, It was unknown who had turned to look at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao first, but a moment later, more than half the gazes were locked onto him. Wang Lin passing the 13th palace was an invisible challenge toward Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao looked calm, but a coldness spread out like a cold storm was brewing inside his body. As this coldness spread, the surrounding uproar immediately stopped. In the sky, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the 13th palace. His face was extremely pale, and after he appeared, he didn't attempt the 14th palace but slowly sank. As he sank, the surrounding cultivators were all silent. Are you not going to keep going? Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's voice echoed in the silence of Wang Lin's descent. As the voice echoed through the Empyrean trial, the hearts of all the cultivators who heard it trembled. A sense of expectation appeared in their hearts. They felt a storm was coming. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's expression remained calm, and he didn't speak. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng smiled, as if he hadn't heard anything. These two Ascendant Empyreans were both excellent, and they wanted to see what they would do next. This scene was even more interesting to the surrounding cultivators than Wang Lin attempting the Empyrean trial. The people who were far from the Empyrean trial who saw this were also very interested. As Grand Empyrean Jiodi looked at the autumn leaf before him, his eyes shined brightly. Being able to pass through the 13th palace means that this person is worthy of being recruited. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's action is interesting. I wonder how this Wang Lin will reply. From his appearance, the 13th palace was not easy, but it's enough to make him famous across the Celestial clan. In the Imperial palace, the Celestial Emperor was sitting on the dragon throne as he looked at the illusion, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has only passed through the 13th palace. That's nothing to worry about. Ming Dao is a bit too arrogant and won't allow someone to surpass him, even though it's only the achievement of someone who has just become an Ascendant Empyrean. Normally, having this kind of personality is not good, but he channels this bad trait into his cultivation, so it's fine. Forget it, just let Ming Dao teach this Wang Lin a lesson. Even though he has passed the 13th palace, he has to bow if he comes to my Imperial city. Eastern Continent, Purple Yang Sect. The middle-aged man looked at the mirror before him and frowned. Ming Dao, this person is a bit too much. How could he speak like this before all the Empyrean exalts? He is clearly showing his contempt. In the Empyrean trial, Wang Lin, who had sunk to the 9th palace, suddenly stopped. He looked at the black-robed young man who was looking coldly at him. Who are you? Wang Lin slowly asked. He naturally saw the party's hostility. Ming Dao, the black-robed young man's expression was cold and arrogant. I'm asking why you were stopping. Wang Lin frowned, and after pondering a bit, he guessed why Ming Dao was acting like this. It seemed that when he passed the 13th palace, he had surpassed this person's past achievements. It's rare to have this kind of personality after reaching Ascendant Empyrean. This person, Wang Lin looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and his eyes lit up an undetectable amount. To enter Dao with pride and use a heart full of pride to cultivate, not allowing other to surpass him. This pride fills his heart and soul. No wonder he could become number one among Ascendant Empyreans. He likely does not care about anything, but single-mindedly focusing on Dao. Wang Lin smiled and ignored the black-robed young man. He flew toward where Dao Yi and Wu Feng were located. Wang Lin greets two fellow Grand Empyreans. After this Empyrean trial, I still have an urgent matter to attend to and have to leave. Wang Lin ignored Ming Dao and bowed before Dao Yi and Wu Feng. Being able to pass the 13th palace means that you can be considered to be at the peak of my Celestial clan. I'll come find you. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Haha, little friend Wang Lin, since you remember our previous agreement, then I'll also go find you. As for the specific conditions, we can talk about them in detail after we meet. Admiration appeared in Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Dao Yi and Wu Feng once more. He continued to ignore Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao as he flew toward the ancient transfer array to leave. He felt like he had already shocked everyone and achieved his goal. In the 13th palace, if he hadn't used some power from the avatar in the void, he could not have passed it with the soul armor alone. At this moment, he decided to stop here. The 13th palace was enough to attract great attention from the Grand Empyreans. When all the cultivators saw Wang Lin leaving, they felt slightly disappointed in their hearts. It looks like this Wang Lin doesn't dare to provoke Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. This means he knows his limits. After all, he has only passed the 13th palace, and Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is the number one Ascendant Empyrean who passed through the 15th palace. However, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is a bit too aggressive. His words earlier were not polite at all, as if he was questioning Wang Lin. What do you mean, too aggressive? Cultivators like us respect the strong. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is #1 under Grand Empyreans and should act like this. On the contrary, it is Wang Lin ignoring him that seems arrogant. The surrounding discussions were no longer via divine senses, but with voices, as if there was a purpose. The discussions became louder and louder. Even Wang Lin, who had arrived next to the ancient transfer array, could hear some of it. Wang Lin frowned and looked at the cultivators behind him. Under his gaze, all the chattering stopped. Wang Lin turned back and was about to leave the Empyrean trial through the transfer array. But just at this moment, there was someone who didn't want him to leave like this. Are you just going to leave like this? I have already asked you twice. A cold voice came from the black-robed young man, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Wang Lin stopped. After pondering a bit, he turned to look at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. That's right. I'm no longer going to attempt the trial. What do you want? Nothing. I just want you to try the 14th palace. Once you fail, you can leave, the youth in black slowly said, the arrogance on his face becoming even stronger. After Wang Lin heard this, he suddenly laughed and no longer paid attention to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. He stepped into the transfer array and it lit up. However, at this moment, there was a flash of killing intent into the black-robed young man's eyes. Arrogant. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the transfer array. With this, the entire Empyrean trial seemed to tremble. A giant finger appeared and flew toward the transfer array. Fighting was not allowed in the Empyrean trial. This was a long-standing rule of the Empyrean trial. However, right now, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had attacked with no regards to this rule. This rule was not set by the celestial ancestor, but by later generations. Therefore, attacking someone here wouldn't provoke the Empyrean trial, but people rarely dared to disobey it. The moment the giant finger appeared, it stirred up the energy here. All the cultivators gasped and fear appeared in their eyes as they retreated. He dares to act here. Indeed worthy of being #1 under Grand Empyreans. He even dares to violate the rules here. These rules were set by the Grand Empyreans. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has guts. The giant finger created a heaven-shattering howl as it flew toward Wang Lin. If Wang Lin didn't move, his divine sense would likely be damaged during the transfer and would likely collapse. But if he hid, he would be forced out from the transfer array and would be unable to leave. This was the same as killing Wang Lin's momentum and would seriously damage Wang Lin's face of passing through the 13th palace. It would show everyone how strong Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was, right after Wang Lin had gained his fame. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao also knew that although fighting between Ascendant Empyreans was rare, as long as he didn't go too far, the Grand Empyreans wouldn't interfere. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Wu Feng frowned. Dao Yi hesitated and didn't speak, but Wu Feng let out a cold snort. Ming Dao, you have guts. You dare to attack here. As he spoke, he waved his right hand. At this moment, a laugh came from a cultivator below. Golden light surrounded one of the Empyrean exalts below and an image appeared around him. It was a shadow wearing a golden robe and a crown. It was the Celestial Emperor. This Celestial Emperor appeared here, using his own special spell. He waved his right hand at Wu Feng and defused the power from Wu Feng's wave. Inside the transfer array, Wang Lin looked up and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He originally didn't want to create too much trouble here, but Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's actions had caused killing intent to appear in his heart. He wouldn't allow the goal he had achieved to be destroyed by this person when the finger arrived. Wang Lin walked out from the transfer array. The finger stopped before Wang Lin and dissipated. It was as if the party had no intention of actually attacking and was just mocking Wang Lin. Chapter 1961, Sudden Turn. Celestial Emperor. What is the meaning of this? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng stared at the Celestial Emperor's shadow around the Empyrean Exalt. Wu Feng, no need to be angry. Ming Dao didn't hurt anyone and didn't break any rules. The Celestial Emperor's shadow around the cultivator smiled, but he had an expression as if he couldn't be questioned. He didn't even look at Wang Lin, who was outside the transfer array. Not to mention, if Wang Lin didn't leave the transfer array and the finger landed, his divine sense would have been damaged during the transfer. Forget violating the rules. This kind of behavior is extremely shameless. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng waved his sleeve and showed no sign of retreat. Celestial Emperor Wu Feng smiled and said, Wu Feng, your words are a bit too much. Is the child injured? Wu Feng coldly looked at the Celestial Emperor but didn't speak. Since no damage was done, what need is there to act like this? Wu Feng, I know you want to recruit this child, and I won't fight with you. This kind of cultivator. The Celestial Emperor lowered his head to look at Wang Lin. Is worthless. He has the soul armor, so he can pass the 13th palace. But without the soul armor, it would have been difficult for him to become an Ascendant Empyrean. The Celestial Emperor said in a casual tone. He was the Celestial Emperor, Grand Empyrean 8 Extreme. His words meant more than any Ascendant Empyreans. His words set off a storm in the Empyrean trial. Almost no Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans here knew that Wang Lin had a soul armor. They thought Wang Lin had passed through the 13th palace with his own strength. However, after the Celestial Emperor spoke, a buzz of discussion erupted. He has a soul armor. This man is actually so shameless. I was wondering how he could climb from the 5th palace to the 13th palace. It turns out that he relied on the power of the soul armor. Even I can do that. No wonder he passed through the palaces so fast. His actual power is only at the 5th palace, but because of the soul armor, he was able to get this far. He can deceive us, but he can't deceive the Grand Empyreans. We were almost cheated by him. This Wang Lin is shameless. What Ascendant Empyrean? He is simply a common Empyrean exalt. Without the soul armor, I can kill him in one breath. I suspect he doesn't even have the cultivation of an Empyrean exalt, and the reason he can come here is due to the power of the soul armor. Look at his cultivation level. He is clearly only at the mid-stage of Void Tribulent, and not even a Golden Exalt. I thought he was deliberately hiding his cultivation level. Now it seems like he is merely a tiny mid-stage Void Tribulent cultivator. No wonder only Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Grand Empyrean Wu Feng came after he broke through the 13th palace. Grand Empyrean Jiu Di never appeared. Clearly, he has long seen through this person's shamelessness and felt too much disdain to recruit him. What kind of talent does this person have? He is clearly a cheater. He deceived us all. If I knew this, I wouldn't have come to watch. The reason the Empyrean exalts were so angry was mostly due to jealousy. Before, it had mostly dissipated due to the large gap, but now that they had learned that it was all fake, their jealousy broke out. The Ascendant Empyreans all had strange expressions as they looked at Wang Lin. He's actually using a soul armor. But even with the soul armor, to be able to pass the 13th palace means he has some skills. I didn't expect it to be like this. This person's reputation had just reached its peak after becoming the 3rd strongest Ascendant Empyrean. But then the Celestial Emperor pointed out the soul armor. Could the Celestial Emperor have a grudge against him? There is something wrong with this matter. If it was so simple, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Grand Empyrean Wu Feng wouldn't have come to watch. The surrounding discussions buzzed and entered Wang Lin's ears. He stood there silently, pondering, and his face was a little pale. He still had everyone's attention, but compared to before, it was like night and day. This was the purpose of the Celestial Emperor. He wouldn't let Wang Lin gain fame so easily. That's why he pointed out the critical point. Now he listened to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and smiled. So you wore the soul armor to pass the 13th palace. I was wondering why you were rushing to leave after the 13th palace and did not attempt to pass the 14th palace. It seems the time on your soul armor ran out, so you could no longer fool everyone and had to leave immediately. Forget it. A cultivator like you is not qualified for me to take another look at. Scram. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao sneered at Wang Lin and waved his sleeve. What a disappointment. Facing all the discussions and contempt of all the surrounding cultivators, Grand Empyrean Dao, he opened his mouth to say something, but he just let out a sigh in his heart. He knew that the cultivator named Wang Lin was notorious in the Celestial clan. For the Celestial Emperor to speak like this at this moment means that he has some sort of relationship with this child. This person, he is not infamous. This person, it's best not to recruit him. Although his child's understanding is somewhat different, it is now all a waste. Dao Yi sighed and didn't speak. He had given up on Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the voice of an angry woman came from the crowd. This voice contained her full cultivation and echoed across the Empyrean trial. All of you shut up. You don't know anything. More than a decade ago, Wang Lin could battle against me without the soul armor. How could he be anything like what you say? Even with the soul armor, so what? That just means he has obtained the recognition of the foreign souls to grant him power. It is also part of his own cultivation. 13th Palace. He has the power to pass the 13th Palace. Do any of you who mock him dare to go up against him? If you are all jealous, you can all go obtain soul armors and see how difficult obtaining the recognition of a foreign soul is compared to the Empyrean trial. This voice came from Empyrean Exalt High Z. Empyrean Exalt High Z was very famous across the Celestial clan. Part of it was because her teacher was Grand Empyrean Jiu Di, and part of it was her own strength. After her words echoed, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Wang Lin was still silently pondering as he stood outside the transfer array with a pale face. Under the doubtful gazes of everyone present, he looked at the excited and angry Empyrean Exalt High Z in the distance. The Celestial Emperor shook his head and said, "Little fellow Haizi, don't speak nonsense. Whether it's you Empyrean exalts or Ascendant Empyreans, the focus on your own cultivation is key. There is a limit to relying on external power. This Wang Lin's limit is the 13th palace. I fear that for the next hundreds of thousands of years, it will be difficult for him to take another step forward. What's the point of temporarily reaching this level? This is the truth all you cultivators need to remember, because relying on external power just delays your own cultivation. This Wang Lin is an example for you all." Grand Empyrean Feng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "External force? The title of Grand Empyrean is also an external force. It is an inheritance from the immemorial god realm. If it is really as you say, which one of us hasn't obtained help from an external force? Even you, Celestial Emperor, Grand Empyrean 8 Extreme. I remember when you were only an Empyrean Exalt. If not for your bloodline inheriting the legacy of the Celestial Ancestor, do you think you could have inherited the title of 8 Extreme? External force is another force. As long as this power can blow away everything in your path, who would dare to say anything?" Grand Empyrean Feng coldly stared at the Celestial Emperor and spoke once more. "You call him worthless. Then, in the eyes of the Celestial Ancestor, a descendant like you is also worthless." Feng was not holding back anymore. The Celestial Emperor stared at Feng, and his expression gradually became cold. How can the title of a Grand Empyrean be compared to a soul armor? Feng, I'm surprised you can still value such a person. Even when this child put on the soul armor, the 13th palace was his limit. But if he got the title of Grand Empyrean, he could easily pass through the 19th palace. Do you think these two are the same thing? Forget the 19th palace. If he can pass through the 15th palace, I'll help him today. I'll pass down a holy edict telling the world that he is the #1 person in the celestial clan below Grand Empyreans. That is, if he can. Feng silently pondered. The Celestial Emperor smiled slightly, as if he didn't care about what Feng had said. He turned around, and his shadow was about to dissipate. "Ming Dao, return to the palace. The matter here is over." Dao Yi let out a sigh, and was about to turn to leave. Even the Empyrean Exalts and Ascendant Empyreans turned with the thoughts of leaving. This show is over. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao coldly looked at the silent Wang Lin. He sneered and was about to leave. But just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly let out a sigh. He looked up at the Celestial Emperor that was about to dissipate. 15th Palace? Celestial Emperor, take a good look. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but inside his body, a force was gathering. At this moment, it erupted and he flew into the sky. His actions suddenly caused Dao Yi to pause, and the Celestial Emperor to frown. His dissipating body solidified once more, and he looked toward Wang Lin. Feng's eyes lit up, and he looked at Wang Lin, who had charged into the sky like a dragon. Not only them, but everyone in the Empyrean trial raised their heads and looked up at Wang Lin's figure. What is he going to do? Is he really going to continue? His soul armor is already at the time limit. How can he continue? As Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao looked at Wang Lin's figure, his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. At the same time, outside the Empyrean trial, on Mount Emperor, Grand Empyrean God suddenly stood up and stared at the autumn leaf before him. He had seen everything that had happened and agreed with the Celestial Emperor's words. When he saw Wang Lin fly up, he showed a rare sign of surprise. What does this child have up his sleeve to continue? At this moment, in the Purple Yang sect, Grand Empyrean Gemini had played enough and had returned to the side of the middle-aged cultivator. They saw Wang Lin being belittled and was very angry. When they saw Wang Lin flying into the sky, they were filled with expectation. Wang Lin, Greed, who was being tortured by Grand Empyrean Gemini, stared at the mirror, and his mind was blank. Chapter 1962, Who is it? At this moment, Wang Lin was charging into the sky. He didn't want to do this. He wanted to stop at the 13th palace. However, the appearance of the Celestial Emperor and what he had said caused rage to brew inside Wang Lin's heart. This rage was proof of his earlier speculation. The trip to the Imperial city would be extremely dangerous. The reason the Celestial Emperor had come to destroy Wang Lin's momentum was so that no Grand Empyreans would recruit him. Even if they did recruit him, they wouldn't give him the treatment he should have for passing the 13th palace. This method was the most direct, but it was extremely effective. To plummet to the abyss from the top of his glory, to go from the peak of respect to being looked down upon by all. This kind of contrast was nothing to Wang Lin. He was never one to care about such things. However, this would not only destroy his goal of becoming famous, but also make his name notorious across the Celestial clan. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Even if it was the Celestial Emperor, he was going to fight. 15th palace, good. Since all of you think my limit is the 13th palace, then today I'm going to be thoroughly arrogant and show off. Celestial Emperor, for you to be despicable, I can see the shamelessness in your bloodline. No wonder the person sealed under the Donglin pool would have resentment that still hadn't dissipated after death. No wonder he would call Lian Yunjue despicable. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He instantly rushed past the 13th palace and moved like a dragon toward the 14th palace. At the 14th palace, when Wang Lin was about to enter, he stopped and looked down. Celestial Emperor, open your eyes and watch carefully for me. Arrogant. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao roared as he stood before the Celestial Emperor. However, the Celestial Emperor remained the same and smiled. I'm waiting for you to pass the 15th palace. However, his pupils shrank an undetectable amount. Wang Lin sneered. Since all pretenses had been torn apart, he no longer needed to act polite. The more he acted like this, the more safe his trip to the Imperial city would be after this affair was over. He stepped into the 14th palace. The soul armor doesn't have much time left. Since I want to shock everyone, I have to use the avatar formed by the law of the immortal astral continent. Avatar, use the soul as a guide and fuse. Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the 14th palace. After Wang Lin entered the 14th palace, the cultivators below all went silent. This change was no less sudden than when they learned that Wang Lin had used the soul armor to pass the 13th palace. Among the current Ascendant Empyreans, only Kai Wei and Ming Dao have passed the 14th palace. This Wang Lin is a mere cheater. It is impossible for him to pass. The reason he is doing this is likely due to anger from shame. He is going to risk it all, try attempt it. Interesting. What has happened here was full of twists and turns. I wonder how the final twist will turn out. No need to think about this. This person can't pass it. His soul armor is out of time. What plan does he have to pass? The Empyrean exalts coldly looked at the sky and felt contempt toward Wang Lin. As for the dozens of Ascendant Empyreans, they all looked at the sky with different thoughts. Most of them had decided that Wang Lin would fail and thought that what Wang Lin was acting like a trapped beast going insane. Grand Empyrean Dao, he looked at the sky and frowned. He also didn't think Wang Lin could pass the 14th palace. Being pushed into desperation by the Celestial Emperor with only a few words shows that his heart is not determined enough. This child is not worth recruiting. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao continued to sneer, as if this was the only expression he had. However, there was a hint of fear in his gaze as he looked at the sky. He didn't know why, but he felt like there was something wrong. Beside him, the Celestial Emperor was silently pondering. He was calm, but he hesitated a bit in his heart. From my understanding of him, he would rarely do something he is not confident in. However, passing the 14th palace without the soul armor is very difficult. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to leave before. He is just digging his own grave. However, just as the Celestial Emperor thought about this, it had only been a mere 9 breaths. This was also when a dazzling, golden light erupted from the sky. This golden light came from the 14th palace. It penetrated the clouds and enveloped the area. This golden light was extremely dazzling, enough to penetrate the eyes and hearts of the cultivators below. 9 breaths. Impossible. He spent a long time in the 13th palace. How could he only take 9 breaths to pass the even more difficult 14th palace? He actually passed it. Isn't his soul armor unusable? Doesn't he only have 5th palace strength without the soul armor? Could have another soul armor? Grand Empyrean Dao Yi was startled, and he flew into the sky to watch the golden light from the 14th palace close up. He actually passed the 14th palace. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the sky. No problem, it's only the 14th palace. The Celestial Emperor looked at the sky and his pupils shrank once more. He then slowly closed his eyes. In the sky, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the 14th palace. He didn't pause to rest and flew straight for the 15th palace. When he entered the 15th palace inside the golden light, a huge wave was set off among the people below. He went into the 15th palace right after passing through the 14th palace in 9 breaths. Did we misunderstand him before? Even with the soul armor, it is extremely shocking to reach the 15th palace. Grand Empyrean Dao, he stared at the sky. He had given up on recruiting Wang Lin, but now the intent had returned. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After Wang Lin had been in the 15th palace for 9 breaths, dazzling, golden light erupted from the 15th palace. This golden light penetrated the clouds and rapidly spread out. The appearance of the golden light was like a huge slap on the Celestial Emperor's face. This caused the Celestial Emperor to open his eyes and reveal a rare sign of shock. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi took a deep breath and golden light shined from his eyes. This child, we all misunderstood him. He has even more terrifying potential than Ming Dao. Even the soul armor is just another power for him. If it was someone else with the same soul armor, who would dare to say they could pass the 15th palace? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng looked calm, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. He didn't hesitate to go against the Celestial Emperor, because he was making a bet. Wang Lin would remember what he had done, and even if Wang Lin didn't choose to follow him, they would have a good relationship if Wang Lin became a Grand Empyrean one day. 15th Palace. He passed the 15th Palace. Killing intent appeared in Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's eyes. His pride wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He rushed into the sky. This was seen by everyone, and these cultivators suddenly cried out. Again, 9 breaths to pass 1 palace. This Wang Lin is definitely not what we thought before. This person has a powerful cultivation and is not someone we can comprehend. He was clearly hiding his strength and didn't want to show off too much. If he had not been forced by the Celestial Emperor, he would not have attempted more. Yes, there must be some unspeakable secret between him and the Celestial Emperor, which is why the Celestial Emperor attacked him so. Similar thoughts appeared among the Ascendant Empyreans as well. At this moment, they no longer felt contempt toward Wang Lin, only some complicated feelings, along with admiration. No matter what method, passing the 15th palace meant strength. Empyrean Exalt Haizi looked at this from among the crowd and smiled as she looked at the sky. Although she knew that the gap between them had grown even wider, like now, where she could only look up at him, she still felt very happy. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao flying up caused this excitement to reach a new height. He flew straight into the sky, and the moment Wang Lin arrived before the 16th palace, the two of them stepped into the 16th palace at the same time. The Empyrean trial was not limited to one person at a time. Both could enter at the same time and would not meet each other. They would each attempt it on their own. The 16th palace hadn't lit up in countless years. It was not like the 15th palace, which had lit up once before. Empyrean Ascendant Ming Dao and Wang Lin are both attempting the 16th palace at the same time. Who can pass? Grand Empyrean Dao Yi looked at the sky and anticipation appeared in his heart. After all, between the two, one had been famous for many years and one had just begun to rise up. Both of them attempting the 16th palace was a big deal for the Celestial clan. Wu Feng's expression also became serious. Each layer of the Empyrean trial was more difficult than the one before. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had attempted the 16th palace twice before and failed both times. The Celestial Emperor was watching from the distance and was feeling extremely gloomy. The words he had just spoken had been blown away by Wang Lin, and he had been hit in the face with an invisible slap. At this moment, coldness appeared in his eyes as he looked at the sky. In a flash, 9 breaths passed. Just as the 9th breath passed, the 16th palace that hadn't lit up in countless years released a dazzling, golden light. Golden light, this is the 16th palace. The 16th palace has been passed. Before today, no Ascendant Empyrean has passed the 16th palace. Who is it? Among the two of them, which one passed? 9 breaths, it must be Wang Lin. Not necessarily. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has been famous for many years. If he was not confident, why would he attempt it? In my opinion, it is Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao this time. Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and the Celestial Emperor all looked over with serious expressions. They also wanted to know who it was. Empyrean Exalt Haizi looked at the sky nervously, but soon revealed a joyous expression. Outside the 16th palace, Wang Lin walked out. His face was slightly pale, but he didn't immediately go to the 17th palace. He stood there, looking at the palace as if he was waiting for Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. This scene caused Dao Yi's eyes to open wide. Wu Feng's eyes were filled with shock. And as for the Celestial Emperor, his expression constantly changed, trying to hide his disbelief. Forget them. Even Grand Empyrean Jiudi at Mount Emperor gasped. Chapter 1963, Send Back. The Empyrean exalts below were completely silent. All the changes today made it, so they no longer cried out, and instead stared at the blurry 16th palace and the blurry white figure next to it. Wang Lin's actions had completely reversed the disadvantageous situation from before. All the questions and doubts were swept away by absolute strength, leaving nothing behind. Since the Celestial Emperor said that the soul armor and external forces were not perfect, then Wang Lin was going to tell everyone that the 13th palace was not his limit. Wang Lin hadn't opened his mouth once to explain when thousands of words questioned him. Instead, he passed the 14th palace, the 15th palace, and now the 16th palace that hadn't been passed for countless years. This was more powerful and shocking than 10,000 excuses. The entire Empyrean trial was dead silent. Facing the countless gazes from below, Wang Lin remained silent and showed no emotion. His eyes were closed as he stood inside the golden light. It was as if he was cultivating and waiting for Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. This scene gave him the aura of a grand master, and all the cultivators who saw him felt respect in their hearts. Time passed breath by breath. In a flash, more than one incense stick of time passed. Wang Lin was the only one outside the 16th palace, and there was no sign of Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. After another half an incense stick of time, the 16th palace that was shrouded in golden light released more golden light. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao emerged this golden light with a laugh. This laughter contained his excitement. He had been waiting for so many years for this day, and now he had finally passed the 16th palace. He appeared before Wang Lin, revealing his black-robed figure. The 16th palace. Today, I, Ming Dao, have passed the 16th palace. Which Ascendant Empyrean in the Celestial clan dares to compete with me? I have to thank you, who are good at deceiving. If not. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped because everything was too quiet. There was no burst of cheers and cries after he passed the 16th palace, but instead complicated gazes from the cultivators below. Wang Lin slowly said, "You're too slow. You passed the 16th palace." Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's face immediately turned pale. He stared at Wang Lin, and powerful killing intent appeared in his eyes. He would never allow someone else be stronger than him. He couldn't do much against Grand Empyreans, but he had to be number one among Ascendant Empyreans. But now the cheers and fame he should have obtained from passing the 16th palace had been snatched by Wang Lin. Looking at Wang Lin, he must have taken much less time to pass the 16th palace. This caused Ming Dao to be filled with anger from embarrassment. His prideful heart would not allow such a thing. "Do you want to try again?" Wang Lin was still calm as he looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, whose expression was constantly changing. The more he acted like he didn't care, the more unacceptable it was for Ming Dao. He stared at Wang Lin, and it looked like his eyes were about to spew fire. With a personality like this, how did he reach his current cultivation level? Perhaps it has to do with his arrogance. The more he loses, the more it stimulates him. This allowed him to comprehend a distorted sort of life as he suffered the pain of being surpassed. Like a bow, the more it bends, the stronger the potential power when it erupts. But, no matter how strong the bow is, I'll make it fold. Wang Lin looked at Ming Dao. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation Ming Dao had brought upon him. Ming Dao had been very vicious, and Wang Lin would not let him go. What's more, this Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was the person the Celestial Emperor valued the most. Destroying him would be a powerful blow to the Celestial Emperor's words about talent. To destroy Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, he would have to completely destroy his confidence. He would have to make Ming Dao attempt the 17th palace with him and then trample him once more. Make Ming Dao collapse and be forever under Wang Lin's pressure. Like a bow, go back to the Imperial palace. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao suppressed the urge to turn around, and his eyes were bloodshot. The force from the Celestial Emperor had pushed him into the ancient transfer array, and it began activating. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He could not let Ming Dao leave like this. The moment the transfer array activated, he raised his right hand and pointed at the ancient transfer array. With this, 99 afterimages appeared and condensed to form a giant finger that flew toward the ancient transfer array. The Celestial Emperor was angry and was about to attack, but at this moment, Grand Empyrean Feng laughed. He casually took a step forward, but this step caused the Celestial Emperor to pause. Both of them were Grand Empyreans, and at this moment, their auras were locked. If he moved, Feng would act as well. With such a delay, the finger closed in on the transfer array. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao looked up and let out a roar. He was in the middle of being transferred, so he couldn't attack. He clenched his teeth and stepped out from the transfer array. The moment he walked out, the giant finger before him dissipated, as if mocking him. This was exactly the same as what Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had done to Wang Lin. Wang Lin. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao walked out from the transfer array and stared at Wang Lin. The anger and humiliation he had suppressed were about to erupt. Wang Lin, you have guts. You have the courage to violate the rules here. Today, don't blame this emperor. The Celestial Emperor obviously didn't think Wang Lin would dare to attack. Oh, did I hurt anyone? Is he injured? Since there is no injury, how did I violate any rules? Wang Lin smiled and countered with the same words the Celestial Emperor had used. The Celestial Emperor was about to speak, but Wang Lin was even faster. He looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who was trying to suppress his anger, and his voice echoed across the Empyrean trial. It looks like you no longer have any pride and have given up your self-esteem. I was wondering why you were in a rush to leave and not attempt the 17th palace. I fear that not only did you give up your self-esteem, but also lost your faith as well. You are just a walking body that listens to every command from the Celestial Emperor. He tells you to leave, and you won't dare to not immediately leave. Forget it. A cultivator like you is not qualified for me to look at anymore. Scram. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and he didn't hold back the contempt in his eyes. His gaze stabbed into Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's mind. What a disappointment. This last sentence made it so Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao could no longer suppress it anymore. His body trembled as he let out a roar and charged into the sky. Wang Lin, both of us will attempt the 17th palace. Good. Wang Lin laughed and stepped into the 17th palace at the same time as Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The Celestial Emperor was about to stop them, but he was stopped by Wu Feng. Lian Daotian, there is no need for us to interfere with a competition between Ascendant Empyreans. Chapter 1964, Number 1, Under the Grand Empyreans. When they were outside the 17th palace, Wang Lin slowly said, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, wait for me outside. Don't leave by yourself before I come out. His words were extremely vicious. Not only had he pointed out that Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao couldn't pass this palace, but he had also sealed his escape. If Ming Dao failed and left, then this would leave behind an inner demon in Ming Dao's heart. But if he really left and waited, then although there wouldn't be an inner demon, he would suffer a major blow if Wang Lin really passed. This blow would be the equivalent of a bow breaking. After Wang Lin said this, the two disappeared into the 17th palace. The Empyrean exalts could not hear this, and the Ascendant Empyreans were too far away to hear it clearly, but the three Grand Empyreans heard it clearly. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes narrowed, as if it was the first time he had met Wang Lin. He looked at the 17th palace with a serious expression. This Wang Lin is very cunning. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's eyes also lit up as he looked at the sky, and he gradually smiled. It looks like he is determined to destroy Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. As for the Celestial Emperor, his expression was extremely gloomy. He waved his sleeve as if he was unwilling to keep watching. His shadow around the Empyrean exalt gradually disappeared, and he left the Empyrean trial. In the Imperial Palace in the Imperial City, a cold laughter echoed through the palace. Also, at the Central Continent, Grand Empyrean Jiudi had stood up as he looked at the autumn leaf with a serious expression. His eyes revealed a strange light. What a character! Not only is his enlightenment in Dao high and combat power extraordinary, he is also very cunning. Good, good. This child is not worthless, but a seedling even better than Ming Dao. In the Empyrean trial, after Wang Lin and Ming Dao entered the 17th palace, 3 breaths passed when a figure coughing out blood mist was thrown out. This figure was pushed back thousands of feet before stopping. It was the black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. His face was pale, and after he stopped, he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His body trembled, as if he could not remain steady. The light in his eyes had dissipated, as if he had lost all vitality. He stared at the 17th palace a few thousand feet away and was silent. He had failed. The moment he entered, he failed and was seriously injured as he was pushed out. He didn't look down, but he could feel the gazes of the cultivators below cutting bloody wounds on his body. Time passed. The 4th breath, 5th breath, too much time had passed. All the silent cultivators below were surprised and began to speculate. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi also frowned. He looked at the 17th palace and hesitation appeared in his heart. In this short day, he had changed his mind several times. This kind of thing should not happen with him, but it did. The Empyrean trial only has 19 palaces, and he passed the 16th palace. Even if doesn't pass the 17th palace, this is enough to show his power. But once he passes the 17th palace, then, I fear even Grand Empyrean Jiudi will come to compete for him. People like him only come by once every tens of thousands of years. Also, this Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has suffered continual blows from Wang Lin. If he can raise up again, it'll be fine, but if he can't, then his Dao heart will be done for. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng also had a complicated expression as he looked at the 17th palace, but unlike Dao Yi, he still had some confidence. I have helped him before. This help can be considered big or small, but even when he was being suppressed, I still helped him. As a result, he will definitely choose me. That Dao Yi is hesitating. This is related to his personality. That kind of personality can only attract the weak. People with real strength have their own pride, so unless we show grace, how could they be willing to follow us? However, if this Wang Lin really passes through the 17th palace, it will be very difficult even for me to recruit him. If there are no accidents, he will have an 80% chance of becoming a Grand Empyrean in the future. The Imperial Palace in the Imperial capital was dead silent and was covered in a powerful pressure filled with endless anger. In the palace, the Celestial Emperor was sitting on the dragon throne, looking at the pale-faced Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. There was a strange light in his eyes. I really should have listened to the Imperial teacher and killed this Wang Lin. But I thought that with my status as a Grand Empyrean, whether it was acting on my own or sending someone else, I shouldn't make a big deal out of a small problem. I gave him the opportunity to grow. I thought everything was in my grasp. No matter how much he grows, once he comes to the Imperial city, I will find an excuse to capture him and send him to the Imperial teacher. But I didn't expect to grow to this state, enough to attract the attention of the other Grand Empyreans. He even had to destroy Ming Dao, who I have paid a great price to recruit. The Celestial Emperor looked at the illusion as he muttered to himself, but his mouth revealed a faint smile that didn't match his words. If he passes the 17th palace, he will surely attract the attention of that old follow Jiudi. Once he is recruited by Jiudi, the Celestial Emperor closed his eyes. It's been so long already, perhaps he won't pass. But I hope he passes, and gives Ming Dao a merciless blow. The Celestial Emperor opened his eyes, and the strange smile on his face grew even stronger. Ming Dao, you can't let this emperor down. This king has done so much for you. Even allowed this Wang Lin to grow. Central Continent, Mount Emperor. Jiudi was looking at the autumn leaf before him intently. While pondering, he saw a problem that the other Grand Empyreans seemed to ignore. If he passes the 17th palace, not only will he become famous, but more importantly, his combat power will be revealed. With that kind of combat power, he will be number one under Grand Empyreans in the Celestial clan. Even if a Grand Empyrean acts against him, he might be able to escape. How much would it cost to recruit such a person? I'd prefer it if he didn't pass the 17th palace. Jiudi pondered, and, for the first time, looked at the autumn leaf with a complicated expression. In the Empyrean trial, as everyone watched the 17th palace, some had expectations, and some hoped Wang Lin would fail after another incense stick of time passed. After such a long time without any change, Ming Dao's face was no longer pale and was filled with hope and confidence. However, just as his hope reached its peak and he was about to recover, his whole body trembled violently, as if he was hit by lightning. Because he saw a dazzling, golden light erupt from the 17th palace. This golden light spread out like crazy and filled everyone's eyes. A white figure walked out from the golden light. His white hair became golden under the golden light. Wang Lin walked out and didn't even look at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. As everyone watched, he walked past Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who had completely collapsed after that little rise of hope. Total disregard. He didn't attempt the 18th palace, but sank step by step. He stopped before Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Wu Feng and clasped his hands at them. He looked at Wu Feng before flying to the ancient transfer array and leaving. As he left, he looked at Hai Zi among the crowd with a smile and nodded. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao coughed out a mouthful of blood as he muttered. He passed the 17th palace. This blood mist was also formed by origin essence. After all, he wasn't here with his physical body. As the blood-like origin essence dissipated, Ming Dao looked like he had lost all vitality. His pride had collapsed. His Dao had been mercilessly destroyed by Wang Lin. He silently departed with a miserable smile. But at this moment, no one cared about Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. After Wang Lin left, an unprecedented uproar echoed across the Empyrean trial. Number 1 under Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin. Today, the ranking of Ascendant Empyreans changed. This Wang Lin shocked everyone instantly. From now on, my Celestial clan will have one more supreme cultivator. Number 1 Ascendant Empyrean, the strongest under Grand Empyreans. He can even be considered the 6th son of my Celestial clan. The cultivator most likely to become a Grand Empyrean. Chapter 1965, do you see it? Wang Lin left, but an even bigger buzz was set off here at the Empyrean trial. Wang Lin breaking through the trials caused everyone to become very excited and feel differently. However, they all remembered the name Wang Lin, the name that replaced Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao as the number 1 below Grand Empyreans. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean. Everything related to the soul armor was silently buried in the bottom of their hearts. No one mentioned it anymore, and they also understood that even if they had a soul armor, they couldn't pass the 17th palace. What Wang Lin had done set off a huge wave of people attempting the trial. After witnessing Wang Lin, many cultivators attempted the trials. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi silently looked at the departing Wang Lin. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and he left. He wanted to immediately find Wang Lin. No matter how great the price, he was going to recruit Wang Lin. Wu Feng let out a sigh. After Wang Lin passed through the 17th palace, he knew recruiting Wang Lin would be even more difficult than Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Fortunately, I formed a good relationship with him. Even if I fail, my relationship with him will be a lot better than the other Grand Empyreans. Wu Feng pondered and then disappeared. In the Imperial Palace, there was a thunderous rumble. The dragon throne was turned to dust by the Celestial Emperor. Beside him, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao opened his eyes. His eyes were without spirit, and he silently lowered his head. Ming Dao, I will give you the opportunity to head to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation area. Whether you can wash away the humiliation depends on you. That Wang Lin should come to the Imperial City. If you can kill him, you are still number one among Ascendant Empyreans. This time, Ming Dao didn't hesitate like before and silently nodded. Central Continent, top of Mount Emperor. Grand Empyrean God stood on top of the mountain and withdrew his gaze from the autumn leaf. After a long time, he opened his eyes and revealed a hint of light. I wasn't able to recruit Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, and now he has a grudge against the Celestial Emperor. I want to see who can compete with me. Grand Empyrean God turned as he looked at Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi, who was slowly opening her eyes, and laughed. Hai Zi followed teacher. Teacher, how is it? Comfortable? Your family's grandpa Jean learned this back in the cave world from a clan that specialized in breeding ferocious beasts. It's a set of massage techniques that, if used every day, will accelerate your blood flow and give you the pleasure of feeling like you're floating in the clouds. Endure. Don't move, it's not finished yet. If you can't endure, I won't do it for you anymore. Lu Jinbiao was covered in sweat, but he didn't feel tired. He continued for a long time before he lied down, gasping for air. Damn it, I'm tired to death. We are both sea dragons. I finished doing it for you. Now it's your turn. Lu Jinbiao looked at the sea dragon. I'm really a sea dragon. Didn't I tell you before? I was in an ancient place and was inflected with a spell that turned me into a person. The sea dragon looked at Lu Jinbiao with hesitation and twisted its body as if it was reluctant. Seeing the sea dragon like this, Lu Jinbiao's eyes widened and he became filled with anger. Hey, are you going to talk reason or not? I'm telling you now, if you don't do this, I'm not going to give you any more massages. This is a mutual exchange, you know? I can tell you, there is another guy following Master named Suligua. He is very vicious, and if you don't cooperate, you will have to be careful once he gets here. Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with dread as he spoke to the sea dragon. The sea dragon hesitated for a while and was filled with anger. During this time, Lu Jinbiao somehow instilled the fact that Su Ligua was this terrible person who especially liked to bully sea dragons. Just the thought of Su Ligua, someone who it had never met before, would make it very unhappy. After a long time, it opened its mouth and let out a mouthful of origin essence. Lu Jinbiao immediately began to absorb it. His eyes were filled with hidden pride as he began to cultivate. Humph, it is still I, Jin Biaozi, who is stronger. This sea dragon is so dumb and easy to cheat. With its help, I can easily increase my cultivation level. Then I have slowly trained it to glare at little Su. Soon, even without me, the sea dragon will suppress him. Haha, just you wait, little Su. While Lu Jinbiao was feeling proud, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they lit up. However, when he saw Lu Jinbiao and the sea dragon, he was startled for a moment. Wang Lin frowned. He saw that the sea dragon was willing, so he ignored it. After a long time, the sea dragon finished letting out the breath and lazily laid there. After Lu Jinbiao finished cultivating and completely absorbed the origin essence from the sea dragon, Wang Lin stood up and glanced at him. Don't make a fuss, it's time to leave. When Wang Lin glanced at him, Lu Jinbiao felt like all his thoughts were exposed. He blinked as he revealed an embarrassed expression and quickly stood up. Master is done? Yes, we will go wherever you say. When will we go find Su Ligua? The sea dragon was getting up, but when it heard the name, Su Ligua, anger appeared in its eyes. It remembered the name, Su Ligua, and felt deep hatred for this fellow that specialized in bullying sea dragons. Guests are coming. We will soon head to the Central Continent. As for finding Su Ligua, it will all depend on fate. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put Lu Jinbiao and the sea dragon away. He walked out of the cave and appeared at the top of the mountain. He stood there, facing the mountain wind as his white clothes fluttered. Who will be the first to arrive? Wang Lin muttered. He wanted to shock everyone just for this moment. While Lu Jinbiao was teaching the sea dragon to be angry at Su Ligua, far away, in the Imperial city at the Central Continent, there was a person in blue. He had the face of a villain, and he suddenly sneezed. The Imperial city was the center of the Celestial clan, and it covered a large area. It was almost the size of an entire continent. Such an extraordinary city would be impossible for mortals to build unless countless people spent tens of thousands of years building it. This city was so large, it was endless, and could be easily compared to a continent. In the eastern part of the city, in a rather busy street, there was a young man in a flower shirt. This young man walked in big strides and wore a proud expression. He was being followed by more than a dozen guards. Each guard was a third-step cultivator, and the purple-robed guard was actually a golden exalt. These guards were all male, and they silently followed behind. Beside the young man were two others. One of them was a teenager. He had an arrogant look and wore blue, but he walked differently than others, as if he was holding something between his legs. The other was a young man in red who looked like someone with ambition, and at this moment, he sneezed 7 or 8 times in a row. "Yo, Lord Su, did you get sick from yesterday's cold wind for us to hear you sneezing?" the haughty teenager said, his voice extremely sharp. "Bah, you little fellow who is not male or female, your grandpa Su went out to have fun last night. What, do you want to come with me? Come, let us go tonight." The young man had a ferocious gaze. You shameless thief." The teenager rolled his eyes. "I'm shameless. Your grandpa Su is shameless? You better be careful tonight. I'm going to your room tonight, and then I'll be shameless. Hee, you better be careful." The youth named Su smiled with bad intent as he looked at the teenager. "Don't quarrel. The two of you are so noisy, quarreling endlessly. Little Red, you kick the door. Let that oldly family know how strong this king is. Damn it, to dare bully me. And you, little Ching, remember, if things go bad, crush the jade to get my big brother to teach them a lesson." The young man in the flower shirt in front snorted and pointed at the giant mansion ahead. The mansion was very large, and from a distance, it gave off a powerful pressure. The door was closed, and there was no guard. On the door was a green plaque with a red background and 2 golden words written on it. Li Mansion. These 2 words gave off a shocking sword auras that filled the world. Good. The youth named Su became spirited, as if he loved doing this kind of thing. He rushed toward the door to give it a kick. There was a bang, but the door didn't move at all. However, the youth named Su didn't care at all, as if he knew it would be like this. "People of the Li Mansion, listen well. Your grandpa Su is here. Open the door and welcome your guest." The young man in the flower shirt laughed after hearing this. He looked very excited and spoke to the young man in blue beside him. Do you see? Learn a little. This is why this king values this Su. Welcome your guests. What a good line." Chapter 1966, The Grand Empyrean's Recruitment. Eastern Continent, Great Sage Continent. Wang Lin was silently standing on top of an ordinary-looking mountain on this continent. He had his hands behind his back as he looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. The wind blew by, causing the corners of his clothes to flutter, but it wasn't able to make his white hair move at all. His eyes were like stars, giving off a sense of profound depth. He stood there like an evergreen pine. This mountain was not tall and was filled with trees. The wind caused the leaves to rustle, creating a wonderful song. Wang Lin looked calm while standing at the top of the mountain. He didn't feel pride for passing the 17th palace or arrogant that Grand Empyreans would be coming to recruit him. Just like in the cave world, he silently looked at the sky. After an unknown amount of time, when the sun was setting, Wang Lin stood there, and the sky suddenly changed. The white clouds covered by the darkness appeared once more, and the sun appeared in the dark sky. The sun appeared out of thin air and emitted a dazzling light that made the earth look like day. Endless heat came from the sun, as if Wang Lin was extremely close to it, and a figure slowly walked out from the sun. A Taoist robe and a head of black hair. This person looked just like a young man who was rather handsome. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi was the first to appear before Wang Lin. When Dao Yi appeared, everything froze. The wind stopped, the trees stopped, everything stopped. Even Wang Lin's clothes seemed to stop. It was as if this world was frozen by an invisible force. The only thing that could move was Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, who stepped out of the sun. He floated in the air 100 feet away from Wang Lin and looked down at him. Just as he looked at Wang Lin, the void around Wang Lin crackled. This sound appeared suddenly and caused Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes to light up. Countless cracks appeared in the void around Wang Lin, making it look like he was frozen and the ice was collapsing. A few moments later, Wang Lin's frozen clothes began to move where there was no wind. He raised his head and looked at Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. This scene caused a flash of golden light to shine in Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes. He didn't expect Wang Lin to recover so quickly from his pressure that could freeze anything in the world. It has to be said that he was here with his true body. It was not a divine sense or avatar, but his original body. Indeed worthy of being the #1 Ascendant Empyrean who passed the 17th palace. To be able to recover under my pressure is enough for you to qualify as the strongest under Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin, follow this lord. This lord once promised you back then that if I don't die, you won't die. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi smiled. He seemed to have forgotten how he had given up on recruiting Wang Lin back at the Empyrean trial. Wang Lin silently pondered and clasped his hands at Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi frowned slightly, but soon loosened his brows. He looked at Wang Lin and began to speak. His voice was not loud and didn't echo, but each word seemed to contain law and made the world tremble. This is a treasure this lord personally refined. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi said. Then he raised his right hand. A ring appeared on his right index finger, and then it flew into the air, forming a halo about 30 feet wide. I used materials from the immemorial god realm to create this ring, and it took me 100,000 years to refine. Its appearance is an imitation of a treasure from the celestial ancestor. Even if it was me, it would take a lot of effort to break. Wang Lin looked at the 30-foot halo, and his eyes shined. This ring was extraordinary. Wang Lin couldn't see through it at all. It was as if it didn't belong to this world and was an illusion. The pressure it gave off made Wang Lin feel the illusion that he was facing a Grand Empyrean. When Grand Empyrean Dao Yi noticed the light in Wang Lin's eyes, he waved his left hand. A piece of green bamboo appeared in his hand. The bamboo's color was bright, and it emitted a fragrance. This piece of bamboo is a heavenly treasure. Once you fuse it with your body, your essences will evolve, and it also contains this Lord's Tao. If you can comprehend it, if you don't become a Grand Empyrean, you will be infinitely close. The moment the green bamboo appeared, Wang Lin's eyes became serious. Just by smelling the fragrance, the essences in his body seemed to become stronger. This item seemed to be more helpful toward essences than anything else. If Wang Lin could fuse with it, it would benefit him greatly. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi had been paying close attention to Wang Lin and smiled. His understanding of Wang Lin was that this person liked foreign treasures and such. These things held a strong attraction toward Wang Lin, so he had come with the intention of luring Wang Lin with treasures. Moreover, these two treasures were nothing to him, and it would be extremely cost-effective to exchange them to recruit Wang Lin. However, he knew that Wang Lin was no ordinary cultivator and that he wasn't the only Grand Empyrean coming to recruit Wang Lin. If he didn't take out some real treasures, he would likely be suppressed by the other Grand Empyreans once they arrived. In addition to these two treasures, there is one more. When Grand Empyrean Dao Yi spoke, even he felt his heart ache. This could be said to be a real treasure, and not even he had completely understood it. With a wave of sleeve, a giant vortex appeared before him, and a fist-sized skull slowly flew out. The skull was surrounded by a layer of light, and the moment it appeared, a shocking amount of death aura spread out. This death aura swept the world, and the world that was frozen due to Dao Yi's pressure collapsed. The moment everything regained their movement, they were contaminated by this death aura. This skull didn't look like that of an adult, but that of a baby. This didn't come from the immemorial god realm, but a long time ago, when I left the immortal astral continent, I found it on a ruined continent. When it was taken by me, the continent disappeared. This item contains a trace of power I don't understand, but I have a vague feeling that if I can absorb this power, perhaps I can break the limitation of Grand Empyreans to become an existence like the celestial ancestor. Perhaps I only had the fate of encountering it, but not comprehending it. It has been in my hands for a long time. If you follow me, I'll give it to you. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi revealed a decisive gaze. He was indeed willing to pay a certain price to recruit Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the baby's skull. He could not see through the skull, but it brought about an indescribable feeling. It gave him a sense of familiarity. He felt like it had been forgotten by his soul, but he could not remember when he had seen it. Wang Lin struggled, and after a long time, he spoke. Many thanks, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, but let me consider this matter. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's brow wrinkled as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly nodded. That's fine. With your strength, there must be other Grand Empyreans recruiting you beside me. It is normal to consider it a bit. Just as Grand Empyrean Dao Yi spoke, a roar came from outside the world shrouded by the death aura. The roar was like thunder, and the surrounding death aura began to churn. Ripples echoed in the sky, and a person walked out. This person was tall and bald. He wore a rough shirt and stepped forward. Each step created a thunderous rumble, as if no force in the world could stop him. After he walked 7 steps, the world seemed to collapse, and everything retreated. The death aura was pushed back as if it didn't dare to block him at all. The bald man gave off the overbearing aura of a battle celestial, as he closed in. After 7 steps, he was standing beside Wang Lin. Unlike Dao Yi, floating in the sky, this burly man was standing on the mountaintop like Wang Lin. Greetings, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. Thank you, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, for your help at the Empyrean trial. I'll remember it. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the bald man. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng laughed. His voice was like thunder, and the sky trembled. Nothing to it. I already don't like that celestial emperor, and was merely speaking my mind. This was another difference between him and Dao Yi. Whenever Dao Yi spoke, he always referred to himself with honor, whereas Wu Feng seemed much more relaxed. You must have guessed the reason I came here. Let's not talk about conditions. I have a good jug of wine here that I normally don't give others. Do you want a drink? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng waved his right hand, and a green gourd appeared in his grasp as he smiled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled and reached out at the void. The gourd flew toward him, and he drank a big mouthful. Good. Whether or not you end up under me, you can come to the northern glacier at any time. Wu Feng looked at Wang Lin and smiled. At this moment, he raised his head to look at Dao Yi. Dao Yi, if more than one Grand Empyrean wants to recruit an Ascendant Empyrean, according to the agreement, you only have the opportunity to give your condition once. Have you finished? As he spoke, he looked at the 3 treasures. He ignored the ring and green bamboo. His gaze only narrowed a bit on the skull. That's all. If this is all you're taking out, then I'll give my offer. As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at Dao Yi. After Wang Lin heard this, his heart moved. It was rare for multiple Grand Empyreans to recruit one person. Wu Feng to pointing this out to Dao Yi meant that he had his own intent. Is he going to help me? Wang Lin looked at Wu Feng. Chapter 1967, Little Wang Lin. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi let out a cold snort. With his cunning, he naturally saw the meaning of Wu Feng's words. However, he was unwilling to give up like this. I came too early. I should have came a bit later. I could have had a better judgment of the situation after the others revealed their terms. The reason Dao Yi had come first was because he was the first to attempt to recruit Wang Lin. He felt that Wang Lin cared about treasures a lot, so he wanted to come early and shock Wang Lin right away. At this moment, his clothes began to flutter and then calmed down. He slowly opened his hand, and a colorful crystal floated in his palm. However, he didn't expect Wu Feng to say such words. Of course I'm not finished. This lord hasn't taken out the last item. Dao Yi revealed a decisive gaze and raised his right hand. He mercilessly formed a fist. Wang Lin, this item was formed by my Dao intent. If you die, this lord will be injured, and if I'm injured, you won't be affected. This will only have an effect on me. With this, anyone who dares to attack you will be my enemy. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's heart ached. This was his bottom line, and he hoped to not have to take it out. However, Wu Feng's words had forced him to take out his biggest ace. When it appeared, Wu Feng's eyes narrowed. He looked at Dao Yi and then at Wang Lin. Grand Empyreans rarely take out such Dao crystals, and it can ensure your safety, but I recommend you wait for Grand Empyrean God. Wu Feng, could it be that you feel it's hopeless to try to recruit him? Are you doing this to build a good relationship with him? Grand Empyrean Dao Yi roared. So what if I am? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng laughed. He was indeed thinking of this. If Wang Lin followed him, he would treat Wang Lin sincerely. If Wang Lin didn't, then his help would create a good relationship between them. It was 2 birds with 1 stone, good for both sides. Then I wonder what you will take out. Dao Yi was very depressed, but his status among Grand Empyreans was equal to Wu Feng's, so if Wu Feng was set on this, he couldn't say too much. I don't have as many benefits to give as you do, and my luck at the immemorial god realm isn't as good as yours. Wu Feng was calm as he spoke. He looked at Wang Lin in the eye, and his eyes were clear and sincere. But if you follow me, you will not be under me. I'll take you as a disciple for my teacher. Our cultivation levels are different, but our statuses will be the same. What's mine is yours. This is the only thing I can give you. Wu Feng looked at Wang Lin. He attached great importance to such a person. He felt that Wang Lin had a high chance of becoming a Grand Empyrean, and such a person was worth this kind of commitment. Wu Feng's words startled Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, and he remained silent. Such a condition was indeed much better than the treasures he had offered. This Wu Feng is a reckless person. Although this child is excellent, he is not worth this kind of price. My Dao intent is already my limit as a Grand Empyrean. However, it is interesting that he would dare to gamble like this, paying such a price to bet that this child can become a Grand Empyrean. Equal status. Take his teacher's spot and accept him as a disciple. If he had proposed this to Ming Dao, then even Ming Dao would have been extremely moved. He would likely not have followed the Celestial Emperor and would have become Wu Feng's junior brother. If Wang Lin agrees, he will gain many benefits. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't expect Wu Feng to say this. Wu Feng also had a sincere expression. He obviously wasn't saying this casually and had put thought into this. What I say is not false. I can make an oath with my bloodline. Wu Feng said word for word to Wang Lin. Has this Wu Feng gone crazy? Dao Yi's expression became even more gloomy and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Wang Lin's expression was a little complicated as he looked at Wu Feng and silently pondered. If he intended to stay in the Celestial clan for a long time, then Wu Feng's promise was his best choice. But, thanks, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, for your care. Let me consider it. Wang Lin sighed and clasped his hands at Wu Feng. No problem. Grand Empyrean God is the strongest among us. He may give you a better condition. Wu Feng let out a sigh as he looked at Wang Lin and smiled. He is here. Just as Wu Feng spoke, a ripple of light appeared in the sky and two figures walked out. It was Empyrean Exalt High Z and her teacher, Wang Lin. Empyrean Exalt High Z's voice was filled with joy. She stepped forward and arrived next to Wang Lin. You went missing for so long, and the moment you appeared, you went to the Empyrean trial. You actually passed the 17th palace. Empyrean Exalt. Just lucky. Empyrean Exalt High Z was very close to Wang Lin, so her fragrance drifted over. Wang Lin didn't step back, but remained standing. He still remembered her words when everyone turned against him. Empyrean Exalt High Z looked at Wang Lin and softly said, Okay, let's not talk about this. Do you remember when I told you about Mount Emperor? Let us go see the autumn leaves together, okay? Wang Lin hesitated a bit and let out a sigh as he looked at the absolute beauty before him. I will go. Not now. Empyrean Exalt High Z bit her lower lip. Wang Lin silently pondered. With his experience and age, how could he not see the meaning of her words? Although this beautiful woman didn't have feelings for him yet, she already had a good impression of him. This good impression perhaps may turn into some kind of feeling. However, Wang Lin could not allow this to continue. He didn't want her to become like those women in the cave world who ended up being unhappy. Wang Lin's silence caused Empyrean Exalt High Z to sigh in her heart as well, but she smiled. She raised her right hand and patted Wang Lin's back. I just wanted to invite you to Mount Emperor and introduce you to a few women. Humph, if you don't want to go, forget it. I'll go find someone else. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. High Z, don't mess around. In the sky, Grand Empyrean God still looked the same, but his expression was serious. However, there was no majesty of a Grand Empyrean emanating from him, so even when he was serious, he still looked ordinary. Wang Lin, this old man will accept you as a disciple. Do you agree? Grand Empyrean God was someone from the same time as the Celestial Emperor. If you agree, this old man can promise you that once the immemorial God realm opens, I can help send you inside and help you become a Grand Empyrean. This was a commitment only Grand Empyreans would dare to make, because only Grand Empyreans knew the price. This was what he said to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, but under the Celestial Emperor's unknown condition, he hadn't chosen God. With my help, when the immemorial God realm opens, your chance of becoming a Grand Empyrean will increase by 30%. And if you are my disciple, then not even the Celestial Emperor would dare to act against you. No matter what grudge is between the two of you, with me here, I can help you settle it completely. Among the Grand Empyreans, aside from the dead Dong Lin, only Gemini can compare to this old man. However, after her last reincarnation, Gemini had an accident and her soul split back to her earliest stage. She is extremely weak. This old man is your best choice, Grand Empyrean God slowly said. Wang Lin looked at Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and God. All three of them had given different conditions. Dao Yi's treasures, Wu Feng's equality, and God's promise. If he intended to stay in the Celestial clan for a long time, then God would be the most secure, and even choosing Wu Feng would mean that he could do as he wished. Only Dao Yi was someone Wang Lin wouldn't casually choice. After all, he knew that his teacher and Dao Yi had fought before, and the seven-colored Celestial Sovereign had obtained the heaven-defying bead during their battle. But Dao Yi was also someone Wang Lin could choose and not feel bad about. His treasures were things Wang Lin wanted. But if the Celestial Emperor were to really act, Wang Lin wasn't certain if this person would help. God is the strongest among the Grand Empyreans. I have to be careful at his place. But he is also at the Central Continent, so he would be a great help on my trip to the Imperial city. Wang Lin pondered. He clasped his hands at God and was about to speak. However, just at this moment, God suddenly raised his head. Following that, Wu Feng and Dao Yi also looked up with serious expressions. Shortly after, 3 rays of light closed in. Little Wang Lin, it's really you. A burst of cheerful laughter came from the sky. 3 lights closed in. It was Grand Empyrean Gemini, an Empyrean exalt Guya. As the laughter echoed, the little girl named Wawa appeared next to Wang Lin. She patted her hands and circled Wang Lin once. Little Wang Lin, do you still remember me? Little Wang Lin, do you remember him? The little girl named Han Han stood next to the girl named Wawa. She held up a cultivator who had covered his face with his hands and threw him to the side. Wang Lin looked at the cultivator who was thrown to the side and moved his hands to reveal a bitter face. Greed. Fellow cultivator Wang, long time no see. As Greed spoke, tears seemed to gather in his eyes. Okay, Baldy, fake mask guy, and you rotten old man. All of you can leave. This little Wang Lin is ours. The girl named Wawa had her left hand on her waist and her right hand raised. She put up an act as if she was very old and wise as she pointed. Yes, he is ours. If any of you dare to be disobedient, then humph, humph. I'm going to hit you. The little girl called Han Han raised her hand as if she was going to hit someone. This sudden change startled Wang Lin. Empyrean exalt Guya retreated a few steps with a bitter smile. With his cultivation level, he didn't have the qualifications to participate and could only watch the two little ancestors deal with it. Chapter 1968, Fake. Facing the two little girls, Dao Yi immediately frowned, and Wu Feng's expression became serious. He understood the meaning of their words. It seemed they had known Wang Lin for a while, and had even brought a cultivator Wang Lin was familiar with. God smiled bitterly as he looked at the two little girls. He decided to ignore them and spoke to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, tell this old man your choice. Ah, rotten old man. You dare to be disobedient. Rotten old man, I remember you. You can't beat us. The two little girls' eyes widened after they heard what Grand Empyrean God had said. Gemini, after your reincarnation, your soul split. How is your personality still like this? This person has passed the 17th palace, and now we are all here, so we will all say our conditions one by one for him to decide. Judy frowned. But before he could finish, the two little girls jumped forward. Han Han, let us hit them, the little girl named Wawa said angrily. Their two figures in the sky seemed to overlap, and a shocking aura erupted. The two little girls raised their hands together and formed a circle with their bodies. Golden light came from the circle, as if it had become a golden sun. The light from the sun replaced all light in the world and shrouded the four Grand Empyreans. No one could clearly see inside. Burst of rumbles came from the light. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi was the first to be knocked out. His face was filled with anger, but he didn't turn back. Instead, he flew off into the distance. The second to fly out was Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. He had a bitter smile as he retreated from the golden light. He let out a sigh and disappeared without a trace. Clearly two unruly children, to actually use the power of the 9 suns on the immortal astral continent. This is going to be a real fight. The third to fly out was Grand Empyrean God. He frowned as he left the golden light. He waved his sleeve, and all the golden light disappeared. Wang Lin, this old man will wait for your reply at Mount Emperor. Grand Empyrean God felt rather helpless. His right hand reached at the void, and he disappeared with Empyrean Exalt High Z. All of this happened in a flash. All 3 Grand Empyreans had been forced to retreat from Gemini's mad action. The golden light dissipated, and the two little girls floated proudly in the sky. Little Guya, see how strong we are? The 3 of them are afraid of using the power of the 9 suns, but we aren't afraid. I know, they didn't even dare to fight. We scared them away. Guya quickly walked up and began to praise them. Grand Empyrean Gemini is really powerful. Guya admires, he really didn't have much to say. He finally understood what the 2 little ancestors had in mind when told him they had a method when he was worried about recruiting Wang Lin. Now he knew that the method was the same as throwing a fit and scaring everyone away. While speaking, Guya looked at Wang Lin with embarrassment and clasped his hands. Guya greets the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean. This matter. I'm helpless on this matter. Senior is very famous and you have many choices, but Grand Empyrean Gemini is pure and as kind as a child. If Senior is willing to follow, they will definitely be generous with Senior. We will try to satisfy any requirements Senior has to the best of our ability. Guya bowed deeply and didn't get up. Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the bitter-faced Greed. Little Guya, why are you talking so much? Little Wang Lin, now there are no other Grand Empyreans here. We ask you, you will come or not? The little girl called Han Han pouted and glared at Wang Lin. This made this little girl look very cute. As Wang Lin watched, he thought about how Zhou Ru looked when she was a child. Little Wang Lin, I saved you. Do you remember? Humph. If you're ungrateful, I'm going to hit you. On the side, Wawa's eyes were wide open and she looked like she was angry. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. Before him, Guya's expression contained embarrassment. He knew that no Ascendant Empyrean would be recruited with a tone like this, especially someone like Wang Lin. Which one of those Grand Empyreans hadn't offered a large amount of benefits? This, Senior Wang. Guya was about to speak to ease the situation. At this moment, the little girl named Han Han let out a snort and floated down to Wang Lin. However, she was too small, so she had to look up at Wang Lin. Feeling like something was wrong, she immediately flew up, so she was a head taller than him. She looked proud as her innocent eyes blinked, and she began to threaten Wang Lin. Little Wang Lin, if you don't agree, then I'll hit you. I'll get my father to hit you. Guya said that my father is very strong. What celestial ancestor or ancient ancestor? Just write the word death, and they are all dead. Wang Lin was startled. Fake, fake. Guya's body trembled in thought. Ah, little ancestors, you can't tell this to him. He couldn't care less about anything else, and quickly sent a message to Wang Lin. These two little children. What Grand Empyrean Gemini is talking about is their mortal father after they reincarnated. They lost part of their memory after reincarnation, and I was afraid they would be sad, so I randomly said some things to them. Senior, please don't mind them. Alas. Little Guya, what divine sense message are you sending? Let me listen. Wawa suddenly looked at Guya with interest and wanted to listen. However, Guya was very fast and was on guard all along. Little Guya, you are being disobedient and not letting me listen. My father is also very powerful. I'll get my father to hit you. Wawa revealed a proud expression and patted Guya's head. Wang Lin revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the two little girls and sighed. He suddenly felt that compared to the other Grand Empyreans, it was these two little girls who gave him an amiable feeling. In particular, Wang Lin's eyes lit up when he looked at Greed. I indeed ignored a problem before. Even with teacher Xian Luo's power, he couldn't take people out from the cave world. He could only protect them while they reincarnated. Even for me, teacher had to pay a certain price to help me leave. But Greed's cultivation level is not high, and he was effortlessly taken out from the cave world by Grand Empyrean Gemini. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his gaze swept by the two little girls before him. In particular, the little girl named Han Han. Her proud expression was very cute. Even after encountering an accident in reincarnation, Grand Empyrean Gemini still has such power. If they didn't have that accident, then they would have been the strongest Grand Empyrean in the Celestial clan. I wonder how she compares to Grand Empyrean Donglin. Most importantly, I neglected the fact that in Grand Empyrean Gemini's Purple Yang sect, there is a place connected to the cave world. Hey, little Wang Lin, you need to talk. If you don't speak, then I'm really going to get my father to hit you. Han Han looked at Wang Lin angrily. Wang Lin smiled bitterly again and nodded while Guya was feeling embarrassed. Okay, I'm willing to follow Grand Empyrean Gemini. Wang Lin's answer immediately made Han Han clap her hands, and she looked even more proud. That's right, you should have said that earlier. Forget it, I won't let my father hit you. Wawa, who was on the side, was also very happy. Now that there was nothing left, she pulled Han Han to Greed, who was filled with fear. Little wolf, your performance today was not good, but I can give you some small red flowers. Han Han, how many small red flowers should we give him? Give him 5. What do you think, Wawa? Let's do 6. I think 6 is easier to count. You get 3, and I get 3. Guya ignored the two ancestors abusing Greed and the sounds he made. He stared at Wang Lin and couldn't believe Wang Lin had agreed just like that. Even though he had arrived late, he could imagine that the offers Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and Zhu Di had made were all amazing and could tempt any cultivator. Senior, you. Guya suddenly felt like he was in a dream. Wang Lin looked at the two little girl playing in the distance, patting Greed's head. Then he turned to Guya and said, However, I have a request. I can't stay with Grand Empyrean Gemini for long. I'm going to take a trip to the central continent. Then I'll go into closed-door cultivation and ignore the outside world. When I leave, you can't stop me, and if a Grand Empyrean acts against me while I'm at the central continent, you need to help me. Perhaps I will only be under Grand Empyrean Gemini for a few years. If you agree, I agree. So it's like this. Guya lowered his head to ponder. After a long time, he raised his head and his eyes were filled with determination. Yes, I can represent Grand Empyrean Gemini and promise you this. However, I hope that even if you go into closed-door cultivation, no matter how long you... Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Wang Lin understood what he meant. Among the 5 celestial Grand Empyreans, I'll not follow another one in my life. In the Celestial clan, I'll only follow Grand Empyrean Gemini. Wang Lin personally made a promise. Good. Guya's face was filled with excitement, and he took a deep breath. In his view, this was very good. Even if it was only a follower in name, it was better than not obtaining anyone. After all, Someone who was the #1 Ascendant Empyrean and #1 under Grand Empyreans would be difficult to keep at all times. Senior, let us return to the Purple Yang sect. Whenever Senior wants to leave, you can leave at your leisure. Senior can go anywhere in the Purple Yang sect, including the closed-door cultivation spot Grand Empyrean Gemini used before her accident. Guya clasped his hands and was very respectful. Let's go. Wang Lin looked back toward the direction of the Donglin sect. It was as if he was saying goodbye to the lonely old man there. Chapter 1969, The Celestial Emperor's Scheme. In a flash, the 4 seasons went by. When the autumn leaves died and snow fell, the holy event that happened 1 year ago not only didn't die down, but spread even more. 1 year ago, a white-haired cultivator appeared in the Celestial clan. In the Empyrean trial, he went from the 5th palace to the 17th palace and became the #1 Ascendant Empyrean. He completely replaced the fallen Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and stood at the peak below Grand Empyreans. This person had a head of white hair and was called the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean. His name was also spread out by others. This person's name was Wang Lin. The name Wang Lin swept like a gust of wind this year. No Empyrean Exalt didn't know him. No Ascendant Empyrean didn't know him. Even most of the sect's Golden Exalt ancestors had heard of his name. Aside from the ancestors, even the sect masters and elders all knew. The 49th Ascendant Empyrean had appeared in the Celestial clan. This Ascendant Empyrean had also passed the 17th palace, making him the strongest Ascendant Empyrean. Rumors of this person spread across the entire Celestial clan. They said that this person had a soul armor and had obtained a high degree of recognition from the foreign soul. Rumor had it that this person's strength was supreme but low-key. After passing more than a dozen palaces, he didn't want to continue, but Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had provoked and humiliated him verbally. After that, he passed through the 17th palace and completely suppressed Ming Dao. Rumors said that Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi admired him, but he had coldly refused her. There were even more rumors that this person came from a small sect in the eastern continent. Most cultivators had never heard of this sect. These rumors continued to spread across the Celestial clan. Such a figure would certainly attract the attention of all the Grand Empyreans. However, this person had turned down Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, and even Grand Empyrean Jiu Di to pick the weak Grand Empyrean Gemini. Once this matter came out, all the people of the Celestial clan that had heard about Wang Lin were confused. This set off another storm of rumors. During this past year, Wang Lin had been inside the Purple Yang sect and hadn't left. Many Ascendant Empyreans had rushed over regardless of distance to meet Wang Lin and debate Dao. Anyone who came and left greatly admired him and felt even more respect. However, some remained in the Purple Yang sect. It seemed like their harvest was great in their Dao debate with Wang Lin. The Purple Yang sect became the center of attention again because of Wang Lin. The rumors of Wang Lin had slowly spread across the 36 countries of the ancient clan through various methods over the year. The appearance of the 49th Ascendant Empyrean was extremely important to the ancient clan. Not to mention the fact that this new Ascendant Empyrean replaced Ming Dao as the strongest under Grand Empyreans. In the 36 countries of the ancient clan, each of the 3 clans controlled 12 countries. When the news of Wang Lin reached Xian Luo, he opened his eyes. There was admiration and pride in his eyes. He admired that Wang Lin was able to reach such heights in the Celestial clan. What he felt most proud of was that he had found this person in the cave world and accepted him as his disciple. He should be coming back soon. Xian Luo didn't tell anyone about the matter with Wang Lin, not even the emperor of the ancient Dao clan. When this news entered the palace, the emperor was still selecting his queen. Women were brought from all over in an attempt to fuse with that wisp of soul. However, even now, he still failed and no one had succeeded. However, he didn't give up and searched on an even larger scale for a woman that could fuse with the soul. When the emperor learned about the news of Wang Lin, he didn't think this was the same Wang Lin that he hated so much. Although he attached importance to it, he didn't think too much about it. But he cared enough to launch all forces to collect information about this person. After all, this person was likely the 6th Grand Empyrean of the Celestial clan. The difference between the ancient clan and the Celestial clan was the heavenly gap of a Grand Empyrean. If not for the transcendent being that was Grand Empyrean Guadao, who normally didn't get involved with the 3 clans, the ancient clan would have already been destroyed. Grand Empyrean Guadao lived on the peak of Mount Ancient year-round. His cultivation was heaven-shattering, and he was undeniably the strongest Grand Empyrean. Even Grand Empyrean Donglin of the Celestial clan was no match for him. In particular, Grand Empyrean Guadao was the only recorded person to kill another Grand Empyrean. His existence could be traced back to the ancient ancestor. When he became a Grand Empyrean, Jiudi was merely a golden exalt. After the ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor disappeared, a war broke out between the ancient clan and the celestial clan. During the war, the celestial clan had 8 Grand Empyreans, and the ancient clan only had 4. But when the war reached its peak and the celestials had invaded halfway into the ancient clan's territory, Grand Empyrean Guo Dao came out from closed-door cultivation. He went and faced countless celestials alone and fought 2 celestial Grand Empyreans. In the end, he killed both, and on his way back, he was ambushed by another celestial Grand Empyrean, but he killed that Grand Empyrean as well. After this battle, Grand Empyrean Guo Dao shook the immortal astral continent. That battle forced the celestials to return, ending the war. Countless years after, because Guo Dao still hadn't died, he was a deterrent to the celestial clan. Even though they had one more Grand Empyrean, they still didn't dare to invade the ancient clan. There was even a rumor stating that the celestial clan's Grand Empyrean Dong Lin had challenged Guo Dao and was killed. The news about Wang Lin slowly spread out in the ancient clan that was protected by Grand Empyrean Guo Dao. This was also the first time the name, Wang Lin, was remembered by many people. During this year of time, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao seemed to have been forgotten. His everything was replaced by Wang Lin, land of the celestial clan, the basement of the palace in the Imperial city. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was sitting in a pool of black water. The water constantly bubbled and emitted a black mist that shrouded the area. Inside the pool of water, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao looked like he was in extreme pain. His body was trembling, but he never left the pool and had endured it for a year. Wang Lin, Wang Lin. Whenever his pain reached a limit, whenever he couldn't bear it, he would roar this name. At this moment, inside the palace, his roar echoed once more. You took everything from me. I must personally take it all back. At this moment, as he continued to roar, the black water boiled even more rapidly. The black mist entered his orifices and slowly changed his body. Return to the celestial origin law. Not even this emperor with the celestial ancestor's bloodline has succeeded. This emperor promised you to give you the bloodline of the celestial ancestor when recruiting you. A cold voice echoed in the room. Ripples echoed beside the pool, and the celestial emperor walked out. Since this emperor promised you, then I'll fulfill the promise. This is the key to why the celestial ancestor's bloodline can have a Grand Empyrean. Cultivating here will give you the celestial ancestor's bloodline, and whether you can return to the celestial origin will depend on whether the hatred and grievance in your heart is enough. If you can last long enough, you can return to the origin. Return to the origin. Return to the origin. Wang Lin, I'm going to kill you. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's face was distorted, and he roared like crazy. However, his eyes were dim, as if his consciousness was slowly dissipating. Kill him. Kill him. As Ming Dao roared, the celestial emperor revealed that strange smile once more and then left. This emperor will reproduce the glory of the celestial ancestor this generation. That old fellow Jiudi is already ancient, so I'll start with him. Once I succeed, who will dare to disobey? As for Dao Yi, that person is extremely cunning. Back then, the title of Grand Empyrean should have gone to his senior brother, but he got his senior brother killed and stole the qualification. This emperor admires such a person. He will be of great use. That Wu Feng doesn't respect the imperial bloodline at all. That kind of person should be killed. I'll take his Grand Empyrean qualification and give it to Dao Fei. Although Dao Fei is my brother, I have spent a lot of effort on him, and it is time to harvest. Finally, there is Gemini. As long as their soul doesn't fuse back to one, there is nothing to worry about. The celestial emperor smiled as he disappeared from the underground chamber. The Purple Yang sect of the eastern continent was where Wang Lin, who had shaken the entire celestial clan, was located. Right now, it was winter, and the snow formed a layer of silver over the Purple Yang sect. Aside from when other Ascendant Empyreans came to debate Dao, he had spent this whole year in one place. It was a restricted area in the Purple Yang sect. This was the Beast Farm realm. He had vaguely seen the Beast Farm realm, but after coming to the Purple Yang sect, it had changed a lot. Wang Lin had spent most of the year sitting at the edge of the Beast Farm realm. He could feel that there was an invisible barrier before him, and on the other side was a place he was familiar with, the hometown he missed. There were people he knew, the land he knew, and the planets he knew. He raised his right hand and seemed to place it on the barrier. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with melancholy and reminiscence. The aura of home. Wang Lin let out a sigh and closed his eyes. He had been here for a year, and he knew he should leave. In the distance, there was a burst of bell-like laughs. The laughter of the little girls filled with joy made Wang Lin's heart very calm. Little Biaozi, don't bully Little Wolf. Little Wolf's things have all been cheated away by you. Little Biaozi, let us go down the mountain to cheat people. It's too much fun. Please, two little ancestors, please don't call me Little Biaozi. It's really not a good name. Lu Jinbiao had a bitter face as he cried and begged. Chapter 1970, The Celestial Clans, Number 1 City. As the snow fell, two people walked down from the Purple Yang sect one after the other. They were Wang Lin and Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin had cultivated silently for the year in the aura of his hometown that he missed. During this time, his wood essence had reached completion and was close to forming an essence true body. His thunder essence true body that was fused with the special essences had been completed in the Donglin sect. He would no longer have to comprehend more special essences. There were enough. As for this 5-element essence true body, his wood essence was close to forming an essence true body. Only the remaining metal essence was still only at small completion. Wang Lin understood that if he could get another sword fragment, the metal essence would reach completion. Once his metal essence reached completion, even without forming an essence true body, his 5-element essences could fuse into one. At that point, Wang Lin's cultivation level would increase from mid-stage void tribulent to late-stage void tribulent, and he would become a golden exalt. Finally, there were the ethereal essences. After true and false, life and death, and karma, Wang Lin comprehended the 4th ethereal essence in the Donglin sect, reincarnation. He had only comprehended a sliver of the reincarnation essence. It was as if he had just opened the door and obtained the seed. He would have to comprehend it time and time again to reach completion. Reaching Golden Exalt is not difficult. The difficult part will be the ethereal essences. The Imperial City is the home of the Celestial Ancestor. Perhaps there I can find the aura of the Celestial Ancestor's sword. Wang Lin faced the wind and snow as he walked forward. Heading to the Imperial City in the Central Continent from the Purple Yang sect in the Eastern Continent was an extremely long trip. For ordinary cultivators, even flying at full speed would take a very long time unless they used transfer arrays. Wang Lin's figure was covered by the wind and snow. He was gradually covered by the snow as he used spatial bending to leave the Eastern Continent, with Lu Jinbiao and the Sea Dragon. Behind them, at the Purple Yang sect, stood Guya, and beside him were two little girls. They looked into the distance with unwillingness in their eyes. Will he come back? Wawa's spirits were a bit down. Can we still see him? Han Han quietly asked while looking into the distance. Guya sighed and said, it should be possible. I already gave him the jade. If he faces danger in the Central Continent, you both will know immediately. This is our agreement with him. At that time, Grand Empyrean Gemini will need to go help him. Yes, that's for certain. Since little Wang Lin chose us, then we won't allow anyone to bully him. Wawa looked at Han Han, and both little girls nodded seriously. The Central Continent, the center of the Celestial Clan. It was vast and filled with celestial energy. At the center of the Central Continent was the Imperial City. This city was very large, big enough to be comparable to a continent. It was endless and was the number 1 city in the Celestial Clan. Even the royal capitals of the 36 ancient countries couldn't compare to the Imperial City of the Celestial Clan. It was also referred to as the Ancestral City in the Celestial Clan. In the Ancestral City, there was only one sect, and that was the sect the Imperial teacher came from. It had taken root and merged with the Celestial Ancestors' bloodline. They suffered together and basked in glory together. The sect was ruled by the Celestial Emperors. Each generation of Celestial Emperor would obtain the loyalty of the sect. Once their bloodline awakened and they inherited the title of Grand Empyrean Aid Extreme, they could change the name of the sect. This generation's Celestial Emperor Lian had changed the name of this mysterious sect to the Dao sect. This generation's sect master was the current Imperial teacher, Shang Daoxian. This Shang Daoxuan's cultivation was mysterious and his divination power was shocking. By himself, he was able to resist the combined power of the 3 Imperial teachers of the ancient clan. No one knew the exact location of the Dao sect, and since ancient times, only a few people had found out. However, no secret in the world could resist the passage of time. After countless years, people had many speculations. Some would say that the sect was located in a void that overlapped with the Ancestral City. Some would say that the sect was in a spatial rift in the Ancestral City, and the entrance was in the Imperial Palace. Some would say that the sect was deep underground below the Ancestral City. This should be my last battle in the Celestial Clan. I'm going to see if the Madman remembers me. Then I'll have no regrets. Wang Lin silently lowered his head. The hood not only blocked the snow and wind, it also covered his appearance. He silently walked forward. He didn't have to come to the Ancestral City. He knew it was very dangerous for him, but he still came. Some things had to be done in order to live life with no regrets. Some pursued their emotions and walked down their path with determination. For their loved ones, even when facing a cliff, they would rely on their hands to slowly climb over the cliff. Wang Lin cared about his feelings for his lover, family, and friends. These were all things he didn't have much of in his lonely life, and he cherished them. Losing one would represent real loss. The madman had helped him. After the time they spent in the dream Dao, he couldn't leave without seeing the madman. He wanted to see if his old friend was doing well. He had come here with such thoughts in mind. The wind blew on his body, and the snow blocked his way. On the dusk of this day, Wang Lin arrived outside the eastern gate. Compared to this proud city, he was small like an ant. Unlike mortal cities, there were no guards at the city gate. This was the ancestral city with 2 Grand Empyreans and the mysterious Dao sect. Not even Xianluo would dare to casually come here. Only someone like Guidao would dare. At dusk, the sky was gray, and as the wind and snow blew, Wang Lin stepped through the eastern gate. His foot landed inside the ancestral city. A powerful celestial pressure pounced on him when he entered the city's gate. It was enough to make any mortal's body collapse, but cultivators could just barely withstand it. If one cultivated here, the effect was even better than the famous and big-name sects. However, this celestial pressure had no effect on Wang Lin. He had no need to cultivate this celestial energy by force. Walking on the city streets, Wang Lin looked around. Among the wind and snow, there were many pedestrians quickly walking by. Even if they had cultivation, none of them flew. They just walked around like mortals. Even dragons must coil up in the ancestral city. Even tigers must lie down in the ancestral city. Even the powerful Empyrean exalts must abide to the agreement. Is this the case? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. This doesn't include me. Chapter 1971, Li Mansion. Deep in the eastern city of the ancestral city, there was an ordinary-looking mansion. However, it occupied a large area and looked like a ferocious beast from a distance. It was completely silent outside this mansion. There was not a trace of a person. It was as if this was a forbidden land in the eastern city. If people saw it from afar, they would bypass it and not walk through this place. The wind was blowing and a thick layer of snow had gathered on the ground. Silver light reflected off the snow, giving the area a cold feeling. The silver light shined on the gate of the mansion, giving off a powerful pressure. Outside the gate stood 2 stone lions. Their eyes were closed, but they gave off a shockingly fierce aura. It was as if they would stare down anyone if they opened their eyes. Above the gate, there was a green frame with red background, and there were 2 large golden words on it. Li Mansion. A shocking arrow aura spread out from these 2 words. This caused the surrounding snowflakes to seem to be filled with killing intent as they fell. There was a long hall inside the mansion. However, as the snow fell, there was no sound, and there wasn't a figure to be seen. After the hall, there was a green stone chamber. In the snow, this stone chamber seemed to be covered in silver. However, the moment Wang Lin entered the eastern city, the buzzing of a bow echoed from inside the stone chamber. In this extremely quiet world, the sound of the bow was extremely clear as it spread. There was an old man sitting in the chamber, and there was a wooden shelf before him. This shelf was purple and looked extraordinary. This shelf was very strange and seemed to be missing something. If you placed a bow on this shelf, it would be complete. At this moment, the buzzing sound came from the purple wooden shelf. The fuzzy shadow of a bow appeared and continued to buzz. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, and they seemed to be filled with a shocking arrow aura. He stared at the purple wooden shelf. The ancestor's bow shelf created a sound. This only happened when the ancestor's bow is close. Could it be? The ancestor's bow is nearby. The old man took a deep breath and waved at the shelf. A ray of purple light flashed and turned into an arrow. It flew out from the stone room. It wasn't fast, as if it were looking for something, and then disappeared into the distance. The old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, Lian, Li Shan, the 2 of you follow the arrow, and see if you can find the aura of the old ancestor's bow. As his voice echoed, 2 figures appeared like smoke from the quiet pavilion. They disappeared after the purple arrow. At this moment, Wang Lin was facing the wind and snow as he walked through the eastern city. The snow on the ground was very thick. Wang Lin looked at the city. This city was very large, and just the eastern city was endless. Wang Lin had never seen anything like this before. If the eastern city was like this, there was no need to mention the entire ancestral city. This was a rare city in the world. Those that passed by quickly went by. Some noticed Wang Lin, but they only took a glance at him and left. There were many shops around, and many mansions that gave off powerful celestial energy. They were extraordinary places. The entire eastern city under this celestial energy gave people a very unfamiliar feeling. Wang Lin silently walked through the eastern city until the moon gradually appeared. He stopped before a large inn and took out some celestial stones to pay for a place to stay. This room was not large and was very simple, but the celestial energy here was even denser than outside. Although it wasn't a cave, the walls, door, and window were covered in restrictions. These restrictions could be activated to make this a good place for closed-door cultivation. At this moment, Lu Jinbiao was beside him and was looking around. The golden exalt sea dragon had shrunk to the size of a finger and laid on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder. It looked very lazy. The sea dragon and Lu Jinbiao's relationship was very good. Wang Lin was not surprised. After all, it was very normal for Lu Jinbiao to do this with his skill. Night quickly came, and the snowfall weakened a lot. Lu Jinbiao looked out the window and saw even more pedestrians outside. He looked at the bright lights in the distance and heard the faint sound of music, making him even more excited. Master, this is a good place, almost the same as a mortal city. You see there, I dare to say there must be beauties there. Lu Jinbiao pointed to a place filled with light. Master, Su Ligua's personality is difficult to change. He must be enjoying himself every night. If you want to find him, that is the place to look. Lu Jinbiao am a gentleman this. I'm reluctant, but I'll go see if Su Ligua is there. Master, what do you think? Lu Jinbiao suppressed his excitement as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Lu Jinbiao and knew he was unwilling to stay in the room. After pondering a bit, he nodded. After he nodded, Lu Jinbiao immediately became excited and walked out with the sea dragon. After Lu Jinbiao left, Wang Lin sat there by himself. He took out a wine jug and started to drink as he looked at the snow outside. Lian Daofei, do you still remember the matter in the cave world? The moonlight outside the window became even stronger and the snow intensified. The wine jug in his hand was empty. With a sigh, Wang Lin put down the wine jug, got up, and went out. He put on a coat and walked toward the eastern city in the not-so-dark night. Music and the sound of voices came in the night of the eastern city, but Wang Lin felt lonely as he silently walked through the streets. The number of people around him gradually decreased until Wang Lin was the only one left in the snow. Wang Lin stopped and slowly said, "You, what do you want?" When his words echoed, a pressure came from his voice, causing the wind and snow to freeze. It was enough to force someone from hiding. The void behind him distorted, and a fuzzy figure appeared. Before the figure became clear, a purple arrow shot toward Wang Lin. After this person appeared, his hands formed seals, and a bow appeared. It looked like two invisible hands were holding the bow, and it shot another arrow. This arrow flew toward Wang Lin following the purple arrow from before. Li family. Wang Lin was wearing a coat with a hood, so the other party couldn't see his appearance. He turned around and pointed with his right hand. With this, the incoming purple arrow collapsed, and even the arrow after that trembled before disappearing. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin hadn't even stepped back. He had just turned around and casually pointed. The eyes of the person who shot the arrow widened and filled with disbelief. He didn't expect an arrow he had shot at full power with his golden exalt cultivation to be so casually negated by this person. All his hair stood up and a sense of fear filled his entire body. He retreated without hesitation and even spat out blood to use blood escape. He turned into a red shadow and disappeared thousands of kilometers away. If Wang Lin wanted to chase him down, this person couldn't escape, but he just stood there and watched the blood shadow leave. I have just entered the eastern city and have already caught the attention of the Li family. It must be the Li Guang Bao in my body that they sensed. They should have only sensed it and don't know my identity yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent two golden exalts to follow me. Wang Lin had no hatred against the Li family, so he didn't kill anyone. There won't be a next time, Wang Lin muttered before turning around. However, his words echoed like thunder in the escaping blood shadow's ears. It caused him to cough out blood again, and his expression was filled with fear. What is his cultivation level? What is his cultivation level? This matter must be immediately reported to the old ancestor. This person must be an Empyrean exalt, and not an ordinary one. Not good. Li Shan and I separated. I came to monitor this person, and Li Shan went to capture his companion. The expression of the blood-colored figure changed, and he suddenly felt like the Li family's actions would cause a great disaster. Wang Lin was still wearing his coat with his hood up as he walked on the street. He had no goal, and just wanted to walk quietly by himself. As he walked, light and music came from before him. He raised his head and looked at the palace-like place that was covered in light. He was about to leave when he looked up again, and his eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the bright palace. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate all existence. and he saw a proud-looking man in red. Wang Lin was familiar with this man's appearance and aura. Behind the man in red, there were clearly several cultivators that were guards. They were all third-step cultivators, and they seemed to look at the man in red with respect. Only at this distance can I feel his presence. Someone left a seal on him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but a happy smile appeared on his face. Su Ligua. Wang Lin shook his head and was about to enter the palace. However, he frowned as he turned to look into the distance, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Li Mansion, that's a bit too much. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he suddenly disappeared. The red-robed man in the palace ahead threw his wine cup on the ground and shouted at the people before him. What kind of wine is this? Don't try to fool your family's Grandpa Su. I know your family has 1,000-year-old wine. Quickly bring it here, or else your family's Grandpa Su will talk about this place. The man in red had a fierce expression, but he didn't know a gaze was looking at him. That gaze might have aroused confusion within him. Chapter 1972, Arrow. On the street of the eastern city, the narrow body of a 100-foot-long sea dragon quickly flew through the area. However, it didn't dare to fly too high, because there was a terrifying pressure here. If it flew too high, it would be fatal. The sea dragon was covered in scars as it flew. There was a black arrow stuck its abdomen, and it was released power that was destroying its vitality. The sea dragon was covered in black gas. On its back was an angry Lu Jinbiao. He was in a sorry state. The arrow from before had appeared very suddenly. If not for the sea dragon blocking for him, he would have already died. That arrow destroyed all of the sea dragon's spells and pierced into its abdomen. This arrow is too strong. Who want to kill me? I have only cheated 7 people. Is there a need for this? There was no fear in Lu Jinbiao's anger. He turned around and roared. Damn it! You dare to provoke this me? My master will never let you go. There was a black figure that seemed to fuse with the night behind the sea dragon. It was impossible to see if the person was a man or woman, young or old. This person was very fast, even faster than the sea dragon. At this moment, the person moved their hands and a bow appeared, then they shot an arrow. When the arrow appeared, all the surrounding celestial energy seemed to condense into it. From the moment when Lu Jinbiao and the sea dragon began to escape, it had been only 10 breaths. The person chasing them had now shot a second arrow. This arrow contained a cold, killing intent, as if it was going to instantly kill the sea dragon and Lu Jinbiao. Seeing the arrow closing in, Lu Jinbiao let out a roar and was going to use his full power to resist. The sea dragon below let out a hiss as ripples of water vapor rippled. The figure chasing them revealed a cold smile. His arrow, once shot, was very difficult for a cultivator of the same cultivation level to resist. This arrow would be able to kill the sea dragon and seriously injure the little cultivator on its back. Once this little cultivator was captured and brought back home, it would be a great merit. However, just at this moment, the sneer on this person's face suddenly disappeared. This person's pupils shrank, and he was filled with fear. The moment the arrow closed in on the sea dragon and Lu Jinbiao, a figure in a coat and hood suddenly appeared. This figure appeared very suddenly, as if it had forced itself into existence. After he appeared, he only raised his head and revealed a dazzling gaze. The golden light from his eyes landed on the arrow before him and caused it to break. The figure hiding in the dark felt his mind tremble, and his body was forced out of hiding. When he looked at the other person's gaze, he felt like countless swords were flying toward him. He could not fight it at all. His mind rumbled as he coughed out blood and lost consciousness. He fell down on the ground and kicked up a lot of snow into the air. Before he went into a coma, his body was filled with fear. The other person's gaze made him feel fear he had never felt before. It was beyond the family head and ancestor. Master, you finally came. He was going to kill me. The sea dragon is injured. Lu Jinbiao became excited when he saw Wang Lin. The sea dragon turned and stared at the motionless figure ferociously. Wang Lin raised his right hand and touched the sea dragon. The sea dragon trembled, and all the black gas around it dissipated. The arrow in its abdomen fell out, and its wound recovered rapidly. The black arrow that flew out was grabbed by Wang Lin. After looking at it, he crushed it into dust that fused with the wind and snow. Wang Lin calmly said, "The Li Mansion has gone a bit too far." Li Mansion? Master, you know his origin? It's not because my deception was exposed. Lu Jinbiao's anger turned into grievance as he looked at Wang Lin pitifully. Let's go, follow me to the Li Mansion. Wang Lin looked calm and didn't even glance at the motionless figure. As he walked past him, he didn't even do anything, and the person's body floated into the air, revealing his face. It was a middle-aged man whose eyes were closed. His face was ashen, and he was completely passed out. Wang Lin's divine sense gathered at this person's head. After obtaining the information he needed, Wang Lin waved his sleeve. He disappeared along with the sea dragon, Lu Jinbiao, and the unconscious man. When they reappeared, they were outside a silent mansion. Go knock on the gate and tell their master to come and see me. Wang Lin looked at the two words, Li Mansion. Okay. Lu Jinbiao became spirited. He loved doing these things. At this moment, he rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the closed gate. The moment he walked through the two stone lions, they remained motionless, as if they were ordinary mortal decorations. They allowed Lu Jinbiao to swagger up to the gate. At this moment, he looked almost exactly the same as a fellow that had been here more than a year ago. Even their expressions were similar. Before the gate, Lu Jinbiao raised his foot and mercilessly gave it a kick. After leaving a snow footprint, he let out a roar. My master is here. Quickly come out and greet him. These words were very similar to those of the person that came here about a year ago. If the young man in red knew of this, he would be quite shocked. But the difference was that Su Ligua had kicked once and the gate hadn't moved at all, while Lu Jinbiao's kick caused the gate to rumble. This kick actually opened the gate. This scene startled Lu Jinbiao, and he retreated at his quickest speed. He secretly thought to himself that this kick shouldn't have that much force, and that this gate is too weak. As Wang Lin looked at the open gate, his expression was neutral. After waiting for a moment, he shook his head and smiled. Since the master won't come out, I'll enter without being invited. With that, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the unconscious man beside him was thrown inside. Then Wang Lin calmly walked forward. After he walked past the two stone lions, they suddenly opened their eyes and let out angry roars at Wang Lin. These roars spread across most of the eastern city. This caused all chatter and music to become silent. Under these roars, two giant shadows flew from the two stone lions. They were two lions thousands of feet tall, and they rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't look up and still walked toward the open gate with his coat and hood on. In a flash, the two lions closed in, but when they got within 10 feet of Wang Lin, they howled miserably. They were scattered like fog facing a powerful wind. Crackling sounds echoed and cracks appeared on the two stone lions around the gate before they shattered. Wang Lin continued walking forward, and behind him, Lu Jinbiao gasped, but soon his eyes were filled with excitement. The stronger Wang Lin was, the more he could fake being a tiger, and no one would dare bully him. When the sea dragon saw this, its eyes were filled with awe. Just as Wang Lin's right foot stepped into the gate of the Li Mansion, howling sounds echoed. A large number of figures came out, and they all made the same motions. Their left hands held a bow, and their right hands pulled the bow to a full moon before shooting an arrow. Hundreds of arrows shot toward Wang Lin, who had just entered the gate. Each arrow contained a powerful force. At this moment, hundreds of arrows condensed into a rain of arrows, and, due to their positions, they seemed to form a formation. This formation gave off endless red light, and a shocking killing intent erupted as it closed in on Wang Lin. Without stopping, Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved. At this moment, a giant palm print appeared before Wang Lin. This palm was extremely real, and the pattern on it could be seen clearly. The moment it appeared, it collided with the arrow formation. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the arrow formation collapsed, but the palm dimmed as well. Wang Lin stepped into the gate and went through the palm. The palm disappeared. They instantly condensed power equal to a 6th palace Empyrean exalt. Wang Lin's coat remained the same as he walked into the mansion. Those hundreds of figures comprised of men and women, but at this moment, they were filled with horror and disbelief. They were very confident in that arrow. Even Empyrean exalts would find it difficult to deal with, but this person before them had destroyed it with a wave. Just as the hundreds of people from the Li Mansion felt fear rise in their hearts, 9 arrows show out from 9 different locations in the Li Mansion. Each arrow exploded into hundreds of arrows, and they were no weaker than the combined attack from the hundreds of people. The power of the 9 arrows that exploded was comparable to 9 of the previous attacks. They fell like a rain of arrows. It was like a giant hand that was mercilessly reaching toward Wang Lin, and if he was caught, he would die immediately. Wang Lin didn't stop, but raised his head. His right hand reached out, and he pointed forward. With one point, everything in the world stopped. The rain of arrows stopped before Wang Lin, and even after Wang Lin slowly walked past it, the rain of arrows remained motionless in the sky. This terrified Lu Jinbiao. He was startled for a moment, and then he quickly avoided the rain of arrows as he felt his scalp tingle. He was afraid they would suddenly start moving and injure him. Chapter 1973, White-Haired Ascendant Empyrean. 9 arrows scattering into countless arrows to form a hand. This barely reaches the power of an Empyrean exalt who passed the 7th palace. The 9 of you should have the power of an Empyrean exalt who passed the 4th palace. Worthy of the Li Mansion, your foundation is deep, Wang Lin said slowly as he walked forward. And among the three of you are a 10th Palace Ascendant Empyrean and two 7th Palace Empyrean Exalts. With your combined power, you can reach the peak of the 10th Palace. I didn't kill anyone along the way, but if the three of you attack, I will not hold back. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the hundreds of people before him and stopped at 3 different locations. As his words echoed, 3 old men appeared in those locations. The old man right before Wang Lin was the person who was an Ascendant Empyrean. This person's hair was half black and half white. He stared at Wang Lin with shock and hesitation in his eyes. He seemed to have some speculation about Wang Lin's cultivation level, but he was uncertain. I don't want to make an enemy out of your Li Mansion. After all, the Li Guang relic has helped me a lot. Wang Lin talked about how the Li Guang Bao had helped him escape many dangers in the cave world. Person who still hasn't show yourself. Why don't you come out? Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. Outsiders couldn't see his appearance, only the monstrous, golden light coming from his eyes. This golden light contained a powerful pressure, one even more powerful than the pressure from the Ancestral City. Everyone, whether it was the Ascendant Empyrean or ordinary family members, felt their hearts tremble. After the pressure reached a limit, it would become suppression. The golden light from Wang Lin's gaze was suppression. He was using the power of the celestial ancestors' sword to suppress everything. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As Wang Lin's golden gaze spread out, the bows in the hands of the Li Mansion people collapsed into countless pieces. Even the bows held by the 9 Empyrean Exalts broke into several pieces, as if they could not withstand the suppression from Wang Lin's gaze. As for the 3 strongest old men, aside from the Ascendant Empyrean, countless cracks appeared on the bows in their hands, and they snapped as well. Only the Ascendant Empyrean's bow didn't break, but the bowstring turned to ashes. Wang Lin's roar and suppression gaze made it so no one in the Li Mansion dared to look at him. They all subconsciously scattered, revealing the stone room in the distance. At this moment, the surroundings became silent. There were no cries, but all the cultivators who had their bows broken all gasped. They were filled with endless fear from Wang Lin's gaze. In particular, the Empyrean Exalts seemed to vaguely guess Wang Lin's identity, and their expressions changed in horror. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean. A bitter, ancient voice came from the stone room after a long time. The door to the stone room was pushed over, and a white-haired old man walked out. This old man was wearing a golden robe and gave off pressure without being angry. Although his expression was bitter, he didn't avoid Wang Lin's golden gaze. Wang Lin raised his right hand and took off his hood, revealing his snow-white hair. He calmly looked at the old man. When Wang Lin took off his hood, the surrounding people gasped. All gazes gathered on him. During this year of time, the rumors of Wang Lin had swept across the immortal astral continent. In particular, these rumors were like a storm in the Ancestral City, and anyone who should know had heard it many times. The Li Mansion was one of the 4 kings of the Ancestral City. Almost the entire family had remembered the name, Wang Lin, after hearing the rumors. They could have never expected to see the strongest Ascendant Empyrean, the #1 person below Grand Empyreans. What worried them even more was that they had actually tried to kill this person. Give me an explanation, Wang Lin said calmly as he looked at the old man who walked out from the stone room. This old man was also an Ascendant Empyrean. Wang Lin estimated that he had passed the 11th palace and was one of the 13 people stuck at the 12th palace. The Li Mansion has 2 Ascendant Empyreans and 11 Empyrean Exalts, and there are 3 mansions like this in the Ancestral City. After observing the Li Mansion, Wang Lin had an understanding of the 4 crowned kings of the Ancestral City. Earlier, the old ancestor's bow shelf let out a buzz, which means the bow was near. Back then, the old ancestor's bow was passed to Li Guang, and then it disappeared without any news. After noticing the sound from the shelf, this old man sent 2 golden exalts to check, but their behavior was a bit extreme. After all, the old ancestor's bow is very important to my Li family. Although the old man was trying to stare into Wang Lin's eyes, he faintly felt that the suppression force from Wang Lin's eyes was too powerful. Wang Lin didn't speak and still looked at the old man. There is nothing false under the fame. Sure enough, this Wang Lin is indeed worthy of being called #1 under Grand Emperance. I didn't see him pass the palaces myself, so I thought the rumors were exaggerated since I heard he had the soul armor's help. However, I didn't expect that just his eyes would produce such pressure. The ancestor of the Li family silently pondered while being stared at by Wang Lin. My Li Mansion was reckless first. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean must have came to the Imperial capital for the title ceremony. How about resting at my Li Mansion? Let my Li Mansion's people accompany Ascendant Empyrean to the royal palace as escorts. And since Ascendant Empyrean has the old ancestors' bow, and the bow has helped you, then you are not an outsider. Miley Mansion has an arrow pavilion, which contains the arrow dowel left by the old ancestor. Ascendant Empyrean can look at it as you will. How about it? To repay for our recklessness. The old man clasped his hands and bowed at Wang Lin. He had brought himself very low, but no one in the Li mansion felt any humiliation. They even felt that this was how it should be. After all, they were facing the number one person below Grand Empyreans. This person had been fought over by the Grand Empyreans. Although their Li mansion was one of the 4 kings of the Ancestral City and was stronger than most sects, they still couldn't withstand one blow from Wang Lin. If they injured Wang Lin, a Grand Empyrean would come forward, but if Wang Lin killed them, there was a good chance the Grand Empyreans wouldn't do anything. This was the gap between the strong and the weak on the immortal astral continent. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao rarely left the palace, but when he did, no one dared to be disrespectful. Even the 4 kings would have to be very respectful to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. After all, he was expected to the future 6th son. Now Wang Lin had suppressed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. If the Li mansion knew that the bow was with Wang Lin, they would have pretended to not know and would not have dared to ask for it back. Arrow Pavilion? Wang Lin's expression changed. He expected this from the Li mansion. He could see that aside from fear in the old man's eyes, there was also longing for his ancestors' bow. They couldn't take it, so they treated Wang Lin with respect in hopes that Wang Lin would return the bow. This bow, Wang Lin raised his right hand, light gathered, and the Li Guang bow appeared in Wang Lin's hand. The moment the bow appeared, there was a flash of excitement in the old man's eyes. He had seen this bow in Li Guang's hand, but now it was in the hands of an outsider. The Li family members all silently pondered and looked at the bow. Some of them had seen it, and many others had never seen it. I still have some use for this bow. Once I'm done with everything, I'll return it. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the bow disappeared back into his body. The old man from the Li family let out a sigh, but wasn't disappointed. After all, Wang Lin had made a promise and stated his identity, so there was no need to lie. This meant that Wang Lin had the intention to return it, so he might as well consider it as lending him the bow for now. Most importantly, the bow had been found by Wang Lin, so how could it be returned just because it belonged to them countless years ago? If he placed himself in Wang Lin's shoes, he feared he wouldn't even have made that promise. Wang Lin didn't refuse staying at the Li mansion. He now knew that Su Ligua was at the Ancestral City, so he was in no rush in unsealing his memory. He stayed at the Li mansion to view the arrow dowel. Lu Jinbiao was extremely happy. With Wang Lin as his master, he was received as an esteemed guest and was very happy. In a flash, 3 days passed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, snow was falling. Suddenly, a large amount of ripples appeared over the Li mansion along with bursts of pressure. This pressure surrounded the Li mansion, causing the people of the Li mansion to walk out and look at the sky. There was a flash of golden light, and a person walked out. He wore a green robe and looked somewhat arrogant. He held a scroll in his hand, and he looked down at the people of the Li mansion. Where is Wang Lin? Why are not quickly coming to accept the edict? Read it. Wang Lin's cold voice came from the depths of the Li Manison's arrow pavilion. You, the green-robed person in the sky, was startled. He was here to read the will of the Celestial Emperor, which was equal to the Celestial Emperor personally coming. But this Wang Lin wouldn't even reveal his face. After hesitating for a moment, the man in the green robe let out a cold snort in his heart, but he didn't dare to show his displeasure. He opened up the edict in his hand and began to read. Wang Lin didn't listen to the specifics and just heard that the Celestial Emperor had informed him to be at the Celestial Palace in 7 days for the title ceremony. Wang Lin had heard in the Purple Yang sect that every Ascendant Empyrean would be personally titled by the current Celestial Emperor. This was a formality and a symbol. During the ceremony, there was a possibility of being challenged, but in the past, it was mostly ignored. After all, Ascendant Empyreans were receiving the recognition of the Celestial Ancestor's shadow, and few people were that bored. After the man in the green robe finished reading, he didn't see Wang Lin come out and felt even more dissatisfied. He left the edict behind and then went on his way. I wonder what Lian Daojian will do at the title ceremony. I should be able to see the madman there, Wang Lin silently pondered. He had spread his divine sense across the eastern city, but didn't find Ling Daofei. Chapter 1974, Time's Tale. The center of the Ancestral City, the Celestial Imperial Palace. In the early morning, when the first ray of light appeared over the horizon and pushed away the darkness, causing the palace to become visible, the various famous cultivators of the city and important officials all arrived. The title ceremony for the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean. This event had set off a storm in the Ancestral City 7 days ago. Over the years, everyone who was qualified had heard about the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean. This title had also become very famous and well known over the years. All of the cultivation families came to the very large square after receiving permission from the Celestial Emperor to come to today's title ceremony. At this moment, the sun fell and a large amount of cultivators gathered. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 cultivators. They all had extraordinary cultivation levels, and there were even Empyrean exalts among them. There were even some Ascendant Empyreans. Even at the Imperial Palace, these people received the respect of the people near them. In the early morning of this day, the transfer array outside the palace was being used constantly. The transfer array seemed to flicker nonstop as cultivators who came to see the ceremony arrived. These people went through the 9 doors and quickly walked toward the square before the Celestial Dao Temple. More and more cultivators arrived in the square before the Celestial Dao Temple. They were not loosely scattered, but arranged in a certain order. There were 3 locations that were empty for 1,000 feet. The cultivators at those 3 locations were 3 of the 4 kings of the Ancestral City. In the square outside the Celestial Dao Temple, aside from the tens of thousands of guests who had come to watch, there were also 2 long rows of soldiers in black armor. These black-armored soldiers belonged to the Imperial family and were only loyal to the Emperor. Their cultivation levels weren't all that high, and they only numbered 100,000. However, they had all mastered the ability to sacrifice their life force in exchange for a terrifyingly lethal force. Few people knew the specifics, but at this moment, the 2 rows of black-armored soldiers gave off a monstrous killing intent and coldness. These 2 rows seemed to cut open the square and directly extended beyond the 9 doors. Outside the square of the Celestial Dao Temple, there were 9 doors placed 100,000 feet apart from each other. In truth, they were 9 huge door-shaped buildings that were black and gave off a powerful killing intent. At the end of the last door, there was a flash as the Li family members appeared. They went through the 9 doors and arrived at the square. The time is up, seal the 9 doors. Shortly after, a figure in green walked out from the temple. This was an old man who looked ordinary, but his eyes shined brightly. He looked around as he walked out from the temple. As his words echoed, the tens of thousands of people from the Ancestral City all came and looked at the 9 doors of the square. Thunderous roars came from the 100,000 black-armored soldiers, and their roars linked together. The world changed colors, and the earth trembled. The 9 doors gave off a strange, black light, and once the black light reached a certain density, they connected together to form a straight passage. This passage was made by the black light, and the 100,000 black-armored soldiers looked amazing. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cultivators beside the square seemed to have stopped breathing. They looked at the passage formed by the 9 doors, and also at the transfer light coming from the first door. There was a flash of light, and then a calm young man in white with white hair walked out. Standing there, Wang Lin had his hands behind his back. The early morning wind caused his robe and white hair to flutter. In the wind, Wang Lin looked very young, but the tail of time was on his body. Even though his face remained young, his heart felt fatigue. As he walked forward, the tail of time slowly appeared. His gaze penetrated through the black passage formed by the 9 doors. He saw the tens of thousands of people in the distance and the towering Grand Palace behind them. Behind the palace, Wang Lin could vaguely see countless of such palaces. These palaces formed the Celestial Emperor's Imperial Palace. This palace was too big. Wang Lin couldn't see its end, but he could feel that there was an unimaginable restriction there. It wasn't active now, but if it was activated, the power would be heaven-shattering. Is the Celestial Imperial Palace. Wang Lin looked into the distance and saw a stone statue far away, but because it was so far away, it looked fuzzy. The statue seemed to be eternally looking at the sky. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean Wang Lin. A cold voice filled with majesty roared like thunder from the temple ahead and interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. Wang Lin frowned. The person who spoke was the green-robed old man who had walked out from the temple. He looked through the 9 doors at Wang Lin in the distance. Wang Lin, every Ascendant Empyrean will be titled by His Majesty, but before the title ceremony, there needs to be a test. The test is these 9 doors. Once you walk through the 9 doors and stand before me, the title ceremony will begin. At that time, His Majesty will personally come to title you, and the Imperial teacher will come divinate your future. All your actions before the Celestial Dao Temple will recorded and displayed across all the sects across the 72 continents. The old man's words were calm. When he finished, he closed his eyes and no longer paid any attention. However, all the cultivators, including the 4 kings, looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood there. He had heard about the title ceremony from the old man from the Li family. Every Ascendant Empyrean would indeed go through the 9 doors before the title ceremony. However, this was only a symbolic gesture. After all, Ascendant Empyreans were recognized by the celestial ancestor and had to pass the 10th palace. The doors were just a show of imperial power and, in fact, had no power, so one could simply walk through them. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 9 doors, and he saw the 2 long rows of black-armored soldiers. The soldiers only revealed their cold gazes that stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression didn't change under the gazes of the 100,000 black-armored soldiers. He acted on his own principles. If these 9 doors were normal, then it would be fine, but if there were hidden dangers, then Wang Lin wouldn't be polite. Wang Lin calmly walked toward the first door. He was not fast. When he was about to step into the first door, the 100,000 black-armored soldiers let out another roar. As the roar echoed, monstrous killing intent spread out from their bodies. They gathered to form an indescribable force that bombarded Wang Lin. This killing intent came from the slaughter these 100,000 people had participated in and was also connected to their suits of armor. All this killing intent gathered together made Wang Lin feel like he was not facing the 9 doors, but a slaughter celestial. Wang Lin frowned. What the 9 doors test is not cultivation, but killing intent. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slowly closed them. When he opened his eyes again, his thunder essence true body released the power of the slaughter thunder. This force only existed within 100 feet of Wang Lin, but just this 100-foot space caused the passage formed by the 9 doors to rumble loudly. The passage before Wang Lin was suddenly pushed back 100 feet, as if it could only retreat when facing Wang Lin's killing intent. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued to walk forward. However, with every step he took, the 100 feet of killing intent moved with him, and the passage was constantly pushed back. Even the black-armored soldiers inside were shocked and involuntarily retreated. It was as if Wang Lin contained a shocking momentum, and this momentum contained enough killing intent to make one surrender without fighting. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. Wang Lin calmly walked forward 100,000 feet. There was no black light behind him, only the stone door. Before him, the passage formed by the black light that covered the remaining 8 doors became unstable as Wang Lin pushed it back. Roar! The black-armored soldier inside the black passage that had been pushed back 100,000 feet let out a third roar. The black light Chapter 1975, Treasures Bestowed by the Celestial Emperor. The green-robed old man's eyes were filled with panic. He retreated several steps before everyone, and his face turned green. He became angry from embarrassment and concluded Wang Lin won't dare to attack here. He stopped after 3 steps as he pointed at Wang Lin and began to shout, "You!" The green-robed old man had just started speaking when Wang Lin arrived before him. Wang Lin raised his right hand, grabbed the old man's clothes, and threw him aside. The old man let out a cry. He felt like he had been hit by an invisible palm as he flew several 100,000 feet away. Wang Lin greets the Celestial Emperor. Wang Lin clasped his hands before the Celestial Tao Temple. This place was still the Imperial Palace, and the other person was the Celestial Emperor. The respect he had to show was still necessary. The gazes of tens of thousands of cultivators all focused on Wang Lin. There were also the 100,000 soldiers. They silently pondered and coldly stared at Wang Lin. Among the 4 kings, aside from the Li mansion, the other 3 families all looked at Wang Lin differently. In particular, the 3 ancestors looked at Wang Lin with complicated and helpless gazes. After Wang Lin clasped his hands, the surroundings went silent. After a long time, a calm voice came from the Celestial Tao Temple. "You pushed aside my official in charge of the title ceremony. How can it continue now?" As the words echoed, the door to the Celestial Tao Temple silently opened inward, revealing what was inside. The depths of the temple had mountain-like stairs with a huge dragon throne that looked like a real dragon. The dragon's head was raised up, and its eyes seemed to have spirit as it looked at Wang Lin, who was outside the temple. A middle-aged man wearing a royal robe and a crown was sitting on the dragon throne. He had a hand under his chin, and his body was slightly tilted. He gave off an aura of pressure without being angry. Beside the middle-aged man stood a young man wearing rough clothes. The young man had white skin and thin eyes. He was holding 2 purple beads, and they were turning in his hand. He had a smile on his face, and his gaze was gentle as he looked at Wang Lin. But this gaze caused Wang Lin's blood to freeze. Under this gaze, he felt like he had entered a trance and saw a life-changing image. His heart was in chaos, but he soon recovered. His pupils shrank as he gazed at the rough-clothed young man. The young man's eyes were filled with a hint of shock. He smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Imperial teacher Shang Xiandao. This name appeared in Wang Lin's mind when he saw the young man. Although he had never met him, but for someone to make him feel like he had sunk into reincarnation with just a gaze, it was likely the Imperial teacher. As for the Celestial Emperor sitting on the dragon throne, he looked the same as when Wang Lin saw him in the Empyrean trial. However, his majesty and pressure were much stronger now, as if he was part of the world. Everything in this world had to kneel under his gaze. Forget it. You are the #1 Ascendant Empyrean, and that slave was not respectful to you. I won't make this matter difficult for you. Xiandao, you preside over the title ceremony. The Celestial Emperor sitting on the dragon throne said. Yes. The rough-clothed young man bowed slightly and walked toward the temple. It indeed is him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. When the rough-clothed young man walked past Wang Lin, he smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. Then he looked at the tens of thousands of cultivators in the square. I'll preside over the title ceremony. Next is to sacrifice the blood to open the celestial Dao. Imperial teacher Xiandao said as he pointed at the sky with his right hand. With this, a ray of red light flew off into the distance. At this moment, earth-shattering roars came from 99 corners of the palace. These roars sounded like the screams of beasts before death. Immediately after, 99 pillars of blood shot into the sky from the palace. Wang Lin could clearly see that the 99 blood pillars contained 99 different beast souls. Blood sacrifice to the celestial. Kill 99 beasts and use their blood to open the ethereal celestial Dao. Wang Lin calmly looked at all of this. The 99 blood pillars shot into the sky and caused the sky to turn blood-colored. Then a door opened. The inside of the door was too chaotic to see where it led. The beast souls inside the blood pillars let out silent roars and disappeared into the void. Then the entire Imperial palace was dead silent. At this moment, it wasn't the only place that was dead silent. All the old ancestors in the sects across the entire celestial clan were staring at the sky above the Imperial palace. In the previous title ceremonies, aside from passing the 9 gates and the challenges from others, there was also the opening of the celestial Dao. This was using a blood sacrifice to lure a foreign spirits here that would then be killed by the celestial emperor. The blood will scatter across the palace and the souls will be refined into a treasure given to the Ascendant Empyrean being titled. Wang Lin knew the details of this ceremony, so he was not surprised as he looked up at the sky. I wonder what kind of foreign beast this white-haired Ascendant Empyrean will get. Back then, when the blood sacrifice happened for Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, it was a sword-shaped spirit. The Celestial Emperor killed it, and it turned into an extremely powerful sword. This is all a matter of luck. I wonder how this Wang Lin's luck will be. The surrounding cultivators all looked up and began to speculate in their hearts. At this moment, in the blood-colored sky, a lion-like beast flew out from the dark vortex. The lion-like beast had red eyes and its neck as a bloody mess. With a roar from it, a drop of golden blood fell. It seemed to be escaping in the unknown void when it was suddenly sucked away by the vortex and appeared here. Its appearance immediately caused the tens of thousands of cultivators below to cry out. Heaven Lion Beast. This is the Heaven Lion Beast the celestial ancestor sealed. It is rumored that the Heaven Lion continent was created from a Heaven Lion emperor. This beast doesn't have golden hair, so it's not an emperor, but it should still be an adult battle lion. As cries echoed, the Imperial teacher, Shang Xiandao, was calm. It was as if he knew this Heaven Lion would be lured out. The seal left by the ancestor makes it impossible for foreign beings that are too powerful to enter. If this lion wasn't injured, it wouldn't appear here. This Wang Lin's luck is good. A thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky. This roar shook one's heart and was enough to make mortals collapse. Even the weaker cultivators would tremble as if they had encountered their natural enemy. It was a lion's roar. The lion beast with the neck injury suddenly rushed out from the vortex. It was filled with confusion about this strange place. However, the confusion instantly dissipated and was replaced by panic. It was going to escape back through the vortex. But just at this moment, the Celestial Emperor's cold voice came from beside Wang Lin's ear. A Heaven Lion Beast. At the same time, the Celestial Emperor still maintained the position of holding his chin with one hand while his other hand waved. This wave caused a 5-colored flame to appear. It released a powerful heat wave as it shot toward the Heavenly Lion Beast. In the blink of an eye, the 5-colored flame turned into a 5-colored sea of fire and surrounded the wounded Heaven Lion Beast. A miserable roar echoed, followed by a large amount of blood that was like boiling oil scattering across the sky and falling into the palace. This was seen by all the surrounding cultivators, and their hearts trembled. It was unknown who kneeled first, but soon, all the cultivators outside the celestial Dao Temple knelt on the ground. My Emperor's celestial might. My Emperor's celestial might. The voice of tens of thousands of people linked together like thunder and echoed through the palace. The power of the Celestial Emperor was displayed before the Celestial clan. Wang Lin silently pondered. He also could have killed the injured Heaven Lion beast, but not as casually as the Celestial Emperor. He would have to use the soul armor and even borrow some power from the Avatar. Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin's expression was calm, revealing none of his thoughts. At this moment, the sea of fire dissipated and a strand of white hair fell from the sky. The appearance of the white hair caused the Imperial teacher's eyes to narrow. Not only him, but even the Celestial Emperor sitting on the dragon throne suddenly looked up. He looked at the falling strand of white hair, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. A white hair, not even my extreme fire Dao can burn. This thing. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This white hair gave him a familiar feeling, but this feeling went by in a flash, like an illusion. Wang Lin charged into the sky, without hesitation. The Celestial Emperor at the temple also raised his hand at the void. A giant hand, made of 5-colored fire appeared, and reached for the white hair. Wang Lin couldn't compete with the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's 5-colored fire palm appeared before the hair, and grabbed it. However, just at this moment, the 5-colored fire palm trembled, and the hair penetrated it as it continued to fall. Everyone saw this. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to appear beside the hair, and he grabbed it. Many thanks for the Celestial Emperor for bestowing this treasure. Wang Lin turned and bowed at the Celestial Dao Temple. Chapter 1976, Madman. The strand of hair fell into Wang Lin's hair, and the familiar feeling became even more clear. Wang Lin didn't know why, but this strand of hair felt like part of his body. This hair didn't bring him any kind of harm, but looked like an ordinary strand of hair. The two ends drooped toward the ground, and it looked like a gust of wind would send it flying again. After a few breaths of silence, the Celestial Emperor's voice came from the Celestial Dao Temple. This is not something I was going to award you, but if you want it, you can have it. Wang Lin's thanks played a key role. After all, this was his title ceremony, and it was being witnessed by all the sects in the Celestial clan. In addition, the Heaven Lion beast had been summoned in his title ceremony, so even if Wang Lin took the white hair, no one could say anything. The Imperial teacher Shang Xiandao looked at Wang Lin profoundly and spoke. The blood sacrifice is over. Now it's time for the last step of the title ceremony. Wang Lin, everyone here has the right to challenge you, but only 3 times. After 3 challenges, the Celestial Emperor will grant you the title. As the Imperial teacher's words echoed, the 3 ancestors of the 4 mansions all looked up. They were all old men, and they were all Ascendant Empyreans. One person wearing a red robe flew into the sky in a flash. He clasped his hands 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. This old man will be the first challenger. I hope white-haired Ascendant Empyrean can give me pointers. The old man's eyes revealed a gloomy gaze as he looked at Wang Lin. He didn't wait for Wang Lin to answer before he sat down in the sky. He raised his right hand, and his whole body bulged. Strands of black gas came out from his body and condensed into a large black shadow before him. This black shadow seemed to be wearing black armor. Its face was a blur, and its eyes were closed. However, its appearance caused the world to change colors and the clouds to scatter. Wang Lin, please teach me. The old man bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. The blood spread out like fog and entered the blood shadow. The shadow seemed to be stimulated by the blood, and its eyes were red. Muffled rumbles echoed as the black shadow raised the long, black lance in its right hand and rushed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't know who this person was, but from his position, he could tell that he was one of the 4 kings. The black shadow was filled with powerful strength, and it was closing in as if it was going to split the sky. Wang Lin didn't retreat. The heavenly bull tattoo on his face covered his body as he threw a punch. This punch landed on the black shadow's lance. The collision caused a thunderous rumble. During the rumble, Wang Lin slowly withdrew his hand, but the black shadow suddenly collapsed. The old man sitting there turned pale, but he clenched his teeth and hit his forehead. With this, he sacrificed his life force, and even more intense, black gas came out of his body. As the black gas spread out, his face aged rapidly, as if he had just climbed out from his grave. The powerful, black gas gathered, and not only did it cause the black shadow to recover, it also condensed into a war horse. The horse hissed as it carried the black shadow and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression toward the black shadow became more serious as it charged at him. He put his hand on his head and bent slightly backward before he swung back as if he was doing a headbutt. Heavenly Bull Charge. This caused the giant Heavenly Bull shadow to appear behind Wang Lin. The bull let out a roar, and its two large horns collided with the black shadow. Rumble, 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 rumble. The black shadow and the war horse under it collapsed as if it could not withstand the force, instantly disintegrating. The heavenly bull penetrated the collapsing black shadow and flew directly toward Imperial teacher Shang Xiandao. All of this looked like a coincidence. As the heavenly bull rushed over, the Imperial teacher remained calm. His right hand moved as if he was divinating. Then he pointed forward. This point touched the heavenly bull, and the heavenly bull trembled violently. The Imperial teacher slowly opened his mouth, and then the heavenly bull disappeared. Null is a kind of grand Tao. Because there is existence, it will become null once it is lost. Because there is existence, it will become none once it is lost. What had happened was exactly the same as his words. Wang Lin's pupils shrank violently. At that moment, he felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation from the Imperial teacher. This was an extremely high degree of enlightenment toward Tao. The heavenly bull dissipated, and the black shadow the old man had sacrificed his life force to create also dissipated. He looked like he had aged a lot, and had a bitter smile as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He didn't speak, but flew back to his family. The Imperial teacher smiled while standing before the celestial Tao temple. However, just after he spoke, he frowned. Not only him, Wang Lin also looked into the distance. The cultivators below all noticed their gazes and looked over too. They all frowned. Humph, you all have guts. This lively of an event is going on, and you didn't invite this king. Do I still existed in your eyes? Little red, little green, little white, little blue, open the path for this king. The transfer array outside the 9 doors flashed, and a crowd of people walked out. The person leading these people was a young man wearing a flower shirt and holding a fan in his hand. His face was filled with anger, and he was waving fan, causing his hair to rapidly flutter. Beside him, Su Ligua's face was deathly pale, as if just being here made his face pale. The young man in green was also pale, and he grabbed the young man in the flower shirt. He spoke in almost a begging tone. My king, this is the Imperial Palace. What does the Imperial Palace count as? I'm the king. The young man in the flower shirt was very dissatisfied with the young man in green and threw him forward. Little Red, bring out the majesty you showed when you went to the Li mansion. Otherwise, this king will punish you. The young man in the flower shirt walked forward and kicked Su Ligua in the butt. Su Ligua trembled as he was stared at by tens of thousands of cultivators. He clenched his teeth and walked forward as if he was going to give it his all. However, he soon coughed out a mouthful of blood and held his, but as he fell, he twitched a few times and then remained motionless. Is he dead? The young man in the flower shirt looked down at his feet and was puzzled. Wang Lin was standing in the air, looking at the young man in the flower shirt. His appearance had changed, but he immediately recognized him as the Madman. The young man in the flower shirt fanned with all his strength as he circled Su Ligua's motionless body and kicked him a few more times. Pretending to be dead. You dare to pretend to be dead before this king? Let me tell you, this king has encountered a guy pretending to be dead before. Who was he? He pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of anything. He forgot about Su Ligua and walked forward in big steps with an arrogant expression. All the cultivators who saw him frowned bitterly and avoided him. Greetings, my king. Greetings, my king. These voices echoed as he walked. The young man in the flower shirt was very proud and was still muttering. The young man in the flower shirt stopped before the old man who had attacked Wang Lin. His eyes widened, and he immediately began to roar. Why are there so many people here? Could it be that my brother is picking a concubine? Hey, old man Luo, why do you look so much older? You look like you were beaten up. Who would dare to bully my family's little flower's grandfather? I'm going to teach him a lesson. Old man Luo, tell me who beat you up. The young man in the flower shirt rolled up his sleeve and continued to roar. Was it him? It must have been him. I already don't like him. He is clearly old but pretends to young. It must be you. I'm going to strangle you. The young man in the flower shirt pointed at the frowning Imperial teacher and rushed over as if he was going to strangle him. Seeing that he was about to rush over, the youth following this young man grabbed the young man's leg. King. He is the Imperial teacher. Master, let us go back. The youth's face was pale, and no matter how much the young man in the flower shirt shook his leg, he didn't let go. He bullied Little Flower's grandfather. How can I let him go? Little servant, you're not going to let go? Okay, I'll take you with me. The young man in the flower shirt vigorously dragged the youth, while revealing a ferocious expression. It looked like he was going to strangle the Imperial teacher no matter what. As Wang Lin looked at the madman below, he revealed a complicated expression. He had come to the Ancestral City to see if this old friend still recognized him. He watched him continue to fan while dragging the youth toward the Imperial teacher. Su Ligua, who had fallen on the ground, opened his eyes. He looked at the young man in the flower shirt in the distance, but then closed his eyes without hesitation. Dao Fei, just as the young man in the flower shirt was dragging the youth toward the Imperial teacher and had raised his hand to strangle the Imperial teacher, the Celestial Emperor's helpless voice echoed from the Celestial Dao Temple. What are you doing? You're choosing a concubine, and you didn't tell me. You're too much. The young man in the flower shirt viciously looked at the Celestial Emperor sitting on the dragon throne. Dao Fei, don't make a fuss. Today is your benefactor's title ceremony. Why don't you go greet him? The Celestial Emperor's words contained a gentle force that pushed the madman a few hundred feet from the Imperial teacher. Benefactor. The young man in the flower shirt was startled. Chapter 1977. The killing intent hidden in the wind and snow. Benefactor, it's really you. I have looked for you for a long time. It's really you. The flower shirt young man looked around at the crowd below and then at Wang Lin. Where are you? Brother, which one is my benefactor? Wang Lin silently looked at the madman before him. He could clearly see that the madman had no memory of him. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he descended from the sky and landed before the madman. Wang Lin whispered, Madman. The flower shirt young man stared at Wang Lin and roared, Madman? You're the madman. You dare to curse this king? Let me tell you, this king is powerful. Could it be that you are my benefactor? The madman rubbed his eyes and circled Wang Lin a few times. The youth in green was no longer hugging his leg and was waiting on the side. Okay, let's just say you are. Now that I greet my benefactor, I ask you, who beat up my little flower's grandpa? Was it him? The flower shirt young man pointed at the frowning Imperial teacher. The Celestial Emperor's slightly angry voice came from the Celestial Dao Temple. Dao Fei, if you continue to mess around, I'll lock you up again. It is the title ceremony, and Luo Gong challenged, but failed. It has nothing to do with the Imperial teacher. Back down. The flower shirt young man was startled for a moment. He was confused and couldn't grasp the situation. He turned and grabbed the green-robed youth behind him. Help me organize things a bit. I'm a little confused. If Little Flower's grandpa was not beaten up by the Imperial teacher, then who did it? He challenged benefactor? It's a bit confusing. Quickly, help me analyze the situation. The green youth had a bitter expression as he looked at Wang Lin and then at the flower shirt young man before he spoke. King, let us go. I remember that we still have a furnace of pills that is being refined. If we go back late, the pills will be wasted. It is a furnace of pills you were going to gift Empyrean Exalt High Z. Pills. Yes, I'm still refining pills. The flower shirt young man seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to leave. However, he suddenly stopped and turned around to roar at the youth in green. Something is wrong. Little Flower's grandpa was beaten. I still remember. You. Humph, Little Red, stop pretending to be dead and find out who beat up Little Flower's grandpa. This king will reward you. The flower shirt young man continued to wave his fan as he roared at Su Ligua, who was pretending to be dead. Su Ligua opened his eyes and jumped into the air. He revealed a flattering smile and quickly ran up. He quickly looked at the old man from the Luo family who had a bitter smile and then looked at Wang Lin. However, when his gaze met with Wang Lin's gaze, Su Ligua's body trembled. This tremble came from the depths of his soul. He stared at Wang Lin dumbfoundedly. It felt like a dream, as if he had met Wang Lin before. This person was so familiar. Fiend. Moss. Su Ligua subconsciously muttered as if some memory was about to awaken. However, at this moment, the flower shirt young man grabbed him and shook him. This shake awakened Su Ligua from his confusion. His face was pale as he pointed at Wang Lin and quickly retreated. It's him. King, it was him who hurt Little Flower's grandpa. Good, so it's you. The flowered shirt young man let out a roar and stopped waving his fan. He grabbed Wang Lin's neck with a vicious expression. I'm going to strangle you to death. Wang Lin closed his eyes and hid the sadness in them. He knew that the madman didn't have any memories of the cave world. Dao Fei, leave. An angry voice came from the Celestial Dao Temple, and the Celestial Emperor walked out. He waved his hand, and the flower shirt young man strangling Wang Lin was blown away like a willow leaf. The green-robed youth and Su Ligua quickly left. They didn't dare to stay. The Celestial Emperor frowned and roared, Black armor guards, send him out of the palace and don't allow him to enter. Just you wait. You dared to injure Little Flower's grandpa. This king will remember it. The voice from the flower shirt young man slowly disappeared. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, the madman was gone. There was only a flash of light from the transfer array. Dao Fei has been like this ever since he came back. Sometimes his memory is blurry and sometimes it is clear. Perhaps he will recognize you when his memory is clear. The Celestial Emperor let out a sigh. At this moment, he was not a Grand Empyrean or the Celestial Emperor, but a big brother. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had come to the Ancestral City to see the Madman. Even though the Madman had lost his memories, Wang Lin had no regrets. He now wanted to leave. There is no need for the challenge to continue. Wang Lin, since you can pass through the 17th palace of the Empyrean trial, I grant you the title of the 49th Ascendant Empyrean of the Celestial Clan. Since you have white hair, and have also obtained the strand of white hair from the Heaven Lion Beast, then I grant you the title of White-Haired Ascendant Empyrean. All Ascendant Empyreans of the Celestial Clan have a chance to enter the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation location. There, you will receive a great fortune and set a firm foundation for becoming a Grand Empyrean. Even your cultivation level will increase greatly there. Someone with the Imperial bloodline only has 3 chances to enter that place in their life. As for those without the Imperial bloodline, one will only obtain a chance after reaching the Ascendant Empyrean stage. This matter is extremely rare. Wang Lin, there has been some misunderstanding between us, and I hope this matter will be resolved. Cultivate well at the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot, so you can strive to become the 6th son of the Celestial Clan. Become a pillar of the Celestial Clan, and spread the might of the Celestial Clan. The Celestial Emperor's expression was very sincere as he looked at Wang Lin in the distant transfer array. I only have this one younger brother. The Celestial Emperor sighed. Go to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot. I'll let Dao Fei go there as well. Perhaps you can help him recover his memories of the past. When I found him, there was a woman beside him. That woman has also awakened and is at the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot. Comprehending. The Celestial Ancestor looked at Wang Lin gently. Many thanks to Celestial Emperor. I only came here for the title ceremony, and now that it's over, I need to leave. If I come to the Ancestral City again, I'll head to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot. Wang Lin clasped his hand and refused the reward of going to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot. The Celestial Emperor silently pondered. He nodded and no longer tried to persuade Wang Lin. The title ceremony ended at noon. As the cultivators left the square, Wang Lin also left. He had declined the Celestial Emperor's invitation to stay in the palace and left the palace through a transfer array. He also stopped by the Li Mansion and then took the seat. It's time to leave. Forget it. I'll take Su Ligua and leave the Ancestral City. Then to the ancient clan. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He was very tired. He had experienced a lot in the Celestial Clan, and now he had his current status and cultivation level. However, it was nothing compared to the lost memories of his friends. Perhaps I really misunderstood the Celestial Emperor. Wang Lin silently recalled the title ceremony. In truth, he had no reason to be so against the Emperor, but it was just an intuition. But no matter what, I can't go to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot. Misunderstanding or not, I can't lower my caution after hearing a few words. Wang Lin silently pondered as the snow began to fall outside the window. The snow drifted in the lights and then disappeared into the darkness. The wind and snow silently arrived. As the wind and snow became intense, a soft knock came from his door. This person did not speak fast or slow, and her voice was very gentle. Empyrean Exalt High Z. Wang Lin turned around, and the door was gently pushed open. Empyrean Exalt High Z was standing there, her long hair scattered behind her. There were some unmelted snowflakes in her hair, giving this already beautiful woman an extra hint of beauty. You came to the Ancestral City. Why didn't you come to Mount Emperor? Today, Mount Emperor doesn't have red leaves, but there is snow. Wang Lin, I came on teacher's order to invite you to Mount Emperor. Since Grand Empyrean God invited me, I'll naturally go. Wang Lin faintly smiled. Through the wind and snow, the moonlight reached down. The snow piled higher and higher as people quickly passed by, but soon there were fewer and fewer people. Wang Lin and Hai Zi faced the snow as they walked down the street. They left behind 4 long lines of footprints, but they were soon covered by the snow. Aside from specific places in the Ancestral City, you aren't allowed to teleport. There is a transfer array not far away, so we will soon reach Mount Emperor. From what you said earlier, you intend to leave. When will you leave? Hai Zi asked softly as she walked beside Wang Lin. After Mount Emperor, I'll leave. Wang Lin's steps in the snow created creaking sounds. The surroundings were completely silent, and only the sound of the snow remained. It felt like even the sound of the wind had disappeared. This was a long street, and the houses on the sides were completely dark, making this street look shady. There was a hint of killing intent that seemed to be hiding in the snow. Wang Lin suddenly stopped walking, and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. He felt a powerful sense of danger. Empyrean Exalt High Z also stopped, and suddenly looked around. There is a fluctuation of a seal. No one knows that I came looking for you. Empyrean Exalt High Z quickly explained. Wang Lin silently pondered, but the coldness in his eyes became even more intense as he looked into the distance. The wind and snow became even more intense. Chapter 1978, Long Street. The wind and snow sobbed like a woman's cry. The moon was covered by the wind, and the stars by the snow. This long, ancient street was dark, and there was shocking killing intent hidden here. The moment Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z stopped, the snow before him fell even faster. 9,999 snowflakes seemed to gather before Wang Lin due to some force and formed a square pattern. The moment the square appeared, it flew toward Wang Lin and High Z. Even more snow gathered and its size expanded to thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a triangle pattern was formed behind Wang Lin and Empyrean Exalt High Z. It was filled with killing intent and charged forward after absorbing a large amount of snowflakes. Everything happened in a flash. You cover the back, I'll cover the front. Wang Lin felt danger in his heart. He didn't doubt Empyrean Exalt High Z. Even though it looked like this was related to High Z, Wang Lin trusted his intuition more. After Wang Lin spoke, he charged forward toward the square pattern ahead. Empyrean Exalt High Z's expression was extremely gloomy, and her beautiful face was filled with anger. She was angry that someone had borrowed her, inviting Wang Lin to Mount Emperor to kill him. Once the other party was successful, this matter would shake the entire Celestial clan, and her teacher would be implicated. She knew it was not the time to explain, and all words were pointless in the face of action. When she heard Wang Lin's trusting words, she felt warmth in her heart, but on her face, killing intent appeared. It was directed toward the person who had set this trap. Without hesitation, Empyrean Exalt High Z turned around, leaving her back to Wang Lin. She charged toward the three-sided deformed pattern. Wang Lin took 3 steps toward the square pattern before him. At this moment, the Heavenly Bull tattoo appeared around him. Facing this situation, Wang Lin used his full power without hesitation. With one punch, 98 afterimages appeared. It was a shocking sight on this long street. The 98 afterimages all threw punches. After fusing with Wang Lin's body, it was the same as 99 spells fused together. This punch contained 23 spells. With 23 spells, a total of 99 times the power could not be used in full, so some power would be lost. But Wang Lin's punch paused 3 times. After the first pause, his 5-element true body overlapped with his body, and the number of spells in his punch increased from 23 to 46. There was a second pause, and then the number of spells inside his punch increased to 69. The moment he collided with the square pattern, Wang Lin's punch paused once more, and the number of spells inside increased a third time to the 92 limit before he used his avatar in the void. With the soul armor, the 92 spells in each punch with 99 punches fused into one before colliding with the square pattern. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the world changed colors. All the snow within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin shattered, making it seem as if this area had become a black hole. The square pattern trembled and suddenly exploded. It was destroyed by Wang Lin's punch. Although it had collapsed, there was a strange force inside. This force entered Wang Lin's body when his fist touched the square pattern, causing him to suddenly stop. This force entered Wang Lin's body and formed a fine net. This net seemed to be inside Wang Lin's meridians and blood, forming a seal inside his body. Wang Lin couldn't figure out the mysterious power, but he had a vague feeling that this power was the power of null. Because there is existence, it will become null once it is lost. This power of null was something Wang Lin had only seen from the Imperial teacher, Shang Xiandao. The moment the seal appeared inside Wang Lin and he stopped, 3 figures appeared in the snow before him. The 3 of them were covered by the wind and snow. Their appearance couldn't be seen, as if they were an illusion. The 3 of them all formed seals and condensed the wind and snow into their right palms. Then they rushed toward Wang Lin. At the same time, 3 people appeared on Wang Lin's left and 3 more on his right. They were also covered by the wind and snow. The 3 on the left had their right thumbs out, and the 3 on the left had their left pinky fingers out as they pointed at Wang Lin. 3 shadows also appeared behind Wang Lin. Their actions were the opposite of the 3 in front. Their hands formed palms, and they struck toward Wang Lin. Above Wang Lin, 3 more people appeared. The 3 of them didn't form palms or point, but stabbed at Wang Lin with 3 silver swords. Front, back, left, right and up. A total of 15 people had appeared at the same time to kill Wang Lin. All 15 people had Empyrean Exalt cultivation, and the moment of their attack was when Wang Lin's cultivation was sealed. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he let out a roar at this moment of crisis. He didn't hesitate to use the full power of the soul armor, and the ancient Tao power filled his body, making his body extremely powerful. His right foot mercilessly stomped the ground. A thunderous bang rang out, sounding like a mountain was collapsing. Wang Lin moved at an indescribable speed from the borrowed force. He didn't charge forward, but retreated instead. His back smashed into the hands raised by the three people. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The three shadows behind Wang Lin coughed out blood. They suffered backlash from Wang Lin's powerful body. The veil covering their faces were blown away, revealing their identities. They were three old men. Wang Lin had never seen them before. The three retreated in horror. As they retreated, Wang Lin also retreated past the three of them. His hand reached out and mercilessly grabbed the heads of two of the old men. There was monstrous killing intent in his eyes as he squeezed. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, and these two people were directly killed by Wang Lin. He inhaled their origin souls into his body. As for the last person, Wang Lin's body smashed into him once more, and his body shattered. Out of the 15 people, 3 of them had instantly died, but the remaining 12 people didn't stop. They charged at Wang Lin at a very fast speed and arrived near him in a flash. The 3 in front coughed out blood in exchange for a surge in speed. In an instant, they were less than 5 feet away. Wang Lin raised his left hand and waved. He used one arm to block their 3 palms. The 3 of them all trembled, and the wind revealed their faces. The 6 people on Wang Lin's left and right all pointed to the sides of Wang Lin's body. 6 fingers landed on Wang Lin, and his face immediately turned pale. The restriction power in his body increased greatly, and his cultivation weakened greatly. At the same time, in the sky, 3 swords shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a roar and raised his left hand to punch the 3 of them. 2 swords collapsed, and the owner's body shattered. However, one person still closed in and stabbed the sword 3 inches into Wang Lin's forehead. Intense pain filled Wang Lin's body, and blood flowed down into his eyes. This caused the world before him to turn blood-colored. The calmness in his eyes was blocked by the blood, so outsiders couldn't see his calmness. Without hesitation, Wang Lin let out a roar and dragged these 12 people toward the end of the street. The wind and snow became even more intense. Just at this moment, a thunderous rumble came from the earth below Wang Lin as 3 shadows rushed out from the ground. The 3 figures were completely black and seemed to be out of place in the snow. The 3 of them formed seals and pointed at their bodies. Popping sounds echoed, and the 3 of them became like origin souls as they rushed at Wang Lin. 9 more shadows appeared down the street. They charged toward Wang Lin without hesitation. Their hands formed seals, and they used a special spell to fuse together into an ice dragon in the sky. The dragon let out a roar and rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin, Empyrean Exalt High Z's miserable voice came from behind. With her strength, she couldn't last long, but the 9 of them didn't want to kill her. They just wanted to keep her trapped. Is this it? Wang Lin's eyes hidden by the blood were still calm. There was a flash of killing intent, and he suddenly stopped as the ice dragon closed in. This pause caused a giant heavenly bull to appear around Wang Lin. This heavenly bull appeared so suddenly, it was startling. It was almost solid, as if the real heavenly bull had resurrected. All of you die. Wang Lin raised his head, and the heavenly bull's head rose up and collided with the ice dragon. The ice dragon let out a miserable howl, and cracks rapidly spread across it before it shattered. The 9 figures appeared when the ice dragon shattered. Their faces were filled with fear as they coughed out blood and were knocked back with pale faces. But the slaughter was not over, and the wind and snow became even more intense. Chapter 1979, Bloody Battle. The heavenly bull appeared and knocked away the ice dragon. It also directly smashed into the 12 people closing in on Wang Lin. From afar, this scene was like a picture. If someone could paint it, it would be passed down for ages. On the picture stood a giant, golden bull with 12 cultivators around it. The 6 people on the left and right had their fingers pointed at the heavenly bull, but their bodies trembled and they coughed out blood before being knocked back. Their fingers and arms collapsed into a bloody mess. The 3 in front pressed their palms down, but their bodies erupted with blood mist, and they rapidly retreated. As for the 3 that had stabbed their swords into the heavenly bull's forehead, they began to retreat, but their swords collapsed and they were hit by the heavenly bull. They coughed out blood and rapidly retreated. The most miserable ones were the 3 black shadows. They might have attempted to possess Wang Lin, but at that moment, the heavenly bull appeared. The 3 shadows were swallowed by the heavenly bull. The golden bull roared, and Wang Lin's hands formed a seal before pointing forward. The golden bull charged forward and collided with the ice dragon that had been knocked back. The 9 people that formed the ice dragon let out miserable screams. The golden bull didn't stop here. It rushed to the end of the street before exploding. The power of the explosion was enough to shake the world and collapse the entire eastern city. However, its collapse only set off the wind and snow. The buildings weren't shaken at all. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he stepped forward. He appeared before the 3 people that had escaped the charge of the golden bull. He turned into fog and shrouded them. Endless cries echoed as Wang Lin absorbed their flesh and blood and devoured their origin souls. Then the fog spread out toward the rest. The 6 people that had their fingers collapsed quickly retreated. They watched in despair as the fog split in 2 and devoured the 6 of them. At the same time, a Yin blade appeared inside the fog and chopped at the 3 retreating figures in the sky. Their bodies trembled and were split in half. Then their origin souls were absorbed by the fog below. The wind and snow howled along with a sobbing sound mixed in. The fog Wang Lin had turned into swept toward the 9 people around Empyrean Exalt High Z. The 9 of them had personally witnessed this terrifying scene and gave up surrounding Empyrean Exalt High Z. They retreated like crazy, but their speed was nothing compared to Wang Lin's fog, so he instantly caught up. The fog spread out and left only 9 withered skeletons. The surroundings were completely silent and covered in skeletons. The fog Wang Lin had turned into reformed next to Empyrean Exalt High Z. His face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood was a shocking sight on the snow. Let's go. Wang Lin stepped forward and rushed toward the end of the long street. Empyrean Exalt High Z bit her lower lip and followed. This battle was something she would find difficulty participating in. More than 30 people had been mobilized for this, and each of them had Empyrean Exalt cultivation. Empyrean Exalt High Z had many friends and had met most of the Empyrean Exalts. However, she had never seen these 30 people before. They were all strangers. They are not Empyrean Exalt cultivators. They had their cultivation levels increased to Empyrean Exalt by force. It won't last long. The reason Wang Lin was sure was because he had devoured the origin souls of more than 30 of them. He wanted to use them to form another spell vein, but found that their origin souls were not pure and would require some time to refine. However, even after all of them were gathered, it was only enough to form 1 spell vein. And from absorbing their origin souls, Wang Lin was able to determine that they only had 1 hour to live. They were paying a great price, their own lives, in exchange for 1 hour of cultivation boost. Wang Lin now had 5 spell veins and could create 98 afterimages. If he could add 1 more, his combat power would increase greatly. There is the shadow of the Imperial teacher in this trap. I still have not resolved the power from the square pattern. I only delayed it slightly. If I can't resolve this seal, then my combat power will be affected. Wang Lin rushed forward in the wind and snow and got closer to the end of the street. He had rapidly searched the memories of the origin souls, but it was a complete blur. Someone had already erased them. This place has been sealed. Earlier, I tried to use the power of the heavenly bull to break the restriction, but it wasn't shaken. The person who set this up has already considered possible help from the outside. As a result, there is no need to think about Grand Empyrean God. If I was setting up this trap, there are 2 preparations I would make. One is to block all auras from this place, and the other would be to find someone to restrict Grand Empyrean God. Of course, all of this is on the pretense that it wasn't Grand Empyrean God who set it up, but my intuition tells me it's not God. The person who set this up is perhaps waiting for the final blow to kill me. Wang Lin's mind went through all these thoughts rapidly as he rushed toward the end of the street with Empyrean Exalt High Z. But just at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the wind and snow. These 3 floated in the air and stared at Wang Lin. They turned into 3 red rays of light and closed in. The 3 of them weren't close yet, but power close to that of an Ascendant Empyrean spread out from their bodies. Behind the 3 of them, 2 more people walked out from the wind and snow. These 2 people had Ascendant Empyrean cultivation. They watched coldly as they raised their hands and black wind howled, forming 2 giant black pythons that coiled in the sky. Soul Armor Messenger. Wang Lin recognized them at a glance. These 2 are unfamiliar. I have seen the remaining 48 Ascendant Empyreans at the Purple Yang sect, but I have never seen these 2, and none of them have soul armors. They must have had their cultivation levels raised to Ascendant Empyrean through a special method and then given the soul armors. In the Ancestral City, the only person that can do this is the Celestial Emperor. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He raised his foot, and his left hand pushed Empyrean Exalt High Z aside. High Z, back off, they won't hurt you. Don't participate in this battle. Wang Lin. Empyrean Exalt High Z looked anxious and wanted to explain, but Wang Lin's left hand pushed her a few hundred feet away. She watched Wang Lin charge at the 5 of them like a moth flying into the flame. These 5 people, 3 in white and 2 in black, turned into 5 rays of light and rapidly closed in on Wang Lin. The wind and snow raged in the long street that was covered in corpses. The wind and snow intensified as these 6 people began the second slaughter of this battle to the death. Kill! Wang Lin's eyes were red as he roared. His right hand turned into the Yin blade as he charged at them. There was nothing fancy about this battle to the death. The 3 people in white in front didn't use many spells, only 2. The first was to gather power to turn into wind and snow to sweep toward Wang Lin. The second was self-destruction. Thunderous rumbles shook the world. After Wang Lin cut open the wind and snow, he was faced with the self-destruction of the 3 people in white. Wang Lin waved his right hand. 99 war spirit prints materialized. 92 of them looked real and condensed together to resist the self-destruction of the 3 cultivators in white. This huge shock and rumble still couldn't cause the restriction here to collapse. As Wang Lin charged out, the 2 people in black surrounded by the 2 black pythons also rushed forward. The 3 of them collided. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the 2 in black coughed out blood. One of them directly exploded, and a line of blood appeared on the forehead of the other before being cut in half. Wang Lin charged forward 100 feet and staggered. His Yin blade stabbed into the ground as he coughed out a mouthful of blood that gave off white gas. Just as Wang Lin held himself up with the Yin blade, a hand appeared behind him. This hand silently appeared and directly pointed to the back of Wang Lin's hand. This finger contained an unspeakable strangeness, as if it didn't exist. However, it appeared like how a Grand Empyrean could create something from nothing. This finger pointed down, and when it was 7 inches from Wang Lin, he didn't turn around. Instead, he charged forward and twisted his body. The Yin blade that was stabbed into the ground swept back and collided with the finger. Crackling sounds echoed and a large amount of cracks appeared on Wang Lin's Yin blade. The countless fragments of the blade reflected the calmness in Wang Lin's eyes. It seemed like he wasn't surprised by the collapse of the Yin blade, and at this moment, his eyes revealed a dazzling, golden light. This golden light came from his strongest avatar in the void. He hadn't used his avatar yet because he had been waiting for this finger to appear. It was also the owner of this finger that placed the square pattern that lowered Wang Lin's combat power. When the golden light appeared, the restriction inside Wang Lin's body became extremely weak and shattered. All his cultivation recovered, and the golden light that reflected off the fragments of the Yin blade formed a formation. Wang Lin's restriction essence was complete, so he could place formations anytime he wished. He used the fragments of the Yin blade to reflect the light from his eyes to form a small formation. Wang Lin raised his left hand toward the golden light and pointed at the finger pointing at him. Chapter 1980, Not Going. This point was Wang Lin's peak power. Not only did it contain his avatar in the void, but also the full power of his soul armor. Wang Lin's 5-element true body and thunder essence true body appeared. Even his 3 ethereal essences appeared, forming 3 large vortexes behind him. All the force entered his finger. Due to the formation created by the golden light and the sword fragment, Wang Lin could erupt the power of his avatar in the void to its limit. Wang Lin wanted to use this to kill the person behind the finger. Wang Lin has always been like this. If someone tried to kill him, he would kill them. The wind and snow echoed across the long street. The finger that appeared from the void suddenly collided with Wang Lin's finger, filled with slaughter. In the snow and wind, when the 2 fingers collided, Wang Lin's ancient Tao power surged. It was the first to collide with the other finger. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The 98 afterimages from the 5 spell veins fused into one, and, along with the power of the heavenly bull, formed the second shockwave against the finger. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world like thunder in the silent night. This caused Empyrean Exalt High Z, who was rushing in to help, to stop, and she was unable to move forward. The finger paused for a moment, and its veins bulged. It seemed like it could not withstand Wang Lin's finger. However, this was not over. Wang Lin's 5-element true body, thunder essence true body, and the 3 ethereal essences formed the third shockwave. This attack contained Wang Lin's lifetime of comprehension of Tao. Thunderous rumbles echoed and blood flowed down from Wang Lin's finger. However, he didn't flinch. He let out a roar and rushed forward. The 4th wave came from Wang Lin's avatar in the void. This force came from Wang Lin's eyes and turned into golden light that shrouded his fingertip. Due to the surrounding Yin blade fragments reflecting light, Wang Lin's finger became golden. A golden finger. The peak of power caused the other finger to resist for a moment and then suddenly collapse. However, just as the finger collapsed, a calm voice echoed in the world. Because there is loss, once it reforms, there will be existence. As these words echoed, the collapsed finger reformed as if nothing had happened, and it collided with Wang Lin's finger once more. Because there is existence, it will become null once it is lost. The moment the two fingers touched, Wang Lin's ancient Tao power disappeared as if it had turned to null. In addition, the spells he had gathered and the power of the heavenly bull also disappeared as if they had been blown out of existence. Even his five-element true body and the thunder essence true body disappeared under this strange force. However, his three ethereal essences remained. These three essences were the earliest of Wang Lin's essences. They represented Wang Lin's entire life of comprehension. This understanding of life and death, karma, and true and false was not something any force could dispel. What also remained was the golden light from Wang Lin's avatar in the void. Thunderous rumbles echoed and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he was knocked back, he waved his right hand, and the Yin blade fragment formation flew toward the finger that had collapsed, but it looked like it was going to reform a third time. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the long street, and the snow seemed to stop. The finger that was about to reform collapsed once more, but showed signs of reforming for the fourth time. Wang Lin retreated quickly and arrived at the end of the street. This was the edge of the seal. He just needed to break this spot to leave the street and escape this trap. However, just as he closed in, there were ripples from the houses on both sides of the street, and 100 figures appeared. These 100 figures all revealed in different gazes. The moment they appeared, all of them raised their hands and bows appeared, aiming at Wang Lin. They all pulled their bowstrings, and 100 snow arrows condensed on them. As the 100 snow arrows condensed, the 100 people coughed out blood into their respective arrows. Then their bodies rapidly withered, as if those mouthfuls of blood had absorbed all their life force. Death cultivators. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. Everyone that had appeared in this trap, aside from the finger, was a death cultivator. They had all used death as the price to set up this terrifying trap. Wang Lin had encountered this kind of situation many times before, but none of them were like this. In all those previous times, the people that were after Wang Lin cared about their own lives, but these people didn't care if they died. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the 100 figures disappeared, not even their bones remained. However, when they died, the arrows were released, and 100 buzzing sounds echoed. As the buzzing echoed, the 100 blood snow arrows flew toward Wang Lin from all directions. They turned into 100 rays of light and instantly closed in, giving Wang Lin no chance to dodge. Wang Lin let out a roar. His hands formed a seal, and he pushed them outward. His white hair went crazy, and his clothes fluttered. A golden sun appeared in the windy and snowy night behind Wang Lin. The moment the sun appeared, the long street disappeared, and the entire world became the dark sea. The sun rose, releasing the power to dispel the darkness. Sundered night. The moment this spell appeared, the incoming 100 blood arrows seemed to fuse with the darkness and were torn apart along with the darkness. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo. Wang Lin's voice echoed in the rumble. I believe all darkness will be destroyed before the light. I believe all existence will go extinct under the rising sun. I believe that all void and null will be unable to enter reincarnation. As Wang Lin spoke, the golden sun around his body shined even more brightly, and the 100 arrows collapsed. Even the finger that had reformed for a third time released hissing sounds and large amounts of black gas. Wang Lin let out a roar and waved his hand. The sun formed by sundered night swept forward and bombarded everything in its path. The night dissipated, and the figure that appeared collapsed after colliding with the sun. As the rumbling echoed, the surrounding light disappeared and returned to normal. It was still the same long street, and the wind and snow covered the world. However, there were 7 gaps in Wang Lin's clothes. 7 of the arrow fragments hadn't collapsed in the sun, and they had pierced through Wang Lin's body. Blood flowed out from his mouth, and he staggered back a few steps. His right hand formed a fist, and he punched the edge of the long street that was sealed. When his punch landed, the void around the long street began to distort. A ring-shaped shield appeared like a bowl and shrouded the street. The moment before the ripples disappeared, Wang Lin saw that there were 10,000 cultivators in black sitting outside the street. These black-robed cultivators seemed to be connected together through a kind of force. It was them that had sealed this place with this strange force. You can't escape. A calm voice echoed across the street. As the voice echoed, the collapsed finger appeared once more. In order to kill you, I will send out my sect's strongest power. As the voice echoed, the ripples on the street disappeared. When the ripples disappeared, The outside world Wang Lin was seeing became blurry until it was a void with nothing inside. However, the moment the images of the outside disappeared, Wang Lin saw that 100 people among the 10,000 had each devoured a pill. Their bodies collapsed and smoke-like origin souls flew toward the long street that had been sealed. At the same time, 100 blurry shadows appeared in the wind and snow. They all released Empyrean Exalt cultivation and charged at Wang Lin while completely disregarding their lives. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but there a hint of light in them as he looked through the 100 figures rushing at him. His gaze fell on the finger that had reformed and was floating there motionlessly. Since you don't want me to leave, then I won't leave today. The best way to deal with this death trap is to kill all of you. This trap will break when I do that. Wang Lin's white hair began to extend and the roots turned black, looking as if his hair was going to turn black. His eyes revealed a sense of ruthlessness in the calmness. This was an indifference to the world, and there wasn't any hint of emotion in them. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a piece of never-melting ice. I originally didn't want slaughter to descend, but now all of you must now suffer my slaughter. Wang Lin closed his eyes. It was as if a battle celestial had descended. For the first time, his Slaughter Thunder avatar had taken control. It was also the first time Wang Lin had released the Restriction Essence and the Absolute Beginning Essence. This allowed the Slaughter and Absolute End Essences to erupt. Chapter 1981, Black-Haired Wang Lin. The roar of slaughter and destruction fused together to form the Slaughter Thunder that would erase all life. This thunder contained destruction and was the framework of annihilation. Its existence was the source of all darkness in the world, the expression of all death and destruction. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, they contained no light. They were completely dark. This darkness replaced his pupils, and his hair turned completely black. Long, black hair and black eyes. I wonder if I can even pass the first palace in the Empyrean trial in my current state. There was a smile on the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, but if anyone saw this smile, they would feel a chill. This was not a smile of joy, but cruelty. When Empyrean Exalt High Z saw Wang Lin's smile from a distance, her entire body turned cold. She felt like the Wang Lin she was familiar with had become a complete stranger. The black-haired Wang Lin made her feel extreme fear, as if he was a natural enemy of hers. Her body trembled, and she retreated several steps. The finger that had appeared in the void slowly withdrew. It was as if the void contained a pair of eyes filled with shock. Let the slaughter begin. Wang Lin jumped into the air, and a rumble echoed from his body. Countless bolts of black thunder appeared around Wang Lin. He let out a roar at the sky, and they shot toward the hundreds of figures coming toward him. These hundreds of figures normally wouldn't feel fear. They were death cultivators, and their goal was to die to complete their task. Even their emotions were suppressed and almost erased. However, at this moment, when they heard the black-haired Wang Lin's roar, their hearts trembled. However, they no longer had a path of retreat, so they charged at him together. The black-haired Wang Lin's smile revealed cruelty, and his eyes were filled with madness. As he stepped forward, he closed in on the hundreds of people. He waved his right hand, and the black thunder formed a net. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the dozens of people in front all self-destructed when the net closed in. The power of the self-destruction collided with the thunder net. But the strange part was that although this force could destroy the world, it was very fragile before this net. The thunder net scattered into countless nets and shot forward. Anyone who was touched by this thunder trembled, and their body shattered. Wang Lin walked like the wind. Facing these hundreds of people, thunder continued to spread out from his body. Anyone who charged at him was destroyed. He moved very fast and appeared behind a figure in an instant. He raised his right hand and pointed at the figure. Black thunder shot out, and the cultivator trembled before exploding. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he continued to kill. He seemed to no longer feel fatigue or know of injuries. The power of the self-destructions bombarded him, but it was not able to cause him to pause at all. In a short period of time, more than half of the figures died to Wang Lin's thunder. The remaining 100 people gathered to form a formation when someone roared, "Bind formation." The earth trembled, and energy seemed to erupt from below. The 100 people turned into a giant palm. This palm was black and reached directly for Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't pause. He raised his hand, and hundreds of black thunderbolts appeared. The destruction and killing intent within them formed black gas that covered Wang Lin. They flew toward the palm like countless meteors. Rumble, 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 rumble. The palm suddenly collapsed, and the 100 people inside all died. When Wang Lin walked out, blood was flowing out of his mouth, but the madness in his eyes had become even more intense. As he stepped forward, ripples echoed in the void before him. The finger that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and pointed to between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Every existence will become null. When the finger landed, this mysterious voice echoed. However, under the finger, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. The madness in his eyes became even stronger and showed no signs of dissipating. Destroying is to make all existence null. With your mere power, you dare to make me disappear. Wang Lin raised his right hand and threw a punch. With his punch, a large amount of ripples appeared in the void and a faint, muffled groan echoed, sounding as if someone was injured. The finger that was pointing at Wang Lin immediately collapsed. Just as the finger disappeared, thousands of blurry figures appeared on both sides of the street. After they appeared, they all charged at Wang Lin. The cruelty on his smile was strong and the madness in his eyes was monstrous. He turned and his black hair grew even longer. His hair split into countless strands and spread in all directions before touching the thousands of figures closing in. Thunderous echoes rumbled. The moment the thousands of figures were touched by the black hair, they decided to self-destruct. This created a vortex of destruction that shrouded Wang Lin. As the rumbles echoed, Wang Lin coughed out a large amount of blood, but the bombardment was being resisted by the countless slaughter thunderbolts around him. Thousands of figures appeared on the street again, and another batch of thousands of people appeared behind them. They were intent on making this trap successful. Wang Lin's expression was fierce, and he let out a roar at the sky. His right hand grabbed something off his chest. Heavenly Bull Soul Armor, get out of here. With a roar, his right hand pulled off the Heavenly Bull Soul Armor. He no longer had the Heavenly Bull Soul Armor on his body. After the armor was thrown away, the madness in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and turned into a dead calmness. However, that cruel smile still remained on his face. After losing the soul armor, the black-haired Wang Lin's cultivation level decreased, but his slaughter gas increased several-fold. In just a few breaths, the black gas around Wang Lin became even more dense, and he rushed toward the thousands of people. The slaughter continued as Empyrean Exalt High Z's heart trembled. Wang Lin was like a demon god. For every person he killed, another strand of slaughter would appear around him. Every person he killed made Empyrean Exalt High Z feel even more unfamiliar toward Wang Lin. Amidst this crazed slaughter, thousands of bodies were torn apart after just a moment. Wang Lin's body was surrounded by endless strands of black gas, and his body could no longer be seen. Just at this moment, the disappeared finger appeared outside the black gas around Wang Lin and mercilessly pointed toward him. However, before the finger could land, Wang Lin grabbed it and mercilessly pulled it while laughing. With this, half an arm was pulled out. Come out for me. Wang Lin roared as he pulled the AMR out. The world rumbled and the arm collapsed. That muffled groan came from the void again. Everyone, enter this place and kill this person. A voice filled with killing intent came from the void. As the voice echoed, figures rapidly appeared from the side of the street. Tens of thousands of figures appeared. They completely ignored Empyrean Exalt High Z and charged at Wang Lin. The black-haired Wang Lin retreated a few steps, now surrounded by a large amount of black gas. The death in his eyes formed a startling contrast with the cruel smile on his face. He raised his hand and mercilessly hit his forehead. Five-element true body, get out of here. With this, Wang Lin's body trembled, and an overlapping shape appeared over his body. His five-element true body was knocked out from his body. The five-element true body was knocked out, and its expression was extremely serious. He appeared beside Empyrean Exalt High Z and gazed over. After losing the five-element true body, Wang Lin's cultivation level decreased, but the slaughter aura around him became even more pure. Restriction Essence, get out of here. Absolute Beginning Essence, get out of here. Thunder Essence, also get out of here. The black-haired Wang Lin continued to roar until his essences were knocked out of his body. At this moment, the tens of thousands of figures closed in. Inside the black gas, Wang Lin raised his head. The death in his eyes remained the same, but the cruel smile had dissipated a lot. He charged toward the tens of thousands of people and began a slaughter. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a moment later, Wang Lin was knocked back, coughing out blood. He felt like his body was going to break. No matter how strong he was, he could not survive the attacks of tens of thousands of people. Life and death, karma, and true and false, get out of here. The black-haired Wang Lin let out a roar and his body trembled. His three ethereal essences were forced out of his body as well. At this moment, the black-haired Wang Lin only had two essences, slaughter and absolute end. There were also no essence true bodies, only his original body. The black gas around his body suddenly shrank into a black robe around him. His hair had turned completely black. His eyes were filled with death, and there was no longer a smile on his mouth. He looked like the embodiment of death. He calmly looked at the tens of thousands of people rushing toward him and closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, the tens of thousands of people trembled, and when he reopened his eyes, they all disappeared before him. What disappeared was also the street and the houses on the side. They became ruins and dust in history. Even the snowflakes turned black as they fell. Restrain the heavenly Tao. All souls beneath the heavens must suffer divine tribulation. Free thyself from convictions that lead only to destruction and walk the path of the true Tao. Wang Lin muttered as he raised his right hand to grab the finger that had suddenly appeared beside him. Then he lightly squeezed it. With a crackling sound, the finger was crushed. With one pull, a figure emitting white light was pulled out of the void. You're not the Imperial teacher. Wang Lin didn't look at the figure emitting white light. He loosened his right hand and directly grabbed the figure's neck before squeezing again. The figure trembled violently and suddenly collapsed. You're not Wang Lin. Who are you? Empyrean Exalt High Z's voice was filled with fear as it echoed in this silent night. The black-haired Wang Lin turned and coldly looked at High Z as he walked over. Chapter 1982, High Z's Silence. Who are you? Empyrean Exalt High Z was extremely pale. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable fear. Her body subconsciously retreated as Wang Lin walked over. Wang Lin? I'm not called Wang Lin. My name. I should be. Slaughter. The black-haired Wang Lin slowly walked toward Empyrean Exalt High Z. His expression was cold, without any emotion. It was extremely indifferent. Wang Lin's five-element true body had an extremely serious expression. He was beside Empyrean Exalt High Z, staring at the black-haired Wang Lin. Around him, the Thunder Essence, the Absolute Beginning Essence, and the three ethereal essences lit up as if they were joining together to resist the black-haired Wang Lin. Slaughter has descended onto this world and replaced light to become destruction. All life must endure endless suffering. Empyrean Exalt High Z retreated in fear when Wang Lin's five-element true body walked forward. He represented his many essences to confront the black-haired Wang Lin. You're just my five-element true body and essences, and you want to stop me? The black-haired Wang Lin looked at the five-element true body. Since I appeared, I'll not return until the slaughter and destruction are complete. You disappear. The black-haired Wang Lin's eyes contained no light as he waved his hand at the five-element true body. With this wave, the five-element true body revealed a sign of struggle but instantly collapsed. The true body turned back into the five essences and flew toward black-haired Wang Lin's right hand before disappearing. Now, tell me who you are. The black-haired Wang Lin stopped before Empyrean Exalt High Z and looked at her. His voice was cold and contained killing intent. Empyrean Exalt High Z's face was pale, and she opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, didn't say anything. God didn't invite me to Mount Emperor, isn't that the case? This trap used you as bait to lure me out, isn't that the case? Empyrean Exalt High Z, your identity, aside from being a disciple of Grand Empyrean God, you should also be part of the Imperial Teacher's sect. Isn't that the case? Back at the Mountain Sea, the Broken Palm didn't go crazy. It chose to attack you because you are the same as me. Neither of us belongs to the immortal astral continent. I came from the cave world, and you came from outside the immortal astral continent. That is to say, the Imperial Teacher's sect came from outside the immortal astral continent. The black-haired Wang Lin said calmly, and every word made Empyrean Exalt High Z's face even paler. She bit her lower lip and remained silent for a long time before looking up at Wang Lin. My original body is still a bit too soft. He should have seen through it, but he chose not to believe it. The black-haired Wang Lin shook his head. His gaze was heartless as he raised his palm and smashed down on Empyrean Exalt High Z. He was going to kill her. This palm was enough to destroy Empyrean Exalt High Z's body and origin soul. Empyrean Exalt High Z didn't dodge. She closed her eyes and tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. She didn't explain anything at all. The palm closed in on Empyrean Exalt High Z. It was less than 3 inches away and she looked like she was about to collapse. At this moment, a sharp force that could break the world appeared out of thin air behind Empyrean Exalt High Z. This force turned into a figure that had a slightly hunched back and looked like an old man. His left hand pulled High Z back, and at the same time, he raised his right hand up to meet Wang Lin's palm. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the black-haired Wang Lin's body trembled as he was knocked back. Popping sounds echoed inside his body as if he was going to explode. After he retreated 7 steps, his body collapsed into black gas, but instantly reformed. The black-haired Wang Lin stopped at the 9th step. His expression was neutral, and he was not surprised at all as he coldly looked at the old man that had saved Haizi. Jiudi. The old man was Grand Empyrean Jiudi. His expression was serious. After saving Haizi, he also looked at Wang Lin. The black-haired Wang Lin calmly said, "In this trap, aside from the Imperial teacher's power, there is also you. Destruction and slaughter. I had wondered what you used to pass the 17th palace. With your cultivation level, just the soul armor is not enough to reach that level. So it turns out you have the power that represents slaughter and destruction." Jiudi's pupils shrank slightly. That palm contained the power of a Grand Empyrean, but it had only forced Wang Lin back 9 steps. "Is this the reason you participated in this trap, or did you only notice this trap and took advantage of the situation to resolve the doubts in your mind?" The black-haired Wang Lin's calm eyes became even more cold. After he spoke, he actually charged toward Jiudi. This was his first time attacking a Grand Empyrean. However, his charge didn't cause Jiudi to feel contempt. It made him become even more serious. He raised his right hand, and the world changed colors. The wind and snow condensed into a huge snow sword that swept toward Wang Lin. "I represent destruction and control slaughter." The black-haired Wang Lin raised his hand and punched at the snow sword as it fell. This punch collided with the snow sword, and a thunderous rumble echoed. The snow sword collapsed, but Wang Lin's body also collapsed into countless strands of black gas. He suddenly changed directions and rushed toward Jiudi. Jiudi frowned. As the large amount of black gas closed in, he raised his hand and formed a circle before him. In an instant, bright light shined like the sun had appeared. This light formed a seal, and it rapidly spread from his hand. The light scattered and collided with the incoming black gas. It was like a confrontation between darkness and light. The light dissipated and Jiudi didn't move at all, but his eyes revealed a monstrous light. The black gas before him covered the light and reformed into the black-haired Wang Lin before Jiudi. "You can't beat this old man." Grand Empyrean Jiudi looked at Wang Lin. His old face showed signs of returning toward middle age as his eyes shined. The black-haired Wang Lin slowly said, "You can't hide from destruction and slaughter." White-haired Ascendant Empyrean. Black-haired Ascendant Empyrean. "Wang Lin, I underestimated you. This time, Haizi is innocent. I will give this to you, and the matter today is over." Jiudi reached at the void, and there was a flash of golden light. A palm-sized golden fragment appeared in his hand. "I have observed your body and found traces of this sort. This fragment can help your metal essence reach completion." Jiudi waved his right hand, and the fragment flew toward Wang Lin. It floated before him motionlessly. After giving him the sword fragment, Jiudi looked at Wang Lin profoundly. He then turned and left with Empyrean Exalt Haizi, who was still silently pondering. After he disappeared, the seal around the street disappeared, but the ruins would remain eternally. In the distance, the sun gradually appeared to dissipate the darkness and shroud the earth in light. The black-haired Wang Lin stood there and looked up at the sky. He silently pondered for a long time. As time passed, the sun rose into the sky and the light spread out like a ripple. The light rapidly spread across the eastern city. When the ripples that represented the light arrived at the street, Wang Lin still didn't move. He looked at the light that got closer and closer until it swept past his body. His hair gradually turned white from black as the light swept by. The coldness and indifference in his eyes turned into fatigue and bleakness. Wang Lin didn't use any method to forcibly suppress the slaughter from descending on his original body, because he understood that once his slaughter descended, nothing could be changed. From now on, under the sun, I'm white-haired Wang Lin. In the dark, I'm black-haired slaughter. Like the sunrise and sunset, it is very difficult to change. Fortunately, I have the power from the avatar in the void to suppress it slightly and remain conscious. Black and white eternally remained on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin sighed. He no longer intended to pursue Haizi. He waved his right hand to take the sword fragment and picked up the Heavenly Bull soul armor before walking into the distance. It's time to leave. Everything in this celestial clan, whether it is its secret or origin, I no longer want to think about it. Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the distance. It was now dawn, and the snow continued to fall. This snow lasted for a long time. In the early morning 2 days later, the snow had covered the earth like a thick layer of cotton clothing. On the early morning after 2 days, Wang Lin, Lu Jinbiao, and the sea dragon stood outside the eastern gate. He looked behind at the ancestral city and calmly waited. Shortly after, as Lu Jinbiao waited in excitement, he saw 2 figures appear in the distance. One of them wore a big red shirt. It was Su Ligua. Su Ligua's face was filled with confusion. He felt like something had been calling him in these last few days. It was due to this feeling that he arrived at the eastern gate. Beside him, The madman walked with swagger. He had also come here because he felt that something was calling him, like with Su Ligua. It made him upset, so he had decided to come. It's you. Damn it. You still to appear before this king? When the madman saw Wang Lin, his eyes immediately widened. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush forward. When Su Ligua saw Wang Lin, he was also startled. Wang Lin sighed as he looked at the madman charging at him. He looked at Su Ligua and slowly said, Su Ligua, I'm about to leave. Are you going to stay here or come with me? When his words entered Su Ligua's mind, his mind to rumble. A layer of seal was loosened and the memories of the past appeared in his mind. Chapter 1983, There Are Tigers in the Mountain. Su Ligua's body trembled as he stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin. Everything that appeared in his mind made tears flow from his eyes. He remembered Wang Lin and how he was refined into a devil by Wang Lin. He remembered following Wang Lin for thousands of years. He remembered his everything and the words from his fiend of a master. He remembered that he had fully awakened after leaving the cave world. Master. Su Ligua's body trembled and his eyes widened. He quickly took a few steps and walked over from the madman to Wang Lin's side. He also pushed aside Lu Jinbiao, who was about to greet him. After pushing aside the startled Lu Jinbiao, Su Ligua stood where Lu Jinbiao stood, and the shock on his face turned into the flattery face he was used to displaying. Master, little Su has finally met you again. Over the years, little Su has dreamed of meeting Master every night. I couldn't wait to reunite with Master again. Master, little Su's loyalty to you will not change because of the change of time. It will not change due to being a different life. You're my master this life, and the next life, and the next life, and the next life. Master, you can't abandon me. Let me follow you. Even if I have to ascend a mountain of blades or go down into a sea of fire, I, Su Ligua, won't even frown. Master, although I met you late, I followed you the longest. Some might have been lucky to have been found by Master early, but how can my loyalty be compared? Master, I finally found you. As Su Ligua spoke, he even squeezed out a few tears of excitement, while Lu Jinbiao stared dumbfoundedly from the side. While shouting excitedly about his joy, Su Ligua didn't forget to viciously stare at Lu Jinbiao, as if he was telling Lu Jinbiao he was the real number one servant to their master. Humph. No one knows this fiend better than I do. When your grandpa Su was following this fiend, little Jinbiao, you were still off somewhere cheating people. You dare to steal master's favor from me? Damn, this Lu Jinbiao must have thought he could surpass me. I need to educate him that his grandpa Su is not to be trifled with. Being stared by Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao immediately felt his heart tremble. Su Ligua had left a great shadow on him. He hesitated and was about to speak when a roar came from beside him. The sea dragon that had shrunken into the side of a finger and was lazily laying on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder suddenly looked up when it heard the name Su Ligua. It stared viciously at Su Ligua and let out a roar. Its roar startled Su Ligua. Lu Jinbiao revealed a proud expression. If not for Wang Lin being here, he would have started laughing. Haha. Fortunately, I prepared ahead of time and have the sea dragon. I want to see how Su Ligua be arrogant now. Lu Jinbiao revealed a proud expression, and his right hand patted the sea dragon's back. He looked at Su Liugo tauntingly. Wang Lin ignored the sparks between their gazes and looked toward the madman, who was startled by Su Ligua's words. At this moment, the madman had already forgotten about looking for trouble with Wang Lin. Instead, he looked at Su Ligua as if he was going to cry. Little Red, you. What are you saying, ah? Am I not your master? How come he is your master? Am I your master, or is he your master? Who is your master? The madman became very anxious and grabbed Su Ligua. Su Ligua just remembered that such a person was with him and looked back at the madman. After his memories recovered, his gaze toward the madman was different from before. It was now similar to when he joined forces with Lu Jinbiao to steal the madman's blood. Let go of your hand. Your grandpa's holy master is this fine master who is wise and gives off a powerful killing intent. At this point, he quickly looked at Wang Lin, and his heart skipped a beat. He had been away from this fiend for too long and almost said something he wasn't supposed to. Go away from me. Don't pester your grandpa Su. Su Ligua quickly broke free and retreated a few steps. He raised his chest as a sign of loyalty. Madman's face was filled with sadness and his eyes immediately turned red. He began to roar at Wang Lin. It's you injured Little Flower's grandpa, and now you stole Little Red. Little Red. Ah, Little Red. Ah, Little Red. Ah. The madman rushed out to strangle Wang Lin's neck. Wang Lin looked at the noisy madman before him with a complicated expression and let out a sigh. Madman, I came to the Ancestral City to see you. Since you can't remember me, Then you can consider the matter at the cave world a dream. Madman, I'm leaving. Wang Lin closed his eyes and allowed the madman to strangle him. A moment later, a soft force pushed the madman several dozen feet away. Wang Lin opened his eyes and turned to walk toward the plain outside the city. Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao quickly followed and completely ignored the madman while staring at each other. However, compared to Lu Jinbiao's pride, Su Ligua was quite angry because the sea dragon on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder was also staring at him viciously. Damn it, this is not suitable. Your grandpa only has one pair of eyes, but that damn Lu Jinbiao and the ugly snake have two pairs. I must think of a way. Otherwise, I can't maintain my status, Su Ligua muttered in his heart. As the three walked away, the madman stood at the gate, looking at the distant figures and continuing to mutter. Little Red, why are you leaving like this? Damn it. How dare you steal this king's Little Red? I'm going to tell my big brother. No, I'm going to tell my teacher. Humph, my teacher is very powerful. He. The madman was startled as he looked at the figure in white walking away. Wang Lin. Madman's body trembled, as if some seal on his memory had loosened. He seemed like he was going to remember something. Cave world Wang Lin. Void. Awakening. The madman trembled more and more as images erupted into his mind. In the image, he had saved the person before him, and then they were immersed in a dream. In the dream, he kept looking for traces of the mark on his arm. He subconsciously raised his arm and looked down. He saw a palm print mark slowly appearing on his arm where there was nothing before. This palm print seemed to appear because someone had held his arm for a long time without letting go. Tears flowed down from his eyes without him knowing. The tears flowed down his cheeks and dripped into the ground. He vaguely remembered. He remembered, in the cave world, he had encountered a corpse in the cave world. He had used his own blood to revive that corpse. He remembered that the corpse was named Wang Lin. After being revived, this Wang Lin was very good to him. He remembered everything that had happened in the dream Dao. He also remembered that when he awakened once more, he saw his big brother. After that, everything was a blur, as if his memories were sealed. His big brother seemed to have cast some kind of spell on him. He could only vaguely remember that there was a ruthless gaze from his big brother's eyes. That gaze made him feel fear, and he wanted to seek Wang Lin's help. He remembered. The madman trembled and shouted, Wang Lin, Wang Lin, Wang Lin. Teacher. When his voice echoed in the world, it caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. The meaning of those words caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble, and he suddenly turned around. When he turned around, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a golden vortex suddenly appear behind the madman, and a person walked out. This person was wearing a royal robe and a crown. It was the Celestial Emperor. He had a gentle gaze when he appeared, and his right hand landed on the madman's shoulder. The madman's eyes became confused once more when this hand landed, and the palm print on his arm disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin, since you intend to leave, I won't send you off. Dao Fei's memory seems to be recovering, so I'm going to take him to the Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot under the palace. Perhaps there he can fully recover. The Celestial Emperor smiled at Wang Lin and then stepped back into the vortex with the madman. They both disappeared. The wind and snow continued. Everything was like an illusion, as if nothing had happened. Wang Lin stood there after witnessing everything. After pondering for a moment, his eyes revealed a monstrous golden light. The Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot again. His words even reveal that it is under the palace. He did it to make me go. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the ancestral city. The madman's call earlier was clearly his memory awakening. Perhaps all of this was the Celestial Ancestors' plan. He used the madman as a lure to force me not to leave, force me to go to the palace. First, I didn't go to the palace during the title ceremony. Then it was the trap at the street. The Celestial Emperor must have been involved in that. He wanted to capture me to take me to the palace, but failed, resulting in my battle against God. He was unwilling to act personally, so he used the madman to lure me to the place. The Celestial Ancestors' closed-door cultivation spot, palace. What secret exists there that the Celestial Emperor keeps trying to get me to go? Should I go or not? Wang Lin slightly pondered before he suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with decisiveness. Sometimes, even if one knows there will be danger, they will still continue down that path. Wang Lin took a deep breath and waved his right hand to put Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, and the sea dragon back into his storage space. The morning snow was falling, and this time, his target was the palace. Chapter 1984, Arriving. The snow covered the early morning in the ancestral city, making it so one couldn't see far away. The snow that made the world blurry revealed a sense of coldness that could penetrate one's heart. Wang Lin turned around and walked against the wind and snow back toward the Ancestral City. There was a jade in his hand, and this was one of his ace for coming to the Ancestral City. This was his agreement with Grand Empyrean Gemini and Empyrean Exalt Guya. When Wang Lin needed her, Grand Empyrean Gemini would come to help in person. This was Grand Empyrean Gemini and Empyrean Exalt Guya's promise to Wang Lin. It was also because of the existence of the jade that Wang Lin still came, knowing he would make an enemy out of the Celestial Emperor. Under the Eastern Gate, the wind and snow were mostly blocked by the city wall. Standing in the shadow of the city gate, Wang Lin looked at the jade in his hand and crushed it. The moment Wang Lin crushed the jade, purple and red light flashed, forming a strange array before him. This array looked ancient and was extremely complex. It looked like it was used for a transfer. As the light from the formation flickered, the figure of two little girls appeared. Their eyes slowly opened as if they were being summoned during their sleep. One of them was still holding a doll. So sleepy, what is this place? Little Wang Lin. It's you. The two little girls looked around, and their gazes landed on Wang Lin. They immediately revealed looks of joy and surprise. Wang Lin greets Grand Empyrean Gemini. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed. There is no need to bow, no need to bow. We missed you so much after you left. We didn't expect to see you so soon. Where's little Biaozi? Quickly, call him out. That's right, I miss little Biaozi. The two little girls were filled with excitement. Wang Lin calmly said, this place is the Celestial Clan's ancestral city. Does Grand Empyrean Gemini remember our agreement? Agreement? Ah, I remember. You said that when you need it, we need to help you once. Do you need help now? Who messed with you? Humph, humph, to dare to provoke our family's little Wang Lin. We will settle this for you. The two little girls immediately became spirited, as if they were very keen on fighting and such. Wang Lin looked at the two little girls and softly said, I'd like to ask Grand Empyrean Gemini to help me trap the Celestial Emperor for some time. I need to take a trip to the palace. Celestial Emperor? No problem. The two little girls' eyes moved, and there was a hint of seriousness in their pure eyes. However, they didn't ask more. They withdrew their gazes and flew toward the palace. In a moment, the earth shook faintly, and there seemed to be a loud roar coming from the palace. Wang Lin felt the earth tremble under the gate and closed his eyes. Let slaughter descend on this world to replace the light with destruction. I, Wang Lin, willingly sink into destruction, Wang Lin muttered, and his long, white hair rapidly changed to black from the roots. As his hair turned black, the snow falling from the sky also changed. The snow became black, and as the black snow fell, it turned into a storm that raged above. When Wang Lin's hair turned completely black, the snow also all turned black. Black snow descended from the air and covered the morning sky. This caused the eastern city to become completely dark. In the sky, large amounts of black snow raged and covered most of the light. Wang Lin opened his eyes. They were filled with a ruthless sense of coldness. The black-haired Wang Lin should only appear when it was dark, but at this moment, he had used a spell to turn the snow black and used the black snow to turn light into darkness. From a distance, the current ancestral city was extremely strange. The eastern city was covered in night, while the rest of the city was in day. The cultivators in the eastern city all charged out of their rooms and looked up at the sky. Every one of them was filled with shock and horror. But soon, they instantly felt the ruthless destruction coming from the eastern city. This aura was not overbearing or lively, but the moment they felt it, they thought of destruction and the end. Wang Lin slowly walked forward, strands of black gas surrounding his white robe. More and more gathered until outsiders couldn't see the figure inside, only a mass of black gas. As Wang Lin advanced, the black snow invaded the light. Every time he took a step, the darkness would also spread one step. I originally put away the slaughter and destruction. I was ready to leave. But Celestial Emperor, since you want me to come, then today you must bear the beginning of destruction. As Wang Lin stepped forward, the black gas rushed forward like black flames that would burn the world. Any cultivator that saw him would feel their heart tremble and feel fear from their soul. It was as if the black gas was their natural enemy and the destroyer of life. Wherever he walked, the black snow melted, turning the ground into ruins. It was uncertain if this was due to the erosion of killing intent or the decay from the melting black snow. The surrounding buildings all seemed to go through countless years in a short period of time as Wang Lin walked by. They turned into dust and scattered. He walked step by step toward the central city from the eastern city. The distance was far too large, but at this moment, black ripples echoed with every step Wang Lin took. He seemed to be fully integrated with the darkness. Although he looked slow, he was moving very fast, and one could only see the dust flying. The darkness devoured the light in the sky and covered the eastern city, moving toward the palace. Very few cultivators dared to block Wang Lin right now. They were terrified as they watched the darkness descend and devour the light. A line of ruins connected the eastern city and the palace. There was no longer a city behind Wang Lin, only the dust of time. Outside the palace, tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers were lined up, staring at Wang Lin. Behind him, countless more figures flew out from every corner of the palace. In the sky, the world changed colors. There were two suns in the sky, one purple and one gold. Inside the purple sun was Grand Empyrean Gemini, and inside the golden sun was the Celestial Emperor. The battle of the two Grand Empyreans caused thunderous rumbles to echo and the world to become a blur. Ripples also echoed in all directions. Grand Empyrean Gemini. This Wang Lin is trespassing in the palace and doesn't respect the celestial ancestor. This is the behavior of a traitor. Are you two going to continue to be stubborn? The celestial ancestor's voice echoed in the sky as thunderous rumbles accompanied shocking spells. Wang Lin stood outside the palace and suddenly looked up. All the black gas gathered around him to form a black robe. His black hair even grew a bit longer. He looked at the golden sun in the sky and his eyes revealed an emotionless indifference. As the black gas around Wang Lin condensed into the black robe, the darkness in the sky spread out like ink. The sky outside the palace was divided into three parts. One part was black, one part was golden, and in the middle was purple. I originally didn't want to pursue the trap at the street and just wanted to leave. I didn't want destruction and slaughter to descend on the world, but you forced me here by using the Madman. Now I'm coming. Wang Lin's eyes were even more indifferent, and there was no trace of any emotion in them now. He suddenly looked at the tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers and the figures flying out of the palace. Wang Lin raised his foot and stepped forward. His body suddenly expanded into a black cloud and swept forward. Those tens of thousands of soldiers all had serious expressions as they looked at the black cloud formed by Wang Lin. They let out roars and black light came from their suits of armor, turning into a powerful aura. The aura of tens of thousands of people gathered together. This mass of monstrous killing intent let out a roar and turned into a giant dragon turtle. This beast had the head and tail of a dragon, but not the body. Its body was that of a turtle, and it had countless ghost tattoos on it. This beast was not the Black Tortoise. In the Celestial clan, it had a special name. It was called the Dragon Ghost. Turtle, Goe, and Ghost, Goe, both had the same sound, one. The Dragon Ghost was formed by the killing intent the black-armored soldiers had gathered over the countless years. It let out a roar and rushed at the black cloud Wang Lin formed. In an instant, it collided with the black cloud, but the moment it touched the black cloud, its body trembled and it let out a miserable roar. No matter how powerful the killing intent, it would all disappear before slaughter and destruction. The black cloud formed by Wang Lin swept by without pausing. The dragon ghost collapsed and the tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers coughed out blood. Their bodies seemed to be hit by a powerful force and were knocked back. The gate to the palace seemed to go through countless years in an instant as Wang Lin passed by, and it collapsed. The sky darkened as Wang Lin passed by, and the land of the palace turned black. The entire gate turned into ashes. The tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers were terrified, but as the black cloud swept by them, miserable screams echoed. When the black cloud swept past them and reformed into the black-haired Wang Lin, the tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers had all turned into corpses. As the wind blew by, they also turned to dust and scattered. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. Both words have similar sound due to having the same pinyin in Chinese. Chapter 1985, Imperial Teacher. In the distance, the cultivators coming from the palace all stopped due to this change. Their faces turned pale and were filled with fear. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Lin. Black snow may have never fallen on the Imperial Palace, the black-haired Wang Lin said as he waved his right hand. The darkness in the sky covered the palace and black snow fell inside and outside the palace. As the snow fell, it seemed to sing the song of time. The huge palace began to rapidly decay. However, at this moment, golden light came from the celestial ancestor statue in the distance. The golden light rippled and shrouded the palace. This golden light was the strongest formation of the palace, and it wouldn't allow the palace to be destroyed. In the golden light, there seemed to be someone sitting on the head of the celestial ancestor statue. He wore white, and he looked at Wang Lin from far away. Wang Lin, the person in white, was the Imperial teacher. He revealed a smile as he stood up and took a step toward Wang Lin. With one step, The entire palace seemed to overlap with another space. This allowed the Imperial teacher to arrive on top of the temple 10,000 feet from Wang Lin. As he stood there, the wind caused his clothes to flutter. I have waited for you for a long time. You finally came. Wang Lin looked up at the Imperial teacher on the temple. In the sky, the battle between the Celestial Emperor and Grand Empyrean Gemini raged. It would be difficult for a victor to be decided, but Grand Empyrean Gemini could keep the Celestial Emperor busy, so he couldn't act against Wang Lin. Aside from the Celestial Emperor, the palace only had the Imperial teacher, who had strange cultivation. Wang Lin silently pondered and stomped with his right foot. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the surrounding cultivators all chose to retreat. They were not like the ancient clan, where there were no sects. There was only the 3 countries and ancient clan temple. Almost all the ancient clan members had a crazed sense of loyalty to the royal family. In the Celestial clan, the royal family was more of a symbol. The true power was controlled by the Grand Empyreans and the many sects. At this moment, when they faced Wang Lin, who terrified them, they didn't hesitate to retreat. When Wang Lin's foot landed, the earth collapsed. Cracks spread out like crazy with his body as the center. The cracks rapidly rushed toward the temple the Imperial teacher was standing on. Strands of cracks spread out like dragons. When they closed in, the Imperial teacher smiled and waved his right hand. Everything that exists can become null. As he waved his right hand, the cracks on the ground healed like a wound and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin looked up at the Imperial teacher and slowly said, "The person I killed at the street was not you. The person you killed was me, but was also not me." As the Imperial teacher smiled, he closed his right hand and slowly opened it. A small person made of white light appeared and kowtowed toward the Imperial teacher. "You went to the Great Soul sect and learned his spell. The Soul I Dao and Dao I Soul look the same, but they are actually different." The Imperial teacher waved his right hand, and the little person flew out. It immediately grew into the size of a normal person and rushed toward Wang Lin. This figure moved very fast and merged with the world. However, when it closed in on Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand just like back at the street. Ripples echoed as he choked the white figure and crushed it. "Why?" Wang Lin closed his eyes and opened them after several breaths. "You are the first person to come out of a cave world. Cave world. Cave world. Whether it is the Celestial clan or the Ancient clan, there are countless cave worlds. At the beginning, no one had the spell to open up their own cave world on the immortal astral continent, including the Celestial and Ancient ancestors. The spell to create your own world was a spell unique to my clan. After my clan followed the Celestial ancestor, we spread this spell to allow any qualified sect to create their own cave world. Over the countless years, the countless cave worlds provided large amounts of Joss flames for my clan. Joss flames were useful for others, but they were most useful for my clan. As long as one absorbed my clan's Joss flames, they would become an outer member of my clan. And if there were no more Joss flames, they would die. Joss flames are poison, but also beneficial. This is not too big of a secret, perhaps you also know. However, you came through the void not through reincarnation, but by walking out with your body from the cave world. This is impossible. It has never happened in the history of my clan." The Imperial teacher became excited as he stared at Wang Lin. The excitement in his eyes became stronger and stronger. "It can be said that you don't belong to the immortal astral continent. It can also be said that you were created by my clan on the immortal astral continent." As the Imperial teacher spoke, his right hand formed a seal, and he waved. The palace became twisted as if the space itself was changing. The sky dissipated and the earth changed. Even the palace disappeared instantly. Wang Lin clearly noticed that his position hadn't changed, but the space had transformed. Someone had obviously used a powerful spell to open up a similar space. They were clearly in the palace, but this was actually another world. This was a large temple with large pillars supporting it. Each pillar has 9 balls of fire around it, lighting up the temple. Countless pillars and countless balls of fire. Each balls of fire contained a face with closed eyes that appeared and disappeared. In the distance, there was a mountain-shaped altar. That was where the Imperial teacher was. His body didn't move, as if he was in a different space. That was the Imperial palace. There was a large, blood-red pool before the altar, and there was a person sitting there. He was Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. His eyes were closed and his expression fierce, as if he was enduring intense pain. His veins are swollen, and there was a sense of age on his face. There were 9 pillars around this pool, and they were connected together with a brown chain that floated above the altar. There was a person chained at the center of these 9 chains, a man wearing a flowered shirt. He was in a coma and had the 9 chains going through him. This person is the Madman. When the Celestial clan invited my family to arrange the palace, they opened up this place. Everything here is connected to the palace. The Imperial teacher smiled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze looked at the comatose madman and, after pondering a bit, he spoke. You and the Celestial Emperor used various methods to force me here. What for? Do you want the power of the Celestial Ancestor? The Imperial teacher looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The Celestial Ancestor has infinite power. If you promise me one thing, I can help you inherit the power of the Celestial Ancestor. You will become the strongest person on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin's expression was still cold, and he wasn't moved at all. He only coldly stared at the Imperial teacher. The Celestial Emperor has prepared for many years to complete the return to the Ancestral origin spell. Once it's successful, it will allow someone to have the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation level and become the second Celestial Ancestor. I can help you obtain this cultivation level without the Celestial Emperor knowing. The Imperial teacher licked his lips and looked at Wang Lin. You have the qualifications. You came from a cave world that provides joss flames for my clan. You can't leave the Ancestral city. More accurately, you can't leave the palace. Wang Lin's words interrupted the Imperial teacher. After he spoke, the Imperial teacher's expression suddenly changed, and he stopped speaking. His gaze became cold as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he met his gaze. After a long time, the Imperial teacher began to laugh. That's correct. The Celestial Ancestor is strong, very strong. My clan is forced to serve him, and a vast majority of the joss flames are refined by the bodies of the members of my clan before being given to the Celestial Ancestor. He left a seal that will be inherited for generations in my clan. Not only can the people of my clan not leave the Ancestral city, we even have to be cautious without words. Every generation of Celestial Emperor can control the life and death of my clan. Once someone takes the risk of leaving, they die. The old ancestor of the Great Soul sect was a genius of my clan, but after he left, he still found it difficult to avoid death. Therefore, my clan must be loyal to every Celestial Emperor. I want to change this, and now I have the chance to do so. When I first learned that you came from a cave world, the Celestial Emperor wanted to kill you, but I understand Lian. He is always suspicious of others and extremely cold. So I took the initiative to say that you will be a big problem and must be killed. Sure enough, the moment I said it, he had doubts, so when you arrived in the Celestial clan, he didn't act. However, you grew too fast beyond his expectations, but he had other plans. He wanted to use your power to complete Mingdao. The person he chose for the return to the Ancestral origin spell is Mingdao, and the person I chose is you, Wang Lin. Zhou Di is a great threat for the Celestial Emperor, so he doesn't wish to act personally and attract Zhou Di's suspicion. This is why he invited you during the title ceremony and set the trap at the street, but when your slaughter descended, it shocked him. Then he relied on Dao Fei's memory to finally successfully lure you here. The reason I wanted you to come here is precisely because only when there is another Grand Empyrean battling him can I say these things without him knowing. The white-haired Imperial teacher's eyes lit up as he spoke to Wang Lin. Chapter 1986, Believe Me Once. Is it me or Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao? Or should I say, the real winner would be the Celestial Emperor or the Imperial teacher? Wang Lin remained calm as he silently pondered. His emotions didn't change at all due to the Imperial teacher's words. He looked at the Imperial teacher above the altar. His words were filled with truth and lies. However, Wang Lin was certain the so-called inheritance would not be so simple. Wang Lin looked at the Imperial teacher and slowly said, I wonder, how do you want me to cooperate so I can obtain the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation? Also, the Celestial Ancestor is rumored to have gone missing. It is unknown if he is dead or alive. How well can this inheritance be carried out? This matter is complicated, but the Celestial Emperor has prepared extensively already. He found Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao, who, without the Celestial Ancestor bloodline, could already become the strongest Ascendant Empyrean after you. If he obtains the Celestial Ancestor bloodline, his cultivation level will increase countless folds. His hatred towards you will turn into an obsession to surpass you. This obsession can increase his vitality grailty and increase his chance of surviving the pain by 40%. So he can successfully force out all his own bloodline and be transformed into the Celestial Ancestor's bloodline. At that time, he will become the second-generation Celestial Ancestor, and the Celestial Emperor has spent many years scheming with Ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. I still don't know what the Celestial Emperor did to make him so confident he could control the powerful Mingdao once he succeeds the return to the Ancestral origin spell. I attempted to divinate it, but it was a complete blur. I managed to find some clues, and it should be something similar to possession and puppet. The key is this blood pool. The Imperial teacher pointed at the pool before the altar. This thing is extremely difficult to obtain. A few generations of celestial emperors gathered enough blood to barely increase the success rate of the return to the ancestral origin spell. If you agree, I'll preside over this and transfer the legacy to you instead. Once you obtain this power, you will become the #1 in the celestial clan, an existence beyond Grand Empyreans. At that time, you can save Lian Daofei with just one word. The Imperial teacher began to speak even faster. Wang Lin calmly said, "What demands do you have? I only have one condition. Once you obtain the celestial ancestor's inheritance and become the second celestial ancestor, you can replace the celestial ancestor to unseal my clan. Let my clan go free." As the Imperial teacher stared at Wang Lin, his eyes revealed a strange light. "Then my clan will choose to leave the immortal astral continent and go back to our hometown. As for you, you will become the most powerful person in the celestial clan. You will be able to enjoy endless power while reproducing the glory of the celestial ancestor. If you don't believe me, I can make an oath. If I violate this contract, let me be destroyed." As the Imperial teacher spoke, his last sentence appeared out of thin air and light condensed to form a complex seal. The seal floated there and then disappeared. The Imperial teacher quickly said, "This is an oath, and the law of the immortal astral continent is the witness. With your cultivation level, you can naturally sense if this oath is real or fake." Wang Lin silently pondered. Time passed breath and breath. For the first time, the Imperial teacher became anxious. "Wang Lin, I have no malice, and everything I have said is true. There is no feud between us, so I won't harm you. I just want to fight for a free future for my clan. Can you please help me? No one wants to be a slave for their whole life, and even all your future generations will be slaves to another. Can you imagine that? My children had their fates decided the moment they were born. This kind of thing has continued for countless years. We have to struggle. We want to struggle. We want to break free. But my clan has no strength to resist. Wang Lin, you are my clan's only hope. Help my clan once. Help my clan once." The Imperial teacher looked sincere and was filled with a deep sense of sorrow. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply at Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin's expression was still cold and hadn't changed at all, revealing ruthlessness. The black-haired him represented slaughter and destruction, so even if this matter was several times more sad, he wouldn't care. Not to mention, he wouldn't casually believe those words. Wang Lin looked at the struggling Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao in the pool and felt the madness coming from his body. Has he lost his mind? His mind has already been erased by the Celestial Emperor. The only thing that remains is his hatred and killing intent toward you. The Imperial teacher nodded. From Wang Lin's view, this hatred wasn't that deep, but considering the Dao Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao cultivated, he slightly understood. Time slowly passed. The Imperial teacher bitterly waited for a while. He looked at Wang Lin's indifferent expression and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He clenched his teeth and spoke once more. "If fellow cultivator Wang agrees with me, I can give you all the Joss flames provided by all the cave worlds on the immortal astral continent. If fellow cultivator Wang absorbs it all, there will be many benefits. Regardless of cultivation level, spells, or lifespan, you will undergo a metamorphosis. After a long time, there is a chance you will reach a realm of void and destruction. This level is enough for one to stand at the top." After the Imperial teacher finished speaking, his right hand reached toward his forehead. A fist-sized black crystal slowly appeared. It gave off no light, but a powerful Joss flame aura spread out. This item is the core of all the Joss flames provided by all the cave worlds on the immortal astral continent. With this, the entire continent will be constantly providing you with Joss flames. The celestial ancestor was born from the void, and unlike my family, he couldn't absorb it himself, so it's necessary for my clan to transform it first. There are many people in this world who absorb Joss flames, but because it's not pure, they become a seed for Joss flames for my clan once they absorb it. But you are different. You were born in a Joss flame cave world. For you, you don't need my clan to transform it. Your soul and body can directly absorb it. The Imperial teacher's eyes revealed a decisive gaze, and he waved his hand. The black crystal flew toward Wang Lin. The incoming crystal seemed to meet resistance before Wang Lin and floated before him. After taking out the crystal, the Imperial teacher looked older, as if he was decaying. "This item is my clan's life crystal. After losing it, I won't live for much longer. I give this to you in hopes that you will believe me. Help my clan gain freedom and leave here. Return home." The Imperial teacher's voice felt ancient. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he waved his right hand and immediately put the crystal away. He looked up at the Imperial teacher and nodded. I don't understand the immortal astral oath. I only know blood oath. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his hand and bit his finger. A drop of blood flew out, and this blood contained Wang Lin's aura. This aura was very powerful, and if it exploded into a blood mist, the aura it would give off would make it difficult for others to tell if this aura was the real Wang Lin or not. If what you say is true, then I can help you once. Wang Lin words entered the drop of blood, and it flashed. Wang Lin flicked the drop, and it stopped before the Imperial teacher. The Imperial teacher became excited as he looked at the drop of blood before him. He pointed at the pool Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was in and spoke. Many thanks, fellow cultivator. At this moment, time is of the essence. I ask fellow cultivator to enter the pool so I can cast the spell while the Celestial Emperor is occupied and Ming Dao hasn't awakened yet to transfer the inheritance to you. This matter will be painful and will require your blood to be changed so that you have the blood of the Celestial Ancestor. I ask fellow cultivator not to resist, as once you resist, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Fellow cultivator Wang. The Imperial teacher's expression was serious. He looked at Wang Lin with deep gratitude. He clasped his hands and bowed at Wang Lin for the second time. My clan will remember fellow cultivator's grace. I thank fellow cultivator on the behalf of all my clan members on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he slowly walked toward the pool. When he got near the pool, he suddenly looked up at the Imperial teacher. The Imperial teacher was still filled with gratitude, and Wang Lin could see the death aura around him. Like he had said, after losing the crystal, he didn't have much time left. Wang Lin slowly said, I must first rescue Lian Daofei. The Imperial teacher revealed a bitter smile as he looked at Lian Daofei, who was locked by the 9 chains. He shook his head and let out a sigh. Fellow cultivator Wang, this old man doesn't want to deceive you. The chains on Lian Daofei's body were placed by the Celestial Emperor, so I can't remove them. Even though he is battling against Grand Empyrean Gemini, once it's touched, he will immediately notice. So this old man really can't open it. But once you obtain the power of the Celestial Ancestor, everything will be resolved. Believe me once, fellow cultivator, believe me once. I promise you this with the lives and the future of my entire clan. Believe me. The Imperial teacher was very sincere. He had paid with his life only for Wang Lin to believe him once. Wang Lin looked at the Imperial teacher and silently pondered for a moment before he nodded. He lifted his feet and stepped into the blood-like pool of water. However, just as his right foot was about to touch the pool, his right foot trembled slightly. This action was very light, and the ripple from his foot touching the pool masked it so outsiders couldn't detect it. A strand of slaughter aura spread out from his right foot. The moment this aura appeared, it shot directly Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who had his eyes closed, and immediately drilled into his body. The Imperial teacher was very excited. When he saw Wang Lin step into the pool, he raised his hand to form a seal and used the last of his life force to use the secret spell. However, at this moment, the entire palace suddenly turned cold. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao suddenly opened his eyes, and his feelings of confusion were turned into madness. The coldness was coming from his body, and the moment he opened his eyes, the pool of water instantly turned to ice. Chapter 1987. The Celestial Skull Turns into a Mountain. Roar. Ming Dao let out a roar, and his body stood up inside the frozen water, releasing cracking sounds. His hair grew rapidly until it was longer than his body and laid on the frozen body. His hair moved as he stared at Wang Lin with monstrous killing intent. This sudden change startled the Imperial teacher, but before he could speak, Wang Lin's right foot rose up the moment Ming Dao awakened and the pool froze. His eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness as he looked at the Imperial teacher. You are indeed deceiving me. This, just as the Imperial teacher was about to explain, Ming Dao's roar echoed, causing the entire place to tremble. He rushed at Wang Lin like a fierce beast. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then our agreement from before is over. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy and angry. Facing Ming Dao, who was charging at him, he waved his right hand. With this wave, his slaughter and destructive power appeared to form a black cloud that flew toward Ming Dao. As it closed in, Ming Dao let out a roar. His eyes were filled with madness. He raised his left hand and 9 strands of green gas suddenly appeared around his 5 fingers. After forming 9 circles, they expanded and flew toward the black cloud. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the green gas erupted with extremely pure fire essence power. Each ring began to burn, shaking the black cloud. The Imperial teacher stared at this and began to ponder. He immediately guessed that this was related to Wang Lin, but he wasn't sure. Perhaps Wang Lin's arrival had stimulated Ming Dao to awakening early. As he pondered, he raised his right hand, and a small person made of white light appeared. Just as it was about bow to divinate, Ming Dao was knocked back toward the Imperial teacher as the smoke rings and the black cloud collided. Wang Lin also retreated and suddenly looked up after retreating several steps. He stared at Ming Dao, who had been knocked toward the Imperial teacher. Killing intent appeared in his eyes as he stepped forward, and the black robe around him erupted into a black cloud. Wang Lin became one with the black cloud and rushed toward the madman, who was trapped by the 9 chains. You kill him or subdue him, then our deal can continue. As Wang Lin's voice echoed, the blood that contained Wang Lin's blood oath erupted into a blood mist. This blood mist surrounded the altar and the Imperial teacher. When the blood suddenly erupted, it caused the Imperial teacher to be shrouded by Wang Lin's aura. This aura was very powerful and would make it difficult for someone who could only detect auras to figure out the difference between real and fake. Wang Lin was currently the black-haired version of himself and was hiding inside the fog, so his aura was completely hidden. Ming Dao, who had lost his mind, immediately felt the aura from the blood mist around the Imperial teacher, the aura he hated to the bones. Without hesitation, he immediately changed his target. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged toward the Imperial teacher. Ming Dao arrived with a sharp roar and interrupted the Imperial teacher's divination. He looked at the blood mist around him and no longer needed to divinate as he had already guessed the answer. There was a flash of viciousness in his eyes as the little person in his palm flew out. It immediately turned into the size of a real person and pointed at Ming Dao. Till the end, Wang Lin still didn't believe the Imperial teacher's words. The reason he had even talked with the Imperial teacher was to find a way to save the madman. The Imperial teacher's power was very strange, and if he tried to stop Wang Lin, then Wang Lin would find it difficult to find spare power to save the madman. Therefore, he first got the information that Ming Dao had lost his mind, and then condensed his own aura before the Imperial teacher in the guise of a blood oath. He wasn't worried the Imperial teacher would have doubts, because, after all, it was normal for the blood oath to contain the user's own aura. As time passed, the Imperial teacher revealed his anxiousness several times. Wang Lin had used the blood oath as an excuse to place it near the Imperial teacher. Then he agreed without giving the Imperial teacher time to think. The Imperial teacher was anxious, and much time had passed. Once Wang Lin agreed, the Imperial teacher didn't suspect the blood, and he didn't bother to divinate it. His attention was focused on transferring the power to Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly executed this plan, and once Ming Dao was awakened by him, all of this took place. What celestial ancestor inheritance? What saving the Imperial teacher's clan? Wang Lin had no interest in any of this. He was currently the black-haired Wang Lin, who represented slaughter and destruction. How could he care about such things? The only thing that remained was the obsession that remained when he turned into the black-haired version. Save the madman. He turned into black fog, and while the Imperial teacher and Ming Dao were fighting, he charged toward the chains above. As soon as the black fog shrouded the chain, and he was going to save the madman, a golden light came from the madman's body. This golden light was the same as the golden light from the celestial ancestor statue in the palace. Under this golden light, a power that made his heart tremble, one that not even his slaughter could resist, spread out. The moment the golden light touched the black fog began to dissipate. The black fog was turned into threads and was forced out of Wang Lin's body. Under the golden light, the black-haired Wang Lin was surrounded by black gas. The moment the black gas appeared, it dissipated with a sizzle. A sharp pain came from Wang Lin's soul and shrouded his body, making it so he could not close in on the madman. He suddenly retreated, but under the golden light, his hair rapidly changed. After retreating a few hundred feet, his black hair had dissipated and was replaced by white hair. This power forced Wang Lin to turn back to his white-haired form from his slaughter and destruction. Even though his hair was no longer black, Wang Lin was still being rejected by the golden light. The blast caused him to cough out blood and his pupils to shrink. He stared at the chains around the madman with shock in his eyes. Is this the power of the celestial ancestor's bloodline? Did the celestial emperor choose Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, or his little brother, Dao Fei? As Wang Lin retreated, the Imperial teacher pointed at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, causing Ming Dao's body to be pushed back. However, the retreating Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao let out a roar and his skin rapidly decayed. Large amounts of wounds appeared on his body, and golden light shined out from those wounds as they decayed. This caused his body to be shrouded in a golden light no weaker than the one that had turned Wang Lin's hair white. The appearance of this force caused Wang Lin to suspect his previous speculations. The appearance of this golden light made him uncertain if the Celestial Emperor had chosen the Madman or Ming Dao. Wang Lin, you moved the chain, so the Celestial Emperor already knows. He could come at any time. Quickly, come help me suppress Ming Dao so I can transfer his power to you. The Imperial teacher's face was pale. He had lost the crystal and therefore didn't have much time left. His words were anxious, and at this moment, he didn't care about Wang Lin's scheme from before. Ming Dao's body was covered in golden light, but the decay did not stop. It only intensified as the golden light became stronger. Pieces of rotten flesh fell off, and he looked like he was in endless pain. His eyes were blurry, filled with only madness as he let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. He didn't use any spell as he closed in. The golden light coming from his body was the best spell and treasure. Wang Lin felt like a sun was rushing toward him to completely destroy him. Wang Lin's expression changed and he retreated, activating the soul armor as he did so. He was now using his full power. Sundered Night appeared in his left hand, and Ancient Dao No Celestials appeared in his right. These were his most powerful spells, and he bombarded Ming Dao with them. At the same time, the Imperial teacher also jumped into the air and left the altar for the first time. He waved his right hand, and 9 white figures appeared. The 9 figures turned into 9 fingers and rushed toward Ming Dao. As the rumble echoed, before Wang Lin could see the result, a muffled, angry roar came from outside the palace. The entire palace shook violently, and the top of the palace collapsed. A large, golden palm seemed to have broken through space, descending on them. Shang Xiandao, you dare to betray this emperor? The golden palm contained the destructive force of a Grand Empyrean. After it appeared, it immediately absorbed the golden light from Ming Dao and the Madman. When all this power gathered together, the entire palace trembled. The Imperial teacher's face immediately turned pale. As the palm closed in, he immediately screamed, Wang Lin, into the pool. He only had time to say this one line before he rushed into the pool below. Wang Lin hesitated, and after he gritted his teeth, he charged into the pool. When he entered the pool, the Imperial teacher used some unknown spell that caused the pool of water to boil and turn into a vortex before collapsing. There was another space hidden under this palace. The sky was blood-colored like the blood pool. At this moment, a crack opened up in the sky, then ripples echoed and Wang Lin and the Imperial teacher fell through. The golden palm and Ming Dao's figure followed after them. There were 9 mysterious mountains on the ground. One of the mountains was carved into the shape of a skull. The skull looked at the sky, and it looked like the celestial ancestor. A skull turned into a mountain. Chapter 1988, Celestial Mountain. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he fell from the crack in the sky. He immediately flew to the peak of one of the 9 mountains and looked up. The Imperial teacher did the same thing as Wang Lin and, in a flash, appeared on top of another mountain. The giant golden palm arrived and instantly replaced everything in the sky. The sky became golden, as if it were a sea of golden fire. However, just as the golden palm arrived, the earth of this space trembled. The eyes of the mountain that looked like the head of the celestial ancestor lit up. The palm in the sky seemed to be attracted by this gaze. It melted into 2 strands and was quickly absorbed by the 2 eyes on the mountain. The golden palm print disappeared in an instant. An angry roar faintly came from the sky. It seemed to come from the Celestial Emperor. This roar seemed to have passed through many layers of space, but it gradually became more clear, as if the Celestial Emperor was desperately rushing here. However, shortly after, the angry roar stopped and was replaced by the crisp voice of 2 little girls. It was clear that the Celestial Emperor had been stopped by Grand Empyrean Gemini. The Imperial teacher's face was pale, and he was panting. He seemed to have reached the end of his life, and he roared, Wang Lin, the Celestial Emperor is stopped for now, but he is anxious to come here. We don't have much time left. We must first work together to subdue Ming Dao. After we subdue him, I'll use a spell to transfer his inheritance to you. Although there was no golden palm in the sky, Ming Dao's body appeared. His body was rapidly decaying, and a large amount of skin was falling off, exposing his black bones. His body was still giving off golden light that was corroding his flesh. This caused him to continue to roar in pain. Because the Imperial teacher had broken open the pool, there were cracks in the sky from which large amounts of red blood dripped down like rain. The red blood fell on the 9 mountains and on the ground. It was rapidly accumulating as if it were endless. Under the blood rain, Ming Dao let out a roar and suddenly looked up. His eyes were turbid but filled with killing intent and madness. He stared at Wang Lin as he let out a roar and charged forward. He turned into a shadow and instantly closed in on the mountain Wang Lin was on, exuding his shocking pressure. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The instant Ming Dao closed in, he took a step back. With this step, 99 afterimages appeared. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the earth trembled. Ming Dao didn't use any spell. He just smashed headfirst into the mountain. The earth trembled, and if it was any other mountain, it would have collapsed. However, this mountain trembled violently and rocks fell, but it showed no signs of collapse. No cracks had even appeared on the mountain. Out of the 99 Wang Lins, more than 70 collapsed in Ming Dao's crazed collision. The rest fused together in the distance to turn into his original body. His expression was calm as he retreated and stared at the mountain with a strange light in his eyes. What kind of mountain is this? What is this place? Wang Lin asked the Imperial teacher. These are the 9 celestial mountains that are the foundation of the Celestial Clan. They protect the Celestial Clan and suppress the 72 sealed souls. This also allows each generation of Celestial Emperor to inherit the title of 8 Extreme. This place is the Forbidden Palace under the Imperial Palace and the real closed-door cultivation spot of the Celestial Ancestor. The Imperial teacher answered without hesitation. Wang Lin attack. The Imperial teacher's eyes lit up, and he flew toward Ming Dao. His right hand stretched out, and a small person made of white light appeared and immediately turned into the size of a person. It charged forward with him. Ming Dao hit the mountain, causing it to tremble, and let out a roar. He didn't care about the Imperial teacher, he just charged at Wang Lin once more. All nothingness continues to exist because they exist. The person made of white light before the Imperial teacher walked forward and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was before Ming Dao, and it pointed at Ming Dao. When the finger landed, a large amount of ripples appeared before the void around Ming Dao. These ripples were like chains and immediately caused Ming Dao to stop. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The golden light inside Ming Dao's body was too strong, and Wang Lin dreaded this power. Seeing the Imperial teacher act, Wang Lin hesitated for a moment before he charged toward Ming Dao. As he closed in, he raised his right hand, and sundered night appeared. The earth became the sea and the sky turned dark, while he became the sun. Bright light appeared, containing the powerful force of Wang Lin's faith spell. He fused with the light that could tear apart the darkness and charged at Ming Dao. At the same time, the Imperial teacher, with his pale face, bit the tip of his tongue. He used his last remaining life to spit out a mouthful of blood that condensed into a blood man. The blood man let out a roar toward the sky and charged toward Ming Dao with a fierce expression. Wang Lin and the Imperial teacher both attacked Ming Dao with powerful spells. Ming Dao was originally not this strong, but the golden light in his body was indestructible and could replace all spells. It was powerful enough to force anyone back and make them not dare to close in. Like a fire, if a moth pounced at it, or it pounced at the moth would be burnt to ashes. As the blood man and Wang Lin's sundered night closed in on Ming Dao, he let out a roar at the sky. It was as if the pain had reached a peak. His body, which had mostly rotted, trembled and suddenly collapsed. This collapse was a separation of flesh and blood. It was the force of his flesh and blood exploding in all directions. The blood man charged forward into the explosion of Ming Dao's body. Popping sounds echoed and the blood man let out a miserable scream. Ming Dao's flesh penetrated through the blood man, and it disappeared before it even got close to Ming Dao. The power of the celestial ancestor was present inside Ming Dao's flesh and blood, making it comparable to all kinds of spells. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he rapidly retreated. The flesh and blood rapidly dissipated under sundered night, but some still penetrated through. As Wang Lin dodged, 3 pieces landed on his body. It was his chest, right leg, and left arm. Intense pain came from his body, and golden light shined from those places as if it were trying to burn his body. This is happening because he awakened early and hasn't absorbed enough of the celestial ancestor's bloodline. Following his flesh and blood, his bones will collapse. If he can persist, then he will complete the return to the ancestral origin spell, and his body will be reformed by the golden light. Wang Lin, we can no longer hold back. We must use our full force. We have to subdue him before he completes the spell or dies, so I can transfer the power to you. The Imperial teacher's words were weak and anxious. He raised his hand, and little light people started to appear in his palm. He bit the tip of his tongue once again, and, with a roar, his body rapidly decayed as if he was going to die. He spat out a mouthful of blood which then turned into a blood man. All the little people made of light rushed into the blood man. The blood man gave off a powerful aura and opened its eyes. There was no fierce gaze, only calmness as it charged at Ming Dao. The Imperial teacher's body trembled, and his breathing became rough. His face was extremely pale, and death shrouded his body. Seeing the Imperial teacher like this, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and activated the power of the Heavenly Bull Soul Armor to its peak. His hair moved without any wind as his ancient Tao and celestial cultivation fused together, and he threw a punch at Ming Dao. This punch was the peak of Wang Lin's power. When he threw the punch, 99 aftermags condensed with his original body and smashed toward Ming Dao. Ming Dao's body trembled, and his body was like a skeleton. What little flesh and blood remained at this moment exploded once more. Now Ming Dao's body was all bones. The bones were completely black, but there was a fist-sized ball of golden light that gave off endless golden light inside him. This was what he inherited from the celestial ancestor. The power of the flesh and blood exploding could not stop the blood man formed by the life force of the Imperial teacher or the spell formed with Wang Lin's heavenly bull armor. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Ming Dao looked like he could not bear it anymore. However, just at this moment, a roar that came from the soul echoed across the world from Ming Dao's skeleton body. "I'm unwilling to give up." As his divine sense echoed, two golden flame began to burn in his eye sockets. But an instant later, the fire showed signs of extinguishing. Cracks appeared on his bones, and they collapsed in a flash. The moment all his bones collapsed, an unimaginable shockwave spread out with him as the center. This powerful force caused Wang Lin to feel a powerful life or death crisis coming. Not far away, the Imperial teacher's dim eyes shined with a hint of hidden excitement. He had used the last of his life, so his body collapsed like his oath. At the same time, a ray of ghostly light flew out toward Ming Dao. Chapter 1989. Lian Yunjue? The impact from the explosion of Ming Dao's bones rushed toward the Imperial teacher, but most of it shot toward Wang Lin. From a distance, this storm looked like a giant mouth that was going to devour Wang Lin. The impact containing the power of the celestial ancestor made Wang Lin experience a life or death crisis. He could not dodge, and it would be difficult to resist, but Wang Lin's eyes revealed a decisive gaze. At this critical moment, he let out a roar. Heavenly Bull, Soul Collapse. The Heavenly Bull soul armor that had been with Wang Lin for many years suddenly collapsed. The fragment turned into a vortex around Wang Lin and formed a giant Heavenly Bull around him. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Ming Dao's exploding bones collided with the Heavenly Bull. This shocking sound set off a series of echoes that shrouded the world. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated. The giant Heavenly Bull around him showed signs of dissipating, but was still there. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he stared ahead. He saw that at the place where Ming Dao had disappeared, there was a golden ball of light. This ball gave off a bright light, and the shadow of a figure rapidly formed. This figure was blurry but gave off a shocking pressure, and from its appearance, it seemed to be Ming Dao, who was going to reform his body. Following his flesh and blood, his bones will collapse. If he can persist, then he will complete the return to the ancestral origin spell, and his body will be reformed by the golden light. The Imperial teacher's earlier words echoed in Wang Lin's mind. His pupils shrank, and he was about to attack when the Imperial teacher's ancient voice echoed in his mind. "Wang Lin, this old man will use his life to give you the inheritance. I can sacrifice myself only to ask you to release the seal on my clan. Ming Dao has already persisted to this point and had endured a majority of the pain for you. This will make the chances of you successfully obtaining the inheritance much greater." The Imperial teacher's ghostly light charged out after his body collapsed. His calm voice that was ready for death filled Wang Lin's mind. The ghostly light rapidly closed in and collided with the shockwave created by Ming Dao's bones. The ghostly light immediately penetrated this shockwave and arrived at the golden figure that was forming. The ghostly light immediately circled around the figure 7 times and was still going. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't listen to the Imperial teacher's words. He clenched his right fist, and the collapsed Heavenly Bull soul armor condensed in his hand. In an instant, the storm around him dissipated, and the Heavenly Bull shadow that was about to collapse gathered inside Wang Lin's fist. Then he threw a punch. With this punch, the Heavenly Bull soul armor on Wang Lin's body shattered. But this punch moved extremely fast. It carried a destructive force and instantly closed in on the ghostly shadow the Imperial teacher had turned into, and the golden shadow. No! A miserable divine sense message came from the ghostly light. Wang Lin's punch contained the Heavenly Bull soul armor. It created an impact that penetrated the 8 layers of ghostly light and collided with the golden shadow. In the Celestial clan, you're not one of the people I can trust. Whether what the Imperial teacher was saying was true or a lie, Wang Lin didn't care. He only knew that the Imperial teacher had participated in the slaughter back on the long street. If his slaughter avatar hadn't descended, he would have without a doubt died. In his heart, he also had a speculation, although he couldn't confirm if it was true or not. Once it was confirmed, then everything before him would be a lie. The last power of the heavenly bull soul armor collided with the golden shadow. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world, and the golden shadow directly collapsed. During the condensing process, it was at its weakest, and this was a critical time where it couldn't withstand too much force. At this moment, the golden shadow collapsed, but the golden light itself was not damaged at all. It flew directly toward the sky. The ghostly light the Imperial teacher had formed after he died didn't dissipate, but reformed into the Imperial teacher. After he appeared, his face was filled with anger and pain. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed at the earth. Celestial Ancestor, it was my clan that found your head. As the Imperial teacher pointed at the earth, the mountain that looked like the Celestial Ancestor's head trembled. Large amounts of rocks fell, and the entire mountain exploded before a dumbfounded Wang Lin. As the mountain exploded, a monstrous golden light came from the mountain. After the mountain completely collapsed, Wang Lin saw something inside. Wang Lin stopped breathing, and his body trembled. He was filled with disbelief and horror. The thing inside the mountain was a head 100 feet large with its eyes closed, and a head of black hair. The moment the head appeared, a shocking pressure spread out. Under this pressure, Wang Lin felt the illusion that his body was being suppressed and his soul was going to dissipate. The head was bleeding from its orifices, but his appearance was very clear. When Wang Lin was absorbing the earth fire vein at the Heavenly Bull continent, he had seen this person seal the Heavenly Bull. At the Empyrean trial, he had seen this person's shadow. In the palace, he had seen this person's statue. He had heard about this person again and again over the past few hundred years. He had even heard this person's true name in the Dong Lin pool. He was the ancestor of the Celestial Ancestor, the ancestor of the entire Celestial clan, the legendary strongest member of the Celestial clan. He had once sealed and suppressed 72 foreign souls to form the current 72 continents. He had also created the Empyrean trial and left behind a trial ground for the future generations. He was the Celestial Ancestor. He was Lian Yunjue, the Celestial Ancestor's head, Lian Yunjue's head. This head came out of the collapsed mountain and slowly rose into the air. The wound on its neck was irregular, as if someone had forcibly torn his head from his body. The blood that was dripping from his orifices was golden, but because too much time had passed, it contained faint hints of purple. There was no pain on his face, as if he was sleeping. The moment Wang Lin saw this head, his mind rumbled as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded in his brain, completely startling him. Wang Lin had many guesses about the Celestial Ancestor, and among the Celestial clan, there were many different versions of the story of the disappearance of the Celestial Ancestor. Wang Lin thought that the Celestial Ancestor had left the immortal astral continent. He also thought that the Celestial Ancestor was in closed-door cultivation in some place, and he even thought that the Celestial Ancestor may have died. But when he personally saw the Celestial Ancestor's head, the shock and horror he felt was something no speculation would reduce. Who killed the Celestial Ancestor? Wang Lin's heart trembled. What he saw today seemed to open a door to the ancient past of the Celestial clan. What happened back then? If the Celestial Ancestor was dead, then what about the ancient ancestor? All these thoughts instantly echoed through Wang Lin's heart. The ghostly light that was the Imperial teacher let out a hiss after summoning the Celestial Ancestor's head. He closed his eyes, then his left hand covered his left eye, and his right eye suddenly opened. The Celestial Ancestor's head seemed to be affected by him. The moment he opened his right eye, the Celestial Ancestor's head also opened its right eye. Its right eye was like a hole. There was no color. The moment he opened his right eye, the rapidly ascending golden light stopped and charged direction toward the Celestial Ancestor's head. It instantly disappeared into the right eye. Shortly after, the Imperial teacher formed by the ghostly light angrily looked at Wang Lin and then pointed at him. He chanted a complex spell that Wang Lin could not hear clearly. Wang Lin's face instantly turned pale, and he retreated without hesitation. However, as the Imperial teacher pointed, a monstrous golden light came from the Celestial Ancestor's right eye. Wang Lin immediately felt a great force drawing him in, and he was involuntarily pulled into the right eye of the Celestial Ancestor. The moment he was sucked into the right eye of the Celestial Ancestor, the Imperial teacher was surrounded by 9 ghostly lights and rushed into the Celestial Ancestor's right eye after Wang Lin. You didn't listen to this old man's advice and interfered with my plan. Now the plan that had a 90% success rate is reduced to only 30%. You deserve to die. This old man really intended to let you have the Celestial Ancestor's inheritance. I would have used its power to suppress your mind so that I could possess your mind after you obtained it. However, after I completed my plan, I would have considered giving you a chance at survival. Once you pledged your loyalty with your soul, I would have let you become my clan's Joss Flame Guardian. But now this old man has changed his mind. This is all because of your own doing. Don't blame this old man for not keeping his promise. This old man has waited for too many years and couldn't leave this place. I also couldn't find the right person to possess, but your appearance gave me the opportunity. Your body is too suitable for this old man. This old man will allow you to complete the inheritance. Once you have the Celestial Ancestors' cultivation, it will be the same as me obtaining the Celestial Ancestors' cultivation. Chapter 1990, Release Dao Wang. Ancestral City's Forbidden Palace. There was a giant hole in the sky that emitted a faint light. There was a 100-foot head floating between the 8 mountains below. The head was floating in the air motionlessly. However, its right eye was open and contained a hint of light. It was still cloudy, and this light was like a vortex that rapidly rotated inside the Celestial Ancestor's right eye. As the light rotated, there was a vague shadow inside. This shadow was Wang Lin. The Celestial Ancestor's right eye was like another world. Wang Lin's eyes were closed as he floated in this dark world. This place was empty and filled with death aura. Wang Lin's hair rapidly changed between white and black hair. He didn't seem to be aware of this change, and his eyes were closed. Inside his body, golden light slowly dissipated as if it were penetrating his skin. This golden light was dim, like it could be extinguished at any moment. Wang Lin looked calm inside this golden light, as if he was asleep and felt nothing. It was unknown how much time had passed when the golden light in Wang Lin's body became even brighter and spread outwards. Inside his body, there was an inheritance and a possession, suppression and rebelling. Wang Lin looked normal on the outside, and inside his body, there was a ball of golden light. This ball of light contained the power of the Celestial Ancestor and emitted the golden light that spread through Wang Lin's body. It was changing his flesh, blood, and bones to something suitable for the existence of this golden light. The golden light was extremely overbearing. It emitted an aura that controlled all life and could make one go crazy. This aura was powerful enough that even without the Imperial teacher attempting possession, this inheritance was enough to make Wang Lin turn into a madman with no consciousness. The overbearing golden light instantly destroyed any attempts Wang Lin made to resist. It completely occupied his arms and shrouded his body. However, there was a place on Wang Lin's body that could not change no matter how much the golden light invaded. That was where the ancient ancestor's soul blood was located. The ancient ancestor's soul blood was on the same level as the inheritance from the celestial ancestor, so the golden light couldn't do much. However, there wasn't much soul blood, so it couldn't spread out to resist. As a result, the two sides didn't touch each other. After the golden light suppresses his body, I can use this formation to suppress his soul and cause it to collapse. Then this old man will be able to control his body. The Imperial teacher's thoughts echoed in Wang Lin's body. His body had already died, and he only had a wisp of divine sense in Wang Lin's body. He was aware that taking over Wang Lin's body would not be simple, so he had used the celestial ancestor's cultivation as a lure. The purpose was to borrow the power of the celestial ancestor's inheritance to remove Wang Lin's struggle. This would allow Wang Lin's body to obtain the celestial ancestor's cultivation, and then he would occupy it without any danger. This golden light had occupied every part of Wang Lin's body, except where the soul blood was located and the head. The golden light from Wang Lin's body was so bright that it could even be seen from the outside. One could clearly see a faint, golden light coming from the celestial ancestor's right eye. As the golden light spread out, it looked like the celestial ancestor's head had gained a hint of vitality. This Wang Lin's body is extremely strange. It contains the aura of the ancient ancestor. This aura can't be erased, but it can be sealed up so it doesn't interfere with my plans, the Imperial teacher thought to himself. Then the golden light in Wang Lin's body gathered around the soul blood. Although it couldn't erase the soul blood, it would no longer hinder the Imperial teacher's possession. I have already occupied the body, so next is the head. Once I occupy the head, then I can suppress his soul. The Imperial teacher was very excited. He felt the golden light spread out in waves toward Wang Lin's neck after sealing the soul blood. Wang Lin's body trembled. Then golden light filled his head and spread out from his orifices. The golden light spread through Wang Lin's head and used its unique, overbearing power to blast away any protection Wang Lin had set. It completely occupied Wang Lin's head and body. After it completely took over Wang Lin's body, the golden light shined brightly. This caused the right eye of the celestial ancestor's head to glow. Suppress the soul. The Imperial teacher immediately appeared and borrowed the golden light that was suppressing Wang Lin's body to search for Wang Lin's soul. A moment later, he vaguely felt the fluctuation of a soul inside Wang Lin's body. He rushed over with excitement. All things that exist can become null because they exist. Soul become null. As the Imperial teacher's words echoed, Wang Lin's soul immediately dissipated and ceased to exist. So fragile, not even any memories remained. It should be because the golden light from the celestial ancestors' inheritance was too strong and Wang Lin's soul became too weak and thus shattered with a touch. Without a soul, the body was like a dead man, but at this moment, the Imperial teacher's divine sense spread out inside the golden light to control Wang Lin's body. The moment he took control of Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin, who was covered in the endless golden light, opened his eyes. The golden light from his eyes was even more dazzling. However, the current Wang Lin was not his own consciousness, but belonged to the Imperial teacher. It worked. This Wang Lin was cunning to the end and always doubted this old man. He didn't cooperate at all, but now, under the power of the celestial ancestors' inheritance, he was still taken over by this old man. This body is very powerful. It can refine even more Joss flame power. The Imperial teacher was filled with excitement after taking over Wang Lin and clenched his fist. Unfortunately, the inheritance is not complete, but this is only the first step. Now for the second step. Once it succeeds, my clan will be able to rid itself of the celestial ancestors' enslavement and regain freedom. I have waited far too long for this day. There is nothing in this world worth more than freedom. For my clan, even if I'm destroyed, I'm willing to do anything. The Imperial teacher's eyes were filled with excitement, but also melancholy. He saw memories of the past, of all his clan members that had their fate determined the moment they were born. Wang Lin, don't blame me. The Imperial teacher let out a sigh, but his eyes shined brightly before decisiveness appeared in them. He didn't leave the celestial ancestor's right eye. Still inside, he raised both of his hands to form a seal. The golden light his body gave off changed drastically. The golden light around his body increased 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. It spread like wildfire, and all of the celestial ancestors' cultivation inside Wang Lin's body rapidly erupted. Under this 10,000-fold golden light, Wang Lin's body was like a sun that lit up the world inside the dark right eye. This eye was now completely illuminated and no longer dark. This extremely bright light in the celestial ancestors' right eye shrouded the forbidden palace. At this moment, the skull's right eye shined brightly. It was a shocking sight as it looked like the skull was being resurrected. Left eye. The Imperial teacher that occupied Wang Lin's body in the celestial ancestors' right eye formed a seal and began chanting complex spells. As the chanting echoed, the celestial ancestors' left eye suddenly opened. The left eye was turbid and filled with death. It was completely different from the right eye, which was now filled with golden light and vitality. The moment the celestial ancestor opened his left eye, a powerful suction force shot toward the sky, toward where the hole had appeared. At the same time, crackling sounds echoed. Outside the collapsed pool, the madman that was bound by the 9 chains was being pulled down toward the collapsed blood pool by the suction force. Cracking sounds came from the chains once they were pulled to their limit and could no longer bear it. In truth, this suction force was not pulling the chains, but the madman tied up by the chains. The madman pulled the chains straight toward the collapsed blood pool. When he was only a few dozen feet away, the chains were not long enough, and, a moment later, the chains that Wang Lin had found extremely difficult to destroy shattered. The remaining 6 chains only lasted for a moment before they all collapsed. After all the chains broke, the madman's body was sucked into the collapsed blood pool by the powerful suction force. He turned into a ray of golden light and flew directly toward the celestial ancestor's left eye. In a flash, the madman's body closed in and was devoured by the celestial ancestor's left eye like Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the madman's blurry body appeared in the left eye. His body gave off an even more powerful golden light that penetrated the left eye. As a result, both of the celestial ancestors' eyes were open and gave off endless golden light, as if he had really resurrected. Celestial ancestors, speak. Release my Dao Wang clan's seal. The Imperial teacher excitedly screamed, but he hadn't noticed that in a hidden part of the body, Wang Lin's soul was coldly watching everything from the heaven-defying bead. With the Imperial teacher's words, the celestial ancestor's eyes shined, and its closed mouth slowly opened. An ancient voice that sounded like the Imperial teacher's voice came out. Release. Dao. Wang. The voice came out like a thunderous rumble. Chapter 1991. the Celestial Emperor's self-confidence. So this was his plan. He said earlier that he wanted me to inherit the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation to become the second Celestial Ancestor to release the seal on his entire clan. I originally didn't believe it, so that's why I didn't resist once I was absorbed by the right eye. I hid my soul inside the heaven-defying bead and used a fake soul to fool him to see what kind of plan he had. So this plan was this. As Wang Lin watched all of this, he felt a hint of admiration for the Imperial teacher who had taken over his body. He will allow my body to gain some of the Celestial Ancestor's inheritance, and then the Madman and I will become the Celestial Ancestor's eyes. As a result, the Celestial Ancestor's head will have vitality and will no longer be dead. This power belonged to the Celestial Ancestor to begin with. Then, while inside the right eye, he will use some unknown method to make the Celestial Ancestor speak some words. With this method, he could perfectly release the seal on his entire clan. After all, this seal is a type of restriction and something the law of a mortal astral continent recognizes. In truth, releasing this seal means deceiving the law. After all, the law is dead and follows a set of rules. With the Imperial teacher's method, he might really succeed. Wang Lin had never thought about such a strange way to release a seal. After witnessing this, he couldn't help but admire the Imperial teacher's wit. However, is this person really the Imperial teacher? As Wang Lin pondered, the Celestial Ancestor's head was about to finish speaking. Clan. All. Clan. Seal. The Celestial Ancestor's eyes shined, and its mouth moved in a very lifelike manner. The voice was that of the Imperial teacher, and just as he was about to say the last word, a shocking change occurred. A laugh echoed from the hole in the sky, and a drop of golden blood fell from the hole. Just as the Celestial Ancestor's head was about to say the last word, the drop of golden blood landed on the Celestial Ancestor's head. When the blood fell, the Celestial Ancestor's head trembled, and the golden blood spread out, covering the entire head. The golden blood covered the mouth and forced the last word back in. The Imperial teacher, who had taken control of Wang Lin's body, let out a roar of anger. He wanted to rush out, but was blocked by the golden blood. At this moment, the Celestial Ancestor's head changed greatly and was covered in gold, looking like a head cast from gold. The Imperial teacher roared, Lian Daojian. The Celestial Emperor's laughter echoed in the sky as he walked out from the hole. With one step, he landed on the head of the Celestial Ancestor. At the same time, Grand Empyrean Gemini chased him through the hole. The two little girls' faces were pale but extremely serious. When they came in, their pupils shrank when they saw the Celestial Ancestor's head below the Celestial Emperor. Imperial teacher, your scheme is deep. You know I have prepared Dao Fei for a long time for the return to the Ancestral Origin spell. You also know that Ming Dao was just a double to help Dao Fei succeed. In your view, Ming Dao existed to resist the pain of the inheritance because his Dao was extreme pride. You thought I had lured Wang Lin here to make Ming Dao go crazy, so that he could last longer due to the madness, thereby increasing the chance of Dao Fei succeeding. You let me lure Wang Lin here, and I allowed it to make you happy. Did you really think you could hide your plan from me? The Celestial Emperor smiled, and there was a sense of pride on his face. His eyes looked like there was nothing in this world that could escape his gaze. Back then, you wanted me to kill Wang Lin. Did you really think you understood me? That the more you want me to kill him, the more doubt I'd have? Did you think that I didn't know that Wang Lin was your most ideal target for possession? But I didn't kill him. I prepared him for you instead. The Celestial Emperor smiled and looked down at the Celestial Ancestor's head. His words were filled with confidence. This was the confidence one has when they controlled everything in their hands. Because I can control everything, I lured Wang Lin to the Ancestral City and the palace as you wished. I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself. You wanted to transfer Ming Dao's inheritance to Wang Lin and seize his body, so you lured him here to become the Celestial Ancestor's head's right eye. You even divinated that Wang Lin would seek Grand Empyrean Gemini for help to rescue Dao Fei since they could hold me off for a while. You took the opportunity of me using Dao Fei for the return to the Ancestral Origin spell to turn him into the left eye. Then you used your Dao Wang clan's special spell to make the Celestial Ancestor speak to release your clan's seal. Do you think I didn't know all of this? The Celestial Emperor laughed. Grand Empyrean Gemini had a serious expression and didn't act recklessly. They stared at the Celestial Ancestor's head. A rare trace of dread appeared in the hearts of the two little girls. It wasn't just a little, but a deep sense of dread. Inside the right eye of the Celestial Ancestor, the Imperial teacher that had taken over Wang Lin was deathly pale. He didn't expect the Celestial Emperor to have all of this in the palm of his hand. But Wang Lin, who was hiding inside the heaven-defying bead, was calm. If he wanted to, He could reoccupy his body at any time, but he didn't do so. This matter should not be that simple. This person seems to be the Imperial teacher, but is he really the Imperial teacher? If he isn't, then how will this matter turn out? This is very interesting. Wang Lin's soul remained hidden, and he didn't act recklessly. He was going to continue to watch. The Celestial Emperor smiled proudly above the Celestial Ancestor's head. Imperial teacher, I have seen through all of your plans. But how much of my plans have you seen through? Did you really think I was going to let Dao Fei obtain the Celestial Ancestor's inheritance? Did you really think I wanted this Wang Lin to come to the underground palace to stimulate Ming Dao to last a bit longer? I'll tell you today that you're wrong. All your speculations are completely wrong. No one in the world can see through my plan. You can't. Wang Lin can't. None of the Grand Empyreans can. My plan is the Celestial Ancestor's head. This head has been dead for many years and can't be resurrected. It can only become a mountain to suppress the 72 souls of the Celestial clan. But it is the Celestial Ancestor's treasure, and it can also allow me to obtain the Celestial Ancestor's complete cultivation without any danger. I'll obtain it, not inherit it. However, the Celestial Ancestor died and his body was split into pieces by someone. It is unknown who killed him, and even now, only his head has been found. A dead head. I thought for a long time and could not awaken its head, but I found a trace of hope in you. I gave you a reminder, and you followed my hint to find any method possible to make the Celestial Ancestor's head speak. Very good. You've done very well. The Celestial Ancestor laughed, and he raised his right foot. He then stomped down on the Celestial Ancestor's head, and golden light surrounded the Celestial Emperor. With this, I'm the strongest Grand Empyrean. Gemini, do you dare to battle this Emperor again? The Celestial Emperor looked up with self-confidence and charged at Gemini with the head below him. Grand Empyrean Gemini, the two little girls, clenched their teeth, and behind them, a purple sun appeared. The sun emitted purple light that formed two purple swords that flew toward the Celestial Emperor. The two purple swords fused together and instantly closed in. The Celestial Emperor waved his right hand, and the eyes of the Celestial Ancestor shined brightly. The monstrous, golden light seemed almost solid as it looked at the purple sword light Grand Empyrean Gemini formed. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the purple sword light suddenly collapsed when it collided with the golden light. The fragments created ripples that forced Grand Empyrean Gemini to retreat. The Celestial Emperor smiled, and as the Celestial Ancestor's head shined, his right hand reached out at the void. A golden bird appeared in his hand. He threw his hand, and the bird flapped its wings as it flew toward Grand Empyrean Gemini. Grand Empyrean Gemini retreated, and the two little girls became serious. Without hesitation, they flew up and fused with the purple sun. Their bodies became like smoke, and then turned into a very beautiful woman in her 20s. This woman wore purple, and her eyes contained fury. She raised her jade-like hand, and the world became purple. Hand over Wang Lin, and I'll leave immediately. I'll no longer participate in this matter. If not, the Purple Lin sect will descend upon the Ancestral City. Purple filled this forbidden palace, and even the palace above was filled with purple. Even the sky was instantly covered in this purple light. This purple light shrouded every inch of the earth until it covered the entire Ancestral City. At the same time, in the sky above the Ancestral City, a huge, purple meteorite comparable to half the size of the Ancestral City appeared in the sky. It gave off a shocking pressure as it descended on the Ancestral City. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and all the cultivators used various methods to escape the city. The Celestial Emperor's eyes narrowed as he stared at the Grand Empyrean Gemini that had fused. The golden light from the head below him became even stronger and fought against the purple light. The golden light contained power of the Celestial Ancestor, and the purple light struggled as it was forced to retreat slowly. If the Celestial Ancestor's eyes hadn't opened and I couldn't control it, I may have compromised when facing your strongest spell, the Purple Lin Faith spell. But now it is not strong enough. The Celestial Emperor was filled with confidence. But just at this moment, an ancient voice echoed inside this forbidden palace. If this old man steps in, will it be enough? As the voice echoed, Grand Empyrean God stepped out from the hole in the sky. Behind him, the pale-faced Empyrean Exalt Haizi followed. Chapter 1992, 5 Grand Empyreans. Grand Empyrean God's sudden appearance didn't surprise the Celestial Emperor. He was still confident as he stood on the head of the Celestial Ancestor and watched God walk over. God, you indeed came. The Celestial Emperor smiled. Grand Empyrean God's expression was serious as he stared at the Celestial Emperor. His focus was on the Celestial Ancestor's head, and he revealed a complicated expression. The Celestial Ancestor's head. Back then, this old man followed the celestial ancestor, and now it has been countless years. Lian Daojian. This old man has experienced several generations of celestial emperors, but you can be considered the most grandiose. Using the desire of the Imperial teacher, you obtained the control of the celestial ancestor's head. If you had enough time to fully absorb the celestial ancestor's head into your body, then you would indeed be the #1 Grand Empyrean in my celestial clan. But now you won't have the chance. Jiodi's voice was ancient, and he stepped forward. With this step, the woman formed by the fusion of Grand Empyrean Gemini was suddenly covered in purple light, and she also walked toward the celestial emperor. The 3 Grand Empyreans began a battle inside this forbidden palace. The celestial emperor was still confident when facing Gemini and Jiodi. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the head below him. 8 Extreme Dao, Extreme Fire Dao. With this, the celestial emperor's body was covered in a golden light, which then spread across the entire head. While the golden light dissipated the purple light in the sky, the head opened its mouth and released the celestial emperor's voice. 8 Extreme Dao, Extreme Fire Dao. Although these words were stuttered, they were complete. After the words came out, 9 strands of 10-foot thick green smoke appeared. They circled around the celestial emperor and the head 9 times before flying toward Jiodi and Gemini. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the forbidden palace. Wang Lin, still hidden inside his body, clearly saw everything happening outside. Wang Lin didn't act recklessly due to this sudden change. He was still waiting. He didn't think everything was so simple. Jiodi's appearance might cause some new changes. Before Wang Lin fully understood the situation, he would not come out. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Grand Empyrean Gemini's face was pale as purple light covered her body, and she retreated a few steps. Jiodi also retreated with a serious expression. What they had just faced was not the celestial emperor, but the celestial ancestor. An attack from the celestial ancestor had forced even their combine attack back. Jiodi's eyes lit up, and he said, "It is not the complete celestial ancestor's power, only about 10%. Popping sounds echoed inside his body, and his old face rapidly changed. He turned from an old man into a middle-aged man. He looked very handsome and gave off the overbearing aura of an emperor. Jiodi kept the appearance of an old man year-round, and only when his cultivation fully erupted would his appearance change like this. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen you like this, Jiodi. But even so, you are not my match." The celestial emperor smiled and simply sat down on the celestial ancestor's head. Both his hand pressed down on the celestial ancestor's head. "With my blood, summon the ancestral spirit." The celestial emperor bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. The moment he spat out the blood, the celestial ancestor's head trembled and monstrous, golden light appeared. The golden light condensed into a huge, golden shadow. The shadow was wearing a royal robe. It was the celestial ancestor. The head was real and the body was an illusion. At this moment, his eyes shined and his right hand rose into the air. A huge, golden sword appeared, and the celestial ancestor's shadow grabbed it. The celestial ancestor's sword. The moment the sword appeared, Wang Lin heard something calling him. Back then, with one sword, many foreign souls were slain. Only those qualified were sealed into continents. Now the two of you have offended the might of the celestial ancestor. Do you still refuse to back down when facing this sword? The celestial emperor's voice echoed as he raised the golden sword and waved at Grand Empyrean Jiodi and Gemini. The sword was silent, but the world changed colors, making it feel like the space here was about to be cut in half. Grand Empyrean Jiodi's expression changed. His hands formed seals, and a white sun appeared. The white sun hung in the sky with the purple sun. A white wolf rushed out from the white sun and let out a howl at the golden sword. At the same time, Grand Empyrean Gemini's hands formed seals, and purple light covered the world. Purple bamboo appeared behind her and instantly turned into a purple bamboo forest. The bamboo all flew into the air and shot toward the golden sword. "Dao Yi Wu Feng. If the two of you don't act, when will you?" Jiodi roared as the white wolf rushed forward. A shocking change happened on the celestial emperor's left and right sides. The world on the left of the celestial emperor became still and nothing moved. Everything stopped and Grand Empyrean Dao Yi walked out. He raised his right hand and pointed at the celestial emperor. Everything looked calm, but this represented Dao Yi's Dao. His Dao was everything turned into one. With one finger, he released the peak of his power, one. On the right side of the celestial emperor, the winds raged and clouds escaped. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the bald Grand Empyrean Wu Feng walked out. He didn't hesitate to throw a punch at the celestial emperor. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng was someone who had passed through the 16th palace in the Empyrean trial. He was someone who sought after martial arts and had completed his Tao through it. This punch contained the peak of his faith in his own strength. 4 Grand Empyreans attacked at once. Wang Lin clearly saw all of this from inside the right eye of the celestial ancestor. His mind trembled. He didn't expect such a thing to happen on this trip to the Imperial Palace. Even Dao Yi and Wu Feng had appeared. When the two of them appeared, Wang Lin understood that everything here was a chess game, and he was only a piece in the game. Even these Grand Empyreans were just pieces. This was a chess game with one side being the Celestial Emperor, but who was the other? The golden sword collided with Gemini, Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and Zhou Dai. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Dao Yi was knocked back. Wu Feng retreated with a pale face as popping sounds echoed inside his body. Gemini and Zhou Dai had higher cultivation levels than Dao Yi and Wu Feng, but even they were forced back by the golden sword. Although the 4 of them had retreated, the combined power of their attacks was not simple. Aside from that one person in the ancient clan, no one could resist the power of 4 Grand Empyreans at once. Not to mention, this was only an illusion that contained about 10% of the celestial ancestor's true power. The sword collapsed and turned into countless fragments that fell to the earth. At the same time, the celestial ancestor's shadow also disappeared, leaving only the real head. The celestial emperor's body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly looked up and stared at Dao Yi and Wu Feng. Zhou Dai looked at the celestial emperor and coldly said, "If this old man is not enough, then does the celestial emperor think adding Dao Yi and Wu Feng is enough?" The celestial emperor's expression was gloomy as slowly said, "What exactly do the 4 of you want me to do?" Grand Empyrean Gemini's goal was very clear. She stared at the celestial emperor and calmly said, "Release Wang Lin. Then I'll leave." Zhou Dai looked at the celestial ancestor's head and slowly said, "This old man hopes the celestial emperor will reseal the skull that suppresses the 72 souls of the celestial clan. This skull is very important to the celestial clan, and it is not something the celestial emperor should have. My thoughts are the same as Zhou Dai's. Celestial emperor, keeping the balance of power we had between the 5 of us like before is very good. There is no need to change." Dao Yi's expression was gloomy. He looked at the celestial ancestor's head below the celestial emperor with dread. Wu Feng pondered a bit and said, "This is also what I want." The celestial emperor began to laugh. His laugh was extremely cold. He raised his hand, causing Dao Yi and Wu Feng's expressions to change. He pressed his hand against his chest, and golden blood spewed out from his mouth. The celestial ancestor's eyes revealed monstrous, golden light, and it opened its mouth to release even more golden light. Even its ears and nose emitted endless golden light. This golden light suddenly spread out, forming a golden wave. This caused Zhou Dai and company's expressions to change, and they all retreated. As they retreated, the celestial emperor revealed a fierce expression. At this point, he would not easily retreat. He would rather erupt with the full power of the celestial ancestor's head so that others couldn't get close for a while. Then he would use this time to forcibly absorb the power of the celestial ancestor. Once he succeeded, he wouldn't have the slightest fear when facing 4 Grand Empyreans. As the golden light shined, the celestial emperor pressed his hands on the head and absorbed. However, he could not absorb any of the golden light. It was as if there was a layer of seals around the head that prevented him from absorbing the head's power. This is the Dao Wang clan's seal. That damn Imperial teacher, when he made the celestial ancestor speak, he used his soul and left a trace of the Dao Wang clan's seal in it. But this seal can't stop me. I'm the celestial emperor. Normally, I might not be able to release it, but with control of the celestial ancestor's head, I can. Even if I release the seal on the Dao Wang sect, it won't matter. The Imperial teacher is dead and can't set off any waves. The celestial emperor's mind raced. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think too much. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. E is 1 in Chinese. Chapter 1993, The Real Imperial Teacher. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the 4 Grand Empyreans tried to break through the golden light. Time was of the essence, and the celestial emperor knew he hadn't given himself a lot of time. If he was unable to absorb the power of the celestial ancestor by force before the 4 Grand Empyreans broke through the golden light, then everything he had done would be for nothing. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Now that he had reached the last step, he was about to succeed and was unwilling to fail now. Not even the Imperial teacher could see through my plan. Zhou Dai only came because he is near the Ancestral City, but Dao Yi and Wu Feng came so fast. The celestial emperor clenched his teeth and pointed at the head with his right hand. The moment his finger touched the head, it collapsed into a mess of flesh and blood. With my flesh and blood as the descendant of the celestial ancestor, activate the law of the immortal astral to release the eternal seal on the Dao Wang clan. The celestial emperor roared, and his remaining fingers collapsed. Not only his fingers, but even his palm collapsed as well. This collapse continued. By the time the celestial emperor finished speaking, half of his right arm had disappeared. Large amounts of golden blood spread out and formed a golden rune before him. This rune burned into dust before him. The moment the golden rune finished burning, the Imperial teacher, who was possessing Wang Lin's body, trembled. The seal that had been suppressing his Dao Wang clan for countless generations disappeared. The moment the seal was released, excited tears flowed down from the Imperial teacher's eyes. This was his life's pursuit. He had paid everything to release this seal, so that his clan could escape from being trapped in this doomed fate from birth. The moment the seal was released, the power from the celestial emperor rushed in. It entered Wang Lin's body and easily erased the existence of the Imperial teacher. This was the celestial emperor's last ace. He would not let the Imperial teacher continue existing after the seal was released. The moment the seal was released was the moment the Imperial teacher would die. When the Imperial teacher was about to die, a memory that had been sealed for an unknown amount of time awakened. He faintly remembered that the Dao Wang clan, after years of inheritance, was almost extinct. He remembered that long after his birth, including him, there were only 3 people left. He didn't know who his parents were, and no one had told him. He only knew that he was a member of the Dao Wang clan. Aside from him, he knew he had seen a woman and a baby girl. This mother and daughter were equivalent to his relatives. He remembered that woman was the previous generation's Imperial teacher and that he was not the Imperial teacher. The real Imperial teacher was the baby girl. He didn't know who the father of the baby girl was, and she had disappeared soon after birth. He was taken by the woman and was passed down the spells of the Imperial teacher. He slowly grew up and his memory was sealed. He still thought that he was the Imperial teacher. He gradually grew up and the woman died. He then became an adult, and in his memory, there were many members of his clan sleeping. His mission was to release all the sleeping clan members from their fate. He still believed that there were many members of his clan left. But now that his memory had awakened, he remembered that aside from the missing baby girl, he was the only one left in his clan. No wonder the Celestial Emperor dared to release the seal. Because the Celestial Emperor knows that I am the only one left in the Dao Wang clan. As long as I die, even if the seal is released, it will be fine. So it turns out I'm not the Imperial teacher. So, am I a member of the Dao Wang clan? Am I? I should be. Now that the seal is released, the missing baby girl should be the real Imperial teacher. Where is she? Who is she? He had thought that he was the Imperial teacher the whole time and was willing to give up everything for his clan to scheme against the Celestial Emperor. Now that he had failed, his memory was unsealed and his thoughts slowly dissipated. Even when he died, he still didn't know who the real Imperial teacher was. But even at the moment of death, he didn't complain at all. He understood that perhaps this was his mission, to protect the real Imperial teacher and release the seal on his clan. From the moment he was born, this was his doomed mission. As this pitiful person died, the power of the Celestial Emperor swept through Wang Lin's body. After he determined that there weren't any soul fluctuations left, it swept through once more and then left. However, even the Celestial Emperor didn't notice the heaven-defying bead inside Wang Lin, or Wang Lin's soul inside the heaven-defying bead. After releasing the Dao Wang clan seal, the Celestial Emperor became excited. He still thought everything was under his control. His strong self-confidence was still there, and he quickly began to absorb the power of the Celestial Ancestor's head. Strands of golden smoke came from the orifices of the Celestial Ancestor's head and entered the Celestial Emperor's body. This caused the Celestial Emperor's cultivation level to suddenly increase. Excitement filled the Celestial Emperor, but he didn't see that in the distance. When he released the seal on the Dao Wang clan, Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi's body trembled violently. Hai Zi's eyes were filled with confusion and struggle. A memory was awakening in her mind. When the seal on the Dao Wang clan disappeared, a source of power awakened inside her body. This power came from the Dao Wang clan. It belonged to the real Imperial teacher of the Celestial clan. Her eyes gradually revealed bright light, and she subconsciously raised her hand. She pointed at the glowing Celestial Ancestor's head. Everything exists because it can be lost. This is death. All those that died due to the thoughts of the living form from nothing. This is Dao. The Dao Wang clan takes the thoughts of the living, takes the existence of the dead, takes pursuit of one's hope, and takes the power of the afterlife to create Joss flames. With this, We turn Tao into death to let those that exist continue to exist, and let the dead return to nothing. Haizi muttered as she pointed at the head. All the golden light rapidly contracted back into the celestial ancestor's head. When the golden light dissipated, the celestial ancestor's head inside the golden light was revealed. The celestial ancestor's head below the celestial emperor lost all its golden light and slowly closed its eyes. It was filled with death aura once more, and it lost its power to fly, so it fell to the earth. This interrupted the golden aura the celestial emperor had been absorbing, and now the aura's source was gone. The golden light scattered from the celestial emperor's body and went back into the celestial ancestor's head. This sudden change startled the celestial emperor. His eyes widened with disbelief, and he suddenly looked up. He immediately saw Empyrean exalt Haizi. This is impossible. The Imperial teacher is dead, completely dead. You are not of the Wang clan. How can you have the power of the Imperial teacher? The celestial emperor almost went mad. He didn't dare believe what he was seeing. He didn't dare to believe and wasn't willing to believe. You are definitely not a member of the Wang clan. Under the celestial ancestor's seal, the Wang clan can't leave the palace, the ancestral city. You didn't die, who are you? The celestial emperor's face was pale. He had thought that he knew everything, and that no one knew his plans. He was filled with self-confidence. Everything had played out according to his plan. Only Dao Yi and Wu Feng's sudden appearances had caused some changes to his plan, but everything else had remained the same. But just as he was about to succeed in absorbing the power of the celestial ancestor's head, so that he could become the second celestial ancestor, he found that everything was not what he had thought. He was actually inside someone else's scheme. I am the Imperial teacher. Empyrean Exalt Haizi had a complicated expression as she spoke. Her memories had awakened along with her mother's memories and the inheritance of all the previous generations of Imperial teachers. The person that died was the last member of my clan on the immortal astral continent beside me. Haizi sighed. What the hell is this? It's impossible. If you really are the Imperial teacher, how did you leave the ancestral city? Jodi, tell me. The celestial emperor took a deep breath. He was a Grand Empyrean, and although he was about to go crazy, he still calmed himself down by force. This plan was created by a genius of my clan. He didn't hesitate to do something that made it seem like he was splitting from the clan. He tried many methods until he successfully left this place and created the Great Soul Sect. Although he died, he perfected the plan and passed it down. He also found the key to this plan. This person called Wang Lin, a cultivator from a cave world. Only his body could be perfectly possessed by my clan member to allow this plan to be perfectly carried out. As for why I can leave the ancestral city, that's because my soul belongs to the Wang clan, but my body belongs to the immortal astral continent. Haizi said softly. Jodi pondered a bit and then slowly said, Celestial Emperor, she is my daughter. The reason I've been able to live for so long with endless lifespan, and even became a Grand Empyrean, was due to the help of the Wang clan. The Wang clan had been preparing for this for a long time, until they divinated Wang Lin's appearance. Then they put the plan into motion. Jodi calmly looked at the Celestial Emperor, who was shocked by the truth. Wang Lin also heard this from inside the Celestial Ancestor's head. While everyone was paying attention to Jodi and Haizi, his soul came out of the heaven-defying bead to take control of his body. So this is the truth. His eyes shined brightly. Chapter 1994, Ancestral Curse. Jodi looked at the Celestial Emperor and explained the origin of all of this. This plan was concocted by the genius of the Wang clan, and it has been in motion for generations. He helped me become a Grand Empyrean as the condition for my help. When the previous Celestial Emperor died, and before you took over the throne, the previous Imperial teacher found me. According to the plan, we got married and gave birth to a baby girl. This baby girl would have the body from the immortal astral continent, but the soul of the Wang clan. Originally, this couldn't happen under the Celestial Ancestor's seal as the power of the seal was too great. However, the Celestial Ancestor had been dead for many years at that point, and the seal was weakening. The genius of the Wang clan came up with a plan, and in order to complete it, it required the entire Wang clan to sacrifice their souls to fight against the power of the seal. Since then, the number of the Wang clan members had been decreasing because of this. Until this generation, where only 2 remained. For countless years, the Wang clan members that died used their unique methods to put their souls inside Haizi, which has protected her soul. The reason she can leave the ancestral city without dying is due to her body and also to the protection of the souls of all the Wang clan members. The entire Wang clan spent countless years completing this plan on Haizi's body. and she is the only one who can complete this plan. God calmly looked at the Celestial Emperor as he explained the origin of all of this. Because she is your daughter, you were able to help her without reservation. You even became the godfather of the Dao Wang clan and obtained the Joss Flames only the Celestial Ancestor was eligible for. The Dao Wang clan actually paid such a price to release the seal. The Celestial Emperor let out a sigh and revealed a complicated expression. Aside from Hai Zi, the last Dao Wang clan member was the Imperial teacher that just died. In fact, you didn't have to release the seal on the Dao Wang clan, but the ancestor of the Dao Wang clan had already divinated your actions. He knew of your desire for the Celestial Ancestor's inheritance, and that when facing the pressure of the 4 Grand Empyreans, you would not give up, but choose to fight. The key to this plan was the Dao Wang clan's sealing power in the Celestial Ancestor's head. A person who could be possessed would have to be absorbed into the Celestial Ancestor's head. Therefore, Wang Lin was very important. The Celestial Emperor silently pondered for a moment. He bitterly looked at God and Hai Zi before speaking. Then if I didn't insist on releasing the seal, but instead to return the Celestial Ancestor's head back, giving up on inheriting the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation, your plan would have been wasted? I won. The person who spoke was not God, but Hai Zi. The current Hai Zi was completely different from before. She gave off a mysterious aura and calmly looked at the Celestial Emperor. If you had given up on inheriting the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation, then the ambush my Dao Wang clan had prepared would begin. All the spirit temples across the 72 continents obey my clan. All the spirit temples are prepared to awaken the spirits sealed in their continents. The cost of their awakening would shake the Celestial Ancestor's head, and at that time, only the Celestial Ancestor himself would be able to suppress it. You would have had to inherit the Celestial Ancestor's power, or the entire Celestial clan would have gone into chaos. Once you tried to inherit the Celestial Ancestor's power, you would have had to release the seal on my clan. Hai Zi spoke softly. Like the green scorpion temple, the Celestial Emperor's pupils shrank. Hai Zi nodded. Dao Yi, Wu Feng, I assume you two knew about this. The Celestial Emperor's gaze moved to Dao Yi and Wu Feng. Dao Yi frowned and slowly said, Grand Empyrean Jodi came to me and told me about the Dao Wang clan's plan. But I didn't know anything about this Wang Lin. I only just found out that this Wang Lin was a key part of his plan. Wu Feng silently pondered for a moment and nodded. The Celestial Emperor immediately began to laugh, but his laughter was filled with extreme bitterness. He looked toward Grand Empyrean Gemini. What about you, Gemini? Did you know of this plan as well? Grand Empyrean Gemini's original body remained calm, as if she was not interested in any of this. She looked at the Celestial Emperor. I don't know and didn't want to know. I only came to take away Wang Lin. Whether it's you or Jodi, anyone who dares to stop me is my enemy. The Celestial Emperor's eyes lit up. Wang Lin. Wang Lin. Since the Imperial teacher was able to successfully possess him, then he is dead. I presume you all observed him when he was in the cave world. The Dao Wang clan's ancestor only vaguely divinated a rough period of time where someone would come out of a cave world. He could not divinate who this person was or which cave world. We could only wait. Jodi shook his head. The genius of the Dao Wang clan created the Great Soul Sect on the Heavenly Bull continent because it was divinated that Wang Lin would appear there. So the first step of the plan was to make contact with Wang Lin. The Celestial Emperor was very smart and immediately pointed out the key. The Celestial Emperor looked up, and his voice echoed like thunder. However, I wonder if the Great Soul Sect's ancestor knew that this Wang Lin would die here at the Forbidden Palace as a price for releasing the Dao Wang clan seal. Jodi, you used Wang Lin to lure Grand Empyrean Gemini here. Otherwise, with just the 3 of you, you wouldn't have had enough power to force me to try to absorb the Celestial Ancestor's power by force. You also used Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, Dao Fei, me, and the 72 sealed spirits. I don't believe you did all of this just for the Dao Wang clan, even if she is your daughter. And the 2 of you, Dao Yi and Wu Feng. For the 2 of you to come, Jodi must have promised you great benefits. You came for your own gains. The reason you are telling me the truth is to make me aware of the situation I'm in. You all must need something that requires my cooperation. Only Gemini didn't obtain anything and was used by Jodi and the Dao Wang clan. The Celestial Emperor still fought by using his words to try to obtain help from Gemini. Gemini silently pondered. How could she not see through it all after fusing? Celestial Emperor, we don't want to kill you. You just need to use your bloodline power to cut open the Celestial Ancestor's head. You will still be the Celestial Emperor. You will still be a Grand Empyrean. If you are unwilling, then don't blame us for killing you, then drawing out your bloodline power to complete this step. God said calmly without any killing intent. but his words were extremely cold. Gemini, the celestial ancestor's eyes used to be one entity. If you absorb it into your body, it will reverse the accident you had during your reincarnation and even increase your power. It will also allow you to separate and merge at any moment rather than burn your purple yang force to maintain this fused state. Wu Feng, this old man can confirm that the celestial ancestor's ears can hear the sound of Tao and track of the laws of the immortal astral continent. This old man promises to give them to you. Fuse them with your Tao, and you can comprehend the peak of the martial Tao. Tao E, the celestial ancestor's skull was born from the void, and over the past countless years, the essence of his power has gathered here. This old man promises to give it to you. With it, your body and soul can become one. This old man wants the celestial ancestor's brain. It is of great use to me. As for the celestial ancestor's head, we all split it evenly. Jyoti calmly looked at the celestial ancestor. So you knew about the ancestral curse the celestial ancestor left before death? The celestial ancestor's expression was gloomy. I had searched for many years and finally found a clue not long ago. Through it, I was able to determine that the legend was true. If the celestial ancestor was dead, then anyone who attempted to destroy his body would die, unless it was a successor with the same bloodline. A successor can use their bloodline to bear the power of the curse so that the bloodline is cut off. Then there will no longer be any more celestial ancestor bloodline to be inherited, and only then can the curse be released. Celestial Emperor, now you have no choice but to bear the curse. You won't die, but the title of 8 Extreme will end with your generation. However, the celestial ancestor has been dead for countless years, and his might still shrouds the celestial clan. It is time to change. If you are not willing, then you will without a doubt die. If not for the fact that I'm worried about the situation with the ancient clan changing after your death, this old man wouldn't waste so much time discussing this with you. Jyoti looked at the celestial emperor, and his voice was cold. Make your choice. The celestial emperor silently pondered. On the ground inside the dull right eye of the celestial ancestor's head, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he hid his aura. He had heard everything that had happened outside. This trip to the palace had been filled with twists and turns. Wang Lin had guessed some of it before, but not everything. The Great Soul Sect's esteemed Green Bull told me to return 300 years later to go to the top floor. The founder of the Great Soul Sect left something for me. The old ancestor of the Great Soul Sect, the genius of the Dao Wang clan. After using me to release the seal on the Dao Wang clan, what would he leave me? Wang Lin had a complicated expression. He appeared in the Heavenly Bull continent and founded the Great Soul Sect just to wait for me. Maybe I should be dead in his plan. But if he did divinate, I would die in the palace. Why leave me something in the pavilion? And why 300 years? You used me and schemed against me every step. You calculated my arrival, so I presume you calculated my personality as well. How could I let this matter go? Wang Lin silently pondered and sighed. There was a powerful shock from outside as the celestial ancestor's head flew into the sky. The celestial emperor seemed to have made a choice after pondering for a long time. His right hand reached toward the earth, and he raised the celestial ancestor's head. Chapter 1995, This thing, this person, I, Wang Lin, will take them. Wang Lin's expression was serious. He was hiding inside the head, so no one had noticed him. However, if the head was cut open by the celestial emperor, he would be noticed by the others. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he became focused. The celestial emperor pulled the 100-foot celestial ancestor head up. When it floated before him, he suddenly looked up and revealed a decisive gaze. His left hand rose up, and his palm turned into a blade. Golden light shined, and the veins on his face swelled. The blood in his body seemed to boil and gather inside his left hand. He cut down at the head, and, after a loud rumble, a crack appeared on the celestial ancestor's head. Endless golden light came from the crack, and the celestial emperor's face was filled with pain. His body rapidly aged. At this moment, Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and Jyoti looked over. Only Hai Zi had a complicated expression as she looked at the head. It was unknown what she was thinking. However, just as the celestial emperor revealed a painful expression, Jyoti suddenly let out a roar. He charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Shortly after, Dao Yi and Wu Feng's expressions changed, and they followed. When the celestial emperor's right hand fell on the head, cracks appeared on it. But just at that moment, his hand had gone from a blade to a palm. He no longer cut open the head, but instead pushed down. He didn't choose to compromise, and instead completely cut the head open, pushing his celestial ancestor bloodline into the head. You all underestimated my guts. What is there to fear about death? If I have to live like a dog, what's the point of being a Grand Empyrean? Better to fight for a chance. The celestial emperor laughed as the 3 Grand Empyreans closed in. The head absorbed the strength of the bloodline, and then its eyes suddenly opened. Its mouth also opened, and golden smoke came out from its orifices. When the golden smoke spread out, the Celestial Emperor opened his mouth and began to inhale it like crazy. If the Celestial Emperor absorbed all this golden smoke, he could inherit the Celestial Ancestors' cultivation. He could even reverse the damage caused by the ancestral curse from cutting the head. His cut had not only caused a crack to appear on the head, it also broke open High Z's seal. Although a crack had appeared on the head, now the Celestial Emperor could absorb the inheritance by force again. In the distance, Imperial teacher High Z's face immediately turned pale and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Dao Yi's eyes were filled with viciousness as he raised his right hand, and a palm landed on the Celestial Emperor's body. At the same time, Wu Feng also attacked. He threw a punch. As God closed in, a white wolf appeared around him and attempted to devour the Celestial Emperor. Just as their spells appeared, the Celestial Emperor raised his head. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes and orifices. The blow rapidly changed color to bright red. This was the sign of his bloodline dissipating. Those eyes covered in blood revealed madness. Not good. God's expression changed, and he was about to stop his attack, but he was too late. The Celestial Emperor hadn't absorbed the golden smoke at all. Everything he'd done before looked real, but it was all fake. The golden smoke he had absorbed all spread out. The Celestial Emperor let out a hysterical laugh, and his body visibly expanded. He had chosen to blow himself up. This was outside of everyone's expectations. God thought that they hadn't pushed the Celestial Emperor to the point of self-destruction. The self-destruction of a Grand Empyrean, although it was only his body, could shake the world. Even if he were to possess another body, he would no longer be a Grand Empyrean. This self-destruction echoed toward the Forbidden Palace and destroyed it in a flash. This force spread out to the collapsed sky above and instantly disintegrated all the pillars in the palace above. When the underground palace dissipated, this place that existed in an overlapping space with the Imperial Palace formed a connection. This collapsing force erupted out onto the square of the Imperial Palace. The earth of the palace was scattered in all directions as everything collapsed. The entire palace that had existed for countless years in the Ancestral City was completely destroyed as if a hand had swept by. The beautiful palaces and all the cultivators inside them disappeared without a trace. The shocking explosion shook the entire Ancestral City and caused it to tremble in fear. Just as this destructive force closed in on the Celestial Ancestor statue in the Imperial Palace, the statue suddenly released blinding, golden light. The light and the impact collided to create a thunderous rumble. This rumble became even more intense until it became a heavenly roar that echoed across the central continent. At the source of this explosion, where the Celestial Emperor had exploded his body and his Grand Empyrean power, a large amount of flesh flew toward Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and God. The Celestial Emperor's self-destruction could collapse the palace, but was not enough to destroy the three of them. This was especially true when the three of them worked together and their power increased several-fold. However, because they had attacked, their faces immediately turned pale and became filled with fear. This was because the power of their spells had fused with the flesh and blood of the Celestial Emperor, causing their auras to fuse with his exploded flesh and blood. Due to their counterattack, they weren't affected as much, but the thing that was most affected was the Celestial Ancestor's head. The Celestial Ancestor's head should not be so fragile, but when the Celestial Emperor's palm had descended, it had caused golden smoke to come out and also cracks to appear on the head. As a result, the destructive force of the Celestial Emperor's self-destruction and God and company's counterattack hit the Celestial Ancestor's head. This caused the head to rumble and crack open. As the crack spread, it was equal to all four of them violating the ancestral curse at the same time. Dao Yi had the weakest cultivation, and he immediately let out a miserable scream. Large amounts of black gas surrounded him, and his beautiful face rapidly decayed. Wu Feng let out a muffled groan as his body was surrounded by black gas and began to decay. God had the highest cultivation level, and the ancestral curse was split among the four of them. He was able to resist the curse with his powerful cultivation. Strange runes appeared on his body, making for a shocking sight. The Celestial Emperor had only exploded his flesh, so his soul still remained. As the skull cracked open, his soul was rapidly dissipating, and he rushed toward the head. He was heading to the left eye, where Lian Daofei was. I'm the Celestial Emperor. I have wisdom beyond that of others. How could I not have a backup prepared? Daofei is my backup. I'll take control of his body and use it to help me share the burden of the ancestral curse. He has also inherited some of the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation, so I can still turn this around. The Celestial Emperor's soul was burning, and while the other three were dealing with the ancestral curse, he rushed toward the left eye of the cracked head. However, just as his soul neared the left eye and he was about to rush into Lian Daofei's body, a shocking change occurred. There was a flash of golden light from the celestial ancestor's right eye, and Wang Lin walked out. He had waited a long time for this critical moment. He was like a hunter who had waited until this moment to begin the hunt. Wang Lin wasn't affected by the ancestral curse at all. At this moment, Daoi let out a tragic cry, Wu Feng retreated, and Jiu Di was resisting the curse. Wang Lin charged directly into the left eye. When Gemini saw Wang Lin, she immediately revealed a joyous expression. There was also Empyrean Exalt High Z. There were ripples in her eyes, and a flash of excitement passed by. Wang Lin moved extremely fast and entered the left eye in a flash. It was the moment when the Celestial Emperor, who was surrounded by the ancestral curse and whose soul was burning, was about to enter Lian Daofei. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. There was no hesitation as he waved his hand at the Celestial Emperor. Although the Celestial Emperor was a Grand Empyrean, his body had exploded and his soul was damaged from the ancestral curse, so he was very weak. After seeing Wang Lin, he let out a scream that could pierce one's soul. You! The Celestial Emperor screamed, filled with endless fear. He had accounted for everything. Even at the last moment, he had gone all out like a true ruler, but he could not have expected Wang Lin to be alive. It wasn't only him, Jiu Di, Dao Yi, and Wu Feng didn't expect Wang Lin to still be alive either. With a wave of his sleeve, the Celestial Emperor's soul let out a scream, but instead of retreating, he rushed toward Lian Daofei. However, he stood no chance as he was pulled into Wang Lin's storage space. The extremely weak Celestial Emperor, along with the ancestral curse, was no longer a threat to Wang Lin. Just as Wang Lin put away the Celestial Emperor's soul, the Celestial Ancestor's head trembled. The crack from before was too large, and now it cracked open even more. Wang Lin grabbed the unconscious Lian Daofei and walked out from the left eye. He stood in this collapsed world and stepped on top of the Celestial Ancestor's head. His head, full of white hair, rapidly turned black at this moment. Black hair, black robe, black eyes. This thing, this person, I, Wang Lin, will take them. Chapter 1996, Impudent. Wang Lin's appearance, his clean actions, and his words caused everyone to become silent. Grand Empyrean Jiu Di's expression was gloomy. He felt tearing and burning pain inside his body, but he suppressed it with his powerful cultivation. He stared at Wang Lin, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He had calculated everything, but he hadn't expected the Celestial Emperor to give up his Grand Empyrean body and choose to self-destruct. This didn't match his understanding of the Celestial Emperor. Even so, it was fine. Although the Celestial Emperor had exploded, the head had been opened. The ancestral curse was scattered between them, so it wasn't fatal. They also had no reason to fight each other, so they wouldn't make the curse worse. They would take what they needed and would then return to their caves to go into closed-door cultivation to slowly remove the curse. However, what had caused Jiu Di to miscalculate again was that Wang Lin was still alive. Not only had he not died, it looks like his cultivation level had increased, and now he had taken the initiative. Now that they were affected by the ancestral curse, they were in a passive position. Not far away, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's face rapidly aged and his eyes dimmed. His body trembled, and he looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. As for Grand Empyrean Dao Yi, he was covered by black gas and was filled with pain as he endured the ancestral curse that was trying to melt his body. Now that Wang Lin had appeared, he felt anger along with the pain. This anger came from an ant daring to bare its fangs against a lion. Arrogant, courting death. Dao Yi let out a howl. He had the weakest cultivation among the Grand Empyreans, and now he was under the ancestral curse, so he didn't have much time to think. Even if Wang Lin was number one among Ascendant Empyreans, he was still an ant. As he spoke, Dao Yi turned the pain he felt into killing intent and rushed toward Wang Lin. As he closed in, he raised his right hand and black gas gathered around it. It was a shocking sight. One palm fell, and the world seemed to stop as if everything had fused into one and descended on Wang Lin. The black-haired Wang Lin suddenly looked up, and his gaze was filled with indifference. As the palm descended, he put the madman down and waved. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the black slaughter thunder formed a net before Wang Lin. The moment the net appeared, Wang Lin's black hair moved without any wind. An aura of slaughter and destruction spread out from his body. At this moment, Wang Lin was the spirit of slaughter and destruction. When slaughter appeared, it was the beginning of the end. This net had black thunder arcing across it and contained a destructive slaughter force. It immediately collided with Dao Yi's palm. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the thunder net collapsed. Wang Lin's body trembled and split into countless strands of black gas. He recondensed in an instant, and his eyes were still as cold and indifferent. Slaughter could not be destroyed. Although Dao Yi was a Grand Empyrean, he was currently being affected by the Ancestral curse, and therefore could only use about 50% of his power. He also had to face Wang Lin's slaughter thunder, which caused him to tremble and retreat a few steps. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he immediately felt the strange aura coming from the thunder net. This aura began raging inside his body, and he could not expel it. This was also the first time Dao Yi had been knocked back by a non-Grand Empyrean after he became a Grand Empyrean. He had almost forgotten this feeling, and when it washed over him, he felt disbelief. This slaughter aura also caused the ancestral curse inside his body to become more violent. Pieces of rotten flesh fell from his face. The power of the ancestral curse became even more intense. You. As Dao Yi spoke, his words became a hiss from the intense pain. If it was an Ascendant Empyrean, they would have already perished from this pain. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and slowly said, Dao Yi, if you still want to fight, I don't mind watching the ancestral curse become even more serious and seeing if you fall or not. Dao Yi stared at Wang Lin but didn't speak. For the first time, he felt a sense of fear even he himself could not believe. Even more pieces of rotting flesh fell from his face. He no longer looked as beautiful as he did in the past. Jiodi's expression was gloomy as his gaze fell on Wang Lin. Wang Lin, this old man admits that I have underestimated you again. You hid until now and appeared at this moment to take the initiative. Even this old man admires you. However, if you think you can use the fact that we have to deal with the ancestral curse to take away the celestial ancestor's head, it's impossible. Wang Lin, you are a smart person. This old man really doesn't want to act, as it would make the ancestral curse worse. But don't force me. Hand over the head, and this old man will let you leave here safely. We will take an oath to not hurt you in the future, and even help you become a Grand Empyrean. If you are still greedy, then this will be your grave. Jiodi said calmly as he looked at Wang Lin. Even Gemini is extremely weak now, so she is not this old man's match. In addition, there is also Wu Feng and Dao Yi. Although neither of them can display their full power and have to deal with the ancestral curse, they can still delay Gemini a bit. Besides, the Dao Wang clan's Imperial teacher Hai Zi is here too. Wang Lin, don't seek death. What's more, any of the Grand Empyreans can burn some Grand Empyrean power to crush you. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze swept past everyone. At the same time, Grand Empyrean Gemini moved and arrived next to Wang Lin. Her face immediately turned pale and purple light covered her body. Her body seemed to melt and turned back into the two little girls. The two little girls' faces were deathly pale and they looked very weak. It seemed fusing into one required them to pay a great price. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. The moment they appeared beside him, he raised his right foot and stomped on the celestial ancestor's head. The head trembled, and two eyes covered in golden light were knocked out from the head. The celestial ancestor's head contained the ancestral curse, but this curse had been broken by the celestial emperor and company. Back when Wang Lin collected the celestial emperor's soul, he became aware of this and was not worried about the curse. The celestial ancestor's eyes used to be one, and after they flew out, the two little girls immediately grabbed them. Since this item is useful to Grand Empyrean Gemini, then please accept it. Thank you for your help. As Wang Lin spoke, Jiodi's expression changed. He let out a roar and rushed toward Wang Lin. Dao Yi's eyes were blood red as he rushed forward while covered in black gas. Wu Feng, Hai Zi attack at once. Jiodi felt extremely aggrieved. He was a Grand Empyrean who had lived for far too long, but now he had to summon others for help. This was a rare humiliation for him. This child can't be allowed to live. Jiodi was filled with killing intent. As he closed in, Grand Empyrean Gemini, who had turned back into two little girls, each held an eye. Although their faces were pale, their gazes were decisive. Their bodies trembled as they fused back into the real Gemini and rushed toward Jiodi and Dao Yi. Thunderous rumbles echoed. In the distance, Wu Feng hesitated. Empyrean Exalt Hai Zi bit her lower lip as she was clearly struggling. As Grand Empyrean Gemini was resisting Jiodi and Dao Yi, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand created two rays of black light that cut off the celestial ancestor's two ears. Golden blood splattered as the pair of ears shined bright and flew toward Wu Feng. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, this is what you need. I won't send you off. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng raised his right hand and caught them. He silently put the ears away and took a few steps back. He had no need to participate, especially with the curse on him. He didn't want to act. and he needed to return to his cave to get rid of the curse. While retreating, Wu Feng remained silent and only gave Wang Lin a profound look. He turned around and disappeared. When Jiudi, who was being blocked by Gemini, saw this, the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. He clenched his teeth and let out a roar. White light erupted from his body and formed a white sun behind him. The white wolf roared, and its head penetrated Jiudi's body, flying toward Gemini. Daoi Haizi, steal the head. Jiudi erupted his full power at the risk of the ancestral curse to fight against Gemini. In a flash, Daoi flew over Gemini, and a sun also appeared behind him. He was also going all out at the expense of the curse worsening. But he was the weakest among the Grand Empyreans, and the ancestral curse on his body was extremely serious. At this moment, the sun was dim, as if it could dissipate at any time. He still could not use much of his power. It was enough to kill an Ascendant Empyrean, but killing the black-haired Wang Lin in a short period of time was not possible. He would still need Haizi's help. If Haizi assisted him with her Dao Wang clan spells, they would have a chance to win. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and the celestial ancestor's head retreated with him. He raised his head and spoke to the struggling Haizi. I don't know if I should call you Empyrean Exalt Haizi or Imperial Teacher Haizi. Your Dao Wang clan used me to release the seal. Even if you join forces with Jiudi, at most I give up the head, but it is impossible for me to die here. As a result, even if you participate, you won't gain anything and it won't do your Dao Wang clan any good. If you don't participate, then I can write off everything that has happened, as if it had never happened. Chapter 1997, Son of the Grand Empyrean. Haizi silently pondered and let out a sigh. She didn't attack and closed her eyes. Jiudi gritted his teeth due to Haizi's decision, and his expression became even more gloomy. However, he didn't try to persuade her. He began fighting against Gemini. The thunderous rumbles from their battle spread in all directions. More thunderous rumbles echoed as Dao Yi closed in on Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was going to kill Wang Lin and use Wang Lin's fresh blood to wash away his shame. Wang Lin's expression was as cold as always. When Dao Yi arrived, a rare trace of battle intent appeared in his eyes. This battle intent had not appeared within him in a long time. This was from his comprehension of the battle intent essence he had obtained in the cave world. This was the peak of cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. Dao Yi, Wang Lin stood on the celestial ancestor's head and let out a roar at the sky. His black hair moved without any wind, and he raised his right hand. A golden sword fragment appeared in his hand. This was the fragment of the celestial ancestor's sword that Jiudi had given him on the long street. At that time, Jiudi could have never imagined that Wang Lin would have survived the Dao Wang clan's plan. If he knew, he would have never given Wang Lin this fragment. After fusing this fragment into his body, the black-haired Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He stepped forward and hit his chest with his right hand. 5-element true body, get out. 3 ethereal essences, get out. Restriction, absolute beginning, get out. With one wave, aside from slaughter, thunder, and absolute end, all of his essences left the body. Now the black-haired Wang Lin was like the incarnation of slaughter and destruction as he charged at Dao Yi. The two of them began a thunderous slaughter in the sky. Dao Yi let out a roar. Borrowing the power of his son, everything in the world integrated into one. Each attack and movement contained the power of his faith spell, and he collided with Wang Lin. The black-haired Wang Lin collapsed again and again, but looked immortal. Damn it. After this Wang Lin takes on this black-haired form, he is so difficult to deal with. Dao Yi endured the pain of the ancestral curse and continued to attack, but he was forced back by the black-haired Wang Lin again and again. This caused the ancestral curse in his body to worsen. As thunderous rumbles echoed, the black-haired Wang Lin's body collapsed once more into countless strands of black gas. They seemed to contain life and rushed toward Dao Yi. The black gas gathered before Dao Yi. A finger stretched out from the black gas, reaching toward Dao Yi. Dao Yi suddenly turned around, and his face was almost a complete skull now. Flesh and blood fell off as bloody water oozed out from his body. He threw a punch, and the entire world seemed to stop moving, including the black gas. When his punch landed, Wang Lin's finger collapsed, and the black gas was knocked back. The black gas reformed into Wang Lin's body 100 feet away, but Dao Yi retreated 3 steps. The slaughter aura, which was already difficult to get rid of, seemed to have fused with the ancestral curse. This made him let out a painful howl at the sky. The black-haired Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and he rushed out once more. At the same time, the 5-element true body that he had forced out completed the last essence, the metal essence. After integrating the sword fragment, Although the completion of the metal essence hadn't formed an essence true body, it allowed the five-element true body to become complete. As the power cycled, the five elements perfectly fused into one. Wang Lin's five-element true body erupted with shocking power and looked up at Dao Yi. As he stepped forward, the five elements surrounded him. The five colors around his body were like a five-colored cape. The black represented earth. The yellow represented metal. The green represented wood. The blue represented water. The red represented fire. The five-element true body closed in and raised his right hand, causing the five elements to move. The black earth turned into a vast land. This land was an illusion, but it was filled with shocking earth essence. Thunderous rumbles echoed. It seemed like the earth had awakened and turned into an earth giant. It threw a punch at Dao Yi. There was also metal. After it appeared, it shined brightly and turned into countless swords. Each of the swords was only an illusion, but they were filled with endless metal essence. They turned into a rain of swords that fell on Dao Yi. The wood essence turned into a 1,000-foot-tall tree in the sky and smashed toward Dao Yi. This giant tree looked like it could break the world apart. Water and fire turned into waves of fire and water that swept toward Dao Yi. At the same time, the black-haired Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, and his body exploded into countless black thunderbolts that rushed toward Dao Yi. This was his strongest attack when the Slaughter original body and the five-element true body joined forces. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world, and Dao Yi let out a miserable scream. His clothes were broken and blood was flowing out from the gaps on his face. The blurry sun behind him suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the sun created a powerful impact and caused the incoming wood to disintegrate and the Earthman to shatter. The sea of water and fire was pushed back and the countless metal swords collapsed. The five elements scattered and reformed into Wang Lin's five-element true body. It also caused the black-haired Wang Lin's countless thunderbolts to explode. Black gas appeared and retreated to reform the black-haired Wang Lin's body. Dao Yi let out a miserable scream. The only things left on his face were his eyes. However, his eyes were like ghostly fire and were now filled with fear. He feared not only Wang Lin, but also the ancestral curse that had completely erupted. He could clearly feel the ancestral curse was beginning to burn his soul. If he continued to fight instead of immediately leaving to adjust himself, he was likely to fall. This sovereign is unwilling to let this be. Dao Yi let out a roar and rushed into the sky to leave. He no longer dared to fight. He felt the shadow of death shrouding over him. Restriction essence seal, the sky. Absolute beginning essence, sundered night. Life and death, karma, true and false, cover the world. The black-haired Wang Lin and Wang Lin's five-element true body said at the same time. Just as Dao Yi was about to leave, the destroyed sky above him suddenly flashed and a rune appeared. This was Wang Lin's restriction essence's sealing power. After the restriction essence, a bright sun appeared. It released a dazzling light and fused with the restriction essence, creating the scene of the light sealing the world. Shortly after, the three ethereal essences suddenly appeared and formed a fog that surrounded the seal. This fog contained Wang Lin's Dao, and it spread across the sky. It contained a powerful sealing force. You want to leave? The black-haired Wang Lin and his five-element true body charged at Dao Yi. In the distance, Jiudi revealed a look of shock. As his attack collided with Gemini, he treated and was about to charge toward Wang Lin. Gemini's face was pale, but she clenched her teeth and blocked him once more. Jiudi let out an angry roar. Gemini, that's enough. The Celestial Emperor is already dead. Are you going to allow Dao Yi to be destroyed by the ancestral curse as well? Gemini stopped. After all, she belonged to the Celestial clan. Dao Yi's body also began to decay. Right now, he looked extremely terrifying. Pain and madness filled his eyes, and an invisible flame appeared around his body. He let out a roar and punched at the sky. The world rumbled, and the seal created by the restriction, absolute beginning, and the three ethereal essences collapsed. Dao Yi, who had burned his own body to borrow power, immediately rushed out. Seeing Dao Yi about to escape, the eyes of the black-haired Wang Lin and his five-element true body lit up at the same time. You can escape, but the Dao Yi sect can't escape. These words came from black-haired Wang Lin, and they were filled with slaughter and destruction. How can you fight whenever you want to fight, and leave whenever you want to leave? These were the words of the five-element true body. Dao Yi's eyes were filled with madness. He didn't hesitate to burn his body in order to leave and go into closed-door cultivation. What sect? What celestial clan? None of that mattered now. He rushed forward, and his body became a blur. At the same time, Jiudi charged forward while Gemini paused. He looked like he was going to stop Wang Lin's pursuit, but was actually filled with killing intent. The black-haired Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate at all. As Dao Yi escaped and Jiu closed in, his body turned into countless strands of black gas and flew toward the five-element true body. They fused into a blurry figure. Restriction essence, return. Absolute beginning, return. Life and death, karma, true and false, return. Five-element true body, condense. Slaughter thunder essence true body, condense. Ethereal essences, condense. The blurry figure rapidly changed to form Wang Lin's body. His hair was not completely black and not completely white, but half black and half white. As he looked up, an aura that made Jiu's pupils shrink erupted from Wang Lin's body. This was his strongest form aside from his avatar in the void. This was his peak form after he absorbed some of the celestial ancestors' inheritance and fused his slaughter and five-element true bodies together. Behind him, a large, strange black and white outline of a sun appeared. This sun was fuzzy and was a mere outline, but it caused the hearts of Hai Zi, Jiu, Gemini, and the escaping Dao Yi to tremble. This is not formed by a spell. This is the son of the Grand Empyrean. This is impossible. He never went to the immemorial god realm. How could he have a Grand Empyrean son? Although it's blurry, but it is indeed the outline of a Grand Empyrean son. He actually used his own power to condense a Grand Empyrean son by force. This person. Chapter 1998, Leave Behind Dao Fei. Grand Empyrean sun was a mix of black and white. It gave off a strange light that lit up the world and shrouded the void behind Wang Lin. This was Wang Lin's strongest power. When the Grand Empyrean sun appeared, Wang Lin stepped forward and rushed toward the shocked Dao Yi. Jiu's eyes became serious and his pupils shrank as he charged forward to stop Wang Lin. He could not watch Dao Yi fall to the ancestral curse. He didn't want the celestial clan to be in a miserable state where the balance with the ancient clan was broken. Now that the celestial emperor had fallen, nothing could happen to Dao Yi. As Jiu moved forward, white light covered his whole body. Behind him, a white sun appeared and formed a giant white wolf. It let out a roar and rushed forward to block Wang Lin. The two of them got closer and closer. Wang Lin, Dao Yi can't be killed. Jiu let out a roar, and the white wolf around him opened its mouth to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. As the white wolf closed in, the black and white sun released a dazzling glow. It rapidly shrank and entered Wang Lin's body. This caused Wang Lin's body to contain the full power of the Grand Empyrean sun's outline. He turned his body and kicked the wolf. At this point, one punch and one kick contained the power of the world and could trigger any kind of spell. With this kick, the void trembled. From a distance, this was no longer a collision of a white wolf and Wang Lin's kick, but the collision of a white sun and a black and white sun. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Grand Empyrean Jiu's white sun trembled. The white wolf howled as its huge body collapsed due to the impact. Only the head remained, and it was knocked back. Jiu's expression was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was under the effect of the ancestral curse and therefore needed to divide his power to suppress it. And he had just battled Gemini, causing him to be in his weakest state, but he was still a Grand Empyrean. He was even extremely powerful among Grand Empyreans. And although the other party had condensed the outline of a Grand Empyrean sun, it was only an outline. It was like a seed that had not flowered or bore fruit yet. However, with just the outline of a Grand Empyrean sun, Wang Lin had been able to force him back while he displayed the full power of what he could use right now. This made no sense. The only explanation was that the Grand Empyrean sun Wang Lin had condensed was not ordinary. This is definitely not an ordinary Grand Empyrean sun. Jiu rushed forward once more. When the two Grand Empyrean suns collided, Wang Lin was forced back and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His body trembled and he rushed into the sky. Jiu's hasty action was unable to block Wang Lin. In a flash, he rushed into the sky toward Dao Yi, who was covered in a large amount of black gas and whose body was rotting away. With one step, he closed in. When Dao Yi saw that he couldn't escape, madness appeared in his eyes, and he let out a roar as he raised his right hand. He reached into the void, and a black half-moon blade appeared in his hand. This blade was covered in killing intent, and he turned around to cut Wang Lin. Wang Lin, if you want to kill me, then die with me. In Dao Yi's madness, his blade descended on Wang Lin, but as the blade closed in, Wang Lin's body trembled and turned into 99 afterimages. The 99 afterimages surrounded the area, and as the blade swept by, thunderous rumbles echoed. More than 90 were destroyed, but the remaining broke through and condensed into Wang Lin before Dao Yi. Wang Lin's face was pale. After he appeared, he raised his right hand and pointed to the spot between the eyebrows of Dao Yi's skull. With a bang, Dao Yi's body fell from the sky and a miserable scream echoed. The ancestral curse completely erupted, and as he fell, a large amount of flesh and blood fell. Now half of his body under his broken clothes were mere bones. With a bang, he landed on the broken ground. I'm unwilling to let this be. Dao Yi was filled with resentment. If not for the ancestral curse, he would not end up like this before Wang Lin. But right now, he was in such a miserable state. Jiudi turned around, gritted his teeth, and roared. Wang Lin, enough. You can take away the celestial ancestor's head. Haizi, you cannot attack Wang Lin, but you have to save Dao Yi. Haizi silently pondered and raised her right hand. She waved at Dao Yi, who had landed on the ground. With the power of the Dao Wang clan, gather the thoughts of the living and the existence of the dead. Let those that exist to continue to exist. Let those that are about to dissipate stop. Haizi waved her hand, and blue ripples echoed around Dao Yi. When Wang Lin closed in, he felt like he had entered quicksand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and a large amount of black threads spread out from his body toward Dao Yi. These black threads penetrated the ripples and reformed into Wang Lin's body before Dao Yi. In Dao Yi's madness, he wanted to desperately resist, but his ancestral curse had erupted completely. Just as he was about to use a spell, it collapsed and his body decayed even more. He let out a miserable scream when Wang Lin appeared before him. Wang Lin's foot landed on his chest, making it impossible for him to struggle. You battle when you want to battle and stop when you want to stop. How can things go as you wish? This Dao Yi attacked me first. If you want me to stop, you have to pay the price. Wang Lin had one foot on Dao Yi and calmly looked at the rapidly incoming Jiudi. Jiudi's expression was gloomy, and he stopped 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. He stared at Wang Lin, and as time passed, the ancestral curse inside his body became violent. Jiudi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. What do you want? Wang Lin's right foot exerted a bit of force on Dao Yi's body, and the black gas spread even more. This stimulation caused Dao Yi's madness to scatter, and he experienced a sharp pain he had never felt before, along with the sense of humiliation from being stepped on by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed an undetectable amount, and he said, I want that baby skull. Jiudi frowned. Dao Yi, give me that skull, and you can leave. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he held the initiative. He had never thought about killing Dao Yi. After all, he had been able to seize control of the situation because all the Grand Empyreans were being affected by the ancestral curse, not because his power allowed him to ignore everything. Dao Yi stared at Wang Lin as if he was going to memorize Wang Lin's appearance. Dao Yi, give it to him. Jiudi let out a cold snort. Dao Yi knew he didn't have much time. With his current injuries, it would already be difficult for him to remove the ancestral curse. If it were delayed anymore, then even if he got rid of the curse, his cultivation would be damaged too much. With a howl, as Wang Lin's right foot loosened, his right hand reached at the void and took out a fist-sized skull. Dao Yi released the skull in his hand and then charged into the sky. He broke the void and disappeared without a trace. This skull looked like that of a baby and was filled with death aura. The feeling seemed to be fused with the void and surged in all directions. The familiar feeling clearly appeared in Wang Lin's heart. He waved his right hand, and the skull flew toward himself. He put it away inside his storage space. After receiving the skull, Wang Lin retreated back next to the celestial ancestor's head. The madman was still in a coma on the head. Wang Lin, the Dao Wang clan and I lay out this plan. Yet the person with the biggest harvest is you. This old man will remember this. Leave this place, and you better become a Grand Empyrean as soon as possible. Otherwise, once this old man gets rid of the curse, you will have to give me an account for this matter. Jiudi looked at Wang Lin. And you, Gemini? If Dao Yi doesn't recover, and we go to war with the ancient clan, then you can watch the blood of my celestial clan flow. Your purple Yang sect will not escape alone. This old man originally had a good plan. I was going to let all the Grand Empyreans divide the celestial ancestors' relics so we could become stronger, to make it so that there will no longer be a celestial emperor. But because of you, all of this changed. You have to bear the consequences of this matter. Jiudi sneered. Gemini silently pondered and didn't speak, but there was a flash of confusion and complication in her eyes. Wang Lin apologized in his heart. He looked at Grand Empyrean Gemini and made a decision in his heart. I owe Grand Empyrean Gemini a lot. I can only do my best to stop the war between the ancient clan and the celestial clan to make it so she doesn't regret her decision today. Grand Empyrean Gemini silently pondered for a bit and then coldly said, Since have I decided to do something, there is no need for you to say more. Good, good. Jiudi began to laugh. His eyes turned cold as he looked at Wang Lin. This old man can let you take away the celestial ancestor's head, but you can't take Lian Daofei. This matter is not up for discussion. Take the head and leave. This old man is already backing down. If you still want to be stubborn about taking him away, then this old man will stop suppressing the ancestral curse. I'll risk a difficult recovery in the future to make you stay. Gemini, you can help him obtain the celestial ancestor's head, but now the celestial emperor is dead and the celestial ancestor's head is broken. You should know Lian Daofei's role in this place, Jiudi slowly said. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his pupils shrank. Gemini silently pondered for a bit and then looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, leave Lian Daofei behind. Chapter 1999, The person in the song scatters into the sunset. If only Jiudi had asked, he could have ignored it. He had come to the palace to save the madman. How could he give up merely due to Jiudi's threat? And Wang Lin didn't believe that Jiudi would stop suppressing the ancestral curse at the cost of an extremely difficult recovery. However, Wang Lin could not ignore Gemini's words. In his heart, he already owed Gemini. Since she had also asked, Wang Lin had to silently ponder. After a long time, Wang Lin said with difficulty, Give me a reason. He didn't look at Jiudi, but at Grand Empyrean Gemini. The Celestial Emperor has fallen. Lian Daofei is very important to the Celestial clan. Gemini sighed and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, Lian Daofei must be left behind. The person who spoke was Hai Zi, who had been silent. She looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, This place is the Forbidden Palace. Although it has collapsed, it will recover on its own. In the Celestial clan, the Forbidden Palace is very important because the Celestial Ancestor's head is here. The Celestial Ancestor's head is used to suppress the 72 spirits of the Celestial clan. It is because of this head that the 72 spirits have remained sealed. Once the head is damaged, it no longer has the power to suppress the spirits that are still alive. Even those that are dead will return back to the void once the suppression is lost. At that time, the entire Celestial clan will go into chaos and the continents will collapse and dissipate. The entire Celestial clan will face a catastrophe. According to my clan's previous plan, we didn't want to destroy the Celestial clan, so after dividing the head, we were going to choose one person to sleep here. That person would replace the Celestial Ancestor's head and become the existence that would suppress the 72 spirits. The person we chose was Lian Daofei. He carries the Celestial Ancestor's bloodline and has inherited part of the Celestial Ancestor's cultivation. My clan has also planted a seed in him over the years. Once it's activated, he will become a Grand Empyrean due to the Celestial Ancestor inheritance he absorbed. With his Grand Empyrean cultivation and my clan's secret spell, a suppression effect can be created. This is why you can't take him. If you try to take him by force, then I'll have to stop you as well, Haizi softly said. Gemini sighed as she looked at Wang Lin and spoke for the second time. Wang Lin, leave Lian Daofei here. There will be no danger to his life. He will remain here and suppress the 72 spirits. Jiudi coldly looked at this and didn't speak. Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the madman that was laying on the Celestial Ancestor's head. He didn't hesitate when you spoke. I'll give up the Celestial Ancestor's head and only take away Lian Daofei. Give up? Even if the Celestial Ancestor's head were placed back, it could not play the role of suppression because it has been cut open by the Celestial Emperor. The power inside it has already scattered, and can no player be used to suppress the spirits. Jiudi let out a cold snort. Wang Lin's face immediately turned pale, and his eyes were filled with struggle and complication. Their words were simple, and there wasn't much to think about. Wang Lin knew it was the truth. Wang Lin, leave Lian Daofei here. This was the third time Gemini said this. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin's struggle set off a huge wave in his heart. After a long time, he let out a sigh. He could not take away the madman by force. Grand Empyrean Gemini would stop him, and Jiudi would act as well. Along with Haizi, Wang Lin could not take the madman away with the three of them joining forces. What was more, taking away the madman would result in the Celestial clan being in chaos. Wang Lin didn't care, but it would affect Grand Empyrean Gemini, who had helped him a lot. The Purple Yang sect might even be destroyed. While silently pondering, Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression. He looked at the unconscious madman and slowly closed his eyes. Madman, when I, Wang Lin, return to the Imperial Palace, it will be when I rescue you. I swear it. Wang Lin waved his right hand and put the celestial ancestor's head into his storage space. He then suddenly looked up. "Jiudi, there is no need for you to find me. I'll return in the future." After Wang Lin spoke, he flew into the sky and didn't look back. Leaving the madman behind made his heart sting. He had gained the most on this trip to the Imperial Palace. He had obtained part of the celestial ancestor's inheritance, obtained the celestial ancestor's head, and even condensed the outline of his Grand Empyrean son. But in the end, he still couldn't take the madman. If there was a choice, Wang Lin would give back all these fortunes to take the madman away, but all of this was already decided from the start. With the Dao Wang clan's ancestor's divination, he likely even saw the celestial emperor possessing the madman. Perhaps it was part of the plan, but it was broken by me. Even the celestial emperor's self-destruction and the ancestral curse being shared by the 4 Grand Empyreans was likely foreseen by the Dao Wang clan's ancestor. But he didn't tell them, nor did he try to stop it. Perhaps he did it for his clan member of this generation, Haizi, all in order to dissipate my anger toward his clan. Just what did he see to make him so kind to me? Is it because in his mind, my existence is more fearful than a Grand Empyrean? Wang Lin thought about the words left by the genius of the Dao Wang clan in the Great Soul sect. All those respectful used the voice used. Grand Empyrean Gemini looked at Lian Daofei, who was in a coma, and let out a sigh. She followed Wang Lin into the distance. After Wang Lin exited the broken sky of the Forbidden Palace, he could not bear it and looked down. He saw Haizi use her clan spell. The unconscious madman released bright golden light. As the golden light spread, a golden sun surrounded the madman. As the golden light spread out, Wang Lin felt the fluctuations of a Grand Empyrean spread out from his body. This Grand Empyrean power was not an outline like Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean sun, but a completely formed sun. Lian Daofei became the 5th Grand Empyrean of the Celestial clan after the Celestial Emperor fell. However, the 5th Grand Empyrean would sleep forever and never awaken. The purpose of his existence was to replace the celestial ancestor's head to suppress the 72 spirits. Wang Lin looked at the madman and watched him turn into a mountain as the golden sun shrouded his body. This mountain was completely golden and shot into the clouds. When the mountain's peak appeared, the broken earth began to recover, but instead of the 9 mountains before, there was only this golden mountain. The sky also recovered, and the entire world recovered eventually. Wang Lin's gaze lingered on the golden mountain for a moment longer before he turned around. He remembered the oath he had made and suddenly left. After leaving the Forbidden Palace and entering the collapsed palace, Wang Lin stepped forward and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was in the Imperial Palace in the Ancestral City. The Imperial Palace was in ruins, and at a glance, only the statue stood there alone. The statue was that of the celestial ancestor. He looked up at the sky with his arms stretched open as if he were casting a spell. Wang Lin looked at the statue and silently pondered. Ripples echoed beside him, and Grand Empyrean Gemini walked out. The era of the celestial ancestor is over, and his protection is gone. From now on, the celestial clan will no longer have any celestial emperor bloodline. Grand Empyrean Gemini looked at the statue and let out a sigh. Wang Lin calmly said, "Thank you. This was my promise to you, even though the cost was very high. But I have to thank you for choosing me when I was merely 2 little girls." Gemini slowly said, "You indeed can't take Lian Daofei away. I hope you understand. After all, I belong to the Celestial clan, and you belong to the Ancient clan." Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he turned around to look at Grand Empyrean Gemini. As for how she could see through his identity, Wang Lin didn't ask, or try to cover it up. "Thank you." Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at Grand Empyrean Gemini. "I have obtained the celestial ancestor's eyes, so now I will head back to the Purple Yang sect. What about you? Will you leave or come back with me to the Purple Yang sect?" Wang Lin looked toward the eastern continent before he said, "I want to head back to the Great Soul sect, then leave the celestial clan." Grand Empyrean Gemini silently pondered for a moment and then let out a sigh. "I don't know if helping you was right or wrong." She shook her head, and then purple light spread out from her body. She split back into the 2 little girls. They looked back at Wang Lin with their innocent smiles and waved goodbye at Wang Lin as they flew off into the sky. "Wah. After we return, I'm going to sleep. I'm so tired. Han, when we get back, how about we first see if Little Wolf has been obedient before we rest?" "Okay, let's do that." The crisp and tender voices of the 2 little girls echoed like bells. Wang Lin looked at the 2 little girls flying away and muttered, "Thank you both." Wang Lin closed his eyes and then reopened them after a long time before flying off into the distance. He didn't see that in the ruins of the palace behind him, Haizi was silently looking at his back with a melancholy expression as he disappeared. Haizi, let's go. Behind Haizi, Jiudi walked out with a tired expression. His body was covered in black gas, and he could almost no longer suppress the ancestral curse. I don't blame you for not stopping him. That child is extraordinary. I'm old, and it will help you if your clan has ties with him. Jiudi, who was surrounded by black gas, looked at Haizi with a kind and doting gaze. Chapter 2000, The Plead from Ancient Times. The destruction of the Imperial Palace and fall of the Celestial Emperor didn't spread due to the suppression from Jiudi. The ruined palace returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The Celestial Emperor went into closed-door cultivation once more. This generation's Celestial Emperor, Lian often went into closed-door cultivation, and the times were always uncertain. The entire Celestial clan didn't think too much of it. Wu Feng returned to the northern continent and immediately sealed himself in the never-melting glacier. He silently dispelled the ancestral curse inside his body. He had never attacked after being affected by the ancestral curse, so he would have a much easier time than Dao, Yi, and Jiudi. In addition, he had obtained the celestial ancestor's ears. Once he dispelled the ancestral curse and refined the ears, his cultivation level would increase greatly. Dao Yi dragged his mutilated body back to the Dao Yi sect while enduring the intense pain and suppressing the humiliation in his heart. He immediately chose to enter closed-door cultivation. However, the ancestral curse had fully erupted in his body and could not simply be expelled. However, Dao Yi was a Grand Empyrean and was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Gemini had once called him fake mask guy. In order to dispel the ancestral curse without affecting his cultivation later, he gathered all the Empyrean exalts and several Ascendant Empyreans. He also called a lot of golden exalts and forced the curse to be split among everyone. The ancestral curse was very strong, so the golden exalts immediately died after touching it. Even Empyrean exalts immediately let out miserable howls as their bodies began to rot. Although they could last a bit longer, the final result was still death. Only Ascendant Empyreans could survive thanks to their powerful cultivation, but the price was still great. After all the Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans under Dao Yi had helped bear the curse, Dao Yi searched for third-step cultivators like crazy. Even if they could only help him bear a sliver of the curse, it would benefit him greatly. This cruel method to share the burden of the ancestral curse made the Dao Yi sect almost become a dead sect. Jiudi brought Haizi back to Mount Emperor and immediately went into closed-door cultivation. He was powerful, so he could slowly dissipate the curse on his own. In addition, with Haizi's help, the power of the ancestral curse would gradually dissipate with time. Only Grand Empyrean Gemini wasn't affected by the curse because they weren't greedy. The two little girls went into closed-door cultivation once they returned to fuse with the celestial ancestor's eyes. Once they came out, they would be able to reverse the weakness caused by the accident in their reincarnation. The celestial clan still had 5 Grand Empyreans, but the 5th Grand Empyrean only slept in the space under the palace. He had turned into a golden mountain and was suppressing the 72 spirits in the 72 continents. Under this mountain, the Madman still never awakened, as if he was awaiting for Wang Lin's next arrival. Half a year later, the Celestial Clan's eastern continent, Heavenly Bull Continent. The Heavenly Bull Continent that was once covered in mountains had lost a lot during the war against the Green Devil Continent. This caused the landscape of the Heavenly Bull Continent to change. However, the power structure of the continent didn't change much. The Great Soul Sect and the Gue Sect were still the strongest, with many smaller sects under them. The disciples that had been sent to the Ancestral City had returned to their sect. They all obtained their own fortunes and would become the future of their sects. Great Soul Sect. After Wang Lin left, esteemed Green Bull had gone into closed-door cultivation, not caring about worldly matters. The matters of the sect were left to the elders, but he did set any conditions. The mountain given to Wang Lin was to be preserved and was made into a forbidden land that others would not enter. Many people were confused about this. When Wang Lin became famous in the Empyrean trial and rumors of the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean spread, the people of the Great Soul Sect were confused. They slowly figured out through various clues that Wang Lin was indeed the white-haired Empyrean Exalt. They vaguely understood the meaning of esteemed Green Bull's action. Yin Luan, an elder of the past, now held a high position in the sect and could decide on some important matters. She could have moved from her mountain and gone into the depths of the Great Soul Sect for a better cave. But she never left. At the peak of her mountain, she could see Wang Lin's cave in the distance. Whenever she recalled the past, she would stand at the top of the mountain and silently ponder as she looked at Wang Lin's mountain. Fan Shanming and Fan Shanlu were still her disciples. Her personal grievances with Wang Lin had been resolved. Many years had passed, enough time for it to be forgotten. In the Great Soul sect, there was one more elder. His name was Du Qing. His body was not made of flesh and blood, but a piece of wood. After his origin soul condensed inside the wood, he made it into his body. He was personally appointed by esteemed Green Bull as an elder without the cultivation level of an elder. His life has been very comfortable, far better than before. Time passed. As the countless sunrises and sunsets passed, the Great Soul sect seemed to not change much, just like the Heavenly Bull continent. The mountains were still the same mountains, and the pavilions were still the same as before. Wang Lin stood outside the Great Soul sect and looked at the familiar sect. When he first arrived here, he only had a vague understanding of the Great Soul sect. He had slowly thought that he had gained an understanding of the sect until he left and experienced many things. Finally, at the Imperial Palace far away from the Great Soul sect, he found a connection to the Great Soul sect. He finally knew that even now, there was still something he didn't know about the Great Soul sect. Dao Wang clan. A genius that no one could surpass. This Great Soul sect's ancestor, perhaps he is dead or perhaps he is not dead, but his plan spanned across countless years, and he divined the events of today back then. He had schemed against everyone. In his eyes, everyone was a pawn. In the end, his plan of releasing the seal on his clan and causing the Celestial Emperor's bloodline to disappear succeeded. To allow his last remaining clan member to gain freedom. Wang Lin looked at the Great Soul sect and had a complicated expression. He had come to the immortal astral continent long ago, but only now did he know that the remote Heavenly Bull continent that the all-powerful people looked down upon had a hidden secret that could be traced to countless years ago. With a sigh, Wang Lin stepped toward the Great Soul sect. His current cultivation level was far above that of esteemed Green Bull and all the members of the Great Soul sect, so no one noticed his arrival. In the Great Soul sect, Wang Lin saw Du Qing and Yin Luan, who was standing on the mountain with a fiery red dress. He also saw Fan Shanming and Fan Shanlu. Wang Lin didn't pause and walked into the depth of the Great Soul sect. He went to the Soul Scripture Pavilion that he had gone to back then. This Soul Scripture Pavilion had to be opened by esteemed Green Bull back then. However, now, with one step, Wang Lin was already standing outside the Soul Scripture Pavilion. This was a 7-story pavilion covered by a thin layer of mist. Outside the pavilion were 2 large beast statues that were very lifelike. The pavilion's gate was closed, and it was silent. There were 3 large words above the gate. Soul Scripture Pavilion. This pavilion looked like it had 7 floors, but in truth, there was an 8th, 9th, and even 10th floor. Esteemed Green Bull had said that not even he could enter the 10th floor. That was where the Great Soul sect's old ancestor was laid to rest. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked up at the top of the pavilion. He had come searching for the answer, for what the genius of the Dao Wang clan had left him. Pushing open the closed door, Wang Lin walked in. He was familiar with this place, and he calmly walked up the stairs. Creaking sounds echoed inside the quiet pavilion. Wang Lin walked up to the 2nd floor, 3rd floor, up to the 8th floor, which he had managed to reach before. There was no need for Wang Lin to break the restrictions here. They scattered as he walked by. Looking at the stairs to the 9th floor, Wang Lin slowly climbed up. There were a few jades floating there. They contained the Great Soul sect's greatest spells. The complete multi-layered illusion spell Wang Lin wanted was here. His gaze swept by the jades one by one. Wang Lin saw everything inside, and then made his way toward the ancient stairs not far away. This place led to the 10th floor. A total of 13 steps. Wang Lin raised his foot and climbed up step by step. He arrived at the top of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, the 10th floor. The moment he entered the 10th floor, Wang Lin saw something that made him silently ponder for a long time. He looked inside with a complicated feeling for a long time before he let out a sigh. So it turns out that this is what you left me. And something you had to make me come here to see. Dao Wang clan's genius. The matter of you using me just like I told Hai Zi is written off. Wang Lin didn't look at the 10th floor, but turned around and left. After Wang Lin left, the complete scene of the 10th floor was revealed. The 10th floor was not large, only 100 feet of space. There was a statue and a skeleton within. The statue was that of a man. He stood there, looking down, and his eyes seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. He gave off a pressure without being angry and coldly stared at the skeleton before him. The skeleton was kneeling before the statue with a look of pain and pleading. There was a crack on his head, but there was no brain. There was a hole in his chest, but there was no heart inside. His hands were raised in the hair. In his left hand was his withered brain, and in his right hand was his beatless heart. He looked at the statue as if he was asking for forgiveness and had knelt there for countless years. This was no ordinary skeleton, but a prison for the man's soul. This soul prayed for forgiveness. The statue was that of Wang Lin. The skeleton was the Great Soul Sect's old ancestor, the Dao Wang clan's genius. Chapter 2001, c. The Immortal Astral Continent. The Celestial Clan's 5 major continents and 72 smaller continents occupied more than 50% of the Immortal Astral Continent. The remaining nearly 50% was the Ancient Clan's 36 countries, with 10% being the endless sea that separated the Ancient and Celestial Clans. This sea was the largest sea on the Immortal Astral Continent. It was covered in raging waves and fog year-round. It was impossible for mortals to pass, and even cultivators below a certain cultivation level couldn't break through. This sea was a natural barrier that made it difficult for the Celestials and Ancients to go to each other's land. Bordering the sea was the northern continent, and the most northern continent was the cold main continent. It wasn't very large and was mostly covered in snow. The cultivators that lived on this continent were used to this climate, and most of them cultivated cold-related cultivation methods. There were few mortals here, and the further north one went the fewer mortals there were. At the northern end of the continent was a vast sea. If one looked at the cold main continent from high up, it looked like a piece of ice floating at the edge of the sea. It was being smashed by the sea day and night, but it never melted. One could even see ice floating away in the water when the waves smashed into the continent. 10,000 kilometers from the edge of the continent, there was no trace of life, and even cultivators rarely came here. It was far too cold, and cultivators still had bodies. Their bodies would turn into ice here, so they wouldn't survive for too long. The wind and snow howled in the sky. The snowflakes flew high into the air with the wind and then drifted down to the earth. In this world of wind and snow, the land was endless. Hidden inside wind and snow were 3 figures walking over from the distance. Among the 3 of them, the person at the front wore a coat and had a head of white hair. There was a lot of snow mixed into his hair, and a thick layer of snow covered his coat. With every step he took, a lot of snow fell off and new snow landed on him. One of the 2 people behind him looked like an old man, but upon closer inspection, he was a middle-aged man. He was covered in snow and looked frozen. His hands were before his mouth and white fog came out of it when he exhaled. Whenever he looked at the person beside him, he became filled with jealousy. There was a small snake on the shoulder of this man, but this snake looked like a dragon. It laid lazily on the man's shoulder, and whenever the man was about to be frozen, it would let out a breath to allow the man to continue. The last person was a burly man, but to be more precise, he was not a burly man, but a thin young man wearing layers of cotton clothes. He looked extremely bloated and walked with a swagger. He struggled to raise his feet once they sank into the snow. This place was cold, but the young man had sweat on his forehead, giving off bursts of white gas. It looked very interesting. The creaking sounds of feet stepping on the snow were covered by the howl of the wind. The 3 fuzzy lines of footprints were soon erased. Only their voices could not be devoured by the wind and pierced through. It's still your grandpa Su who is smart. In the cave world, it was like this, and on the Immortal Astral Continent, it's still the same. Little Jinbiao, you want to take your grandpa Su's spot, but you can't even catch up. The young man wearing layers of cotton clothes had a proud expression. He wiped the sweat off his face to show off. What a hot day, this hot day, it's really too hot. I can't stand it, it's too hot. Jinbiao, are you not hot? How am I so hot? The man beside him was Lu Jinbiao. He glared at Su Ligua viciously. Just as he was about to speak, a cold wind blew by, causing him to shiver, and even his face turned blue. Jinbiao, why are you shivering on this hot day? Could it be that you're cold? Don't pretend, you can't fool me. Your grandpa Su has seen everything at the Ancestral City. I have obtained a lot of treasures and have gotten to live well. I also got to warm the beds of Little Peach Flower, Little Peach Red, and Little Peach Blue. Such a good time. Jinbiao, how did you spend these years? Su Ligua squeezed out a friendly look, but the pride in his eyes and his expression made Lu Jinbiao want to fight him to the death. I'm wearing too much of these clothes when the day is too hot. I say, Lu Jinbiao, you really look cold. Don't worry, your grandpa Su is good friends with you. I'll give you. Su Ligua looked at Lu Jinbiao and deliberately stopped. Lu Jinbiao was startled and revealed a look of shock when Su Ligua revealed a mischievous smile and continued. Let me introduce these precious clothes to you. Once you listen, you can fantasize about them, and perhaps you won't be so cold. Don't you have the Tao of Deception? Deceive yourself that you're wearing countless warm clothes. Then you won't feel cold. Su Ligua looked emotional as he touched the clothes on his body and shook his head. These clothes are treasures. They are made of heavenly cotton and can produce a lot of warmth. Grandpa Su stole them from the Qin family. This cotton shirt is also a treasure. Once you put it on, you feel like you're next to a fireplace. Grandpa Su encouraged the king to steal it from the Zhao family. This one, and also this. Su Ligua introduced them one by one. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Jinbiao roared. Su Ligua, what are you calling your Grandpa Su's name for? You dare to steal them before master? You've gotten bold, little Su. Su Ligua's eyes widened, and he rolled up his sleeve. However, he was wearing too many layers, so after he rolled up one layer, there was another, and he wouldn't finish in a short period of time. Master, look at him. Lu Jinbiao looked at Su Ligua and then at Wang Lin, who was walking ahead, ignoring his begging expression. Master, just ignore him. It was him who wanted to improve his cultivation. Master, walk slower. The snow on the ground is slippery. There is nothing to worry about. Little Su can take care of himself. Su Ligua quickly walked up behind Wang Lin and massaged Wang Lin's shoulders through the coat. He turned around proudly and viciously stared at Lu Jinbiao. Su Ligua sent out a divine sense message. You want to steal your Grandpa Su's position with Master? Blah, you aren't qualified. When your Grandpa Su was following Master, you were still drinking milk somewhere. What about me? Wasn't it me who suggested to Master that because our cultivations were not high enough, we should walk through the north with our own strength? This will make our wills stronger, as well as improve our cultivation. It was me who said it, so what? My cultivation level is not as high as yours, and I don't have that silly dragon to help me. I'm afraid of the cold, so I put on some cotton clothes. What are you so angry about? If you have cotton clothes, put them on. Su Ligua snorted. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue to quarrel, Wang Lin frowned. Ever since the two of them had appeared, they had been quarreling non-stop. Enough. Lu Jinbiao, if you can't hold on, I can send you back into the storage space. Wang Lin stopped and looked at Lu Jinbiao, who was shivering from the cold. I can't give Su Ligua the chance to be alone with Master. This guy might say something bad about me. Lu Jinbiao clenched his teeth and shook his head. Master, I can still hold on. Lu Jinbiao's body shivered, and even his voice trembled. Su Ligua, take off a few layers of clothes and give them to Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin could instantly see through their thoughts and then walked into the distance. Su Ligua unwillingly took off a few pieces and threw them at Lu Jinbiao. The two of them viciously stared at each other a few times and cursed each other with their eyes before following Wang Lin. Time passed. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry at all as he walked through the northern part of the northern continent toward the vast sea. The cold became stronger and stronger until not even Su Ligua could bear it. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and he disappeared with the two of them. When he reappeared, he was at the edge of the continent. Before him was a dark sea with raging waves. There were large pieces of ice that colliding with each other, creating thunderous rumbles. After crossing this, I will be at the ancient clan. Wang Lin waved his hand, and Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua were put back into the storage space. He silently pondered for a moment before his body flickered and he appeared above a giant piece of ice. Standing on the ice, Wang Lin looked back at the Celestial Clan. Looking at the Celestial Clan, everything that had happened there flashed in his eyes. These memories were like the cold wind of the sea that caused his white hair to flutter and fly away. The ice below Wang Lin rose and fell with the sea. It slowly drifted into the distance and away from the Celestial Clan. The Celestial Clan slowly became a blur in Wang Lin's eyes. He stood there and stared at the blurry Celestial Clan as he drifted further away. As he drifted away, he saw a lot of familiar faces that seemed to dissipate. Madman. Once I return, Wang Lin didn't mutter the second part of that sentence. His eyes were filled with determination and decisiveness. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin could no longer see the Celestial Clan, only the waves of the sea. At the distant horizon, the sun slowly set, revealing a fiery red sun slowly descending. As the world turned dark, Wang Lin turned around. Teacher Xianluo, disciple is coming. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he raised his foot. He disappeared from the ice without a trace. Chapter 2002 Road. Day and night alternated, and the waves sobbed. These were the only changes and sounds on this vast sea. The sea was no longer cold. It had become humid. The sea became even more violent, and the waves looked like they wanted to smash the sky apart. It was as if there was a powerful beast in the sea, and it was going to replace the sky with the sea. The sea dragon moved through the sea and was extremely flexible. It was much faster in the sea than in the sky, and there was a white-robed figure sitting on its head. Wang Lin didn't use spatial bending to rush to the ancient clan at his fastest speed. Instead, he let the sea dragon swim forward. He sat on the sea dragon and began to adjust his cultivation. This trip to the ancient clan should have no life or death dangers. After all, teacher Xian Luo is there. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The sky was blue and clear, and the sun was warm as the light landed on his body. At the ancient clan, I need to calm down. During my silent cultivation, I need to complete my promise to teacher. I need to protect the ancient Tao and guard teacher's reincarnation. After all, I belong to the ancient Tao. Wang Lin looked melancholy as he let out a sigh. Unfortunately, in the celestial clan, I didn't find Qing Shui, Situ Nan. And I didn't find Li Qianmei. This is a pity. Forget it. When I return to the celestial clan, I may find them. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Before leaving, he had spread out his divine sense to search, but he still didn't find them. I won't head to the ancient sea or ancient Ji, but head to the imperial city of the ancient Tao. I wonder how it will compare to the celestial clan's ancestral city. Wang Lin silently looked into the distance. My cultivation is still lacking, so I need to go in a closed-door cultivation in the ancient clan and strive to become a Grand Empyrean. When I complete my promise to teacher, I'll go find Wan Er's soul. Thinking of Li Muwen, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. Wan Er, where is that sliver of your soul? Only when your soul is complete can I find a method to awaken you. Wang Lin let out a sigh, and his right hand reached at the void. A rift leading to Wang Lin's storage space opened. He could not open it without damaging his storage space before, but now he could easily do it. He could completely offset the force between the cave world and the immortal astral continent, so the storage space wouldn't be destroyed. The blood sword that had made Wang Lin famous in the cave world flew out and gave off a killing intent in the sun. This item belongs to the ancient Tao clan. Wang Lin held the blood sword and gently touched it. The killing intent seemed to be happy as it coiled around Wang Lin's fingertips. It belonged to Yimo. When I obtained Yimo's head, I promised to be kind to his descendants. In this trip to the ancient clan, I need to find Yimo's descendants. Holding the blood sword, Wang Lin waved and it flew into the sky. After a long time, muffled rumbles echoed. With my current cultivation level, I can easily release its full power. The blood sword trembled and popping sounds echoed. Countless cracks appeared on it, as if the sword was shedding its skin and a layer fell off. The blood-red light from the sword became even more intense. Wang Lin didn't understand back then, but now he saw a seal on the sword. He broke the seal with a wave of his hand. After breaking the seal, the killing intent the sword emitted became even more intense. It surrounded the surrounding 500 km of sea. The killing intent seemed to form a storm and a huge shadow appeared. This shadow obviously belonged to the ancient clan. Its whole body was covered in armor, and in its right hand was a slender blood sword. This sword looked like it could split the sky. Yimo's hometown, where teacher is located, the ancient Tao, the place I need to guard. I wonder what kind of place that is. Wang Lin looked at the blood sword and put it away. The shadow disappeared, revealing the clear sky. After absorbing the sword fragment, my metal essence was completed and the 5 elements fuse into one. My cultivation level has increased. Wang Lin's cultivation was different from that of others. He needed essences. Only with essences could his cultivation level increase. When the metal essence was completed, Wang Lin climbed from mid-stage void tribulent to late-stage void tribulent. Then, with the celestial ancestors' inheritance, he was able to make the outline of the Grand Empyrean sun appear once he erupted his full cultivation. The Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body is complete with 5 essences. The 5-element True Body is also complete. What's next is my ethereal essences. If I can comprehend my other 2 ethereal essences, my cultivation can reach peak void tribulent. It's just that comprehending ethereal essences is very difficult. In my entire life, I only comprehended 3. In this rare moment of calmness, Wang Lin began to analyze the future path of his cultivation. If I rely on ethereal essences to raise my cultivation level, then my future cultivation will be very difficult. It will take many years before it can improve again. Wang Lin frowned as the sea dragon below him swam. It broke through the waves, forming a line in the sea. The waves raged, causing the sea to rise up and down. Wang Lin only took a glance before he began pondering the future path to take. This won't do. If this continues, I won't know when I'll have the power to return to the Celestial Clan. My cultivation is different from that of others, so perhaps I can find another way to increase my cultivation level. Wang Lin was immersed in his own thoughts as time passed. A few days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue. I can't rely on ethereal essences. Even so, I'll put the ethereal essences as a long-term goal. During that, I'll put my focus on the 5-element True Body and the Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body. water, fire, and earth have formed essence true bodies. Now, only metal and wood need to condense their essence true bodies. According to my analysis, once the metal and wood essences have formed their essence true bodies, then the 5-element true body will be complete. If this is the case, there is a 50% chance I can avoid raising my ethereal essences when increasing my cultivation level to peak void tribulent. Although my combat power would be a lot weaker due to the ethereal essences being incomplete, once the ethereal essences are completed, my power should increase greatly. Then it would be the Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body. Right now, only the Thunder Essence has formed an Essence True Body. The remaining 4 essences, Slaughter, Absolute Beginning, Absolute End, and Restriction, are incomplete. If they could all form their own Essence True Bodies, then my Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body should be complete and allow my cultivation level to surpass Void Tribulent. However, I'll have to wait until my Metal and Wood Essence True Bodies appear before knowing if this road will be as I thought. Wang Lin pondered as he decided on his future. As for the outline of the Grand Empyrean Sun, the reason it appeared was deeply related to the celestial ancestor cultivation I inherited. The celestial ancestor's inheritance didn't increase my cultivation level, but allowed me to condense that sun once I erupt my full cultivation. With that sun, my combat power increases greatly. It makes up for the fact that my Heavenly Bull soul armor was broken. With my current cultivation level and combat power, I'm the strongest under Grand Empyreans. Even against Grand Empyreans, unless they burn their Grand Empyrean power, I can still fight them. If my analysis is correct, once all 5 elements form their true bodies and my cultivation level increases, I should be able to exchange blows with a Grand Empyrean who is burning his Grand Empyrean power. And once my Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body obtains Essence True Bodies, then very few Grand Empyreans can be my match. Then, if I can completely comprehend the 4th ethereal essence, which would be the Reincarnation Essence, I comprehended at the Donglin sect, I can use it to break through the countless dream barriers to find my true self to obtain the 5th ethereal essence. At that time, Wang Lin's eyes shine brightly. Grand Empyreans won't be my match. After all, Empyrean Exalt and Ascendant Empyrean are just a transition between Void Tribulent and Grand Empyreans. The transition could exist, and also not exist. Furthermore, I still have the avatar in the void. That avatar is still growing, and unless it's the last resort, I can't use it. Time. I need time. Wang Lin closed his eyes and immersed himself inside the celestial ancestor's head in his storage space. Wang Lin had been studying it along the way, and he understood that once he could fully integrate the head into the Grand Empyrean Sun outline, the sun would become solid. Once the sun was solid, Wang Lin would be able to truly become the 10th Grand Empyrean. He had 2 more items in his storage space. One was a strand of white hair, and the other was a fist-sized skull filled with death. Both items gave Wang Lin a very familiar feeling, but he still couldn't figure out the source of this familiar feeling. Time passed day by day, and the waves became even more intense. There was also the power of the law of the immortal astral continent. This power was the key to separating the celestial and ancient clans. However, for Wang Lin, this power was far too weak compared to what he had experienced in the void, so he could simply ignore it. His aura surrounded the sea dragon, allowing it to move even faster. There was a black dot in the sky. It was the mosquito beast. Wang Lin released it, and it let out a cheerful hiss in the sky as it followed Wang Lin toward the ancient clan. A few months later, when Wang Lin opened his eyes again, he saw the edge of the sea. The Black Earth was different from that of the Celestial Clan. The ancient clan's Black Earth gave off a sense of desolation and recklessness. Chapter 2003, Ancient Tao Ambassadors. The ancient clan's vast land was covered in black earth. This place was different from the delicate beauty of the Celestial Clan. Here, it was vast and rough. In particular, the black earth would give people a sense of being suppressed. But at the same time, the vast world would cause this suppression to spread as one looked into the horizon. It was as if breathing the aura of the ancient clan could make one fuse with this place. Unlike the Celestial Clan, the ancient clan was a complete monarchy. The ancient clan was divided into 3 countries: Ancient Shi, Ancient Tao, and Ancient Ji. The power of the 3 ancient emperors was not something the Celestial Emperor could compare to. Here, the power of the royal family reigned supreme. It created an invisible pressure that shrouded the land and the heart of every ancient clan member. In the imperial palace of the Celestial Clan, when there was danger, everyone had chosen to escape without hesitation. They wouldn't risk their lives. However, in the ancient clan, there were only 2 extremes. 1. The intruder dies. 2. The entire clan goes extinct. This was the ancient clan. It was something inherited for countless years. It was even laughed at by the Celestial clan. But this was the power every generation of Celestial Emperor wished for. The Emperor of the ancient clan was the sky and represented the ancient ancestor. Their noble blood could not be erased by any force. The ancient clan respected bloodlines the most. Even Grand Empyreans had no right to remove an ancient emperor. In terms of cultivation, the Grand Empyrean was the guardian of the clan, but in terms of power, the ancient emperor could command every clan member. If there was ever a conflict of order between the ancient emperor and the Grand Empyrean, then far more people would listen to the ancient emperor over the Grand Empyrean. This was very different from the Celestial clan. In the Celestial clan, Jiudi had dared to scheme against the Celestial emperor and even kill him. But in the ancient clan, although the Grand Empyreans were powerful, they would never hurt any ancient emperors. This was because of a law set by the strongest Grand Empyrean on the immortal astral continent. He would protect the 3 clans of the ancient clan, an existence that could become the sole ancient emperor. At the center of the 3 clans lay the holy land of the ancient clan, where the strongest Grand Empyrean was. Wang Lin had learned about the ancient clan from Xian Luo in the cave world and from the records at the Purple Yang sect. As a result, Wang Lin wasn't as lost as when he first entered the Celestial clan. However, the ancient clan was simply too big, and Wang Lin didn't have the map to the ancient Dao. He needed to find a map before he could head to the ancient Dao. The ancient clan's 3 clans are the ancient Shi, the most powerful, ancient Ji, the most united, and ancient Dao, which has the most people but is also the weakest. Wang Lin walked on the black earth and took a deep breath. He knelt down and grabbed a handful of dirt. He placed it next to his nose. He could feel that there was a force there that made his ancient bloodline tremble. Teacher, disciple has arrived at the ancient clan. Wang Lin stood up and walked forward. Before Wang Lin, there was a giant city. This city was made completely out of some kind of black stone. This stone was very rough, but gave off a domineering feeling. This sense of domineering seemed to be inside the core of every single ancient clan member. Inside the city, all the buildings were rough and very large. Members of the ancient clan quickly moved through the city. There were burly men in the leather armor constantly shouting. Normal people who saw them would immediately reveal fear and avoid them. There was a crowd outside the city. It was very lively. Wang Lin was far from the city gate. He didn't choose to go in and instead stood there, looking at them. He saw ancient demons, ancient devils, and ancient gods. Although their sizes were the same, the stars between their eyebrows, in their left eyes, and in their right eyes gave Wang Lin a familiar feeling. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen so many ancient clan members. There were 7 burly men wearing leather armor outside the gate. Each of them had stars flashing between their eyebrows or in their eyes. They looked at the people outside the gate impatiently and would even shout at them. Hurry up. The ones in the back, move faster too. The city will be sealed in half an incense stick of time. After entering Blackstone City, immediately scatter and stay in the city for 3 days. Without the city lord's order, no one is allowed out. As the burly man roared, the lively city gate gradually became quiet. Those that wanted to enter the city accelerated their pace. In less than half an incense stick of time, the outside of the city was empty, creating a huge contrast compared to the lively scene from before. The ancient clan members that had entered the city had quickly dispersed, so not many figures were seen inside the city. The only thing one could see were the nearly 100 burly men in leather armor standing in various critical corners of the city. Their gazes were sometimes on the city gate and sometimes on the towering building at the center of the city. The emptiness of this place revealed Wang Lin's figure and attracted the attention of the 7 burly men outside the city. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he withdrew his gaze and turned to walk into the distance. There was no one strong in this city. The map Jade Wang Lin wanted had to be as detailed as possible, and only the strong would have such a jade. But just as he turned around, a voice came from behind him. Stop! 2 of the 7 burly men immediately walked over. They both had 5 ancient god stars between their eyebrows. Wang Lin frowned. He stopped and turned to look at the 2 coming toward him. The 2 burly men had fierce gazes. One of them looked unfriendly and shouted, "Who are you? Where are you from?" Wang Lin slowly said, "Wang Lin, you have been standing here for a long time and still didn't enter the city. Take out your identification token." The other burly man stretched out his right hand. The burly man spoke once more. "Also, reveal your clan mark." Wang Lin faintly smiled, and 9 stars slowly appeared between his eyebrows. The 9 stars gave off a ghostly light and made Wang Lin look no different from the members of the ancient clan. The moment the 9 stars appeared, the 2 burly men were startled and their pupils shrank. They retreated a few steps and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. "Greetings, God Lord. We didn't know Lord was coming and were disrespectful. Please punish us, God Lord." They were extremely respectful and contained a trace of excitement. Their sudden change attracted the attention of the other 5 people outside the city gate. After seeing the 9 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows, they immediately walked up and clasped their hands. "Greetings, God Lord." Wang Lin was quite shocked, but his expression remained the same. He didn't have much understanding of the ancient clan. He knew about the landscape and simple structure, but not the traditions of the area. After I revealed my 9 ancient god stars, they started referring to me as God Lord. Does that mean 9-star ancient demons are called the Demon Lord and 9-star ancient devils are called the Devil Lord? Wang Lin speculated on this matter. My inheritance from Yemo is incomplete, and I don't have many of his memories. I only know that in the ancient clan, no matter which of the 3 clans they come from, they are composed of ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil. I wonder what the title for someone who has 9 ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil stars is. Wang Lin pondered and remembered when he went through the second calamity of the 3rd trial in the cave world and obtained the recognition of the ancient ancestor. Over the years, although Wang Lin had cultivated his ancient body by force, he had achieved 9 stars for all 3, but he rarely revealed it. From their appearance, there aren't many people with 9 stars in the ancient clan, or perhaps this place is rather remote. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile. "No harm. Do you have a map, Jade?" Wang Lin asked casually. Not many people could understand him in the Celestial clan, as this a language unique to the ancient clan. The burly man was startled but didn't ask any questions. He waved his right hand, and a jade appeared. The jades were the same in the Celestial and ancient clans, but the auras required to open them were different. This little one's jade is incomplete and only has an approximate map. The burly man respectfully took out a jade. Wang Lin took it, and his ancient power swept through it. This jade was indeed very simple, like the man had said. It only had details about the nearby countries, and the further it went, the more blurry it was. But through the map in the jade, and with Wang Lin's understanding, he now knew that the 12 countries at the northern part belonged to the ancient Shur. Going south, splitting into 2 directions, were the ancient Ji and ancient Dao, forming a triangle. This Blackstone city was at the edge of the Musang country of the ancient Shur. Wang Lin held the jade and slowly asked, "I wonder, why is this city being sealed?" One of the 2 burly men responded to Wang Lin and held nothing back. Reporting to God Lord. "I received orders from the city lord to clear out the gates of Blackstone City in 1 incense stick of time to welcome Prince Ji-Du and the ancient Dao ambassadors' arrival." Ancient Dao ambassadors? I just came out from closed-door cultivation and don't know about this. Tell me the details. Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. The burly didn't hesitate to respond respectfully. This little one doesn't know much about the ancient Dao ambassadors. But the rumor is that the ancient Dao's royal family has been sending people out for hundreds of years in search of beautiful women. It is said that the ancient Dao emperor is looking to choose a concubine. Chapter 2004, Star of Disaster for the Prince. As for whether this matter is true, this little one doesn't know. However, with the prince accompanying them, that means the ancient emperor must have agreed, or else the city lord wouldn't order the city to be sealed, the burly man explained. Choosing a concubine? Wang Lin was startled and didn't think too much. He just thought that the emperor of the ancient Dao, the place he was going to protect, sending people all the way to the other 2 countries to choose a concubine was absurd. However, since I can meet the people of the ancient Dao here, they must have a detailed map to head to the 12 countries of the ancient Dao. This does save me some time in looking for a map. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin was going to inquire more when he looked toward the city. Footsteps came from the city, and then 2 teams of soldiers in green armor rushed out from the gate. There were nearly 1,000 people among the 2 teams. They quickly came out of the city and gave off a killing aura. At the same time, 3 people walked out from the city. The person at the front among the 3 was a burly man. He was nearly 10 feet tall and was obviously far taller than the others. He wore golden armor and had a red cape. He gave off a sense of pressure without being angry and walked forward in large strides. Behind the burly man in golden armor, to the left, was a middle-aged man. He was a handsome middle-aged man who wore a blue shirt like a cultivator and exuded a celestial aura. This man had 3 strands of beard on his chin, his skin was white, and he held a black fan. Although he gave off the aura of a celestial, his eyes were clearly demonic. His left eye had a strange fog swirling inside. The last person stood on the right. He was a young man in black. He had a cold expression, but it could not hide the violence and killing intent in his eyes. He stood there as if there was a fire burning inside and outside his body, but this fire was cold. The two of them obviously treated the burly man as their leader. He walked past the two teams of soldiers and looked into the distance. He seemed to detect something and turned to look at Wang Lin. Not only him, but the two people behind him turned their heads at the same time. Their gazes locked into the 9 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and their eyes lit up. Greetings, God Lord, City Lord, Demon Lord, and Devil Lord. The 2 leather-armored burly men next to Wang Lin and the 5 outside the gate all knelt down without hesitation. They were extremely respectful. However, the burly man in the golden armor ignored them. He looked at Wang Lin in confusion. This fellow clan member is very unfamiliar. I'm Blackstone City's City Lord. I wonder, does fellow clan member need help? The burly man in the golden armor clasped his hand at Wang Lin. I'm Kong Shi. The middle-aged man in blue with demonic eyes smiled and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Only the black-robed young looked at Wang Lin and remained silent. Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands. My name is Wang Lin. By chance, I heard that the prince and the ancient Dao ambassadors are dropping by. I'd like to see them if you will, but if it's inconvenient, I'll leave. He didn't have any sense of arrogance because of his cultivation level and high status. Wang Lin's personality was always like this. If others were respectful to him, he would naturally be respectful back. Since you came here, you are our guest. Brother Wang can stay and wait with us. The burly man in golden armor smiled. Looking at the other party, especially when he felt the ancient god power from this burly man, Wang Lin felt a familiar feeling. He smiled as he stepped forward and arrived next to the 3 of them. Brother Wang is also a god lord, and presumably has also passed the 2nd trial. You should have entered the stage of fusing the demon and refining the devil. How is your progress? The burly man looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Fusing the demon and refining the devil. Wang Lin's heart trembled, but his expression remained the same. He shook his head with a smile and didn't speak. Connecting, fusing, and refining is very difficult. How could it be so easy? From his appearance, he gives off no demon or devil aura, meaning he is still figuring it out. Lian Yun, this is the same as not asking, the young man in black said coldly. His gaze swept by Wang Lin with a hint of disdain. Meng Luo, the burly man in golden armor frowned as he looked at the young man in black. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin with a bitter smile. I presume Wang Lin has seen that this Meng Luo is a devil lord, and that his personality is bad. I hope Brother Wang won't mind too much. This connecting, fusing, and refining is indeed too difficult. I haven't made much progress myself. The burly man in golden armor apologized. No problem. Wang Lin smiled. He really didn't care about these little things. They chatted for a while longer. The burly man in golden armor and Kong Shi were trying to determine Wang Lin's origin, but in the end, they didn't get any answers. They gradually lost the intent to talk and became silent. The silence didn't last long before Wang Lin noticed something, and he casually looked at the sky. Kong Shi had been watching Wang Lin, and upon seeing Wang Lin's action, he also looked up but found nothing. However, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, his eyes narrowed. The burly man and the young man in black also looked at the sky with respect and excitement. At this moment, the sky changed and layers of ripples echoed. A thunderous rumble echoed as a fist appeared out of thin air and punched the sky. As the roar echoed, the sky seemed to collapse, and even more ripples echoed. More and more cracks appeared, until it looked like the sky was going to collapse. 2 giant hands broke through the sky and tore open a large rift. A giant green shadow hundreds of thousands of feet tall with a horn on its head tore open the sky and stepped out. This green shadow wore a green suit of armor and gave off monstrous demonic aura. This demonic aura turned into a fog that spread endlessly in all directions. This was clearly an ancient demon. Its eyes were blood red and filled with violent intent. It immediately let out a roar as it appeared. It took a large step out of the rift and landed on the earth. When its foot landed, a shockwave spread in all directions, carrying dirt like a wave. As Wang Lin looked at the ancient demon, his heart trembled and his eyes narrowed. This is no ordinary ancient demon. Wang Lin immediately saw the problem at a glance. He had seen ancient demons in the cave world, but, like ancient gods, unless they revealed their true bodies, they look like ordinary people. But even after revealing their true bodies, they would maintain their consciousness and not fall into madness. Most importantly, the demonic aura this ancient demon gave off was as powerful as that of Empyrean Exalt cultivators. The moment the ancient demon stepped on the earth and let out a roar, the man in the golden armor, the demon lord, and the black-robed youth knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, Prince." Not only them, but the 1,000 soldiers on the side all knelt down and were all excited. Even the people inside the city that saw the ancient demon all felt their hearts tremble and knelt on the ground. The only person not kneeling inside and outside the city was Wang Lin. The golden-armored man immediately noticed that Wang Lin had remained standing. He was startled and was filled with disbelief. Kong Shi was the same, and even the young man in black revealed terror. How could a mere prince make Wang Lin kneel? Not even a Grand Empyrean could make Wang Lin kneel. Even before the Celestial Emperor, Wang Lin only needed to clasp his hands. Wang Lin calmly looked at the roaring ancient demon and saw the person standing on its head. He wore a royal robe, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was a young man who looked ordinary but had an unspeakable temperament. Behind him, there was a woman in blue. She looked fairly young, and when her gaze fell on Wang Lin, she was surprised. The youth in the royal robe also saw Wang Lin, who was the only one standing. The sky rumbled once more. The young man raised his head and no longer looked at Wang Lin as he looked back at the sky. Another huge shadow walked out from the rift that had been torn open. This shadow was slightly smaller, and when it stepped out, it revealed the two horns on its head, and its body was black. It was an ancient devil. This ancient devil's eyes were also red and filled with madness and violence, as if it was about to lose control. It let out a howl. There were 7 people standing on its head. Among the 7 were 5 men and 2 women. They clasped their hands at the young man, and when they looked at the ground, their attention was attracted by Wang Lin, who was the only person standing. "My clansman is disrespectful. You all saw something embarrassing." The young man smiled at the 7 above the ancient devil. Then he turned to look at the burly man in the golden armor next to Wang Lin. "Lian, is he your new recruit?" Reporting to Prince. "I don't know this person, he has just appeared here." He said. He wanted to see the prince. This humble one was wrong to let him stay. This humble one will kill him right now. The big man in golden armor revealed anger and killing intent. "No need," the prince said coldly. His eyes lit up and gathered on Wang Lin. "Tua Luo, kill him." After the prince spoke, the ancient demon hundreds of feet tall below him let out a roar. It raised its right claws and reached toward Wang Lin. It looked like it wanted to grab Wang Lin and crush him. The sharp claws seemed like they would split open the ovid. They contained monstrous demonic aura and closed in on Wang Lin. Chapter 2005. There's a woman, Songji. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his white hair fluttered. He let out a sigh and walked forward. For the first time, he felt like he was not suited for the ancient clan. I can see a lot about the ancient clan's imperial power from this small matter. Aside from getting a map jade, Wang Lin had stayed here to see just how strong the imperial power of the ancient clan really was. A mere prince, not even the ancient Shi emperor, would make an entire city kneel. And he merely didn't kneel, and that already shocked everyone. The golden-armored burly man was originally polite, but in a flash, he was filled with killing intent and anger. It was as if not kneeling was a great crime. And as for the prince, just because he hadn't knelt, the prince was going to take his life. From the prince's expression, killing a clan member was as casual as breathing. This would only happen when the imperial power had reached an extreme. Most importantly, all the people kneeling were looking at the prince with reverence and excitement from the bottom of their hearts. It was as they would do anything the prince told them to, even kill themselves. Since the ancient Shi is like this, then the ancient Tao must also be like this. Perhaps I'm not suited for this place. Wang Lin silently pondered and stepped out. When he took the 3rd step, the ancient demon's claws closed in. Everyone watched as the ancient demon's claws overlap with Wang Lin's figure. It looked like Wang Lin was caught. After everyone saw this, whether it was the golden-armored burly man, demon Lord Kong Shi, the black-robed youth, everyone kneeling there, and even the leather-armored soldier who had given Wang Lin the jade, they all revealed cold gazes. Their cold gazes seemed to condense into a sentence. "All who disrespect the imperial power will die," Wang Lin's voice echoed in the world. The ancient demon's claws, which had overlapped with his body, seemed to become transparent, and he calmly walked through them. Or it could be said that Wang Lin had become transparent and the ancient demon's claws had grabbed nothing. A rumble echoed as Wang Lin walked toward the ancient devil the ancient Tao ambassadors were on. When the ancient demon grabbed nothing, the madness in its eyes became even more intense. Its right hand reached for Wang Lin's back, but the eyes of the prince narrowed. He stared at Wang Lin with a serious expression. Not only him, but all the people kneeling were startled. From their view, Wang Lin should have died, but he had somehow walked out. The pupils of the golden-armored, burly man shrank. He was also a 9-star ancient god, and he knew he couldn't do this. Perhaps only a demon lord's body could be so strange. However, Kong Shi's heart was in chaos. The moment Wang Lin had walked out, he hadn't sensed any demonic power, but this just made it even more unusual. Who is he? The young man in black was the most shocked. He was a devil lord, and he thought he had seen through Wang Lin. However, after seeing Wang Lin calmly walk out of the claws, he took a deep breath, but his eyes were filled with battle intent. The 7 people on the Ancient Devil had come here from the Ancient Dao on the order of the Ancient Dao Emperor. When they saw Wang Lin not kneeling, they thought they would get to watch a show. However, they couldn't help but be surprised when Wang Lin walked out, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, this was a matter within the Ancient Shi, and it had nothing to do with them. However, when they saw Wang Lin walk toward them, they were puzzled. Wang Lin was not fast or slow, and behind him, the ancient demon's claws had returned. It let out another roar and reached toward Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin frowned slightly and stopped. As the claws closed in, he turned to look at the ancient demon. "You're courting death." His words didn't rumble like thunder, and the world didn't change colors. However, the ancient demon shivered, and the madness in its eyes disappeared, turning into fear. It was as if Wang Lin's gaze was enough to cause it to collapse and feel the shroud of death. The ancient demon's roar stopped, and it let out a miserable cry. It quickly retreated and knelt down on the ground. Its huge body started to kowtow at Wang Lin. When this happened, everyone around gasped in revealed shock and horror. The battle intent in the eyes of the black-robed youth immediately dissipated. His body trembled and became covered in cold sweat. The golden-armored, burly man shivered. He thought about how he had said that he was going to kill Wang Lin. He could not have expected Wang Lin to terrify the ancient demon with just a gaze. The prince and the woman next to the prince flew up into the air. They looked down in shock. The prince was well aware of the strength of this ancient demon. It could even battle against an Empyrean exalt in the Celestial clan. However, this powerful ancient demon was now terrified to this degree. This showed that this person who hadn't knelt had terrifying strength. You. Prince Ji Du's expression was pale. Wang Lin ignored everyone and withdrew his gaze from the ancient demon. As everyone's gazes gathered on him, he walked toward the ancient devil. This ancient devil's eyes were originally red and gave off a sense of madness, but at this moment, it let out a whimper. Its whole body trembled, and it crouched on the ground as a show of obedience. It didn't dare to move. The 7 people above its head were terrified as they watched Wang Lin walk over. Aside from an old man, the other 6 all retreated and erupted their respective ancient clan powers. Among the 7, 4 of them had reached 9 stars, and the other 2 had reached a certain degree in terms of crossing, fusing, and refining. The strongest was the old man who hadn't retreated as Wang Lin closed in. His expression was extremely heavy as he let out a roar, and 9 stars appeared between his eyebrows and in both his eyes. A total of 27 stars. These 27 stars emitted a ghostly light, and 3 large shadows appeared behind the old man. They were an ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil. These 3 shadows stood there and glared at the incoming Wang Lin. No matter what issue you have with the ancient Shi, it has nothing to do with our ancient Dao. The old man felt bitterness in his heart. He didn't know why Wang Lin was walking toward them. Lian Yun's group of 3 has cultivation equal to arcane void. Perhaps due to the different in bloodline, there are some differences. As for this old man with 27 stars, his cultivation is equal to void turbulent. When I was in the cave world, my 27 stars were not complete and slowly become complete during my hundreds of years at the Celestial clan, but the power I can display is far above that of this person. Perhaps this is the difference in bloodlines. Yimo's cultivation level was obviously higher than 7-coloreds, so that's why 7-colored got Li Guang's help. Li Guang's cultivation level should have been Empyrean Exalt according to my understanding of the Ancestral City. The chances of him being an Ascendant Empyrean is not high, or else he wouldn't have died. From this point of view, Yimo should have power similar to that of an Empyrean Exalt. He had all 27 stars integrated and had passed all 3 trials. Then this ancient clan member is comparable to Empyrean Exalts. The ancient clan should be similar to the Celestial clan in this regard. There shouldn't be more than 1,000 people with this much power. Wang Lin stepped onto the arm of the ancient devil and arrived on its head. He looked at the old man, causing the old man's expression to change and sweat to appear on his forehead. The old man could not bear the pressure from Wang Lin's eyes and subconsciously retreated a few steps. If he was like this, there was no need to mention the 6 people behind him. They all retreated with pale expressions. Did all of you come from the ancient Dao Imperial City? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he spoke. He gave off the aura of a grandmaster and created an invisible pressure that made the old man's mouth dry up and his heartbeat accelerate. He only had this feeling when facing the ancient emperor, but what caused that feeling was the heritage of the ancient emperor. The person before him replied on their own power. Yes, I was given the name of Yi Hai by the ancient emperor, and this is my 6th trip visiting the ancient Shur to help the emperor look for a concubine. The old man took a deep breath and stopped trying to resist the pressure from Wang Lin, instead revealing respect. Hundreds of years to select a concubine. Wang Lin heard it again and was still surprised. The old man smiled bitterly and nodded. Wang Lin casually asked, "It's a bit interesting. Has one been chosen yet?" This time, with Prince Ji-Du leading us, we went to 6 countries and chose 3 women. The last one is at Blackstone City. After this, we will return to the ancient Tao. The old man responded quickly and didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly slapped the ancient devil beneath him. The ancient devil's body trembled and ripples echoed as 2 beautiful women walked out. Their eyes were filled with fear as they bowed at Wang Lin. The old man respectfully said, "These 2 were the ones chosen." Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 2 women, and then he calmly said, "Since you came from the ancient Tao, give me a map to the ancient Tao Imperial City." The old man was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a jade and respectfully handed it Wang Lin. After taking the jade, Wang Lin took a look and walked off from the ancient devil's head. He was ready to leave. As for the prince, Wang Lin didn't consider him worthy of his attention. "Senior, please wait," the prince immediately said before appearing before Wang Lin. He gave Wang Lin a deep bow, and his expression was very sincere. "Junior Ji-Du offended Senior earlier. I hope Senior doesn't mind. Please give Junior a chance to compensate you." "Oh, how will you compensate me?" Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. After seeing Wang Lin speak, the prince became spirited, and he quickly clasped his hands. "I ask Senior to please wait for a moment. Once I send off the ancient Tao ambassadors, I'll definitely satisfy Senior." After Wang Lin nodded, the prince immediately sent out a message to the burly man in the golden armor below. "Please invite Lady Song Ji to go with the ancient Tao ambassadors." Shortly after, a woman wearing blue walked out from the city gate. Her appearance was not perfect, but she had a pure temperament. As she walked out, she raised her head, and it was at this moment that Wang Lin looked over. Their gazes seemed to collide in the sky. Chapter 2006, Vision obscured by a single leaf. The autumn wind blew across the black earth. This was a season that was cold at first, but then warm. There were mountains and forests outside Blackstone City, and dried leaves flew with the wind. A dead yellow leaf flew in the wind and fell outside of Blackstone City, blocking the gazes from the man and woman from meeting. When the leaf scattered, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. This was a very ordinary woman. She had the bloodline of an ancient demon but gave off no demonic aura. Instead, she gave off the aura of a pure white lotus. Below the woman's right eye was a birthmark. Not only did this birthmark not destroy her purity, it added an extra touch. With it, even though she was not an absolute beauty, she still made one's heart pound. Like her name, Song Ji was as exquisite as someone in a painting. Song Ji greets the prince and fellow lords of the ancient Tao ambassadors. Her face was slightly red as she bowed at everyone. "Your surname is Song? She is the person the prince spoke of?" The old man on the ancient devil recovered. When he looked at the woman, his expression became serious. "That's right, her last name is Song." The prince smiled and continued, "Speaking of which, she is part of the Grand Empyrean Song family. However, the Grand Empyrean's family is large, and she is from a faraway branch family. However, at Blackstone City, her family is considered powerful." The old man on top of the ancient devil pondered for a moment and then clasped his hands at the prince. "Many thanks for Prince's help. I'll take this woman away. If she doesn't get chosen, then we will send her back." "Good. Song Ji, follow the ancient Tao ambassadors." The prince didn't care about this at all. He smiled as he gave the command, and then looked at Wang Lin with fervor in his eyes. The woman named Song Ji seemed to let out a sigh, but her personality was very gentle, and she could not refuse this matter. She bit her lower lip and walked toward the ancient devil. Wang Lin was directly in the woman's path. When she got near him, she bowed slightly to show respect, and then walked around Wang Lin toward the ancient devil. A faint fragrance entered Wang Lin's nose and gradually dissipated as she left. When she stepped onto the ancient demon and next to the old man, the wind caused her hair to cover up her face. However, it could not hide the look of melancholy and unwillingness in her eyes as she looked at her hometown. "I hope I won't be picked. I'm not that beautiful, so I should not be selected. Auntie Chong and Sister Dong are still waiting for me." The woman lowered her head, and her hair covered the faint tears in her eyes. After the ancient Dao ambassadors received Songji, they politely clasped their hands at the prince and Wang Lin. The ancient devil suddenly looked up at the sky and let out a roar. It jumped toward the rift that had opened in the sky. It then turned into black fog and disappeared inside. This place was very far from the ancient Dao Imperial city. Even with the ancient devil, it would take them several months to return home. After the ancient Dao ambassadors left, the golden-armored burly man led everyone back into the city. A moment later, the outside of the city was empty, aside from Wang Lin, the trembling ancient demon, the prince, and the woman behind the prince. Prince Ji-Du smiled and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. I still don't know what Senior's name is. Can you tell me? Wang Lin looked at the prince and slowly said, Wang Lin. So it turns out to be Senior Wang. Senior, this is not a good place to talk. Junior has a palace in the dark country. If Senior doesn't mind, we can go there and talk in detail about how Junior will compensate Senior for my reckless behavior before. The prince looked very sincere and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Looking at how the prince was so respectful now compared to the indifference before, Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. The imperial power is still very weak before power. The reason the imperial family has so much power is mainly due to Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. Once Gu Dao is no more, the imperial family will lose power just like the celestial clan. Wang Lin silently pondered and then nodded. Prince Ji-Du was very happy and respectfully moved aside, letting Wang Lin step onto the ancient demon first. The woman beside the prince wanted to speak, but was forced to swallow her words by the prince's gaze. The ancient demon was very obedient when Wang Lin stepped on it. Although its eyes were still red, they no longer contained any madness, and it didn't even howl. It jumped into the rift in the sky and disappeared. After it disappeared, the rift in the sky dissipated as well and returned to normal. It was as if everything that had just happened never happened. However, just as the ancient demon left, a cold and majestic voice entered the ears of Liang Yun, Kong Shi, and the black-robed youth. The three of you are not allowed to spread the news of Senior Wang being here, and don't allow others to spread this matter. If any information leaks out, the three of your families will be wiped out. This voice belonged to Prince Ji-Du, the dark country of the ancient Shi. This country was covered by fog year-round, which was how it obtained its name. Rumor had it that below the dark country was a fog-like lifeform. After being captured by the ancient ancestor, it had been sealed to form this country. Inside the fog, there was a horseshoe-shaped mountain. On it stood a large palace that gave off a powerful atmosphere. There were many servants and guards living at the palace. On this day, the fog above the palace split apart, revealing the night sky. A huge rift appeared, and a giant ancient demon came out. The moment the ancient demon appeared, everyone inside the palace noticed it. The servants and guards all knelt on the ground. Welcome back, Prince. The neat voices, respectful gestures, and their excited expressions all showed that Prince Ji-Du was an extremely noble existence in their eyes. The giant ancient demon landed on a large square. This square was obviously prepared for the ancient demon so it could land. The ancient demon landed and knelt down so its head was touching the ground. Wang Lin calmly walked down. Behind him were the prince and the woman, who felt wronged. After Wang Lin walked down, he looked at the submissive giant ancient demon. This ancient demon is pretty good. It is this ancient demon's honor to receive Senior's praise. Father gifted it to me to help with travel and protect me. This kind of ancient demon is rare. He was a warrior of my ancient Shi before, but, unfortunately, after his 27 stars fused, he failed to obtain the ancient ancestor's recognition. He degraded back into a demon and lost his mind. The prince sighed after he spoke. Wang Lin nodded. His gaze swept the ancient demon again before he turned to look at the palace. His actions were noticed by Prince Ji-Du after hesitating a bit. He clenched his teeth and spoke. If Senior Wang likes this ancient demon, then Junior is willing to gift it to Senior. Oh, Wang Lin looked at Ji-Du. Prince Ji-Du also looked at Wang Lin, and his expression was extremely sincere. Wang Lin slowly said, "This is the compensation you were talking about." Senior misunderstands. How can a mere giant ancient demon compensate Senior? Senior, let us head into the place to talk. The prince smiled and led Wang Lin forward. The three of them walked into the palace before the square. This palace was very luxurious, but still gave off an overbearing aura. After Wang Lin stepped into the hall, the prince quickly walked forward before Wang Lin. He clasped his hands with an extremely serious expression and suddenly bowed. Junior Ancient Shi Prince Ji-Du greets white-haired Ascendant Empyrean. After the prince spoke, a cry came from the woman behind him. She was filled with disbelief and retreated several steps. She was completely shocked by her brother's words. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean. The ancient clans were constantly spying on the movements of the Celestial clan, especially news of new powerful cultivators appearing. The ancient clan had naturally paid a great deal of attention to Wang Lin. They had paid even more attention to him than the 5 Grand Empyreans. After all, the 5 Grand Empyreans were known factors, but they knew very little about the number 1 Ascendant Empyrean. There was a hint of surprise in Wang Lin's eyes, and his gaze toward Prince Ji-Du gradually became cold. Junior is not testing Senior. Senior appeared in Blackstone City, where it is close to the sea that separates us and the Celestial clan. Senior also has the power to terrify the ancient demon with a stare, and you didn't try to hide your identity by telling me your name. Moreover, Junior has a list of pictures of the powerful members of the Celestial clan, and Senior's picture has been added. However, only the 3 Imperial families have access to these pictures, so outsiders won't recognize Senior. The prince broke out in cold sweat from Wang Lin's cold gaze. However, he clenched his teeth and remained still. He took out the jade and respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still cold as he took the jade. His divine sense swept it, and he immediately saw the portraits of the 5 Grand Empyreans and all the Ascendant Empyreans. There were a lot of Empyrean exalts as well. However, only his portrait and those of the 5 Grand Empyreans gave off a golden glow. All the other portraits looked very ordinary. Chapter 2007, Backup. Prince Ji-Du is very cunning. The picture in his jade is almost exactly the same as me, and it allows people to recognize me at a glance. So this means that when he saw me at Blackstone City, he already had his suspicion, but he hid it very well, to the point that not even I noticed. Wang Lin took the jade and looked at Ji-Du. His face was still filled with respect, but it was now pale and covered in sweat. That's why he deliberately made the ancient demon attack, to verify his suspicion. Then, once he was certain, he revealed the right amount of shock. Finally, to make me stay, he asked me to stay so he could pay me respect. However, since he dared to point out my identity here and bow to me, it means he is trying to show he has no hostility towards me. However, why does he think that a Celestial clan Ascendant Empyrean wouldn't just kill a prince like him? Unless, Wang Lin's expression was calm. His gaze lingered on Prince Ji-Du for a moment before retracting them. Wang Lin slowly said, "Since you dare to say this before me, then you already know my identity." After Prince Ji-Du heard this, he relaxed a bit. His action earlier was the same as walking into death, but he was determined. He would not give up this chance after meeting Wang Lin, especially when it would determine his fate. Ancient Dao Grand Empyrean Xianluo's only disciple is named Wang Lin. Although this matter is a secret, as a member of the royal family, we still found out. When Xianluo went to the Celestial clan and came back, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. We began to investigate, and with the help of Grand Empyrean Song, we guessed most of it. However, even then, Father and Grand Empyrean Song Tian were not sure if the Celestial clan's white-haired Empyrean exalt Wang Lin was the same person as Grand Empyrean Xianluo's disciple. Even Junior only realized it after seeing Senior at Blackstone City. It turns out that Senior is indeed Grand Empyrean Xianluo's disciple. Ji-Du sweated even more as he quickly spoke. Before Wang Lin, he felt a great pressure even stronger than when he faced his father. It was comparable to Grand Empyrean Song Tian. The woman behind him turned pale after listening to all of this. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. However, for her to be allowed to stay, then she was obviously someone Ji-Du trusted. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the woman. She looked similar to Ji-Du. "This is my younger sister. She had the same mother as me," Ji-Du quickly explained. Wang Lin slowly said, "Since you know my identity, know I'm Xianluo's disciple, and saw me asking for the map to the ancient Dao, you know I'm heading there, so why are you bowing to me?" "Senior, the ancient Dao is not a good place. Even if Senior is Grand Empyrean Xianluo's disciple, the ancient Dao Emperor is very narrow-minded. If Senior goes, you will surely be suppressed." Before Prince Ji-Du finished speaking, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave the palace. "Senior." Prince Ji-Du clenched his teeth and got down on one knee. As the prince, he only knelt to his father and mother and never anyone else. But today, he was kneeling before Wang Lin. If it was in the Celestial clan, this matter would not be a big deal. But in the ancient clan, where Imperial power ruled supreme, Prince Ji-Du's action was enough to shock everyone. This royal sister was startled, and after hesitating a bit, she also knelt down. "Senior, Junior is willing to become your adopted son, and you will become my godfather. Once I become the ancient Sure Emperor, You would be the Imperial father. I ask Senior to help me. Father has 7 sons, and I'm ranked 5th. If Senior is willing to help me, I'm willing to satisfy all of Senior's requirements. Prince Ji-du said loudly. His voice was filled with sincerity and desire. Wang Lin stopped and turned to look at Prince Ji-du. His eyes gradually revealed a ghostly light. As a prince of the ancient Shi, whose imperial power rules supreme, to actually kneel to me. Answer me. Who told you to accompany the ancient Dao ambassadors? Who told you that if you meet me, you must be even willing to kneel to make me stay? And who told you that you would meet me in Blackstone City? Wang Lin would not believe that this happened without some cause. Otherwise, this prince would not be kneeling. Someone must have told him ahead of time. And this person had to be someone the prince believed in enough to follow their directions. Prince Ju-di's expression was pale. Although he was very cunning, before Wang Lin, he felt like he was completely seen through. It was the Imperial teacher. The Imperial teacher is my uncle, my mother's younger brother. 10 years ago, he came out of closed-door cultivation and divinated my future. He told me that when the ancient Dao ambassadors come, I must accompany them. There, I'll meet a chance to change my fate. If I can grasp this chance, my fate will change and my future will be limitless. But if I can't grasp it, then I won't live more than 100 years. As for the specifics, he couldn't see clearly and only had a vague feeling. After that, he died. Facing Wang Lin's powerful gaze, Prince Ji-du's mind trembled and he didn't dare to hide anything. Wang Lin frowned. He had a deep dread toward the title of Imperial teacher. These people were very good at divination, and Wang Lin had seen how terrifying they could be in the Celestial clan. However, this ancient clan Imperial teacher could obviously not compare the Celestial clan and couldn't see things clearly. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, no matter how cunning the prince was, he could tell that he was not lying. If Godfather helps me, then everything will be complete. Now that Father is getting old and ready to retire, a new emperor will be chosen among my 7 siblings. Godfather doesn't need to immediately make a decision, but if one day Godfather decides to leave the ancient Dao and has nowhere to go, please come here, so this child can fulfill his filial piety. Prince Ji-du quickly said. This child had prepared a gift for Godfather. This is my piety towards Godfather, please accept it. The prince raised his right hand, and something appeared. This item was a jade body, and he respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and then took the jade. He scanned it with his divine sense, and saw a jade and a cylinder as thick as a finger. This jade is a powerful treasure of my ancient Shi. This was given to me by my father when I was born. Only the royal clan of the ancient Shi can obtain it, and they only get one in their life. This item is an ancestral jade, and the power of the ancient ancestor's finger is sealed inside. This item is very powerful, but its greatest role is to comprehend. If one can comprehend this finger, then it will be very useful. However, all the previous generations of ancient Shi princes, and even the emperors, were unable to comprehend it. This is the most powerful treasure a prince gets. This child will gift it to Godfather. This cylinder contains a liquid. It is impossible to investigate its origins. The ancient ancestor left it, and it contains pure wood essence. This child knows that for Godfather to gain such reputation in the Celestial clan, you had to cultivate essences, so I prepared this item. This child is only the prince and not the ancient Shi emperor. But if I become the ancient Shi emperor, then I'll open the ancient Shi's treasure room for Godfather to choose. I'll use the full force of the ancient Shi to repay Godfather for helping me ascend to the throne. The prince's words were filled with determination and decisiveness. Wang Lin held the jade box and silently pondered, but he didn't put it away. As Wang Lin silently pondered, the entire palace was quiet. Prince Ji-du was extremely nervous, and he wasn't faking it. His heart was really nervous. He had already been very sincere and paid the price. He had even knelt down, hadn't hesitated to recognize Wang Lin as his godfather, and had given a heavy gift only to get Wang Lin's recognition and help. He believed his uncle, who had died 10 years ago. What his uncle had told him before his death was imprinted in his heart. I can't divinate who this person is, but if he is willing to help, you will become the ancient Shi emperor. There is even a chance you can unite the 3 clans and become the real ancient emperor. I cannot be wrong. This is a trace of the future I divinated at the price of my life. If he doesn't help you, then you won't live more than 100 years, Ji-du thought about his uncle. His uncle's sad gaze as he gradually closed his eyes and released Ji-du's hands. Godfather, Ji-du knelt on the ground and kowtowed at Wang Lin. The banging sounds echoed inside the temple and broke the silence. His royal sister's face turned pale. She felt that this matter was very important to her royal brother. After a long time, As the banging sound echoed, Wang Lin's words echoed. "Give me a jade that will let me find you." Ji-Du's body trembled and joy filled his face. He quickly took out a jade and excitedly handed it to Wang Lin. "If there is really a day when I'll leave the ancient Tao, you can then call me Godfather." Wang Lin decided that he couldn't solely bet his entire future on the ancient Tao. He was going to take this chance and leave a backup. After he finished speaking, Wang Lin put away the jade box and the jade Ji-Du had given him. He turned and stepped outside. His figure disappeared into the fog. After Wang Lin left, Ji-Du was soaked in sweat, but he was very excited and vigorously clenched his fist. "Royal sister, with my understanding of the ancient Tao Emperor, Godfather will certainly be uncomfortable. A powerful person like him is not someone a mere ancient Tao Emperor can hold down. Godfather will definitely come and help me. He must." The woman stood up and softly asked, "Is it worth it?" Prince Ji-Du laughed. "It's worth it. With his current strength, there is no need for him to go find Grand Empyrean Xianluo. This shows that Godfather cares about his relationships. Since I respect him and have taken him as my Godfather, he will not harm me." Chapter 2008, Worshipping the Incense Stove. The ancient clan's ancient Tao was located to the southwest of the immortal astral continent. The 12 countries were comparable to the continents of the celestial clan, but slightly larger. If one didn't have spatial bending and relied on flying, it would take many years to cross this distance. However, the ancient clan had the giant ancient gods, giant ancient demons, and giant ancient devils. These half-sentient existences could tear open the sky and greatly reduce travel time. The ancient Tao ambassadors only needed several months to return to the ancient Tao Imperial city from the ancient shore. The ancient Tao Imperial city was a large city that floated in the air. From afar, this sky city looked amazing. It floated in the heavens and gave off a powerful pressure. There were countless stones floating around the city. These stones had different sizes, and they slowly rotated with the sky city as the center. 1 month after the ancient Tao ambassadors returned, Wang Lin crossed the vast ancient clan land using the map and arrived here. He looked at the city in the sky for a long time. Although this city was not as majestic as the celestial clan's ancestral city, it was still spectacular. In the center of the city, there was a huge statue of a man. He looked up at the sky in contempt, and even Wang Lin could clearly feel the contempt from this far away. Wang Lin softly muttered, "Ancient ancestor." Outside the sky city, the rotating stones formed a powerful protection. Everyone who wished to enter required an identity jade, or else they couldn't take half a step into the city. This was the peak of the ancient Tao's imperial power. This was where the ancient Tao Emperor was. The eastern part of the sky city was composed of magnificent palaces that formed the Imperial Palace. The palace was filled with guards and restrictions. There was also a faint layer of purple mist that gave people a feeling of being suppressed if they looked at it. In Wang Lin's eyes, the purple mist around the palace seemed to condense into a vague figure. This figure was extremely large and looked like it could support the sky. It was impossible to see what this figure looked like. Only the crown on its head was distinguishable. This figure gave off a pure ancient clan aura. The ancient Tao Imperial city was not as big as the Ancestral city, and its palace could not compare either. However, the amount of guards and suppression was far beyond the Celestial Emperor's palace. Countless palace guards were inside and outside the palace. Even the servants inside the palace had decent cultivation levels. Wang Lin stood there for a long time before he withdrew his gaze. He stepped forward at a pace that wasn't too fast, but his figure disappeared. He turned into a strand of smoke and floated into the sky city. The layers of protection around the sky city would make it very difficult for normal people to enter. Even for the strong, they would frown and be stopped. They would have to follow the rules of the sky city and use their identity jades to enter. In the eyes of the people of the ancient Tao, only 9 people could ignore the protection around the sky city. These 9 people were the 9 Grand Empyreans. Only these 9 people could calmly step into the ancient Tao Imperial city. However, now there was one more person. The layers of restrictions could not stop Wang Lin's smoke-like body, allowing him to appear on the street of the ancient Tao Imperial city. There were large numbers of ancient Tao people living in the Imperial city, making his place very lively. Wang Lin stood there and looked at this place. He looked at the men and women of the ancient Tao, but for some reason, he no longer had that sense of belonging like he did when he first arrived in the ancient clan. Teachers should know of my arrival. Wang Lin didn't need to spread out his divine sense to feel a mountain in the southern end of the city. Clouds covered this mountain and gave off the aura of a Grand Empyrean. He could feel the softness in this aura. He let out a faint smile and walked south. In the southern part of the city, the mountain pierced into the clouds. There was a set of stairs that winded up the mountain with handrails around it. It looked like a vacation spot. Bursts of fresh aura spread out. Taking a breath here would make one more spirited. There were many ancient Dao people walking up toward the temple at the top. Everyone in the ancient Dao knew of this temple. This was the ancient Dao temple. This was where the only Grand Empyrean of the ancient Dao, Xian Luo, lived. The ancient Dao temple was open to any member of the ancient Dao. Anyone could come to the temple to seek help with a breakthrough in their cultivation, but they rarely saw Grand Empyrean Xian Luo. The 9 powerful ancient Dao people that followed Xian Luo would guide them. At any given time, one of the 9 was always in the ancient Dao temple to enlighten their fellow clan members. There was a giant incense stove outside the temple. It required 10 people to surround it. There was white-gray sand inside, and 9 huge incense sticks were stuck inside the stove. The smoke was floating into the sky. Everyone ancient Dao citizen who came to the ancient Dao temple for enlightenment would bow before it. The incense stove was very strange. The more people that bowed, the thicker the smoke would become. The 9 incense sticks seemed to never burn out and had been burning since ancient times. Wang Lin walked on the stone steps as he looked at the mountain and the smoke rising into the sky. He walked up step by step until he was at the top of the mountain and saw the incense stove. There were a few ancient Dao citizens who had climbed got up and respectfully walked toward the ancient Dao temple. After they finished worshipping the 9 incense sticks in the stove, the smoke seemed to increase, but it was subtle, and unless one paid attention, it was difficult to notice. Wang Lin looked at the incense stove and silently pondered. He slowly walked up to the stove. When he was next to the stove, he clasped his hands and bowed. This bow was not toward the stove or the incense inside, but his teacher, Xian Luo. Since he had chosen to come to the ancient Dao, chosen to follow his teacher, and chosen to fulfill his oath from the past, then Wang Lin wanted to take root here from the bottom of his heart. He had wandered for thousands of years, and now he wanted to live in peace here. Guard the ancient Dao, guard the reincarnation of his teacher. It was also why Wang Lin had gone along with the custom and bowed at the incense stove. The moment he made up his mind and bowed, the incense rumbled and seemed to start burning like crazy. The green smoke instantly became 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more intense. This intense change caused the few that had finished bowing and were walking to the ancient Dao temple to stop. They turned around and revealed looks of horror. The few ancient Dao citizens behind Wang Lin also stopped and revealed looks of disbelief. The incense stove rumbled, and even more smoke rose into the sky. The intensity of the smoke was far more higher than before, to the point that was simply incomparable. It was like comparing the moon to the fireflies. The smoke rose into the sky and was extremely powerful. All the people on the mountain, as well as the ones at the southern part of the city and even further, could clearly see this smoke. This green smoke made it seem as if the mountain was burning as it rushed into the sky. It formed a mushroom shape in the sky and spread in all directions. Even the Imperial palace to the east could see it clearly. Outside the ancient Dao temple, all the ancient Dao citizens were startled and their eyes were filled with shock. Not only them, but everyone in the city and the sky that could see this was shocked. And at this moment, Wang Lin's bow was only halfway. He hadn't even finished the bow. At the same time, in the ancient Dao Imperial palace, a man wearing a royal robe and a crown was standing in one of the highest pavilions. He frowned as he looked at the smoke in the sky. There was an old man behind him, and the old man respectfully said, "Your Majesty, a total of 31 women were chosen in this selection. All of them have been arranged to attempt to fuse with the soul." However, before he finished speaking, he was also shocked by the raging green smoke in the distance. To make the incense stove at the ancient Dao temple release so much smoke. "Check who this person is." The man in the royal robe frowned and spoke, but before he finished speaking, his body trembled. His eyes revealed a monstrous light. The old man behind him gasped and subconsciously took a few steps back. What he saw now shocked him even more than what he had seen before, and even panic appeared in his heart. The raging, green smoke had actually bent down and drawn an arc as if it was unable to bear the power of the bow. It began to dissipate and looked like it was going to collapse. This scene was heaven-shaking. Everyone in the ancient Dao Imperial city who saw this let out a cry. This was beyond their imaginations. They had never thought anyone could make the green smoke before the ancient Dao temple bow and almost collapse. How was this bowing to the incense sticks? It was clearly the green smoke bowing to the person. Before the ancient Dao temple, Wang Lin didn't continue his bow because he saw that the green smoke could not withstand his bow. If he continued, it would certainly collapse. "Wang Lin, there is no need to bow. Come to the back mountain." A familiar voice came from Wang Lin's ears. That voice was very soft and was filled with kindness. Wang Lin's body straightened, and the green smoke stopped bending. Wang Lin walked past the incense stove, and the raging smoke returned to normal. Chapter 2009. A cup of hot tea is as warm as home. In the ancient Dao Imperial Palace, the man in the royal robe clenched his hands and had a gloomy expression. Behind him, the old man didn't dare to gasp. He was equally shocked, but due to the pressure, he didn't dare to reveal any of it. I felt the aura of the soul blood. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the man in the royal robe. He had a guess over the last few hundred years, and it was like a thorn in his heart. After a long time, the man in the royal robe said, "Quickly, fuse those selected women with the soul. As you command." The old man immediately knelt down. His back was soaked in sweat. Facing this moody ancient Dao emperor, he had seen too many people executed for no reason. The man in the royal robe waved his sleeve and disappeared. In the southern part of the city, outside the ancient Dao temple, Wang Lin was surrounded by citizens of the ancient Dao, who were looking at him in horror. He stepped toward the ancient Dao temple, but didn't enter and instead disappeared before the temple. When he reappeared, he was in the back mountain, in a palace that was like a paradise. Beside him was a clear stream that flowed along a rock path, and there were fishes happily swimming inside. Beside the stream was a hut, and there was a stone table before the hut along with a few stone chairs. There was a green-robed young man sitting on one of the stone chairs. Although he looked young, he gave off an ancient aura as if he had lived for countless years. He looked at Wang Lin with a smile. There was a teapot on the stone table, and the moment Wang Lin appeared, the water boiled and bubbled. "Come, teacher has boiled this pot of water for you, so we can taste this tea together." Wang Lin also smiled and walked up. He poured half a cup for each of them. He picked up one cup and handed it over with both his hands to the green-robed young man. The man accepted with a smile and looked at Wang Lin with a kind gaze. Wang Lin sat on the side and picked up his own teacup. He took a sip and closed his eyes as he felt the aroma fill his mouth. The hot air spread and made his whole body feel warm. "How is it?" The green-robed young man smiled. "There is warmth of home." Wang Lin opened his eyes and smiled. When the green-robed young man heard this, he immediately began to laugh. He had waited here for his disciple to arrive and had even prepared a pot of hot tea. This was to tell Wang Lin that from now on, this was his home, because the tea could warm up the body and make people feel a sense of warmth. The two hadn't met for hundreds of years, but at this moment, there was no barrier between them. The green-robed young man looked at Wang Lin, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. "When teacher left the Celestial Clan, I was feeling very helpless, but when I noticed you appear in the Celestial Clan, I knew that the two of us would meet again one day. Teacher has been preparing this pot of tea since then." The green-robed young man was Xian Luo. "Teacher watched everything you did in the Celestial Clan, but teacher could not head over. If teacher had, then all the Grand Empyreans in the Celestial Clan would have noticed," Xian Luo said as he looked at Wang Lin. "But I believe that the only disciple I accepted would be extraordinary. He would walk out from the Celestial Clan and come to my ancient Dao." Wang Lin put down the cup of tea and his gaze met Xian Luo's gaze. "Disciple promised teacher to come here and guard the ancient Dao." White-haired Ascendant Empyrean, number 1 under Grand Empyreans. Xian Luo laughed as he stood up. "Wang Lin, rest for a few days. In 3 days, teacher will take you to a few places that will help your cultivation greatly. They will be my first gift to you for taking me as your teacher." Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin with a smile, then he disappeared. "Wang Lin, I gift this place to you." Wang Lin stood up and bowed at the sky. After a long time, he raised his head and looked around with a complicated gaze. The complication in his eyes gradually disappeared. "Forget it. Let's stay at the ancient Dao." Wang Lin let out a sigh before he sat down on the stone chair and silently drank tea. He decided to stay here for a long time. If there was no accident, he could guard the ancient Dao until he fulfilled his commitment with Xian Luo, even though he still felt unfamiliar here. 3 days of time passed by in a flash. Wang Lin stayed in this paradise-like place and watched the sunrise and sunset as he breathed the fresh air. After 3 days, Wang Lin felt Xian Luo calling him. He took a step and ripples echoed. He then disappeared from this paradise. When he reappeared, he was in front of the ancient Dao temple. This was the morning of the 4th day, and the mountain was covered in a sheet of green fog. Xian Luo was standing before the ancient Dao temple, and behind him there were 9 people. Among the 9, there were 7 men and 2 women. Their cultivation were extraordinary, and all 9 of them had obtained 27 stars to obtain the title of Ancient Dao. When Wang Lin appeared, their gazes all gathered on him. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his gaze swept past the 9 of them. The one with the highest cultivation level was an old man. This person actually gave Wang Lin a feeling equal to that of an Ascendant Empyrean of the Celestial clan. As for the other 9, they were comparable to Empyrean exalts. While Wang Lin was looking at them, they were also looking at Wang Lin. However, compared to Wang Lin's calmness, the moment the 9 of them saw Wang Lin, their hearts trembled. In their view, Wang Lin seemed to turn into a giant vortex that devoured their gazes. Even the ancient power inside their bodies seemed to be pulled in. The 9 of them silently pondered for a moment and then bowed at Wang Lin. "We greet the young master. Wang Lin, these 9 people are under my command and have followed me for many years. From now on, the 9 of them will obey your commands." Wang Lin smiled and looked at the 9 of them bow toward him. Wang Lin calmly said, "Thank you, teacher." Xian Luo smiled and was going to continue speaking, but he suddenly frowned and looked to the sky. Wang Lin also noticed something and looked at the sky. As for the 9 of them, they just felt the change in the sky and looked up. A moment later, a large amount of ripples appeared in the sky and spread out. Purple light flickered and thick, purple mist spread out. Then a roar rang out, and a pair of large hands came out of the purple mist. Following that, a large man a few thousand feet tall stepped out. Behind him, another few ancient demons that were thousands of feet tall followed. A moment later, nearly 100 people walked out of the purple mist. None of them had weak cultivation. Not many had Empyrean exalt power, but almost all of them were comparable to golden exalts. There were ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils. After they appeared, they stood neatly in the sky and knelt down toward the purple mist. "Welcome, ancient emperor." A roar-like sound echoed through the world. As the voices echoed, the purple mist violently churned, and a person walked out. He was wearing a royal robe and a crown and gave off a pressure without being angry. Behind him were 2 old men. The 2 old men's backs were bent as they followed him. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the 2 old men, and his pupils lit up an undetectable amount. These 2 had auras no weaker than Ascendant Empyreans. "Welcome, ancient emperor." The 9 people under Xian Luo immediately became respectful when they saw the purple gas. The moment the man in the royal robe appeared, they revealed excited expressions and immediately dropped down on one knee. Only Xian Luo and Wang Lin calmly stood there and watched. "Yimo greets Lord Xian." The man in the royal robe smiled, and his imposing aura melted, becoming like a spring breeze. Anyone who saw it would feel a sense of familiarity. Wang Lin stood there and looked at the man wearing the royal robe. From the people kneeling and their words, Wang Lin knew that he was the ancient Tao Emperor. Looking at this person, Wang Lin couldn't help but compare him to Celestial Emperor Lian Daojian. Whether it was cultivation or temperament, he could not compare to the Celestial Emperor. However, he had the respect of the people, which was obvious from seeing the 9 people under Xian Luo. His cultivation level is only at Empyrean Exalt. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. The power of the Imperial family could affect everyone in the ancient Tao, but it can't affect Wang Lin. Xian Luo's expression remained the same as he slowly said, "Why did you come?" 3 days ago, Yi Dao noticed the raging smoke rising into the sky and guessed that a powerful person had appeared in my ancient Tao, so I came to see. Is this the person? The ancient Tao Emperor nodded at Wang Lin. "He is my disciple. I presume you have heard of him as well. The Celestial clan's white-haired Ascendant Empyrean, Wang Lin. He will replace this old man during my reincarnation to protect the ancient Tao." Xian Luo said calmly as he looked at the ancient Tao Emperor profoundly. "Wang Lin, he is the emperor of my ancient Tao. He is also the person you need to guard in the future. If he retires, then you need to choose one of the many princes to become the new emperor. This is the right of a Grand Empyrean." Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard that each generation of emperor was chosen by the Grand Empyrean. The Imperial family and the Grand Empyreans have coexisted since ancient times. Perhaps this is the reason. No wonder Prince Ji-Du sought my help. My combat power is number 1 under Grand Empyreans. My help could allow him to gain the favor of the Grand Empyrean. As Wang Lin pondered, a roar came from the old man next to the emperor. "Although you are a disciple of a Grand Empyrean, you are still a member of the ancient Tao. According to the rules, all clan members, aside from the Grand Empyrean, must kneel before the ancient Tao Emperor. Why aren't you kneeling?" The old man's eyes revealed a cold gaze, and his words were cold. Chapter 2010, The Teacher is Like a Father. After he spoke, everyone became silent, and everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Lin. It was as the old man had said. In the ancient Tao, aside from the Grand Empyrean, everyone in the presence of the ancient Tao Emperor had to kneel. This was the embodiment of the imperial power. If one didn't obey, then it was disrespect to the imperial power. And in the ancient clan, there were few crimes more serious than disrespect to the imperial power. Even Xian Luo was startled when he heard these words. Although he was a Grand Empyrean, he still belonged to the ancient Tao. Before he became a Grand Empyrean, he still had to kneel to that generation's emperor to show respect. The ancient Tao emperor smiled and looked at Wang Lin, but he sneered in his heart. He had come today to determine if the person that had caused the abnormality with the incense stove was the person he had guessed. If not, then he would recruit that person. But if it was the person he had guessed, he had to personally see what was so extraordinary about this person. What right do you have to become Xian Luo's disciple when I was turned down by him? Why do I only have 6 drops and you have 10 drops? And the last drop is a drop of soul blood. This matter was sealed by Xian Luo, so my ancient Tao doesn't know. Xian Luo didn't even hesitate to say that anyone who violated this would be put to death, no matter what their identity was. A Grand Empyrean doesn't have the right to decide if I should live or die. The reason he said that back then is because he thought that his disciple would gain the recognition of Empyrean Exalt Gu Dao. But he can't be a descendant of the royal family. I don't believe he will obtain the recognition of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. The ancient Tao emperor still had the gentle smile, but hidden beneath was hundreds of years of jealousy. This jealousy had existed since Wang Lin obtained the soul blood all the way until now, when he saw that Wang Lin was indeed the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean, number 1 under Grand Empyreans. His jealousy was suddenly ignited, but he suppressed it. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his gaze swept past the emperor. When his gaze fell on the old man who had roared at him, his eyes released a golden light. Wang Lin slowly said, "What did you say?" Repeat it again. This old man had Ascendant Empyrean cultivation, but even so, under Wang Lin's gaze, his expression changed greatly. His face immediately turned pale, and his ancient power rumbled inside this body. He felt a pressure coming from Wang Lin's body, and he was unable to withstand it. More importantly, under Wang Lin's gaze, he felt a tremor in his blood, as if Wang Lin had an unimaginably noble bloodline. This bloodline made the old man's body tremble. "Enough. Did you come here to make my disciple kneel to you? He is the future guardian of the ancient Tao that I have chosen." Xian Luo revealed an unhappy expression. The ancient Tao emperor smiled and turned to look at the old man with a cold gaze. "Back down. Lord Xian's disciple has the same status as me. You have no right to speak." The old man quickly nodded. He was covered in sweat. It was unknown if it was from the emperor's roar or the fear from Wang Lin's gaze. "Wang Lin, right? I have heard your name a lot, especially as the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean that shook the Celestial clan. When I first heard of you, I felt regret that this kind of genius didn't appear in the ancient Tao. But now I'm very happy. This powerful cultivator, number 1 below Grand Empyreans, is a member of my ancient Tao. This is a joyous matter." The ancient Tao emperor smiled as if he was very happy. "Changshi." As the ancient Tao emperor smiled, another old man behind him immediately bowed. "This humble one is here. Inform the ancient Tao clan that Wang Lin is the future guardian of the ancient Tao and has status equal to mine. Aside the grand ceremony of the entire clan, there is no need to kneel. If anyone dares to disobey, their entire clan will be killed." The old man respectfully said, "As you command. Wang Lin, I present this to you. With this, you can enter and leave the palace as you wish. I have a few sons I need you to personally see and select an heir for me." The emperor smiled and waved his right hand. A purple jade appeared and floated before Wang Lin, waiting for him to accept it with both hands. Wang Lin silently pondered. The ancient emperor was not impatient and continued to smile as he waited. Xian Luo silently stood on the side. He knew that if Wang Lin wanted to stay, he would have to integrate into the ancient Tao and accept the power of the imperial family. In fact, at the beginning, Xian Luo was not worried about this because Wang Lin was very weak back then. And right after leaving the cave world, it would have been easier for Wang Lin to accept the power of the imperial family. However, Wang Lin's growth was beyond Xian Luo's expectations. Although he was pleased with Wang Lin's change, he also felt regret because at Wang Lin's cultivation level, it would take him more time to accept the power of the imperial family. "This is my commitment. I can endure this matter." Wang Lin sighed. He naturally saw through the meaning of the emperor, but he didn't want to say more. With a sigh, Wang Lin took a few steps forward and accepted the jade. He then clasped his hands at the emperor. "Thanks, Emperor." Wang Lin held the jade and his expression didn't change. He retreated a few steps and stood beside Xian Luo. The ancient Tao emperor nodded with a smile. He looked at Xian Luo and clasped his hands. "I'm going to leave now. I'm very happy to meet you today, Wang Lin." Lord Xian's choice is for the future of my ancient Tao. After seeing Xian Luo nod, the emperor waved his sleeve. He didn't even look at Wang Lin as he turned and left. His guards bowed at Xian Luo and quickly left. Soon, the purple mist in the sky dissipated and returned to normal. In the palace of the Sky City, the emperor appeared in his favorite pavilion. A smile appeared on his face, and he began to laugh. So what if he is Xian Luo's disciple? So what? He has 10 drops of the ancient ancestors' blood, so what? And even if you have a drop of soul blood, so what? Wang Lin, before me, you still have to kneel. And not only once, but all the time. You won't dare to hurt me, because I have Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's protection. Once Xian Luo goes into reincarnation, I want you to know that if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as raising my hand. Outside the ancient Dao temple, Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and silently pondered. On the contrary, after the ancient Dao emperor left, Wang Lin smiled and softly spoke to Xian Luo. Teacher, I have waited 3 days for the gift you promised. Wang Lin's smile made Xian Luo's expression even more complicated. You came from the cave world and your status there was very high. In the Celestial clan, you are the white-haired Empyrean Exalt, #1 under Grand Empyreans. But in the ancient clan, because of the supremacy of the Imperial power, you have to lower your head. Teacher expected this before, but now I feel like I have wronged you. Xian Luo looked at his disciple. Teacher doesn't need to think too much about it. There is no harm. Since disciple decided to come here, then disciple can ignore these vain matters. Since the Imperial power is supreme in the ancient clan and the Emperor want to suppress me, then disciple will kneel during the clan ceremony. If he can bear it, then disciple will kneel. In the cave world, disciple had promised teacher to protect the ancient Tao. This matter, disciple will fulfill it. Wang Lin smiled as he spoke. Xian Luo remained silent. After a long time, he made a decision. You are teacher's only disciple. If you feel like this place is not suitable for you, then you don't have to keep the promise from the past. You can leave at any time. No matter what you choose, no matter where you are, I, Xian Luo, am your teacher. Xian Luo's words were sincere and caused a surge of warmth in Wang Lin's heart. This warmth was like the tea from 3 days ago, and it made Wang Lin feel warmth again. He nodded. Okay, let's not talk about this matter. Teacher will take you to a few places that will be of great help for your essences. Xian Luo smiled and waved his sleeve. He took Wang Lin and they disappeared. Ancient Dao, Ping Tian country. This country was a plain and had no mountains. The plain was covered in grass, and as the wind blew, a wave of rustling sounds would commence. It was very pleasant to the ears. In the northern part of this plain, there was a deep pool that gave off the smell of decay. It was a stark contrast with the rest of the plain, as if it shouldn't exist. This was found by the ancient Dao's previous generation Grand Empyrean and was sealed to preserve it. After it was passed to me, I intended to use it to refine a faith treasure in the future, but after taking you as a disciple, I found that this place would be of great help to you, so I gift it to you. This pool has existed for a very long time. I investigated it once and determined that this place is likely an ancient battlefield. This pool contains powerful killing intent and should help your slaughter essence grow stronger. There are several places like this that contain different essences, and I'll take you to them one by one. Many of them are in the other 2 clans, but reached an agreement with the other 2 Grand Empyreans hundreds of years ago for you to go there to refine and absorb them. Beside the pool, Xian Luo smiled at Wang Lin. He didn't tell Wang Lin what price he had paid for the other 2 Grand Empyreans to agree, but the price couldn't be small. Finally, I'll take you to see my ancient clan's ancestor, Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. It is precisely due to his existence that the Celestial clan doesn't dare to invade. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao is in closed-door cultivation year-round. I reported your situation to him back then, so when I take you there, he should see you. Perhaps it will be a great fortune for you. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin kindly. He had paved a road for Wang Lin in the last several hundred years. Chapter 2011. The bell rings on top of Mount Gu Dao. In the land of the ancient Dao, the restriction valley hidden inside the mountains, the pool in the plain, and the huge underground burial ground were 3 places containing great fortune. Xian Luo had prepared these 3 places for his disciple, for Wang Lin. In the mountains stood Wang Lin and Xian Luo's figures. Their figures also appeared outside the pool and inside the burial ground. The pool on the plain contained powerful killing intent, and Wang Lin immersed himself inside for 3 months. Xian Luo stayed outside the pool the whole time. While protecting Wang Lin, he also silently looked at his disciple and revealed a kind smile. The cliffs of the valley were engraved with runes, and each contained restrictions. As the years passed, The valley slowly became a famous place in the ancient Tao, the prestigious Restriction Valley. Ordinary people couldn't enter, as this place had been sealed by Xian Luo hundreds of years ago. It became a place he especially prepared for his disciple to comprehend the restriction essence. Wang Lin comprehended for 3 months inside the Restriction Valley. There was another very mysterious place in the ancient Tao. It was an underground burial ground. No bodies were buried here, but it was filled with abandoned treasures. They were useless and had no value, but at an unknown time, someone had buried them here like a sacrifice. Due to the existence of the treasures, this area was enveloped in the power of the 5 elements. This aura had become more and more dense until the aura of essences began to appear. Wang Lin also sat in this burial ground for 3 months. He was unwilling, but he decisively stopped absorbing the 5 elements' essences and left with Xian Luo. In the ancient Shi, Wang Lin saw the Grand Empyrean of the ancient Shi. He went to 3 places to cultivate and comprehend. This lasted for 5 months. In the ancient Ji, Wang Lin didn't see the Grand Empyrean, but went to various places across the 12 countries to comprehend for nearly half a year. In a flash, from when Wang Lin and Xian Luo left the ancient Tao Imperial City, it had been 1.5 years. In this 1.5-year period, Wang Lin faced no danger and didn't have to struggle between life or death. He just had to absorb essences and increase his cultivation level. He didn't have to think too much, as everything was taken care of by his teacher, Xian Luo. Wang Lin could feel that Xian Luo was really treating him as a direct disciple, without any schemes. The warm gaze Xian Luo gave him when he cultivated felt like home. Wang Lin hadn't experienced this much in his life, but the more rare it was, the more he cherished it. He cherished this time. He cherished Xian Luo as his teacher, and he cherished these rare moments of happiness in his life. In his heart, he wanted times like these to continue forever. Wang Lin could even ignore the suppression from the ancient Tao Emperor. Teacher has treated me this well. I must protect the ancient Tao, Wang Lin said in his heart once more. He cared a lot about his relationships. Xian Luo had helped him in the cave world and was his teacher. He saw all of it and remembered it in his heart. He didn't want to disappoint Xian Luo. 1.5 years of travel ended this way. After the two had gone through most of the ancient clan, Wang Lin and Xian Luo arrived at Mount Gudao. Mount Gudao was the intersection of the 3 ancient clans, and where Grand Empyrean Gudao was. This mountain was also referred to as the Holy Mountain and Holy Land. All of this was because of Grand Empyrean Gudao. Below Mount Gudao, even Xian Lu became respectful. He didn't fly or teleport up, but walked up to this holy mountain like a mortal with Wang Lin. These steps seemed to lead to the sky and were covered by clouds. One could not see the end, but a vague shadow could be made out. At the bottom of the mountain, Xian Luo walked in front and kindly looked back at Wang Lin. If Grand Empyrean Gudao sees you, remember to be respectful. Grand Empyrean Gudao is a senior, and even teacher has to bow. The suppressed cultivation and essences made Wang Lin feel like he was holding up several mountains. It made him feel a bit breathless, but he gritted his teeth and stood behind Xian Luo. There were 4 people sitting on the 4 huge pillars. They were middle-aged and very thin, wearing gray robes. Their robes fluttered with the wind, but their eyes remained closed. Not even Xian Luo's arrival would make the 4 of them open their eyes. Wang Lin's face was pale, and his gaze swept past the 4 of them. He was a bit shocked. The 4 of them looked like mortals without any ancient power inside them. Junior Xian Luo requests to meet Grand Empyrean Gudao. Xian Luo clasped his hands and bowed at the tower. Wang Lin also clasped his hands and bowed behind Xian Luo. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the sounds of wind and bells echoed. They didn't stop, and the sounds revealed a strange force. This suppressed Wang Lin's essences and cultivation even more, causing cold sweat to appear on his forehead. After a long time, the door on the first floor silently opened, and a person walked out. This person was a bald young man wearing the same gray robe. After he walked out, he bowed at Xian Luo. Lord Gu is still on a mental journey. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo, please wait for a moment. The young man had a respectful attitude. No problem, I'll wait here. Xian Luo didn't mind at all as he smiled and nodded. The young man looked at Wang Lin, and after withdrawing his gaze, he bowed at Xian Luo once more. He returned back into the tower, and the door slowly closed. Time slowly passed. In a flash, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Xian Luo had stood there without any impatience, and was as respectful as he was at the beginning. Wang Lin stood behind Xian Luo. These 3 days felt like 3 years to him, like 300 years. Because the sounds of the bells were continuously echoing in Wang Lin's mind, as if they wanted to melt his celestial cultivation and all his essences. They seemed to force him to scatter his essences and cultivation so that only the power of the ancient clan would remain in his body, to allow the drop of soul blood in his body to spread through his whole body. Chapter 2012, A Step Up the Mountain. Xianluo was calmly standing there, but he began to struggle in his heart. He knew that this was Grand Empyrean Gu Dao being dissatisfied with him and making him wait outside. He also knew that the source of this dissatisfaction became his disciple, Wang Lin, had celestial cultivation and essences. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao was someone who upheld tradition. He cared about the bloodline of the ancient ancestor, he cared about the generations of ancient emperors, and he also cared about the ancient ancestor's bloodline. But he obviously could not allow someone who had the soul blood to also contain the aura of the celestial clan. Wang Lin's body trembled. During the 3 days of time, the sounds of the bells entered his mind and rumbled. They suppressed his cultivation and tried to erase it. Whether it is the power of the ancients or the celestials, they both belong to me and were obtained through my hard work. I refuse to lose my celestial cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. His determination was firm, and he continued to struggle against the bells. The celestial power inside his body continued to attack in an attempt to scatter the bell sounds in his mind. As Wang Lin's body trembled violently, Xianluo's eyes lit up. He turned around and raised his hand to help Wang Lin resist the bells. After all, Wang Lin was his disciple. But just as Xianluo turned around, the door to the tower opened once more and the young man walked out. Grand Empyrean Xianluo, Ancestor Gu is summoning you. Xianluo paused for a moment and then silently pondered for a long time. With his right hand still pointed at Wang Lin, he turned toward the tower. The young man looked at Wang Lin profoundly before going back into the tower and closing the door. Xianluo's point had caused Wang Lin's heart to suddenly rumble. This aura made Wang Lin feel warmth inside his body. It didn't suppress his cultivation but resisted the sound of the bells inside his body. It allowed Wang Lin's cultivation and essences to relax a bit. His cultivation and essences quickly gathered. As Xianluo's power permeated and the sound of the bells canceled out, they gradually faded after an unknown amount of time. Wang Lin's cultivation and essences were rapidly cycling through his body when the bells began to move once more without any wind, and another wave of sounds rushed into Wang Lin's mind. They began another confrontation with Wang Lin's cultivation and essences. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled. He retreated back down the steps from the top of the mountain. Dissipate your celestial cultivation, erase your essences, forget the memories of your past, awaken the inheritance of your bloodline. After that, I'll grant you the title of Guardian of the Ancient Tao and Grand Empyrean Cultivation. A cold and ancient voice echoed in Wang Lin's heart along with the bells. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, and his cultivation suddenly activated. Along with his ancient power, he reached the peak of his cultivation. I don't have any celestial clan cultivation. What I have is my own strength that I obtained over my 3,000 years of life. What right do you have to make me dissipate it? Wang Lin roared, and the bell sounds inside his body erupted. They collided with his cultivation, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He continued to retreat, as if something was pushing him, until he was standing on the middle of the mountain. My essences are my perceptions of life. They are the fruits of my life's struggle. What right do you have to make me dissipate them? Wang Lin looked up, and his eyes became even more bloodshot. He let out a roar of life. As he roared, Wang Lin coughed out a third mouthful of blood. His body trembled as the sound of the bells collided with his cultivation once more. He retreated to the foot of the mountain. There were only 19 steps behind him. My memories are even more important than my cultivation, my essences, my bloodline, and the Grand Empyrean power you can give me. I live for my memories. What right do you have to make it forget them? Wang Lin let out his strongest roar. The bell sounds inside his body roared as if they had exploded. Wang Lin coughed out the fourth mouthful of blood and retreated back 18 steps. At the last step, Wang Lin's right foot stepped down with a bang, and he forced himself to stop there. Looking up, his eyes were bloodshot and his expression was fierce, but the power of the bells inside his body was being completely suppressed by him. With the power of the bells suppressed, Wang Lin's cultivation erupted. His hair suddenly turned half black and half white, and behind him, the outline of a Grand Empyrean sun appeared. This Grand Empyrean sun was also half black and half white. It gave off a strange light, and allowed Wang Lin to display his strongest strength comparable to a Grand Empyrean. The moment Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean sun appeared, the sky above Mount Gu Dao changed. An indifferent voice came from the tower in the sky and echoed throughout the world. Mount Gu Dao has a total of 999 steps. If you can get through 300, I can spare your sin of disrespect. At the top of the tower sat a figure covered in fog, and before him was Xian Luo. Senior Gu Dao, Xian Luo became anxious. I don't recognize your disciple. An indifferent voice came from the shadow covered by the fog. But since you've brought him here, if he can walk up 300 steps, I'll let you take him away. However, I won't help awaken that drop of soul blood inside his body. As for protecting the ancient Dao, since you chose him, then he will do. However, from now on, he can't leave the ancient clan, otherwise, I'll act. The words from the figure were cold and contained no emotion. Xian Luo had a bitter expression. He had brought Wang Lin here with good intentions, but he hadn't expected Gu Dao to say such things. He silently pondered before he revealed a decisive gaze and clasped his hands at the figure inside the fog. The figure inside the fog slowly said, if he can't pass 300 steps, he needs to stay. Xian Luo silently pondered. Wang Lin stood at the bottom of Mount Gu Dao and looked up. He knew that his teacher was up there and perhaps was watching him. Wang Lin, use your strongest cultivation and walk past 300 steps. Let Grand Empyrean Gu Dao see if my disciple is worthy. Xian Luo's voice came from the top of the mountain and contained a hint of anger. This was Xian Luo's anger. He had said these words at the top of the power and completely ignored Gu Dao who was next to him. Xian Luo's looked at the figure inside the fog and said, I brought him out of the cave world and led him here. The only way I won't take him away is if I die. His back was straight, and he no longer bowed. The figure inside the fog didn't speak. The top of the tower was completely silent. Xian Luo had special feelings toward Wang Lin. He had watched Wang Lin struggle inside the cave world and had witnessed Wang Lin's persistence and decisiveness. He had even seen Wang Lin's feelings for the woman called Wan Er. Xian Luo could not forget the tears and reminiscence Wang Lin had for his wife in the cave world. This made him think about himself and his own past. Even what Wang Lin had experienced in the Celestial clan made Xian Luo think of himself. It was as if their histories had overlapped. Wang Lin was standing on the first step when his teacher's words echoed in his ears. His eyes revealed a decisive gaze. He didn't like Mount Gu Dao, and he would never respect Grand Empyrean Gu Dao again. In this world, the strong control the fate of the weak. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's cultivation is strong, and he is the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, so he can impose his will on me. But one day, if I, Wang Lin, become strong and replace Gu Dao, I'll be the heavens. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the outline of the Grand Empyrean sun behind him shined. The light fused with his body and made him seem taller. He suddenly raised his foot and stepped forward. This step was Wang Lin's first resistance against the ancient clan. This was the first defiant action he had taken against the ancient clan. This was the first crack in his relationship with the ancient clan. He originally intended to stay in the ancient clan due to his teacher's grace. He was willing to endure kneeling to the ancient Dao Emperor and endure the helplessness of not being accustomed to the imperial power of the ancient clan. However, even though he would still endure, now there was a crack between him and the ancient clan. Perhaps, if nothing else happened, this crack would slowly heal due to Xian Luo. But this chance completely disappeared as an important event was taking inside the ancient Dao Imperial City. Inside the palace of the ancient Dao Imperial City, the ancient Dao Emperor was sitting on his throne. Before him were 3 old men in purple, and they were kneeling in excitement. Your Majesty, for hundreds of years, we have searched for countless women to fuse with the soul, but none of them could do it. There was great rejection, and they could not nourish the soul at all. But now there is a woman who has successfully fused with the soul. The old man's voice was filled with excitement. They had been secretly carrying out this plan for hundreds of years. What awaited him had to be a great reward. Where did the woman come from, and what is her name? The ancient Dao Emperor looked calm, but was filled with expectation. He could not forget what the imperial teacher had said. This soul could allow him to become a real ancient emperor that ruled the entire ancient clan. One of the other old men quickly said, she came from the ancient Sure. Her name is Song Ji. Let that Song Ji enter the palace. I want to meet this woman in person. You all tell the world that in 3 months, I'll hold a grand ceremony. I'll take Song Ji as my wife and make her the ancient empress. The ancient Dao Emperor laughed as he got up. His eyes were filled with monstrous light. Chapter 2013. Who is he? The sky was blue, and there were many pavilions below, like a sect. However, the name of the sect was blurry, making it impossible to see. The more one tried to get a better look, the more blurry it would become. In one of the pavilions, there was a woman. This woman was very familiar, very familiar. She bit her lower lip as she looked into the sky, as if she was looking for something. Who is she? Who am I? The land was vast, the sky was dark, and the surroundings were filled with a bloody aura, as if there had been a battle here. A woman was escaping through the sky, and her face was pale from panic. She would occasionally look back to see a cultivator with lecherous eyes casually chasing her. At the most critical moment, she saw a familiar man hiding below. Who is she? Who is he? Who am I? A fog-like sea in an ordinary-looking cave. A man was sitting inside the cave, as if he was at the most critical moment of forming his core. The woman stood outside the cave. Although she was filled with fear, her eyes were filled with determination. Before her, many cultivators were using spells, trying to break the formation to enter the cave. She gritted her teeth and controlled the formation to resist until she used up all her strength. Her body went limp, but she found herself leaning on a warm chest. "I'll take you to kill." This sentence seemed to penetrate the sky and thus connected the two lovers for a lifetime. Who is she? Who is he? Who am I? Still under the blue sky, there was a familiar, yet unfamiliar sect. The woman was silently sitting outside a pavilion, holding a zither. Sad zither music echoed. She was going to get married. However, when she walked out of the pavilion to face everything, a man appeared with his supreme cultivation and walked before her. The gentle smile startled her. She wanted to know who he was, who she was, and who exactly herself was. A ray of light that made one feel warmth shine down in a quiet valley. There was a wooden house there, and cheerful song came from a woman playing a zither within. She looked at the man leaning on her and revealed a tender gaze. She seemed very happy. However, who was she? Who was this man? Who am I? She seemed like she was going to remember something, but could not remember it. Her mind was blurry, as if she had slept for a long time. In a blur, the tender image cracked and slowly collapsed. It turned into a stormy day. The man was holding the woman with tears flowing down his eyes, and he let out a startling roar. This roar contained pain. It contained a commitment. "Even if heaven wants you to die, I'll take you back." In the ancient Dao Imperial capital, in a luxurious room in the Imperial palace, a woman was lying on a soft bed. She was not an absolute beauty, but she was pleasing to the eye. However, she was struggling and her face was pale. Her eyelashes trembled as if she was having a nightmare and was trying to awaken from her dream. Tears appeared on the corners of her eyes and flowed down her cheeks, wetting the white pillow. In her dream, that heart-wrenching roar echoed in her heart. It was a roar directed at the sky that defied fate, defied the world. It was a defying will. This voice caused even more tears to flow out. However, she couldn't remember who this woman was, nor who the man who let out the heart-wrenching scream was. She wanted to remember, but now she couldn't even remember who she was. In her dream, she vaguely saw the man appear next to a coffin after some years. He caressed the coffin, and his face gently leaned against it. The gentle expression on his face made her heart ache. The tears that fell on the coffin made her sad. She had the impulse of opening her eyes to touch the man's face and wipe away his tears. In her struggle, everything in the dream was broken. The woman dissipated, and the man seemed to disappear into the fog. Everything became blurry. She opened her eyes. "You've awakened," a soft voice came from beside her. She looked at the exquisite pattern on the bed, and there was confusion in her eyes. Everything from the dream still existed, but it was a blur. Turning her head, she followed the voice and saw a man with long hair in a royal robe. Although he was already middle-aged, he was rather handsome and had a noble temperament. He was also smiling at her. "Who are you? Who am I?" The woman's eyes became even more confused, and she felt intense pain. It was as if there was an invisible force preventing her from finding herself. "I'm the ancient Dao Emperor, the supreme existence of the ancient Dao. I am your husband. You are called Songji, you come from the ancient Shi, and you are my empress." The man smiled as he spoke, and the aura of an emperor spread out from his body. "Husband," as this word echoed, another figure appeared in her mind. This figure was looking at the sky and let out a painful roar. This figure sat with her and listened to her play cheerful zither music. The figure carried her and told her that he was going to bring her to kill. The figure was blurry and seemed to overlap with the royal robe, and they slowly did overlap. It's just that she felt like it was out of place, and after overlapping, they scattered. The intense pain came from her mind once more. The woman closed her eyes and passed out due to the pain. The man in the royal robe immediately became gloomy and said, "Tell me the reason." Ripples echoed behind the man, and an old man walked out and dropped down to one knee. "Your Majesty's song." After the Empress fused with the soul, her body became weak. She already has her own soul, and fusion caused a disorder in her memories. But there is no harm. The Empress only needs to rest for a period of time to recover, but her memory will still be in disarray. However, This is a good thing, as your majesty can introduce memories to gradually fill her mind and become her real memories. This body is very suitable for the soul and continues to nourish it. Within a few years, this soul and her body will completely fuse. At that time, not even the soul's real body could fuse with the soul anymore. The man in the royal robe slowly said, "You can leave." The old man quickly nodded before turning into smoke and disappearing from the room, leaving only the ancient Tao Emperor and the woman. The ancient Tao Emperor sat beside the woman and looked at her with a strange light in his eyes. The Imperial teacher once said that this soul can make me the true ancient emperor that will unify the 3 clans. The Imperial teacher can't be wrong. Then making this woman my empress is the best reward. As he muttered, he raised his right hand and gently stroked her face. He revealed a faint smile. Although this woman is not beautiful, she has her own charm. I've always wondered where the Imperial teacher got this soul, but he wouldn't say. However, the soul was also a beauty. She may have her own lover, and perhaps her lover felt extreme pain after she died. Unfortunately, he will never know that this woman is in my hands. If there was a chance to see who her past lover was, it would be very interesting. Perhaps this person is long dead. If he is not dead and they meet, will they recognize each other? The man in the royal robe smiled even more. I'm looking forward to it. But thinking about it, there will be no such day. The man's right hand gently pinched her face, leaving behind a bruise on her face. The woman's body trembled as if she felt pain in her coma, and tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. If not for the fact that she must be a virgin to be titled my empress, I really would want to turn her into a woman now. However, there is no rush. Once the ceremony is over, I'll take my time to enjoy this soul. The man in the royal robe stood up with a smile and waved his sleeve as he left. As the woman's tears flowed, far away, at the bottom of Mount Gudao, Wang Lin looked up at the top of the mountain with coldness in his eyes. Grand Empyrean Gudao obviously didn't recognize him, but he also didn't recognize the entire ancient clan. The only person he respected was Xian Luo. Without Xian Luo, he would never have come here. 300 steps. The Grand Empyrean sun behind Wang Lin released a powerful black and white light. Wang Lin raised his foot. He didn't take just one step, but dozens. The moment his feet stopped, Wang Lin stood on the 39th step, and a powerful pressure smashed down on him, causing him to pause. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down on top of him. In his eyes, the staircase leading to the top of the mountain became twisted, as if it was alive. With a cold snort, the Grand Empyrean sun outline behind Wang Lin shined even brighter. With one step, he leaped forward once more. The 42nd step, 57th step, 69th step, 83rd step. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears as he faced the powerful pressure to reach the 99th step. He raised his right foot and mercilessly stepped into the 100th step. Once his foot landed, the world rumbled and Mount Gudao seemed to tremble. A powerful pressure bombarded Wang Lin, causing his mind to rumble and blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. This pressure came from the mountain, from Grand Empyrean Gudao. Chapter 2014, Golden Opportunity. There is a total of 999 stone steps, and every 100 steps represents 10% of my power. Throughout the ages, no Grand Empyrean could ascend to the 600th step under my will. The person who reached the furthest was a Grand Empyrean named Dong Lin from the Celestial clan. He failed to reach the 600th step, and after leaving someone behind, I allowed him to leave. As for you, let me see how many steps you can reach. An extremely indifferent voice echoed when Wang Lin's foot landed on the 100th step. When the voice finished, the staircase that seemed to have turned into a dragon revealed its true shape. It was a real dragon. Its body was completely black, and it let out a roar after it appeared. It charged directly at Wang Lin. A fishy smell with a stench rushed toward Wang Lin in an attempt to stop him on the 100th step. The dragon closed, and instantly, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although his face was pale, he didn't flinch. He looked up, and his right hand reached at the void. The Grand Empyrean sun outline behind him shrank a bit, and black and white light gathered in his hand. It was a strange scene. The palm of Wang Lin's right hand was white, and the back of his palm was black. When the dragon closed in, his palm pressed down and touched the dragon. Thunderous rumbles suddenly echoed. The dragon trembled and let out a miserable scream. Its head collapsed, and the collapse spread rapidly. The entire dragon disintegrated into ashes and disappeared. At the same time, the steps going up the mountain returned to normal and were no longer twisted. It was as if everything Wang Lin had seen earlier was just an illusion. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment he destroyed the dragon, his right hand also dissipated as if it had disappeared into thin air. Afterward, black gas gathered in its place, and a new arm was formed. However, his right foot had also touched the dragon, and he felt like he had been hit by countless mountains. His right foot rose up and began to fall toward the 99th step behind him. If it landed, it meant that he could not step onto the 100th step. Just as this right foot was about to land, Wang Lin let out a roar and popping sounds echoed. He used his ancient clan body to resist the force. His right foot suddenly changed directions before it landed. However, it did not land on the 99th step, but the 100th step. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He faintly felt that after he stepped onto the 100th step, his ancient and celestial powers showed a sign of fusing. This phenomenon shocked Wang Lin. As he pondered, he raised his foot and stepped forward once more. He was not very fast, and only crossed 10 steps each time. However, every step he took made Mount Gudao rumble. After the 100th step, the pressure from the mountain and Gudao doubled. Wang Lin felt like the pressure was almost unbearable, and when he reached the 150th step, he could not help but stop there. At the top of the mountain, Xianluo looked at Wang Lin from the top of the tower, and his heart ached. He had made up his mind. Once Wang Lin failed, he would risk offending Grand Empyrean Gudao and take Wang Lin away. He was brought here by me and came to the ancient clan because of me. I must take him away. Xianluo silently pondered. If he can't pass the 200th step, Xua Luo, leave your disciple behind. The blurry figure inside the fog behind Xianluo spoke these cold words. But before Xianluo could speak, Wang Lin let out a roar, and the Grand Empyrean sun outline behind him rapidly shrank. As it shrank, Wang Lin suddenly looked up and stepped forward. He stepped onto the 160th step. Without pausing, he stepped forward once more. The Grand Empyrean sun outline behind him continued to shrink, as if infinite power had entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin stepped onto the 170th step, 180th step, 190th step, and finally, when the Grand Empyrean sun outline had shrank to its limit and disappeared, Wang Lin made it to the 200th step. The moment his foot landed, the figure inside the fog at the top of the tower exclaimed softly, and Xianluo's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile for the first time. The blurry figure slowly said, "He has burned the power of the Grand Empyrean sun to obtain the power to reach the 200th step. However, what will he use for the last 100 steps?" The moment Wang Lin's foot landed on the 200th step, the person sitting on the northern pillar of the 4 pillars around the tower suddenly opened his closed eyes. There was a flash of gray light, and he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was on the staircase and walked toward Wang Lin. He waved his hand, and his face revealed no expression, as if he was wearing a human mask. He pointed toward Wang Lin. With this, the world changed. It was like a giant hole had appeared in the world. The earth trembled, and the entire mountain shook. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. From his view, this point was comparable to something from a Grand Empyrean. This gray-robed man who looks like he is wearing a mask has power comparable to a Grand Empyrean. Who is he? Wang Lin didn't have much time to think as the finger rushed toward his forehead. If he was hit by this finger, not even his ancient body would be able to withstand it. He would immediately die. During this moment of crisis, all the Grand Empyrean sun aura he had absorbed from the 150th to the 200th step erupted inside his body. Wang Lin's cultivation cycled, and as his essences activated, 99 afterimages appeared around him. He raised his right hand and punched at the finger. With this punch, the ancient Dao shadows appeared behind him. The ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil all threw punches. Above the ancient Dao shadows, there was a golden shadow. This figure was blurry but gave off extremely pure celestial energy, and it also threw a punch. At this moment, a large amount of black gas spread out from Wang Lin's body. This black gas was filled with slaughter and madness. It fused with thunder to form slaughter thunder and formed another punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed across Mount Gudao and spread in all directions. The finger of the gray-robed person collapsed and his body trembled, but he remained standing. He looked at Wang Lin profoundly, and then turned back toward the top of the mountain. He disappeared from Wang Lin's vision, and when he reappeared, he was sitting on the northern pillar again with his eyes closed. Wang Lin coughed out blood, and the ancient Dao shadow behind him dissipated. Even the golden shadow that gave off extremely pure celestial energy dissipated. His breathing was rough, but he stood on the 200th step firmly. When he stood still, he clearly felt that the ancient and celestial power in his body were fusing in an unimaginable way. This fusion was forced by the pressure from Mount Gudao. Whether it is the celestial clan's Empyrean exalts or Ascendant Empyreans, they can't step on my mountain. Only Grand Empyreans can. To reach the 200th step means you already have the initial powers of a Grand Empyrean. Continue. Let me see if you can reach the 300th step. An indifferent voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, he is my disciple. Xian Luo's roar came from the top of the mountain. A ray of light flew out from the tower next to Wang Lin. It was Xian Luo. He was brought here by me, and I'm taking him away. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, I, Xian Luo, have lived my life for the ancient Dao, never caring about my personal gains or losses. Since ancient times, I never complained and have always wholeheartedly worked for the ancient clan. But today, I implore Grand Empyrean Gu Dao to let me take my disciple away. Xian Luo looked up at the top of the mountain. He was filled with determination as he spoke. After a long time, the cold voice seemed to become less cold. Xian Luo, when you became a Grand Empyrean, I asked you to become my disciple and stay with me here. You wanted to protect the ancient Dao and didn't want to stay here all the time, so you refused. You have protected the ancient Dao for all these years. This is your first plea, so I'll agree, but it is also your last. Xian Luo revealed a complicated expression and bowed at the tower. He was about to take the weak Wang Lin away. Teacher, disciple can still go on. Wang Lin took a deep breath and straightened his body. You. Xian Luo's eyes expressed his concern. Teacher, the pressure from Mount Guadao is the best cultivation for disciple. Please allow disciple to continue. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at Xian Luo. He then turned around and walked toward the 201st step. The moment his foot landed, the sound of his body being unable to bear the pressure became loud, but his eyes were very bright. The ancient power exists because of my bloodline, and my celestial cultivation exists because of my essences, but they could never integrate together. Back in the cave world, I tried to fuse them, but they rejected each other. In the end, they could only be kept separate. But right now, there is nothing better place than this to help me fuse the celestial and ancient powers. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao is strongest person on the immortal astral continent. His pressure is the best help in fusing them. Wang Lin was determined to continue up the steps, because in the first 200 steps, he felt the opportunity to fuse his ancient and celestial cultivations. This was a golden opportunity for him. Chapter 2015, 9 Songs 3 Signs 1. Seeing Wang Lin's decisiveness, Xian Luo's eyes narrowed, but didn't stop Wang Lin. He watched Wang Lin walk toward the 201st step. The pressure from Mount Guadao formed an indescribable pressure and smashed down on Wang Lin as he stepped onto the 201st step. The gap in power between the 200th step and the 201st step was great. If before it was a raging wave that Wang Lin had to exhaust all his power and burn his Grand Empyrean sun outline to barely cross, then now it was the entire sea smashing down on him. After just one step, Wang Lin's face became even more pale. His body trembled and blood continued to flow out from the corner of his mouth. His bones were being squeezed, his flesh and blood torn, his origin soul about to shatter, and his soul was going to be wiped out. He was like a lonely boat in the sea. He was extremely fragile when facing the power of the entire sea. However, Wang Lin didn't back down. Even if continuing this path would be very dangerous, Wang Lin didn't want to and was unwilling to give up this chance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was perhaps his last chance since the last time he had failed to fuse them. Once he gave up, not only would he fail the fusion, but it would create a shadow in Wang Lin's heart. This was a shadow toward Gu Dao, the irresistible existence. This could create a fear that would linger for a long time and cause Wang Lin great harm. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, I must walk past these 300 steps. Wang Lin's face became distorted, and the pain inside and outside his body made him want to roar at the sky. However, he suppressed it and saved the power of this roar inside his body to take the second step. When he took the second step, Wang Lin's mind rumbled and his body trembled violently, but he clearly felt the celestial and ancient power inside his body being fused by force by this pressure. However, as they fused, a shocking rejection force appeared. If not for the pressure from the mountain, Wang Lin would have had no way of stopping this rejection force, and the fusion would have failed once more. However, now there was no need for Wang Lin to suppress it. The pressure from the Mount Guadao played the role of suppressing the rejection force. He struggled as he took the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th steps. Although he was trembling, his body contained an amazing tenacity. This tenacity supported his backbone, allowing him to look up when he faced anyone. The 7th step, the 8th step. Wang Lin stepped onto the 208th step. The veins on his face swelled and creaking sounds echoed inside his body as if bones were rubbing against each other. But his eyes still revealed an unyielding gaze. He felt his celestial and ancient powers rapidly fusing under this pressure. At this moment, he felt like something was different. The ancient power is on the outside, and celestial cultivation is inside. The fusion of celestial and ancient power into one. Wang Lin raised his foot and took the 9th step and 10th step onto the 210th step. The moment his foot landed, Wang Lin's essence cultivation and ancient power finally fused a sliver under the intense pressure from the outside. This trace of fused power was a mix of celestial and ancient. It contained both celestial and ancient powers, but it was also Wang Lin's own power. The moment this power appeared, a scene appeared in the sky. This shocked Xian Luo and caused the figure inside the fog at the top of the tower to open his eyes. The sky instantly turned from blue to gold. The golden sky shined brightly and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sky within hundreds of thousands of kilometers turned golden. This golden sky could even be seen from very far away. It was a shocking sight. This gold was not formed by spells. In the entire ancient clan, such a natural golden sky that was not caused by spells had never appeared before. The appearance of this scene caused Xian Luo to look up, and his eyes reflected the golden sky. The ancient clan's earth was black, but under the golden sky, it was countless times more intense. The entire earth was covered in this endless black. The moment someone looked at this black earth, their heart would tremble. This was 9 songs 3 signs. The first sign, golden sky and black earth. Xian Luo took a deep breath. The 9 songs 3 signs were phenomena that appeared when the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor were born. The 9 songs were for the ancient ancestor, and the 3 signs were for the celestial ancestor. Aside from their births, these phenomena had never taken place elsewhere. But today, it was happening on Mount Gudao. The golden sky and black earth gave off an unspeakable sense of strangeness. The surroundings immediately became quiet. Wang Lin faced everything as if he couldn't see any of it. The only thought in his mind was to reach the 300th step and, during the process, fuse his celestial and ancient powers. The moment the golden sky and black earth appeared, Wang Lin's right foot stepped onto the 211th step. The mountains seemed to rumble, and Wang Lin felt countless mountains weighing down upon him. But he didn't hesitate to take another step. The 11th step, 12th step, 13th step, 14th step, until the 19th step. Every step caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. He was extremely weak. Even his origin soul and soul were trembling under the pressure as if he could no longer hold on. The moment he stepped onto the 219th step, Wang Lin's body collapsed, but it only scattered into countless black strands that quickly reformed into his body. He was even willing to use the power of slaughter to reinforce his body. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he could carry out his forced fusion as many times as he wanted. However, under this pressure, even if he could continue to reform his body thousands of times, he might still not make it, because his soul would die to this pressure. But this life-threatening pressure was the best tool for fusing his celestial and ancient powers. Wang Lin let out a roar, and his foot landed on the 220th step. Popping sounds echoed through the world like crazy. Wang Lin's foot collapsed into black gas dozens of times and reformed dozens of times before he finally stabilized himself. The moment he stood still, a sound suddenly rang out in the golden sky and black earth. This sound was not very clear, but soon, it swept across the golden sky and black earth, becoming more clear. Listening to it carefully, this was the sound of the wind, but what was strange was that there was no wind, yet it sounded like the wind was playing a song. However, when the sound of wind rang out, Xian Luo's expression changed. The 4 gray-robed people sitting on the 4 pillars opened their eyes. When they looked at the sky, their eternal expressions changed. As for the figure inside the fog that had opened his eyes when the golden sky and black earth appeared, he silently pondered for a bit and began to murmur. Heavenly Wind Song, the first of the 9 songs. Another sliver of the fusion of celestial and ancient power appeared inside Wang Lin. It didn't flow inside his body but settled down. As his celestial and ancient power continued to fuse, this power slowly grew. But Wang Lin knew that although he can't see through this power, it was an existence beyond celestial and ancient powers. This was the power he desired from the fusion. This was the regret when he failed back then. He heard the song of the wind. The voice echoed through the world as if it were singing and telling a story. However, Wang Lin didn't understand it, just like how he could not understand the murmur inside the heaven-defying bead. While pondering, Wang Lin felt exhausted, but he still stepped toward the distant Mount Gudao. He gritted his teeth and continued from the 220th step. Every 2 steps, his body would collapse into black strands and reform. However, his origin soul and soul were no longer able to persist. It seemed like he was about to reach his limit. One step, one step, one step. When Wang Lin stepped onto the 230th step, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The blood fell on the step. It was a shocking sight. However, the moment the blood landed, a second sound appeared in the heavenly wing song. This was the sound of thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. This thunder seemed to roar, but it contained a sense of rhythm. It was like a heavenly song of thunder. The thunder echoed and fused with the wing song. The wind and thunder mixed, and it was as if millions of horse charged through the golden sky and black earth. When the ancient ancestor was born, he was accompanied by 9 songs. If all 9 songs appear, they can create a birthday song. Since ancient times, it is rumored that when both the 9 songs and 3 signs appear on the immortal astral continent, the successor to the celestial ancestor and the ancient ancestor will appear. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin. He suddenly felt like he couldn't see through his disciple anymore. In the cave, I also saw on him silver eyes. This is just a rumor that spread across the immortal astral continent. Will it be him? Xian Luo entered a trance. He found it difficult to believe everything that had happened today. Chapter 2016, 9 Songs, 3 Signs, 2. 9 Songs, 3 Signs. The first song was the Heavenly Wind Song. The second song was the Heavenly Tao Thunderbeat. The third song was the Origin Cloud Flute. This Origin Cloud Flute came from the white clouds that appeared in the golden sky. It would echo through the sky, and when it entered your mind, it would make you relax as if you wanted to sleep. When Wang Lin stepped onto the 240th step, this flute sound appeared in the sky. This flute was wondrous and was not something a living thing could create. It was created by the countless small holes in the clouds as the wind blew through them. It fused with the wind to create an extremely wondrous song. The thunder was like a drum and perfectly fused with the wind song. This song would make one lose themselves. Xian Luo immersed himself in the song and closed his eyes. On the 4 pillars, as the 4 gray-robed men silently listened to the music, memories rippled in their minds. At the top of the tower, a sigh came out of the fog. Wang Lin stood on the 240th step and also listened to the song of the wind, thunder, and clouds. The song surrounded his origin soul and body with a feeling of warmth and slowly nourished them. All the injuries he had received from walking up the steps began to recover thanks to this song. Even more celestial and ancient power fused, but it still didn't move. After a long time, there was a flash of light in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his foot and slowly walked up. His expression was no longer fierce, but calm. His eyes were no longer bloodshot, and he calmly walked forward. The golden sky was the light, the black earth was the road, the thunder was the drum, the wind was the rhythm, and the wind was the flute. All of these accompanied Wang Lin as he steadily walked up to the 250th step. The moment his foot landed, an extra sound appeared. It was like the sound of rain hitting the ground. The sound of rain echoed through the world and mixed with the cloud flute. The song became even more wondrous, as if there was a hidden sense of vitality within it. Xian Luo opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at Wang Lin and took a deep breath. With his cultivation level and identity, he normally would not show much shock. However, the 4 songs Wang Lin had triggered set off a wave in his emotions. Xian Luo's gaze passed Wang Lin and moved onto the tower as he silently thought to himself, Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. You didn't approve of his existence, but now I wonder what you think. Or if my disciple who possessed the soul blood, Wang Lin, will recognize your existence. The top of the tower was still silent, and after the sigh, the figure had closed his eyes. He seemed to be immersed in the song, and his face revealed a hint of melancholy and reminiscence. Wang Lin paused slightly on the 250th step. After hearing the sound of the rain, he immersed himself in it for a few moments before he went up again. On the 260th step, Wang Lin heard the sound of the sky. This sound was very mysterious. The sky was silent, but at this moment, a soft murmur came like a whisper from the sky. It fused with wind, thunder, cloud, and rain songs. The moment this song appeared, the little fusion of celestial and ancient powers began to show signs of movement as the pressure from the mountain increased. However, its speed was very slow, and it was unknown how long it would take to complete one cycle. Wang Lin was not anxious. Thanks to the 5 songs, he felt very firm inside and outside of his body, as if he had infinite power. The soul blood inside Wang Lin's body showed signs of melting. This was the soul blood that Xian Luo had asked Grand Empyrean Gu Dao to awaken, but was refused. Wang Lin silently walked forward and walked past the steps. When his foot fell on the 270th step, all the essences in Wang Lin's body suddenly melted. At this moment, there was not a single essence inside Wang Lin's body, but there was silver light inside his eyes. With this silver light, his eyes became silver. There was no emotion in his eyes. They were very cold. Even his black pupils had become silver. When the silver eyes appeared, an unspeakable aura spread out from Wang Lin's body. This was the aura Xian Luo felt back in the cave world. It felt like everything was going to be destroyed. After this aura appeared, Xian Luo revealed a complicated expression. Among the 9 songs and 3 signs, the silver eyes is the one thing in common. The ancient ancestors' 9 songs can make one's eyes become silver, and the second of the 3 signs is these eyes. The 4 gray-robed men on the pillars withdrew their gazes from the sky, and once again looked at Wang Lin. They looked at Wang Lin's silver eyes with confusion. This confusion was like a black hole, as if their minds had been devoured. It was as if they had a strange attraction toward these silver eyes. As for the figure inside the fog, after pondering for a long time, he said something that echoed throughout the world. 9 songs, 3 signs. In your body, there are 5 songs and 2 signs. Come up. If you can make it up to the 300th step, I'll awaken your soul blood and summon you to see you. This voice was still cold. Wang Lin stood on the 270th step and didn't respond to the cold voice at all. He raised his foot and walked up once more. When he reached the 280th step, Wang Lin's ancient power suddenly melted. When it melted, another song was added to the 5 songs. This was the Song of the Earth. The Black Earth let out a desolate funeral song. It was unknown how this funeral song had appeared, but it was clear. This sad song mourned the deaths of the people who were buried. When it mixed with the Song of the Sky, it was like a mixture of life and death. Along with the songs of the wind, cloud, thunder, and rain, it created a grand song. 9 songs, 3 signs. I have heard of it too. Now 6 songs and 2 signs have appeared. Wang Lin silently pondered. He felt his essences and ancient power melt. They didn't disappear, but fused with his body on an even deeper level. He could feel the sliver of the new force that was born after his celestial and ancient powers fused. However, it moved very slowly. Perhaps it would take years, or even decades, to complete one cycle. He silently raised his foot and resisted the power of Mount Gu Dao to step onto the 281st step. He walked up step by step, and when he reached the 290th step, he felt the power inside his body move slightly faster. At the same time, he felt the existence of the essences and ancient power that had disappeared. They existed inside his origin soul and internal organs. His essences existed inside his origin soul, and his ancient power was inside his internal organs. They seemed to have fused and also seemed like they didn't, but they were very different from before. And when Wang Lin stepped onto the 290th step, another song appeared after the first 6 songs. However, outsiders could not hear this song. Only Wang Lin could hear it because it came from his body. This song was the song of his body. When he looked up, moved his arms, lifted his feet, breathed, and his pores opened and closed, he created this sound. It was the sound of his body. These sounds were very subtle, but at this moment, they fused with the song outside. It condensed around Wang Lin into a song that surrounded him. This is the 7th song. Wang Lin listened to it for a moment and then suddenly looked up. He revealed a fierce gaze and stared at the tower at the top of the mountain. You said that I can't pass the 300th step. Wang Lin lifted his feet and climbed 10 steps to reach the 300th step. The moment he stood on the 300th step, the confusion in the eyes of 2 of the gray-robed men on the 4 pillars disappeared and was replaced with coldness as if they had recovered. As the coldness filled their eyes, they both moved and took a step forward. They rushed toward Wang Lin like lightning. They instantly closed in and each threw a punch. The punches contained a gray fog, and there was a giant head inside each one. The head seemed mad and let out silent roars as they charged at Wang Lin. Popping sounds echoed inside Wang Lin's body. This sound was like a heartbeat, but it was the 8th song formed by Wang Lin's internal organs. Internal organ song. This was the contraction of his lungs, the beating of his heart, the vibrations of his spleen, the quivering of his liver, and the jumps of his kidney. The sounds of the 5 internal organs fused to form this song. It crossed with his body's song, fused with wind, cloud, thunder, and rain, and finally entangled with life and death to cause all 8 songs to erupt. The moment the 8 songs echoed at the same time, Wang Lin's ancient power inside his internal organs spread throughout his flesh and blood. At the same time, his essences inside his origin soul spread out through his meridians. When these 2 powers spread out and regathered for the first time inside Wang Lin's body, they fused on a large scale. A large amount of this fused power cycled through Wang Lin's body at an unimaginable speed. A cycle that should have taken decades to complete was completed in an instant. This power that didn't belong to the Celestials or Ancients completed a cycle, and Wang Lin let out a roar. Scram!